Welcome, duelists, to this, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live in Bologna in 2023. It's so exciting to be here, and we have thousands of duelists ready to kick off our main event here at YCS Bologna. Before we get started, we have Dom Galizia, Head of Marketing of Konami Digital Entertainment in Europe, who has a few announcements for our players.
Good morning, duelists. Buongiorno, duelanti. Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, Bologna 2023. We are excited to return to Italy after some time. First of all, we'd like to thank our partners, the staff, and the judges who helped to make all of these events possible. Most of all, we would like to thank you, the duelists. We are continued to be inspired by your passion for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, so thank you very much. We have had 2,488 registrations for this event, and we really hope you have a great weekend, whether you are here or watching the live stream at home. So here's to some epic duels. Thank you very much. Grazie mille.
So with that round of applause, thank you very much, Dom, from Konami Digital Entertainment in Europe there. We are ready to head over to our round one feature match here at YCS Bologna. We're so excited to be back here in Italy for the first YCS since 2019. But before we get over to that feature match, we've got a cheeky little welcome video for you. This is your coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. Let's introduce your coverage team.
Sebastian Lemke and Leonard Koenig. Tom Payne and Nadir Mazzoni. Marcello Barbary. And Alberto Marazzi. And Ed Templar.
This is your coverage team for YCS Bologna. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way. Who doesn't enjoy a boogie at YCS Bologna? Here we are with our first feature match of this tournament. We're very excited to get started. The two duelists in front of me, we have Lorenzo Muselli, the Italian champion from this year, who won that title in this very venue against Kyrilos Shahata, and this is going to be a very exciting way to kick off this event. They have already done a high roll, and Lorenzo is going to be going first, which is very exciting to see that champion come back for the first round here of YCS Bologna. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful commentary team who are going to take you through our round one feature match. Guys, take it away.
It's finally time to duel again. Welcome back. We are about to start round one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Bologna. My name is Leonard Koenig and I'm joined by Tom Payne and Sebastian Lemke. Of course, guys, on a scale from 1 to 10, how excited are you about this?
I'm incredibly excited. Back to Italy, back to Bologna, or actually in Bologna for the first time for a European YCS Championship, and therefore I'm very excited. We have two Italian players right away. I think over half of the field actually is Italian, so maybe it's finally time for the Italians to win a YCS again, huh? What do you think, Tom? Is that
Getting
time?
that one on there before Marcello and Alberto
Yeah,
show.
exactly.
I mean, yeah, I think there's a lot of Italian duelists here today. I was doing some quick questions running around the venue yesterday, and I was just, going up to random people and asking if they'd like to be on the stream, and it was significantly more than half the people I asked were Italian. I thought just asking, everyone, so it was a lot of fun. This is a great venue.
Yeah, and I mean, not only the setting in terms of players, but also in terms of decks is really, really good because we have so many different decks for this weekend, aren't we? Like, it's crazy. The format is wide open. I could, from the top of my head, tell you 10 different decks that could actually win this tournament, right?
Yeah, but we already know it's going to be Flu Wanderers because we are in Bella Italia and the Italian players have proven to be absolute birdheads right here. So many Flu Wanderers players in the last tournament, but not Lorenzo Muselli. He was playing Unchained and he performed incredibly at YCS Dortmund. He went into the top 4 and honestly, this guy performed for the entire year already. I haven't seen him not sitting in the top cut so far.
It's crazy. I mean, we are having him right now in the featured match because he's a reigning Italian national champion, winning it in Bologna. But he also was top 4 in Dortmund just at the last YCS. And you were saying maybe we're going to have Luan Rees winning with YCS, but still, we are in Europe, so we cannot rule out Rika taking down the whole event. But I can promise you we're not going to see any of those 2 decks here in this featured match. But we have 2 very, very cool decks. And honestly, some unexpected stuff, some very new stuff even that is going to be there. So I'm excited. Do we want to wait any longer, or do we just want to get into the action of playing here?
I mean, if you are ready, let's just hop right into it. I think this is going to be a great time to start round 1 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Bologna.
So we did not spoil it for you, but Lorenzo on this brand new deck, Centurion. What do you guys think of this deck?
It's very interesting to me that Lorenzo has made the decision to play this, because he was always someone that relied on super consistent strategies that are actually just top meta. He played Kashtira for a long time, making him the national champion. He also played Unchained in Dortmund, so he was always going with the top meta strategies. But now he's going with a deck that just came into the format, that has no success so far, but that means he has to have high hopes for the deck.
All right, but no success so far indicates that there was a chance to play the deck
exactly,
a lot.
Exactly.
This is basically the first tournament. Couldn't even play locals with the deck.
But that means that he had to have high hopes for this. He could have played locals. Like, Valiant Smashers has been around for a couple of weeks, but he probably tested this a lot, and he's confident enough to bring it to a YCS, and he starts things off here with Pot of Prosperity, which is a good start for any kind of deck, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I agree exactly with what you were saying. Like, we saw Lorenzo playing Kashtira and Unchained, which were 2 of the most kind of, you know, popular decks, tried and true kind of style of decks, and now we see him just picking up something completely new, which is really exciting to see.
I love it. Oh, there's one of his Kashtira cards. He still couldn't part ways with Kashtira Fenrir, still in his main deck there. But we also see the Centurion cards he's bringing in. Honestly, just in general, about the Centurion deck, what is really cool about it is that you have a lot of space for non-engine, honestly. You can play so many hand interactions. We already see there's Effect Veiler, there's Bestials in there, there's Ash Blossom, of course. He can really, really prepare for all kind of different matchups with this strategy here.
And I think this is why the deck is a little more popular amongst the top players. We have also talked to other people who are running the deck, and this is such a wide format. It's really hard to put just 15 side deck cards that are going to win you matchups against different top tier decks. So you have to include as many hand traps in your main deck as somehow possible, and just that this deck is perfect for this.
So you don't want 15 cards in your side deck, you want to put all of those in your main deck before.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that makes a total of 30, right? Okay, so normally we were going with Centurion Primera there. We grabbed that off of the Prosperity. And I think normally you would actually go for the field spell, but instead he added Centurion Phalanx, and we quickly realized why that was, because he already had the field spell in his hand, so we have access now to the Phalanx, but also to the field spell, to the stand-up Centurion.
So just for players who are not as familiar with this deck, it's because it's brand new, obviously.
For sure.
It has 3 monsters that you can play in the main deck, and they all have an effect that when they're placed in the spell and trap card zone as a continuous trap, you can special summon them during the main phase. And you can only do that once per turn, per copy of each card, obviously. And then they all have effects that allow you to put Centurion monsters from your deck, or possibly from your graveyard, into the spell and trap card zone, which then allow you to special summon them. Yep. So, for example, the field spell lets you discard a card and put any Centurion monster from your deck into the spell and trap card zone.
Which is what just happened, right? Yeah, we discarded one card, got another one there into the spell and trap zone. Oh, but we're setting the trap. Is that all we have? Okay, that setup doesn't look crazy. It's really not a combo deck. It's just a little bit of setup, and Lorenzo hopes that the combination of this and the rest of his hand cards are going to carry him to victory here.
Yeah, it's looking like this is really not the optimal setup for Lorenzo at all. So if I were to guess, it would be because he has the third copy, that third Centurion monster in his hand, and you can't fetch it out the hand to put it in the spell and trap card zone. Unfortunately, it's level 8, so you can't special summon it from your, normal it from your hand either. And he's only running the 1 copy, so I've seen some players running more than one, just in case you draw it. But it looks like if you draw it, you're just kind of stuck.
That's true.
Kyrillos is having a good opening with a card that has been wanted by a lot of players. The wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Such a powerful quick spell card. It skyrocketed Rescue Ace to the top of the metagame.
For sure, but not only that, it really may be the most popular engine of the entire format right now, the most popular engine of the weekend. I think we're going to see a lot of Sinful Spoils cards in all kind of decks. Infernoble, Rescue Ace you were just mentioning, but even strategies like Kashtira have now included those cards. Maybe we even see like some completely cool stuff like Infernal or something using it. I would really love that. Okay, and there's the reinforcement of the army, probably now giving away what the main engine of the deck is to Lorenzo as well. Kyrillos obviously knows, but Lorenzo is about to find out there is a warrior deck around, and we're starting off with Neospace Connector.
Could have still been Rescue Ace.
I was going to say,
true, but now it's clear.
Connector is just such a good card in combo decks. If you're managing to profit off of having warriors on the field, this is one of the best cards in the entire deck. Special summoning out the best Neospatian monster there is. Not there was, Grand Maul had its time, but...
You're telling me that Elemental Hero Neos is not the best Neospatian?
I'm sorry to break it to you, Tom.
What about Elemental Hero Honest Neos, at least?
All right, okay.
Rainbow
that was
Neos?
way too good.
But now, Lorenzo, as we were explaining, is playing like a lot of hand interactions. So that is very vulnerable to the Aqua Dolphin we just summoned out, because a lot of those could be discarded by the effect of the Aqua Dolphin. So maybe we immediately have to respond to the summon of it here to save our cards in hand.
Yeah, you could go for a Phalanx right here and basically use a Farfa-ish effect on the Aqua Dolphin. It returns the monster in the standby phase. However, you could also hope that your opponent destroys the Emeth in your hand.
I was going to say, I was thinking that maybe Kyrillos, if he knows the Centurion deck, he might know that the Emeth is in Lorenzo's hand and might not want to take it out of Lorenzo's hand for him, because it does a much better job in the graveyard than the hand.
Fair.
But I mean, you can choose what you destroy, right? And if there's only one set card, the chances are high that Lorenzo also has something on the likes of an Ash Blossom or a Veiler. If there was impermanence, he would have said it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he could chain Veiler, targeting something that's not the Neospatian.
Oh, that's a good
Dolphin.
discard too. Not a card you necessarily want to draw, but as soon as it goes into the
Oh.
graveyard, there wasn't even Ameth in there. It's Bestial, Baldrake, and Nibiru, and Baldrake is just small enough to get hit here with the effect of Aqua Dolphin, because that Diabellstar Black Witch has 2,500 attack points as the Baldrake, so we can discard it.
Now, I don't know how good Baldrake is against the Infernoble strategy,
Fair.
because there are barely any fire, darkness or light attribute monsters there. However, the information that there is a Nibiru, the primal being, in the hand of Lorenzo Muselli is very important to Kyrillos, because now he can play around it. However, there's also still a Phalanx set, and that one might make this a little bit harder.
Is the Phalanx in the graveyard? Did he not discard it?
No, there's no trap card in the graveyard.
is that
it
what
has to be the set card.
What was the discard?
He discarded a spell card.
Oh, maybe my eyes were not so good.
Was Bonds?
Oh, maybe it was Bonds.
Might
Okay,
be
yeah, I
Bonds.
thought it was.
It was
a
either
Chariot
Oath or
card.
Bonds for sure, one of the two. So we went into one of the most powerful Link 2 monsters in the game. Isolde has been summoned. Two super good effects. And Lorenzo now has to consider whether he wants to interact with that Isolde right away. Oh, and I mean, it's such a valuable card. I think we may go for the trap card here. We may go for the interaction we have.
Is Kyrillos
Oh,
running
he allows
multiple
it,
copies
though.
of Isolde? Because that is always a problem against those warrior combo decks. If you remove the first Isolde, they can just go into the second one if they did not activate the effect to send equipped spell cards for a cost to the graveyard to special summon out a monster, because this has happened multiple times.
And let me tell you, there is two Isoldes in his extra deck. So therefore, that would be a possibility, and Lorenzo realized that and therefore did not do anything against the first Isolde.
I'm a little confused. Did he add a warrior?
That's what I was thinking too. I didn't see him adding a warrior.
He might have played around Drone Lockbird.
But he knows there is no Drone Lockbird.
What Drone Lockbird?
Better safe than sorry, guys, okay?
Fair.
The face down Drone Lockbird.
Yeah.
I get that. But in general, we talked a lot about the Centurion deck now already. What are we even thinking about Infernoble? Because I did a meta-analysis with Nadir before the event. You guys are also going to see the video of that throughout the weekend. And my secret pick to win the entire event, I'm not just saying that because we see it right now, but it was Infernoble. I think it is a deck with a super high ceiling, profited a lot by the release of the Wanted and the Sinful Spoils cards, so I really think it's a sleeper deck for this event. And Kyrolos agrees, apparently. Do you agree as well, Tom?
I was going to say, I love the deck. I haven't actually played a lot with it. I love watching it. I know what the cards do, but I don't know how to combo with it myself. So I feel like I don't know, there's something missing in my brain to decide whether it's really good, because I guess you don't know until you've really played with it how it's gonna go. Like, I want it to be good. I love the Magius that lets you like shuffle back cards and draw cards and then equip it and then do it again next turn. That just seems so cool.
I think we're playing around the Nibiru now, but has Kyrolos read the trap card?
That is a powerful Phalanx.
Indeed. Now we have the chance to trade that Phalanx with one monster, and before that we had 3 monsters on the field, so that seems almost foolish, but there is a good card to activate to have further extension.
But I mean, maybe he has Forbidden Lands in hand. He can stop the Phalanx.
I don't believe that. There is no Forbidden Lands in the Infernoble decks, and also not in the deck of Kyrolos.
Unfortunate.
We can dream.
Yeah, but I see what you mean, Tom. Like, of course, watching a deck will always give you some information and some kind of feeling about a deck, but you always have to practice it yourself to really have an opinion on it, right? I totally understand. I feel that.
It feels like you have so many monsters and so many options, and you know your opponent has a Nibiru in the hand, and you can see it, and now it's just a puzzle, and you have to solve it. And I myself, I wouldn't know what to do in this situation.
Yeah.
Also, Noble Arms Museum. When this card came out and I read it the first time, I texted so many people saying how crazy this card was,
and
everyone was
well.
like, yes, and you are also like, yeah, I don't know, man, it's just a field spell. Look at this card. It is so good. It has multiple effects that all do a lot. Search one and special summon one.
I will say maybe you have to get better at convincing people, because by now I'm convinced, but it wasn't you that convinced me, to be honest. But I do agree with you now at this point that the card is crazy. Noble Arms Museum, such a powerful addition to the deck, and now Infernoble really is at the top level of the meta game again. Maybe even good enough to take down the whole event here.
Just not being once per turn is the thing I think is
Yes.
just absolutely unbelievable about this card.
It really is. Okay, so we use the DDR to bring back the connector there.
Got to summon in attack mode with different dimension reincarnation.
And there comes Durandal. We are equipping the Durandal to the connector. And Lorenzo, interesting enough, still deciding to hold the Phalanx. I think he's just waiting for a very long time just before a negate is actually coming to the field that would be able to negate it. So let's see whether that can be forced by Kyrolos.
Can you even chain Phalanx to the Appaloosa? Because then Appaloosa, if it's banished, can't lose attack.
Yeah, that works. That does indeed work.
Perfect. Well, then there is no rush.
Yeah,
Also, I like how Phalanx is incredible against Appaloosa because it loses all the attack points when it returns to the field. So it's really a good removal in this case.
For sure.
Not just something that delays the problem.
And there is, of course, the other piece of the Sinful Spoils package, original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye, going to resolve. And now we see the synergy. Now we see why this is being played in the Infernoble strategy as well. Because we are about to get a level 1 fire monster onto the field here. Which one is it? Kyrolos isn't sure himself, but there it is. And that should be Ricadetto, right?
Ricadetto.
Exactly.
I mean, just fitting, right? We are in Italy, Ricadetto coming to the field early on. It just all adds up. And now, okay, so it would be even better here, I think, for Kyrolos if we would have the chance to go into Synchro 4, because Herald would be an option, but I'm just seeing there is no Herald in his extra deck, so I think instead we're probably just trying to go for Synchro 5, because of course Angelica is pretty insane. But now the Phalanx was activated by Lorenzo. Lorenzo says, enough of that, I finally will use my interruption. And what is it going to be used on? The Appaloosa, okay. So I think Lorenzo wants to Nibiru here, right? That has to be the time he wants to go for it.
Doesn't have to be Nibiru as well, because he can also just go for one of his Centurion plays first. He can special summon out the Trinity to Dea and then go into the Legatio and pop a monster and draw a card before he Nibiru's. I think that he doesn't... I mean, he can also wait and do that later on, right?
The Legatio is a level 12.
Yeah, but the Trudea increases level by 4.
Oh, it does,
Stuff, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and Lorenzo does not plan on doing anything besides that just now.
Yeah, you're totally right, Leo. I just forgot.
I mean, it's a new card, just released in Valiant Smashers. Certainly, we don't have incredible experience with the deck just yet, and we are happy to see it right away here in the featured match by one of the pro players, one of the top players in the current European environment.
Nightmare Phoenix would be incredible here.
Ooh.
I'm kind of disappointed in Lorenzo not being dramatic enough, because he could have used Nibiru and then chained the phalanx just to make it much more exciting.
Just for the moment, just for the clips, right?
But instead he had to use it early.
And there comes Angelica, and Angelica is going to fetch out a second copy of the museum. And you were saying it earlier, and it's completely true. Museum is not once per turn, and that's what it makes so incredibly powerful.
Who would have known?
Not you, Leo. Not me either. But no, I understand. I have to give you the credit, Leo. You saw it from the first second on.
That's
Why
all I
didn't you
ever
play
wanted.
the deck, huh?
Because I'm sitting here.
Fair. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so it really, I love watching Lorenzo. I know, Leo, he's one of your favorite players too,
Yeah.
but he's always super calm while playing. And it feels like, I mean, he's constantly sitting in finals and in semifinals and so on, so he has to make good decisions, but it always feels like he's making the perfect call for every single situation and staying perfectly calm while doing that. And that's just a hard thing to do. Okay, and now he decided to use his Centurion stuff, and therefore we are going to go into a Synchro Summon on our opponent's turn. And what is he going for there? It is
Looks like
the
Legacia.
Legacia indeed, the in-engine level 12 Synchro monster.
Yeah, that's really cool, because the Noble Arms Synchro there, it would have an effect if it were targeted, but Legacia does not target, it just destroys your opponent's monster with the highest attack points. So.
And draws a card.
And draws, lest we forget, draws a card as well.
And if we're looking at Lorenzo's deck list, there's like a 99% chance that he's drawing into another handed direction, which can then stop his opponent. So Kyrillos is now banishing the Wanted from the graveyard, putting back the Snake Eye and trying to draw a card.
Yeah, but honestly, it didn't feel like a whole lot of interaction that Lorenzo had there, but there's only one monster left currently, and he has not even used the Nibiru yet, so I feel like Lorenzo is still in somewhat of a good spot there.
I love how Kyrillos did so much in this turn.
Yeah.
He summoned so many monsters,
Indeed.
and Lorenzo, with very few tools, just managed to stop him in his track so far. And he has the Nibiru available. There's no way to play around it anymore, because you have played into it. Every time you would be able to summon a negate for anything, Nibiru could be dropped before, and this puts Lorenzo in a very decent position right here.
For sure. So we go for Heritage of the Chalice Bear, and
he
we
has
are
the
grabbing another monster from our deck. Which Infernoble Knight is this?
Turpin.
Oh yeah, that is Turpin indeed.
Lorenzo Musetti is a player you don't want to give any room to breathe in a game. You don't want him to have any sort of chance to get back into the game if he is having a bad start against you. And I mean, look what he's doing from so little stuff that he had available to him.
For sure, for sure. So there now comes the Turpin. Turpin on the field, immediately grabbing the extra deck. What are we going for here? Kyrillos considering his options. Does he have a way to go for something impressive here? Is that just going to be another Isolde? Oh, I think that's a good way to play around the Nibiru though, finally. Because this card can protect your own monsters even if the Nibiru gets activated.
Lorenzo just pointing out there, like, SP Little Knight doesn't get to banish anything unless you use an extra deck monster.
Ooh, very good point. So Renault gets added back to the hand there.
And Legacia also has a built-in protection effect, if I recall correctly.
So,
Does it?
but
The monsters with 2,000 or less attack cannot be destroyed by battle. Okay, well, now it's not really that useful, but...
like, the thing is, okay, we got a safe spot here with the SP Little Knight to protect us. And also, we have not even talked about this card at all just yet, because this card is also from Age of Overlords, and here in Europe we haven't had a YCS with this card being released just yet, because our last YCS was YCS Dortmund, where Age of Overlords wasn't in the game just yet. But this card made an impact. It may be one of the most popular extra deck monsters overall in the tournament, honestly.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's in almost everybody's extra
Yeah.
deck this weekend.
Totally.
It's amazing you say it, because it feels like it's been in my head forever.
Yes, yeah, same.
You're right, it was not here for Dortmund. So powerful, so versatile, and for the Infernoble deck as well, the fact that it's a warrior is just a lovely bonus.
Oh, yes.
Kyrillos just trying to summon out the Renault, but SP is not a fire warrior, it's just a dark warrior, and that way you cannot special summon that one. And now we are ending that turn.
Oh, we are in end phase. That's not great. So back to Lorenzo. He did manage to get through that turn. Kirolos couldn't end it.
He still has the nip, by the way.
True, he still has the nip. Okay, but Phalanx also is similar to the SP. Everything returns in end phase where the Appaloosa also comes back. So let's see how much that hinders Lorenzo from playing here. One question, is Appaloosa even able to negate here? Because does it have 0 attack or does it have 2,400 attack now?
It has to have 0 attack.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
that's the case. So no negation from that Appaloosa anymore, no threat anymore at all.
Yep, and you can also see the strength of Legacia. Sometimes those little effects that you like to overread are just the best ones, because he got to set the Trudea as well in the end phase. And this is good follow-up to possibly go into a Calamity next turn.
Absolutely. And we see the easiest way to get around that SP Little Knight, of course, is just going into the battle phase when you have a bigger monster and just attack over it, which is just what Lorenzo did. He used his Legacios to attack over the SP Little Knight. And now in main phase 2, he's free to play because that SP Little Knight interaction is gone.
Do you think... So Lorenzo didn't have the Emeth in hand. So do you think like he's not going for this Calamity combo that everyone's been talking about? Do you think he's just taking a more relaxed approach?
Honestly, I think so. I think he probably has tested this deck the last 80 hours non-stop, and they found out that maybe just going for the big line, going for the heavy synchro approach, and just put everything to the table is not the way to go. Just play it a little bit more safe, play it more controlly, and I love that. And now there is the card we were missing in turn number 1, the card we were already mentioning. Now in turn 2, it's a lot more safer to do it. Emeth coming to the field, and now also, of course, we are going for another synchro summon. And that is one that we usually know from Dragon Link strategies, but it is also present here in the Centurion deck.
And it is the Cosmic Blazer Dragon.
Crimson Dragon into Cosmic Blazer Dragon.
And that's an immediate scoop when Kirolos sees the Cosmic Blazer Dragon.
Wow, 1-0 for Lorenzo Muselli, the reigning national champion of Italy and also top 4 player of YCS Dortmund, showing us once again his class and showing us that maybe Centurion is the sleeper deck of the event. Nobody really thought it would be, but here he is showing us that it's capable for sure.
Proving us wrong once again as well, because we thought, hey, this is not a good opening for him against a heavy combo deck. If you don't open with multiple interruptions, you're going to be in for a bad time. Turns out, no.
But I mean, he
had a
played
couple,
it perfectly, right? Honestly, because he was thinking, do I already need to have an interaction on the Aqua Dolphin? But he was like, honestly, if I just keep it, if I just hold it for long enough, it's probably going to be better impact. And we saw it was amazing impact. Like, he just waited for so long and he could trade those interactions so well. He basically traded one card for, it felt like 4 cards in total. It was really, really powerful what he did there. And I loved how he played that out.
To be honest, it didn't only feel like 4 cards in total.
It was. It actually...
It was a very big Appaloosa.
It was indeed. So, yeah, let's have a look at the side decking options now, because, of course, Kirolos is playing an incredibly powerful going first deck with the Infernoble strategy. There's so much stuff happening on the first turn, but what's going on here after siding? Is there even more to support that? It seems like he's mainly focusing on going second cards, but there's just a couple of standard, I want to say, going first cards with Called by the Grave. Of course, you want to get that Droll Lockbird out of the way. There's also Crossout Designator, understandable.
I like the Crossout Designator with Per Leap.
That's a new technology that players have discovered, because they did not have enough side deck space anymore. So they decided, how can I play around that Pearly field the best? Because we want to play Crossout, and we are already playing Crossout, so we just have one more card to side. How about we side Pearl Leap to play around the Pearly matchup as well? I like it as well. It's a super weird way of approaching the problem, but it does work in the end, and I love that too, yeah, for sure.
It's reminiscent of the players using Triple Tactics Thrust, and then having like one of everything. You could do the same thing with Crossout Designator.
Yeah. And then a card that wasn't super popular over the last couple of events, but I remember it being really, really popular in early Kashtira strategies, for example, in YCS Lyon last year. And that was, oh wait, actually it was this year, but the beginning of the year and the last season. And it's Gravekeeper's Inscription. And that's one of the cards that has found its way into the side deck of Lorenzo Muselli. And I think it's a good call now that Telements is so popular again. I love the card.
Not only Telements, but also Unchained has some issues with the card.
Not
Rave
just
effects
some.
are sometimes very important. I think it's good that it's not in the main deck, because in Lyon, people were playing it in the main deck.
Yes, for sure.
It was a very, very powerful card back then. But we also have Rescue Ace, we have Pearly, and they don't really rely on the graveyard that much. Some effects are happening there, but not all of them. You can summon Turbulence without using the graveyard effect.
Absolutely. But now, after Lorenzo going first in game number 1, it will now be Kirolo's turn. So let's see what he can make with that advantage. Game number 2 coming your way.
Alright, I'm going to get the Cosmic Blazer Dragon up for you guys again. If you saw it last game and were wondering what does this card even do, you can now read it.
It was gone so quickly, yeah.
Yes.
Immediately when that card hit the field, the game was over, basically.
I think the answer is just everything.
Yeah.
Okay, Kirolos again being able to start off with his Sinful Sports package here, which is what you want to start off with. Oh, but he doesn't have a whole lot of engine there, I think. He has Triple Tactic Talents, which is great, but besides that, not a whole lot.
I was just going to say, do you remember the trap card monsters that Kaiba used?
Yes, I
Crush
do.
Card Dragon, I think, and Mirror Force Dragon. I think Cosmic Blazer Dragon is like Solemn Judgment Dragon.
He kind of is,
Also,
yeah.
also it's Negate Attack Dragon
Okay.
as well, because you can also end the battle phase of your opponent by banishing it.
Okay, so, I mean, there is a way into engine. Lorenzo considering to interact now, because that would be the way into a level 1 fire monster, and it's going through.
Is a discarded impermanence of Sinful Spoils
Yep.
really a sign that your opponent does not have anything to play? Maybe they just don't want to give away their extender. Maybe they
Yeah.
think, hey, I'm going first, I have a big combo, I'm just going to discard this impermanence.
You don't really need it, it feels
Yeah.
like it. I think it's a good discard for sure going first. And now, let's see whether we can find additional engine. Can we get a connector or something there? A really powerful Norman summon? Oh, we can! In the form of reinforcement of the army. Any kind of warrior monster we want from our deck that's level 4 or lower. And it is the connector. Okay, so game 1 we had it. It didn't work out in the end. But now going first in game number 2, that information is really important to look into your opponent's hand.
Whoa!
But
Connector,
there
I
is
was
a
gonna, sorry, I was gonna, Connector followed up by Triple Tactic Talents is absolutely massive. But now the impermanence answer to that is, of course, very, very strong. I was getting a little bit excited.
Leo losing his breakfast live on stream.
Okay, and there comes V Isolde. Isolde, is he going to search? One approach is also, oh, okay, but there is the Ghost Mourner. But we have seen that Kirolos has an answer to monster effects in his own main phase from his opponent, and it's Triple Tactic Talents. What are we drawing into? We couldn't search, but maybe we can draw into something that we wanted to search there.
It's never a good sign if you have to draw with Triple Tactic Talents. Imagine activating Pot of Greed and thinking, oh, this is not really what I want.
I think he's happy enough to do it here. Also Lorenzo, of course, being down to 3 cards in hand, that definitely helps. And Kirolos picking up the Rickedato, using its graveyard effect there.
Let's see, special summon a Fire Warrior or just a Warrior from your hand. This is really great because now you can make that second copy of Isolde.
Yes, indeed.
And one of the downsides, I guess, of that Ghost Mourner that Lorenzo is playing, even though it will inflict 1600 damage now to Kirolos, lest we forget, but you have to use it when the monster's summoned, so you can't wait for Isolde's summon from the deck effect. You have to use it straight away.
Yep, totally. So we were able to summon out Morgus, and now we are going to use the special summon effect of the Isolde. And there is another reason why Infernoble is so good now going first, or even stronger going first, because we saw the newly released card, Angelica's Angelic Ring, which was released in Age of Overlords, and that card is comparable to Magician's Right Hand. Do you remember that card? It can just negate the first spell card that your opponent is activating. So this even works for his cards like Super Polymerization or Dark Ruler No More. So it's just crazy, crazy, crazy. And he has decided to bring it to the tournament, playing it in the main deck there.
I love your comparison to a card that no one's probably ever heard
I mean,
of.
it is doing the same thing, though, at the end of the day. I don't even know. Is it right hand or is it left hand? But
I
one
don't
of the two
know,
it
yeah.
is.
I saw somebody try and combo this with Great Shogun Shien, which I thought was absolutely fantastic.
Ooh, that's
'cause
classy.
That stops your opponent from activating more. It's a bit like when players use the Naturia Rose Whip with Regulus.
Yeah, look, it is
Yeah.
the right hand. There we are. There we are. Basically doing the same.
But it's not an equip spell.
That's true. That's true.
And you
So,
don't have to have a spellcaster. It's just completely different.
I see your point. Okay, now we go for the Phoenix Blade, which of course is also the main equip spell you're going to send with Isolde, because you can just easily recover it from the graveyard, activating it as well now onto the... This is Ogier that's on the field there, right?
Yeah, that's Ogier. Yeah, it's a great summon off Isolde because it lets you just send any Fire Warrior from your deck to the graveyard.
He's one of the OGs of the Informed Noble Knights.
For sure. So we are going for a rank 4 here, and it is going... Oh yes, of course, another newish card that was a recent addition, and it's going to be the Battling Boxer Dempsey that is going to be summoned out here. This was in the... which set was it? That was the set with the Salamangreat card and also with the Battling Boxer cards, of course, and the support was really, really great for it overall.
Was it Soul Burning Volcano? Or was
yes,
that
there were also
volcanic
volcanic cards in there.
Yeah.
Let's see, maybe we also see some volcanics over this weekend. That would be nice, wouldn't it be?
Oh, bold call, Sebastian.
I know, I know. So, Dempsey got us even more warriors here, because even though Battling Boxer King Dempsey is a Battling Boxer card, you can just search any kind of warrior monster. You can also just summon it with 2 level 4 monsters, so it's completely generic, so it really, really, really helps. Oh, there comes the Angelica now, right? Yeah, okay, we haven't had access to the museum, so let's get that museum out of our deck now.
Angelica's just crazy powerful.
Yes.
You get to search the museum, as you mentioned, and then you can, as long as you target it with something, you can banish it and summon a Captain Roland from your extra deck, and then send a Noble Knight. It just does so many things.
Yeah, all in one. The Princess of Noble Arms, certainly deserving its title.
For some reason, it reminds me of the World Chalice Ib, the level 5 synchro. Also searches one of the spell cards, and then if you synchro it away, it special summons something out from the deck.
Yeah, and that's forbidden. So
yeah,
this is probably pretty good if that's the comparison you're making.
All right, there comes Durandal. Durandal being one of the cards in the Infernoble archetype that is also being brought into other decks, because it can just search out a warrior monster, and it doesn't have to be one of the Infernoble monsters. So for example, you could also just search out something like Raisin. I would say Lukas Janssen in the finals of YCS Dortmund may have played 1 copy of Durandal in his deck. So definitely something that is worth considering when you have any kind of warrior monsters in your deck.
It has such a Fire Warrior, but that doesn't seem to be an issue at the moment.
True, you're right.
Everything is Fire Warrior.
Yeah,
There's Rescue Ace, there's Vanquish Soul. Fire Warriors, it's the year of the Fire Warrior for sure.
Yes, so Angelica, judges quickly intervening because there was something that Kyrolos forgot.
Maybe you're just supposed to send before you summon the Roland. I'm not 100% sure. That might be what the judges were pointing out.
Yep, there is the Gearfried being sent to the graveyard, another super powerful card. One of the older ones, but definitely still an incredible powerhouse. And the Infernoble Knight, Captain Roland, now on the field.
Yeah, it's a lovely card for this deck, because being able to equip it at spell speed 2 speed, so during your opponent's turn, it just kind of keeps the whole engine running very smoothly together.
It makes Charles pretty happy.
Yeah, it makes Charles very happy, just getting that pop on your opponent's turn.
Okay, so that is now going to be another... Is it going to be a Synchro Summon? Yes, of course. It is going to be now the biggest Synchro monster of the archetype. It's going to be the Infernoble Knight Emperor Charles, and that is the one you want to get to eventually.
Charles with his multiple pops. We are already equipping the Roland now.
And then we can make bigger Charles.
Yep. That, again, is one of the more recent additions. Of course, because it's a Link monster, it couldn't be that old. But yeah, Emperor Charles the Great can just link off the other copy of the Infernoble Knight Emperor Charles, and therefore equip it again. And there comes now the... all the big monsters now coming to the field. I love the end field that Kyrolos is creating here. A lot of really powerful, high-attack monsters ready to negate, and really putting up an impressive field overall. Yeah,
and Lorenzo is already 2 cards down. So this is a great start for Kyrolos. I mean, he's done all of this through 2 interruptions.
Very, very well played, yeah, for sure. But Lorenzo still, as I was saying, he doesn't seem impressed, right? He's still super calm, just considering his options, probably planning ahead already for his next turn, trying to figure out how he can still do it, how he can still play through this. He never seems bothered. He's just like a machine, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls it off. Okay, but he pulled up the scoop right there. Okay, he thought about it for a second, realized I ain't going to win this game, so therefore Kirolo's taking one back, defeating the reigning Italian national champion here, making it a 1-1 game, and I think with right around 11 minutes left on the clock, we are going to have a game number 3 here.
Oh, that was very good comedic timing.
I was going to say, Lorenzo adding to his repertoire of great skills. It was the comic timing, yeah.
All of his skills in there, and now, of course, Lorenzo has the option to bring in some of his very powerful going first cards there. And the main card I'm looking at there is the old man that has been saying no for ages now, and is the Solemn Judgment, and he's siding that, yeah.
Tom, you have been pretty excited about this card when you saw it.
Well, so the combo that Centurion, I don't want to say it's famous for it, but the one that people have been talking about with regards to the deck, it lets you summon a Hot Red Dragon, Archfiend, Calamity. I think I got all of those adjectives in the correct order. And but it's a bit of a fragile combo. It's kind of all in. If your opponent has one interruption, Book of Moon or Spellbound or Book of Eclipse or whatever, then you wouldn't get anything for it. But if you have that one Solemn Judgment to protect it and then force through your Calamity, that could be pretty devastating.
Seems good, seems good. One thing that's dangerous, though, is I was just mentioning the 11 minutes that we had just before the game ended. So maybe they're going to start this game number 3 with roughly 9 minutes left on the clock or something. And then a card that makes you pay half of your life points is dangerous territory to me.
Good thing is that the Centurion combo is incredibly fast.
That's true.
Not many summons, let me tell you, and you're doing a little bit more stuff on your opponent's turn. But then also, once you have resolved your combo, your opponent is not really allowed to activate any cards.
Fair. Okay, I see that for sure. So we will see whether that works out or not. Let's see whether there are any other options. That Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill that we just saw, that was brought in from the side deck. He's just side decking that thrice. And I mean, that would also be a way to kind of counter the life points difference, because if you get that Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill to resolve, your opponent is also going to lose life points for that. So that's cool. And then what else? Do you think... I was mentioning Gravekeeper's Inscription early on. Is that a card you want to bring in versus this deck? Because it is active for 2 turns, so your opponent would be affected by it. Is that something you want versus the Infernoble deck or not?
Yeah, there's definitely a couple of effects. So there's the Divine Sword Phoenix Blade, there's Ricardetto in the graveyard. But it doesn't seem like it does enough.
Yeah, overall it's a little, but not enough, most likely. I agree.
I really like the addition of Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit against the Infernoble deck, because it stops the Museum. If your opponent activates the first Isolde effect to add a card that cannot be used, you can just destroy the Isolde, and then your opponent will have to acquire 2 new warrior monsters to go into the second Isolde, and some people aren't even playing 2 Isoldes, even though I think that is really risky.
Yeah, for sure. Also, funny thing, Kirolos is siding 1 copy of Dimension Shifter. I'm super sure it is as a crossout target. But do we bring it in going second now in this matchup versus Centurion? Does Centurion even rely on the graveyard enough? Probably not, right?
A tiny bit, right? So it fetches something out the graveyard with Legatia.
Yeah.
So, but not enough. It probably hurts you more.
You can still go for the combo, right?
Yeah, I think so too. It doesn't interfere with him enough, but let's see how it turns out in reality. Game number 3 coming your way once again.
I love the fact that you mentioned the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, because I think it's Lorenzo. He secretly knows that the mirror match, it's all about the mirror match, and people mention like, oh yeah, Ghost Ogre is like amazing, and they can destroy the field spell, the monsters, anything.
You know what other card is amazing that's just genuinely good and that I love and that I have been promoting for the last 10 years? Cosmic Cyclone.
Yes, thanks for letting us know.
This one also completely stops the combo of Centurion.
That's true. Okay, ooh, that's a sign of strength. When you can discard Pot of Prosperity out of your opening hand for the field spell, that definitely tells your opponent you have a good hand. But there is the impermanence on the Centurion monster on the field there, on the Primera.
I like the Pot of Prosperity as a discard in this deck. Usually I would always say go for the Prosperity, but if you don't really have grave effects to work with and you already have everything you want in your hand, then you would just rather discard this one, because it's not valuable engine or a resource that you want to use.
Yeah. Also, you get a draw with Legatia, so maybe if you already know you want to do that, you'd value, Prosperity, a draw plus 1 other card, or it might just be as a second Prosperity.
And this time we do go for the play right away in our first turn. We have summoned out the Amith. And we now also use the other effect of the Garcia. And that was it again. Lorenzo quickly performing his turn in less than a minute. It's over to Kyrolos. And he starts off once again. All 3 games he has access to Nail Space Connector. Is it going to resolve?
An answer to this calamity that's about to come down?
We'll see. I mean, so far, Lorenzo has not responded to this.
Well, you have to do... you have to wait until your opponent's main phase. That's the only downside. Yeah. So Kyrolos kind of gets to take the first action, but then afterwards it looks like Lorenzo's just going for it.
There we go, special summoning them out. Now we want to use the field spell, but there's Cosmic Cycle. You were talking about Leo. Congratulations. Finally, it has paid off.
Leo's definitely going to lose his breakfast today. He's getting Cosmic Cyclone.
So no quick synchros there. That's crazy.
Oh, even on the field spell. That is really good.
Okay, we get to search now, but of course it is the turn of Kyrolos, so that card in our hand is not going to do a whole lot there.
And it's going to be revealed once again after... Whoa!
Oh, triple tactic talents right after!
Are you taking something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my, but there is Ghost Ogre, Ghost Mourner and Nibiru, so plenty of cards that are scary, and we are going after the Nibiru. And that kinda is telling us that Kyrolos feels comfortable enough to play through Ghost Ogre and Ghost Mourner, which is a hard challenge to do, not gonna lie.
I'm guessing there must not be a way for him to summon another warrior, because otherwise you could have used the Aqua Dolphin.
Probably, yeah, you're right. So there is going to be now the Isolde. Lorenzo probably clarifying which effect he wants to use. Okay, no, he just wants to say on the summon I want to get that Ghost Mourner out of there.
Now we have the reinforcement of the army. I'm just going to get this up for you guys in case you haven't seen the card yet. Such a great generic old card from one of the first sets. And now this is looking good because, yes, Morna and Effect Veiler and everything on Ghost Ogre are annoying for the deck, but if you have extenders, it doesn't really stop you from doing all of your combos.
I don't know what can extend here, because the Fire Flint Lady, you need to discard a Fire Warrior maybe? Or do you need to have a Fire Warrior? I thought you needed to have a Fire Warrior, and Isolde is not a fire.
That is true, indeed. It is not, but let's double check on the Fire Flint Lady.
No, it's just a warrior monster.
Just a warrior monster. There we go. Fire Flint Lady coming to the field. Immediately being used as a link material. What are we going into here? Another copy of Isolde, maybe? Yep, I think so. Here we go again. Isolde number 2.
I'm interested, if he had the reinforcement of the army to extend, why not use the Aqua Dolphin?
That's a good point.
Would have traded with the Ghost Ogre, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, the Ghost Mourner and possibly the Ghost Ogre as well.
True. Maybe he just forgot. I mean, he used the talents to look into his opponent's hand, so in his head, maybe he thought I already used the Aqua Dolphin because it's kind of doing the same thing.
Maybe he doesn't have enough resources in his hand.
Fair.
This card.
Maybe he needed the reinforcement of the army, yeah.
So you think that one card in his hand, he wouldn't willingly trade it for Lorenzo's Ghost Ogre at this point? I guess we'll find out what it is.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, Kyrolos is playing against the time. He has less than 5 minutes. He's down 2,600 life points. He has to find a way quickly here to get a lot of monsters onto the field to turn this thing around.
The big question is, what does the Ghost Ogre even do here? You're going to send equip spells for a cost. This could be Ghost Ogre, however, you're still going to summon out a monster, and I don't think that Lorenzo wants to throw the Ghost Ogre in here. What other points of the combo can you realistically ogre? You can throw it on a museum later on.
Yeah. Also, maybe Angelica. I could see that, but it also doesn't seem incredibly powerful. I think mainly you just want to get it on the first effect of Isolde, right? As a surprise factor, so your opponent cannot use the special summon effect anymore. I mean, as we have seen, Kyrolos just plays multiple copies of Isolde, so that's not that big of a factor anyways, but I think that was mainly the way it has been used in the past. But Lorenzo has decided to go for the Ghost Mourner first here. Of course, maybe also because he wanted that burn damage by the Ghost Mourner there.
Yeah, so I was trying to figure out where the extra 1,000 had come from. It's the Cosmic Cyclone. So
yes.
Leo's very excited about it, but if it was Mystical Space Typhoon, he'd have 1,000 more life points right here.
Yeah, but then the Centurion field spell would be in the graveyard. I mean, not that it makes a difference, but it's good that it's banished. We like that.
But it also shows you that Kyrillos knows how the Centurion deck is working, right? Because he sided in those Cosmic Cyclones, knowing that they can prevent the Synchro Summon on his own turn, and therefore he definitely showed us that he thought about Centurion while preparing his deck, and that's a good sign.
Maybe he just didn't want to get phalanxed again, because in the first
fair.
there was a set trap card that would be really good in the graveyard.
Okay, we go. It seems like we're going into the battle phase, right? That looked like battle phase. Oh, but no, there comes the Amith. Oh, are we in end phase? No, we are drawing through Legacia, right? And that is the handshake. I guess Lorenzo is taking it down, right? That must be the explanation. Kyrillos just realizing there's no way I can do this anymore, realizing we cannot win this here, and then in the next turn Lorenzo is going to have too much, and therefore Lorenzo keeps winning.
Yeah, I mean, that was
a surprise.
It was a lovely hand for Lorenzo, really. He had a ton of interruptions and his engine. He had that nice, like, 2 engine pieces, so when the first impermanence came down, he just breezed through it with the second, with the field spell.
And that is something that a lot of very strong players have said about the deck. It is incredibly easy to set up your combo. You don't need a lot of engine in the deck. You have cards like Pot of Prosperity that increase your consistency. You can also always discard it and go for an extra draw. You have so many hand trips. You have so many interactions on the opposing turn that are generic cards that you can just include however you want to. It is really, really strong. And of course, even if you get stopped, the follow-up of this deck is absolutely insane. I think that the Cosmic Cyclone came on the perfect timing to use it on the field spell, because then the monsters are already special summoned into the main monster zone and cannot be used as traps in the next turn again. So I think that was absolutely ideal. But Nibiru, Ghost Mauler, and Ghost Ogre were just simply too much to overcome.
And I mean, also, of course, he waited for that so that he could also get his triple tactic Talons live. But once again, I'm not getting tired of preaching you how good Lorenzo Muselli is as a player. The moment his opponent activated the Infinite Impermanence, I think he took a quarter of a second to continue his play. Like, he immediately knew, okay, if he imperms this, I'm going to just continue to do it this way. He didn't even care. It was so easy for him. I think if that first effect would have resolved, he probably would have just grabbed Phalanx again, I guess, right? As he did in the first game. But yeah, he knows his stuff. He's definitely one of the people to watch out for, maybe to win this entire tournament.
Yeah, I just wanted to say what Leo said about the Centurion deck. It sounds a lot like what people were saying about the Kashtira deck before.
Oh, yes.
And
that's
Lorenzo,
maybe the connection, right?
A massive fan of the Kashtira deck. Obviously, he played it for almost a full year, so maybe that's why he's picked this deck up.
I was thinking about Zodiac, actually, but you're absolutely right. Kashtira is a much more recent connection to make there. But we have heard that Ed is already prepared for the winner's interview with Lorenzo, so take it away, Ed.
Thank you, Leo. I'm always prepared for a winner's interview after a brilliant feature match such as that. I am joined by Lorenzo Muselli, the Italian champion, who's just taken that round 1 feature match win. Lorenzo, how do you feel? You're coming back to the same venue of your triumph. How does it feel winning the first match already?
It feels great, obviously. Coming back home in this specific venue is something special for me. And obviously I want to repeat myself. And the first round went really good, so I hope continue this way.
I hope so as well, because it'll be nice to see you kind of coast through to another win here. But, you know, we're still early days. Talk to us a bit about your deck. You're using Centurion. This is the first time we've seen that on the feature match. So what is it that you like about Centurion? What made you pick that deck?
I think the format is a lot of end-trap format. So the deck with 1-card combo is usually the best one. Centurion has a lot of 1-card combo and can offer a lot of non-engine cards. So I think he's one of the best picks for this tournament.
I mean, it definitely went well. Just going through your game, you managed to play around Appaloosa in the first game. You kept that Nibiru in hand. That Legatia is just a really, really good card. What is it that you find is sort of the win condition of that deck when you go, I can win now? Is it usually just having Legatia out and hoping they don't out it?
No, the main win condition obviously is the Calamity.
Yeah, Calamity's always a big one.
If you summon Calamity, you obviously will win. But also Legatia, summon in your opponent turn, destroy 1, draw 1. So I draw, like in the first game, I don't use it, but because I don't need it. But I draw Veiler with Legatia, so it was incredible. And the main focus is Legatia and Calamity.
They're definitely staple, and like watching you get those down was really exciting. Going into game 2, obviously there was quite a bit more from Kyrilos that time. I think you just decided, I just want to get into game 3, and then you got into that game 3. There was a moment where Kyrilos had some really strong combos going on, but you still managed to play all the way around that, managed to get all the way through, and then you took the win. So when you're up against quite a threatening looking combo or quite a threatening field with Centurion, what are you thinking about in the moment?
So in the game 3, I started with Prosperity and True Engine, yes, and True Entrap. And I draw another one with Legatia, so I feel really comfortable. Obviously the Cosmic hurt a lot, but I had 3 Entrap in Nibiru, Moon and Ghost Ogre, and it was pretty tough because you use Impairments, Cosmic, already 2 cards out of the end, so 4 cards. So I know that I was gonna win that game. So.
I mean, you did great. You did fantastic. Is there anything that you're worried about with Centurion going up against this weekend?
No, I test a lot, I prepare a lot the deck in the better way possible. And I think that I'm prepared for every problem. So I'm not fear of any problem. So.
A confident man, and that's what we like to see. A man who's going to tackle the meta single-handedly here at YCS Bologna. Congratulations, Lorenzo. Best of luck in your next games. Guys, we've got loads of coverage coming up. We've got a venue walk around to take you around here. We've got lots of great interviews. But first, let's take a quick look at exactly what's happening in the meta in the trading card game right now.
Hello and welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2023. I'm here joined by Basti. We're going to be taking you through the meta breakdown of this tournament and what we expect to see. So, excited for this event, first of all, Basti?
Absolutely, of course. So many decks in the tournament, so many different names, and it's impossible basically at this point to predict what's coming out, but we're trying, right?
Yeah, so the sort of elephant in the room for a lot of the players is just how many decks are going to be available this weekend. We have so many different archetypes that have just been at the top tier of the meta. We're going to be taking you through a couple of them and then maybe looking at some of the newer options. For example, Fire Kings, Centurion is worth discussing. Generally for this type of format, you know, something that people can sometimes struggle with is preparation because there's just so many decks, you know,
Exactly,
your side deck. Compared to something that's a little bit more central, like when we had Tier Limit Ishizu last year, there's a big difference in how you prepare for that. So any advice or thoughts on just how you deal with such a open kind of meta like this?
I think, especially in the side deck, that's the part where you prepare the most, where you can kind of influence on how to prepare for matchups. You kind of have to go with more generic cards because we want to be prepared for all kind of different stuff. So like generic cards like Lightning Storm or something like that, it's just better because they hit more different decks. So you just kind of want to get a soft spot where you get more generic cards in your side deck maybe to cover all those different matchups that we're going to talk about, I guess.
And some of the biggest issues that people find is that in your main deck, it's hard to really diversify your defensive cards. Should I be playing lots of hand traps? Should I be playing with a ton of field breakers? Should I be, you know, maining something like Dart Ruler, Droll? These are all kind of cards that are not going to be good in some matchups, but really, really good into others. Now, speaking a little bit about the matchups for this event, I guess one of the biggest decks really is Rescue Ace currently.
Yeah.
You know a little bit about that. Why don't you walk us through it?
Yeah, so the Rescue Ace deck, obviously nowadays, mostly paired with the Sinful Spoils package because it just synergizes so well. Having the option to special out a level 1 fire monster, Hello Hydrant of course, out of your deck, and then starting the plays from there, having multiple ways now to get to that card, to get your plays going is super, super good. And of course, having the opportunity to set 4 cards from your deck, spells and traps, is so insanely powerful. So if you're it is a combo deck, and you will end nowadays on cards like Baron de Fleur and SP, which was recently introduced in Age of Overlords as well. So you are creating a good field of monsters, but it's backed up with so many great interruptions in the spell and trap zone as well. So it's really, really, really hard to counter it because you will have to have a solution for the monsters, but also for the cards in the back. So it's like very, very tough to prepare. I think it's very versatile, and therefore, even though we have a lot of different decks, maybe the top contender in the room, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. And you mentioned a little bit about the sort of synchro package that people have been playing using the Jet Synchron. A couple of other sort of different versions. We've seen this like a sort of Cyburst take on it with Terahertz ending on a negate is one of the options that people have been playing with Rescue Ace. And I think it's really just about which one would you pick personally, I suppose, if you were coming into this event?
Yeah, I have to say, I really like the interaction of Baron de Fleur and SP, right? Having the chance to, for example, negate Nibiru, or like, you don't even negate the Nibiru, you chain the SP and banish the Baron de Fleur and the SP, and then you just bring them back in the end phase, and hello, Baron de Fleur again. You can just negate one more time, and I think that's super, super powerful, to be honest.
That's an extremely powerful interaction. Now, the other deck, I suppose that's sort of up there, I want to say is probably Unchained, right?
For sure.
Now, they play very differently. Rescue Ace is a deck that probably struggles a little bit more against hand traps, whereas on the other hand, Unchained actually, I think, slices through hand traps really well.
Sure.
It's a deck where effect negation doesn't really do too much because you have so much activations and power coming out of your graveyard. It's a deck that is designed around destroying. So generally people try and counter it with things like Talent Steal. We've even seen Change of Heart in the last couple events. And it's a deck that really is focused on sort of setting up this really powerful field, playing through hand traps really well, and I suppose the most important sort of piece of that puzzle is the DDXE monster, which is a not once per turn sort of solemn warning effect, right? It's a really, really powerful card.
The season is very, very amazing. And also, that's what we were just talking about. It's so hard to counter the multitude of strategies because I was mentioning Lightning Storm, but that's a card that is just not really great versus Unchained because you don't want to destroy Unchained cards as they are triggering the spell and trap cards, but also the monsters. So you are really struggling to find answers to that then. So.
Yeah, Unchained is it's just one of those really good sort of versatile toolbox kind of decks, and I think basically it is the way that it works is that it's versatile. It's always going to have a decent matchup against everything, and in a format like this, you want to be able to have a good matchup against everything, because as soon as you get paired up against something that's really bad against your deck, if you get unlucky with that same matchup multiple times throughout a tournament, that could really cost you your tournament.
Honestly, it feels like the safest option, doesn't it? It feels like a very consistent deck, putting up the same thing every single time, having a couple of ways to do it, like sometimes you end on a rage on the field, sometimes in the graveyard ready to come back with the trap or something, but it does that very, very consistently. And I think that's why a lot of very strong players are leaning towards the deck, because that deck is reliable. And if you're playing 12 rounds of Swiss, you want to have a reliable deck. And therefore, Unchained seems like a very good pick to me as well for the event, for sure.
Next option is, I would say, without a doubt, Pearly. Pearly has been quite a strong deck over the last couple of weeks, and I think I want to say as well, potentially with Masadu influencing this Ghost Trick engine.
I'm excited to maybe see this in the TCG now as well, for sure, because that has not been popular in the TCG at all. It kind of came over from the OCG now, and in Masadu people were playing it, and maybe now people in TCG also use that. And interestingly enough, Pearly never really had that big success. Like, I think it was part of the 3v3 winning team at the YCS over in the US, but for example in Europe, we never actually had it winning a YCS, even though it's such a super, super strong deck. I mean, X Pearly Noir is just such a crazily good card, and I mean, it can win games on its own. So maybe it's just time for this deck this weekend to actually take it down.
Kind of like in the same vein as the previous two decks, where you have a lot of space for non-engine, so it's got a good sort of diverse matchup against everything, depending on how you want to build it. But again, goes back to how do you build your non-engine defensive cards for this format. Last major deck, I suppose, to talk about in terms of the top contenders, I think, is Tearlament.
Oh, yeah.
It's been around for probably a year, I think, at this point.
Right around a year, maybe a little longer now.
A little bit of a hiatus when Arise Heart was around, but now it's here. It's one of the top decks and probably one of the most powerful decks, just in terms of its combo potential. You know, Beatrice sending a Guido or a Kelbeck, filling your graveyard, getting those powerful fusions off. What do you think about the deck?
I think it's very, very strong. Strong contender again for this event to take it down altogether. I think it had a little more of a surprise factor, even though it's already around for so long. I think it had a bit of a surprise factor for YCS Dortmund, because people were not heavily prepared for it. But now that that's a couple of months away, people know that the deck is in full focus again. It might get targeted a little bit more by the community, by people playing cards specifically for that in their main or side deck. For example, Dimension Shifter, of course, will be very popular again this weekend, for example. And this deck has no real way to play for that card, to be honest.
Speaking about Dimension Shifter, we are in Italy. One of the most popular decks in this region we found over the regional through the regional circuits has been Fluon de Riz.
Yeah, of course. I think just because we are here in Bologna, we have to expect that deck, and I'm very, very certain that we are going to have at least one Flo and the Reese player in top 8, I would even say. Even though it wasn't really... I mean, we had one top 8 Flo and the Reese player in Dortmund with Sven Reitman, so I think maybe he just runs it back. But of course, there are a lot of Italians also waiting to claim that title with the Flo and the Reese deck, because as well, this deck never won a YCS in Europe so far, so maybe this time. It came close, YCS Dortmund 2022, where it was in the finals, but it never took a YCS down, so who knows?
We'll see what happens for MPEN's strongest soldier. 2 more decks to talk about that have been newer, I suppose.
Speaking about European events, right? We also, of course, have to follow up with the deck that just won the last European YCS and won all of the European events before that.
Only in Europe for some reason.
Rika San Abalong. And I mean, when there is the European champion attending, and we know she is, maybe she's just going to bring it all the way again. Julia Schwarzkopf is also there, so we have very, very prominent Rika players, so everything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, strong, powerful combo deck, huge ceiling, and apparently we still don't know what it does. People are still not using their disruptions correctly against it, we'll see. But talking a little bit about the newest sort of side set, we've got the Valiant Smashers, Centurion, brand new deck that just came out, and I think that it's a decent deck and it has a good option of topping, and it's got a lot of non-engine space to be able to diversify and deal with whatever matchups.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty strong deck that also plays through hand traps quite well, right?
Yeah, that's the main thing about it. You have like such a small engine package that you have so much space in your main deck to cover all those different matchups we have in the metagame. We were saying that there's like 10 different decks to prepare for, and I think Centurion has the option to already kind of do this in the main deck, and that's a huge advantage of playing a deck that doesn't have that many engine cards, and also because it's so new. I mean, probably there are going to be more in the future, but for now it's only from Valiant Smashers, and also it has the Rika advantage too, of course, because it's so new. Rika is not new, but people don't know what to do against it, right? So probably you can get some wins by just your opponent not knowing what to do against your deck, and that's always an advantage, of course.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of tools that is always going to be able to access to you when you have that field spell. For example, there's a whole bunch of different synchros that you can surprise your opponent with.
For sure.
And because it's the first event with Centurion in the meta, it's going to be quite interesting to see just how people are going to either use something like Crimson Dragon, Calamity potentially.
Yes.
These are all different options that Centurion has available to it, so we'll just have to wait and see for what type of engines we'll be seeing people play.
Totally, and I mean, even newer than the Valiant Smashers set is the Fire King structure deck, which was released on the first day before the event. So it's brand new. People just got the cards, and there's some nice new Fire King cards in there. And I think, honestly, to me, I'm even having higher hopes for the Fire King deck than for the Centurion deck. I think there will be some very, very good players piloting the deck, and I can see that deck going all the way, even, honestly. I mean, we're talking about decks that can win the tournament. Of course, they are maybe topping, but I think Fire King might be one of those decks where people don't know what to do against, but the players have been preparing for weeks now. Of course, the cards are out since first day, but you know, players, they are reading up on cards already and they know what to do with it. They probably have been practicing combos for ages now, and I think Fire King is a good shot. And it's also, of course, using the Sinful Spoils package, which I was
about to mention that, yeah. So
Fire to earlier,
yeah, Fire King is arguably the strongest best deck in OCG right now. Admittedly, they do have some support from Phantom Nightmare. However, even just before that, it still had a decent amount of success, and I can expect it to probably do okay. I don't want to say it's going to be incredible, but the Sinful Spoil engine with that consistency is going to be really, really good at getting the little Grunix out of your deck and performing all of your combos.
And I think, talking about the metagame in general, I think that Sinful Spoils package will overall have a pretty good impact on the event and on the event metagame, because I think many different decks actually can afford to play that package, have additional consistency through that package because you're allowed to just draw cards through it and so on. And therefore, I think even strategies like Kashtira might be paired up with the Sinful Spoils package and all of a sudden have a deep run in tournaments. So I expect this engine maybe to be the most impactful engine of the entire event.
So just to wrap this up, I suppose we could probably do a little estimation of what deck would you pick to win this? What's your prediction for this?
I think, even though we talked about a couple of decks already here, there's one more deck that I'm kind of thinking could have a shot. I like Infernobles. You can also put the Sinful Spoils cards into that. I think that's a pretty good one, and paired up with the Mikanko cards as well. So have an eye out for these as well. I think those are pretty cool as well.
We talked about so many different decks and archetypes, but there's, again, just so many that we haven't discussed because there's so many available. Mathmech is a deck that's around. You know, the Horus engine has been played in a bunch of different decks. Maybe we'll see that here. I'm going to go with Tearlament as my pick for the event, I'd say.
I expected Burning Abyss, but what can you do?
It's the closest thing, you know. We're just milling cards, you know.
All right,
it feels good.
Yeah, very cool. So, as you've heard, so many different options, so many different decks in the room. We will find out over the entirety of the weekend which deck is ultimately going to be the winner. So, thank you for listening to our meta analysis here, and see you for more content soon.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage for YCS Bologna 2023. Obviously we have thousands of duelists competing at the main event, but there is so much more than that. This weekend here, as you can see, we are standing in front of the beautiful prize wall where a lot of our duelists can pick up amazing prizes that they can collect points at the public events this weekend. We got a lot of incredible different public events as we will showcase on stream this weekend. Not only can you compete with the regular deck, but you can also join in the Ultimate Time Wizard event. You can play different Time Wizards events as well, Speed Duel, a lot of different ways. But how does the prize wall work? Well, each of these events, based on your ranking, will provide you some points. And with those points, you can come here where the staff will allow you to go through a lot of different typologies of products, and you can get different prizes based on the points that you've got. And the choice is quite wide. Here, just as some examples, with just 2 points, you can get a lot of different sleeves. The ones I picked up are the Kaiba Corp. You cannot go wrong with that. And these are some of my favorites, personal one. And just for 3 points, 1 more point, you can get a lot of different deck boxes. Again, one that I kind of like was, and caught my attention, was the Kuribo collection one. But you have a lot of different options. And in terms of sleeves, you can even get sleeves from previous events that were no longer gone. But when we talk about higher stake prices, all the way starting from 8 points, you can get playmats, and we have so many different ones. Here, just an example, we have a beautiful playmat from WCQ Regional 2022 showing Italian favorite, maybe for one there is, but I mean that's just a personal favorite of ours. You have some exclusive ones as well for just the event, so it's amazing. It's a lot of different ways, it's a lot of fun this weekend. So even if obviously we wish all of our participants good luck, maybe you don't make it to day 2, not a big deal. You got a lot of events to play, a lot of prizes to compete for, and this is just up to you guys to come to these YCS events and have fun as much as possible in a lot of different Yu-Gi-Oh! Ways. Thank you guys for being with us, and I just wish all of you good luck. Keep watching, and we'll be back with more action from YCS Bologna.
Get your game on. Let's rev it up.
Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
So for those of you at home who have either never been to a YCS or you simply couldn't make it here to YCS Bologna, we'd like to take you guys around the venue on a little tour so that we can give you a little bit of a taste of exactly what this venue is like. Now I'm going to subtly walk off frame here and then we're going to very unsubtly transition to the next area of the tour. Magical. So this is our main event stage. This is where all of our duelists who are taking part in the main event here at YCS Bologna will be signing up to make sure that they are registered for the tournament. Now, once they've signed up for that main event, they'll be sitting down here at one of these many long tables which have all of these multiple flags on them. This is where all of the duels will be happening during those rounds of Swiss. It's very exciting to see what happens here because this is where all the action takes place. Now this is the public event stage, so if you're not taking part in the main event, you could take part in some of the public events which have different formats and also allow you to win points. When you win those points, you can exchange them for prizes over at the prize wall. Now this is the prize wall. Here you can see plenty of play mats, sleeves, all sorts of goodies that you can get your hands on with those points from the public events. Now Marcello and Alberto have done a full video breakdown on some of the prizes that you can get, so make sure you stick around for some of that coverage later on. But there's more. And if the TCG isn't quite your bag, well, we have plenty of our digital titles, including a Duel Links area that you can come and play, and also a Master Duel area. Now, there are also prizes available for taking part in Master Duel tournaments, so there's always something to do here at YCS Bologna. Now, for the last bit of our tour. And this is where all the magic happens. So right in front of me is the coverage area. On the right, that is where our commentators will sit during the feature matches that you guys see, and that is where they are broadcasting from, watching all the action, which you then hear throughout the duels. And on the left is where those feature duels happen. Right now, Basti and Jess are currently taking part in some of our pre-recorded content so that you guys have something to watch between those feature matches. That's it for our walk around here at the venue at YCS Bologna, but don't go anywhere, we've got loads more great coverage coming your way. And we're back on that very stage that you've just seen me pointing at in that venue walk around. Now, we're into our round 2 feature match here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Bologna. In front of me, I have Diego Badalucco and Fabio Pina, who are both ready to get straight into this round 2 feature match. Gentlemen, can we do a high roll to see who is going to go first, please? Diego's going to get that roll. Okay, that's 3. Okay.
We are doing a high roll.
Do a high roll. At a 3. Okay, let's go again. This is the most exciting part of the dice roll. Okay, that's a 6. And that is a 10. Okay, are you going to go first? You're going to go first? Okay, Fabio's going to go first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are going to be your commentators for our round 2 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Ed, and we are ready again. Just a quick break and back into the action. Round number 2, again, 2 Italian players, and again, we are going to see a deck that was just recently, I mean, it wasn't released recently, but it got a main support piece by a structure deck. So you probably already know what we're going to watch here.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but this wasn't released recently. This had a structure deck about 10 years ago.
True. But I would argue that the new one maybe is a little stronger, maybe did a little bit more for the deck, arguably.
I mean, when the last one came out, immediately a Fire King deck was on top of the metagame, and
which
was
YCS
Fire King Cosmo.
True,
it
indeed.
had relatively little to do with the Fire King engine, to be honest. You just had one card which you really didn't want to draw.
Yeah.
But it was still a good deck.
Yeah, it was really, really a good deck. But now there's a bunch of new cards. Also, kindly enough, the Sinful Spoils cards were also just released, and we got a new level 1 fire monster for the Fire King deck, being the Ponix. So there's a lot of new ways to play with the deck, a lot of new combos. We even do Exceed Summon now on our opponent's turn. It's a completely new deck, basically, but still the mechanic, the underlying mechanic is that you are destroying cards on the field, in your hand, even in your deck nowadays, to trigger all of your Fire King effects, which is pretty cool, honestly.
Who got this memo? There's the Unchained, now there's the Fire King. everyone's just like, why would I destroy my opponent's cards when I could just destroy all of my own cards, you know?
I mean, some of them, the new boss monster, Vigorunix, even lets you decide on whether to destroy your own card or your opponent's card. So it's not only good going first, setting up your own cards, but also going second, destroying opponent's cards, which is really, really good, honestly.
This is something that decks really need when they want to enter the metagame, when they want to be on top of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Play. You have to interact on your opponent's turn as well. I think that every deck somehow does this in some shape or form. Many decks have just resource to trap cards again, which I really love. We have the Escape from the Unchains.
Yeah.
We have the Phalanx from Centurion. Sure. But here we are most likely more going to see some pops from monsters again. And I really like that. Destroying something is kind of beautiful, right? We have seen lots of other removals, but now we're destroying again.
Yeah,
That's
it's just
nice.
original, right?
I thought you liked Cosmic Cyclone.
Oh, don't get him started on Cosmic Cyclone again. I don't know. We're probably not going to see Cosmic Cyclone here in this match.
Did you know that Cosmic Cyclone is incredible against Fire King Island? However, we just know that the players are ready for this match, so get ready for round 2.
But let's of course not disregard Fabio here. He brought the branded Chimera strategy, and that actually was the strategy that took first place after Swiss at YCS Dortmund, and it couldn't really convert from there on. I don't think it made it past top 16 all the way, but maybe this weekend it's time again for the branded strategy. This is not a branded card though. He starts off with the Kashtira Fenrir, which is popular, being tagged into so many different decks. I still kind of compare this card to Pancratops. Like Pancratops was being thrown into all kind of decks as well because it's just a generically good interruption card. And this is Pancratops that replaces itself. So why would you not play it?
It replaces itself, it banishes a card face down even, so your opponent is very likely to not ever access it again. However, Pancratops has 200 attack points more.
True, true, true. Tough fight between the two.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the new, new Pancratops, if you like. Everyone's playing it.
For sure,
it's such a cool card. It wears many hats, Fenrir. He goes in everything.
Absolutely. And now we also reveal to Diego what our deck of choice is. Starting it off with the Mirror Swords Knight. Mirror Swords Knight gets us into the Berthamid, and now we also search the Gazelle, of course. Big Wing Berthamid there on the field, and Gazelle in hand. And usually we just, we could normal summon out the Gazelle, but we don't decide to do that here. We are just immediately going with the Chimera Fusion, which we also got. And Chimera Fusion is going to summon ourselves the good old, or not so old, but still very, very powerful Chimera, the King of Phantom Beasts, which will be able... Oh, and now it gets important. Does Chimera, the King of Phantom Beasts, destroy in the hand, or does it discard? Because if it does destroy, that would be pretty crazy, but it does discard in this case. Imagine destroying one Fire King card of your opponent's hand. But yeah, it is not. It is not.
Do you remember the first round of
I do.
YCS
I do. Was it Agito or was it Galbag? It was crazy, that's for sure.
That was a lot of fun to watch. Gazelle, by the way, for my fellow fire enjoyers, does not send a Solomon Great Monster from the deck to the graveyard upon summon.
A different Gazelle, I see. There are many Gazelles, actually.
So, interesting, I saw from Fabio here. A lot of players I see special summon the Fenrir and then wait and then do a different search first to play around Drawn Lockbird, because adding another Fenrir is kind of low priority. Do you think there's a reason? Maybe there's just a slightly different sequencing, or do you think he's trying to bait out an Ash or something like that?
Oof, I think ashing the... Oh, there is Nibiru. Before we even get into the end phase, we are going to get rid of the field here, or trying to do that.
You just counting the summons, Leo?
5 summons already?
So we've had Fenrir, we've had Mirror Sword Knight twice.
All right.
I'm pretty sure it's 5, yeah. It should be 5.
I think if you're Fabio, you're kind of okay with that. I feel like most of the threat of this field is the discard, and then you have the branded, not the branded fusion, the Chimera Fusion to follow up. So I think this is kind of fine.
Yeah, I feel like that's okay too. It's not the best, of course, but still you get a monster which we can also still use for a fusion summon of the Guardian Chimera. So I do agree it should be all right here. Oh, and still we are going to discard an end phase, of course, because the effect was already activated, and that is going to be one of the cards that tells Fabio that there is a Fire King player sitting across of him, Fire King Avatar Barong, one of the older cards, but there right away is one of the newer cards instead, the continuous spell, the Fire King Sanctuary, and that activates, not searches, no, it just activates Fire King Island from your deck.
Well, just activating it is like even better, isn't it? Because you can't be ashed, you can't be drawled.
Yes, indeed.
And also it has a built-in protection effect for your Fire King Island, because once this card gets destroyed, it destroys all the monsters on your field, which is sometimes not ideal, so you can actually just instead pop one that you want to be popped.
Oh no, I want to destroy all my monsters.
So, and we searched out the Ponix there. We destroyed the Veiler on our hand to get the Ponix, and that is the level 1, the legendary Fire King Ponix that I was talking about, recently added, absolutely mandatory, free of staple and all kind of Fire King strategies, and he got access to it right there.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see these Fire Kings in action. It's great to see like a theme that you saw being played a while ago and get some new cards and really pull it together.
Absolutely.
But I mean, this can't be like the real start that Diego wanted, right? Because he had to search it, he had to destroy his effect Veiler hand, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing you'd rather destroy something that's not effective.
Oh,
it was a really good hit.
That looks like Anima. Look at that. Look at that. We can go after the Nibiru token, perfectly place it into the zone that Anima is pointing to. Now attacking with the Anima and the Nibiru. Sadly, though, that Anima is still at 0 attack points. It does not convert the attack points of the Nibiru token there, I'm afraid. So that is not going to be enough to attack for game. I think Diego was really happy there. I think he thought that he's attacking for game there, but that is not the case. Indeed, we cannot check that token's attack there anymore when it reaches the spell and trap zone, and therefore that Anima is only left with 0 attack. We are confirming with the judges, makes sense, but I'm pretty sure that's how it's handled.
Yeah, I'm interested in this because I wouldn't actually know. It's one of those things. It says original attack, and the Nibiru obviously gives the token an original attack and defense, but tokens sometimes can work a little funny, can't they? So
yeah, for sure. The thing is, I had this interaction before, so I'm like, if I wouldn't have had that interaction before, I probably wouldn't know, because it's somewhat weird sometimes, as you say, but I had this same scenario occurring to me before. But of course, let's quickly do the judges their job, check and make an educated decision. Rather be double-checked than sorry. And yeah, they are currently doing that. So while they're doing that, why don't we bring it quickly over back to us and talk a little bit more about the Fire King strategy, right? There we are. And yeah, tokens, as you say, always a little bit weird. Is there any other token mechanics that we have currently in the game? Because the Adventure Engine was the other big token thing next to Nibiru, but that's not really present in the metagame anymore right now, is it?
yeah, I'm not sure what else is making tokens. I mean, there was a while we had a lot of Link monsters that made tokens, but at the moment...
Sword Soul?
Yeah.
Sword Soul is there. I mean, also not that popular anymore, but true, that was a big token strategy as well.
It has some place. I think it also recently got some support in form of a spell or trap card. I think it was a spell card. That was actually rather powerful, so we might see some Sword Soul here and there.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
It's still OTKs.
I mean, and still, it does the same thing that Centurion kind of does. Yeah. It just doesn't have a super big engine, and therefore has a lot of space to play all kind of cards, depending on the format you are in right now. And as the format is so big and versatile at the moment, you want to be prepared for a lot of different decks, and therefore having space is a comfortable space to be in, right?
Even though it is, I think, still a significantly larger engine than the Centurions have to play. I think with Centurion, you go up to probably like 16 cards. And for the Sword Soul deck, you would need always a discard or something to reveal from your hand. So you need the 2-card combos as well. So you have to play the tennies as well. So I think you can still compare the decks, of course, but it is a little tougher to fit in all of those hand traps because it's really excessive with the Centurion deck, right?
Yeah,
it is a hand trap format, as Lorenzo Muselli said, and you can just play 20.
Yeah, totally. I agree for sure. I mean, but yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say Centurion. It's only got like 6 cards or something. So even if you play every Centurion
you have no choice, basically. You have no choice but to make it small. There is no other way to handle it, for sure. But yeah, I was in round 1 mentioning that my kind of secret pick for the event to take it down is Infernoble. It lost in round number 1, but we know that there are plenty of very skilled players still playing it, piloting it in the field. So I think it's still a decent call. I hope it's a decent call because it's my call. well, but I didn't even ask you guys. What are you thinking? What are your secret spicy picks to maybe take down YCS Bologna here in Italy? Tom, go ahead.
All right. I'm going to call it as Dragon Link.
Oh, that is super spicy because it has only been around for 5 years.
I know. It's very spicy, but it's new every time. You know, there's always new cards. I don't know. I just have a soft spot for the deck. I think it's quite well placed into a sort of wide format because it has such a powerful turn one.
I agree.
It can win, it can grind, it can do everything you want really, and it has that bonus advantage whenever it plays a deck that relies on light and dark monsters, like for example Unchained.
For sure. And I mean,
good.
we saw Lorenzo Muselli actually made the decision to include Bestias into his main deck. So he thinks that they are actually good enough to play them in the main deck as an interruption for the interruption effect. And Dragon Link just has that as a bonus, as you were saying. It's just there. You can just use that as well.
And I mean, those cards, even against Rescue Ace, aren't even that bad because sometimes your opponent wants to go for Linkuribo plays, tribute off the Hydrant, and then tries to go into a SP to banish something. So I think that they also have play against the matchups you don't really want them to have. I would go into a different direction.
Okay. I'm listening. Is it having Cosmic Cyclone in it?
Yes, of course.
Okay, fair.
I mean, that doesn't determine the deck choice. I'm going to go Flu Wanderers.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But honestly, it kind of has switched around. Usually you are the one going for the combo decks, and I'm saying maybe Fluanderese is going to take it all down. But just being in Italy is your reasoning, or?
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's your whole reason.
Home advantage right here. So many players have been playing the Fluanderese that were from Italy in the last YCS. They have been performing with the deck as well. So I think it has a really good shot of taking it down, even though we have seen some decklist of players who have been very famous for playing Fluanderese, and they have switched away from the deck. So maybe this is not the best call, but actually, no, I'm going to stick with it.
I'm interested. So if Italians, they have a particular fondness for Fluanderese, I'm wondering if there's any other like regional differences.
Is it something for the UK?
Well, the thing is, I'm saying Dragon Link for the UK is the most
popular. Actually,
Rika,
it would be Rika. Honestly, you can't get out of it. It's Rika. It's obviously Rika.
What about the Germans? What's the favorite deck of the Germans?
Yeah, so we like something consistent that we can build a house on. No, but it's probably. Is there something? I'm thinking because it also won German nationals and a lot of very popular German players are playing it at the moment. I want to say Labyrinth is really, really popular currently in Germany. I don't know whether that's a long-term thing, but at the moment I would say Labyrinth really is up there.
Yeah, trap decks always have had a good history at winning German nationals as well. We have seen Alter Guys win in formats where it should not have won the German national championships because it was not the best contender for the tournament, but it was just absolutely phenomenally piloted by Jack Verma. So I think that you're actually right. We like some trap decks.
I mean, I personally do also like trap decks, so it's just fitting because I'm German, as you know, you're right.
You like keeping the time with the coup clock, you've got to be on time.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. I mean, to be fair, we're saying it's a trap deck, but Labyrinth, the power level that deck has and what they're able to do is incredible, and it doesn't almost feel like a trap deck anymore because it does so much stuff. You cycle through so much stuff, sometimes even on your first turn, so it's crazy. But speaking about cycling through stuff, we are going to see some cards being moved again because players are back into the action. Let's get back to the table.
Smooth segue there.
Thank you so much.
I also love the Labyrinth strategy. You're just throwing away all of the 5 cards you have in your hand on the first turn. You throw them into the graveyard, even on your opponent's turn. You don't care who wins the dice roll. You just set a lot of traps by throwing away monster cards, and then you get them back eventually.
Yeah, it's like a boomerang. They just come back. It's pretty cool, for sure.
It feels so good to activate 1 trap card and just get 3 cards back from your graveyard that have nothing to do with the trap card.
Yeah, and as I was anticipating, we only did 3,000 points of damage. That Anima was still on 0 attack points, and therefore, now in main phase number 2, Fabio is still left with 5,000 life points. And Diego seems a little bit disappointed because his quick plan to end this game very, very, very smoothly and quickly did not work out as planned.
I think he wouldn't have searched for the Ponix.
Potentially not, yeah. It just seemed so easy and convenient to do it there, for sure.
I'm not sure this plan worked anyway because of the Chimera in the graveyard. You can just banish it, summon a monster, defend yourself.
It's true.
True, good point. Okay, we just went into the SP now, and of course we can now take out some of the resources from the graveyard, and we might go after the Chimera, because that would make the Chimera Fusion not be able to return itself to the hand. Yep, therefore we go after it. I like it.
Is it not a quick effect?
It is on the opponent's turn.
Yeah, and it is the opponent's turn.
Yeah.
Which effect are you talking about?
The banish to summon an illusion from your grave?
No, it's a Beast or Fiend or illusion.
Beast, okay.
That's why it's also a really good support card for the Labyrinth deck.
Oh.
Because you can send it with Dogmatica Punishment, and then in the end phase, summon back one of the ladies.
Yeah, but he decided not to do it, right?
I'm kind of confused, yeah. Does SP Little Knight definitely targets, right?
Yeah, it does, for sure. So, Patchwork is being activated. So it's back to Fabio now. Fabio's turn, and he only has to overcome that SP Little Knight there. I'm saying only. Honestly, it's quite tough to play through this interruption because it's just so good being able to banish 2 cards on the field. But let's see how we can manage to do that. Oh, of course, there's still the Fenrir. We cleared the field again, so Fenrir is ready to be summoned again. And I mean, that's an easy and convenient way to just attack over the SP Little Knight, to be honest.
Do you know what would be great here, Leo, for Fabio?
Cosmic Cyclone.
Better than Cosmic Cyclone. Mystical Space Typhoon. Because it would destroy the island, which would then destroy the SP Little Knight.
However, wait, let me check the continuous Fire King spell card.
It would have been cool.
Destroy from hand or deck.
Oh, really?
That would be great.
No, you can't. Not from the deck, at least. But like
hand or face up field, I don't think you have one.
The Fire King Sanctuary would have been cool here because usually this card interacts with your opponent on their turn to exceed summon out Fire King monsters from your extra deck. So that would be Garunik's Eternity Highing of the Fire Kings, which you could summon out on your opponent's turn when they summon out a monster. But currently, there is no monster to exceed summon with anyway, so that is not going to apply here.
Yeah, I feel like oftentimes you read XYZ monsters or Synchro monsters, you think, okay, that's a cool card. It destroys some of my opponent's cards, and you just kind of assume that you're going to summon it on your turn, and then you have to read the full engine and then realize, oh wait, I can summon this on my opponent's turn and destroy all their monsters? That sounds so much better.
There comes Chimera Fusion, and I think we kind of have to chain the SP here because otherwise we are being met with that Guardian Chimera. Oh, there is impermanence for the SP Little Knight though, and it is resolving, not only negating the SP Little Knight, but also taking care of the left zone there. So the card in the back row for Diego is also affected by this infinite impermanence, trading 2 for 1 here basically.
Yeah, and I think that Diego also set an impermanence there because he actually set it in the zone where there was already a set card. So I think that this comes to backfire Diego.
Feels like it for sure.
I think that might have been a little bluff from Fabio because the Chimera Fusion was in his hand before, so he didn't set the Chimera Fusion, just the impermanence. So I mean, if it was an infinite impermanence, maybe Diego would have chained it to Fabio's, which would have negated his. So maybe it's the Fire King. I don't know the name, but it's going to destroy lots of cards on either side of the field.
Oh right.
Which one are you?
Fire King Skyburn. That's the one because he added that to his hand.
True, he added that one. That's probably the back row. Yeah, because he doesn't have many more cards in his hand. There's only one more, so it's either the set card or the card in his hand.
And the biggest problem for Diego right now is he does not have access to any Fire King cards. The Barong that was discarded by the Chimera was so important earlier because he would have had access to the Fire King Island plus another Fire King card. Plus multiples. Barong is a searcher. It's incredible. Ooh, would have been so good.
Interestingly enough, we decided to banish the SP Little Knight here with the effect of Kashtira Fenrir. We could have just attacked over the SP Little Knight and then banish something else. Like the Fire King Island looks promising to me, just as an additional resource there on the field. I'm surprised he didn't decide to banish that one.
He's trying to go for a game, I think.
The thing is, aren't we in the battle phase? We should be in the battle phase, right? Because Diego did not activate any kind of monster effects. Also, his life points just lowered.
That is true.
And therefore, the Fenrir could only activate its effect on attack declaration. Now we are in the end phase. We are going to take one card out of Diego's hand once again.
He could possibly have used the Fenrir after the SP Little Knight. Even though
the SP was activated. You're right. The SP was activated. You are absolutely right. So back to Diego after getting rid of the circle there. And I think Diego, is he picking up his cards?
The Fire King continuous spell, can it just activate another copy of Island?
No, it's just on activation. Yeah.
This does not look good. Again, another effect veiler that is to be destroyed. And now Diego just has to hope that there is somehow a monster effect that Fabio desperately wants to activate because he has this talent in hand. The last resort card for Diego right here. And now let's see what he's going with this. I think he's looking at the Avara.
Yeah, he is. He needs to find a proper way to bait out that Fenrir effect, most likely. Oh yeah, it's Avatar. This could also be an Unchained card, honestly, right? It would perfectly well fit into the theme, just name-wise.
Yeah, just and destroy a card in your hand to negate a monster effect. That seems very Unchained.
Yeah, exactly. It all fits with all. Okay, and yes, indeed, the set card is the Surge spell card of the new Fire King strategy. It is the Fire King Skyburn, and Diego is considering to activate it because you can target an equal number of Fire King monsters you control and cards your opponent controls. So you could just destroy one here, but I mean, that's not even getting you anywhere, right? You get one of the three out of the way, but there's still two more being ready to attack next turn. Okay, there comes the Skybird. At least we trigger the Avatar. What does Avatar do on destruction?
Special summons out of the graveyard.
Okay, so we could get back Ponix Man. So that's a way, I guess. That would work.
Does the continuous spell, it prevents, I think it lets you destroy something in your deck rather than, or maybe I've got it wrong.
No, that was the Garunix that destroys from the deck.
Exactly, yeah. That's the Garunix. The Sanctuary is only face up on the field or in the hand.
Ah, so it's if the Fire King Island would be destroyed. Okay.
That extra bit of protection. Sanctuary and Island really just working together, hand in hand. Almost being the same card. Okay, so Diego maybe trying to destroy the Chimera Fusion there, and therefore forcing Fabio to activate it here if he wanted to activate it. And maybe he's also forcing Fabio here into activating a monster effect, therefore making his Triple Tactic Talents live.
Very well played, getting out the interaction of his opponent and getting this chance of a miracle draw to the Pot of Greed into another place, something that can get him out of this sticky situation.
Ooh, and we see that Fabio is also playing the Light Hacks, the Light Hack Sealed Fusion, so that's kind of an indicator of him also being on Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. And yep, scrolling through his extra deck, I can confirm there is a Dragoon, but of course we cannot summon that out here. Instead, we bring out Guardian Chimera.
I was going to say, it's doing a great job of like substituting a fusion material for a monster in hand. It's doing a great job of pretending to be a monster in his hand there.
Indeed, indeed. So Fabio, I think he's shaking his head. Maybe he was asked, do you activate the effect of Guardian Chimera? And he's just shaking his head. Why would I? Why would I want to play into the Triple Tactics talents here? Let's see. Is
oh
he?
yeah, he's got,
he's
got
going
100
to activate
effects.
the effect.
Yeah, I think he's not going to miss all of them, surely.
He's going to activate effects here. Drawing two cards.
Draw two, pop a card, search a card. There's so much going on.
Oh, what are we destroying? We are destroying the Sanctuary.
And the Barong hits the field right here.
Barong looks like he's having a lot of fun. I don't know what he's doing, but he looks like he's having fun doing it. It's like he's doing some sort of fire dance.
Yeah, so Barong would not be able to trigger in the graveyard because it only triggers when a Viking monster is destroyed and not the Sanctuary there. But still, it found its way onto the field here.
It was special summoned by Avatar's effect.
Through the effect of Avatar, exactly, yeah.
The problem with Barong is that Diego has right now is that it does not. It is a search for the deck, but it does not search a card immediately. It gets you a card on the next turn.
It's a little slow, indeed. It is a little slow. But now, Diego just clarifying the game state here, trying to figure out where we're at. And then probably just eagerly waiting to activate that Triple Tactic Talents there to bring him right back into the action, get two more cards.
Or is there a world in which you are taking something? I don't think so.
Don't think so either, because you can't really do a whole lot with it. Like, I'm looking at the extra deck, I'm seeing... We already saw the SP Little Knight, which would be okay-ish, yeah, but also not really the greatest ever in this scenario. There's Hita. Is there a fire monster we can take with Hita? Potentially. So maybe if there's a fire monster in the graveyard of Fabio, which I'm not seeing at the moment, we could go Hita into Celine, into Access Code Talker, which would not be the worst idea because we would at least clear the whole field there. But
and there's only 5,000 life points on Fabio. Remaining,
so you're right. So that actually is a legit option there, potentially.
I don't think that there is a fire monster, though.
That's the thing, yeah. I do agree. I don't believe there's a fire monster.
In this made-up scenario, this is a really good play.
Yep. There's a lot of dark monsters in there, but I don't think there's a fire monster either. There's not even a fire monster in the main deck of Fabio, so I can comfortably tell you there is not going to be one in his graveyard right now either.
Oh, he's not playing Ash Blossom.
He's not playing Ash Blossom. Oh, there's Ash Blossom. I'm sorry. There. Okay, yeah. Forget it. But I mean, we did not see him activating Ash Blossom, so I think we're good on this. But yeah, you're right. There's Ash Blossom. It would have been a controversial choice to not include Ash Blossom into your main deck.
That is true.
Okay, so.
Okay, Diego's rolling up his sleeves.
Yeah,
now we're going to see the triple tactic last resort talents right here. So,
unless there is that Ash Blossom, Fabio's still holding on to a fistful of cards, and he's just drawn 2 more.
Yeah, that's true. So it's not triple tactics thrust, but I think Diego is putting a lot of trust into that draw 2 there, right? Oh, and now finally, Diego is activating it, the quarter century one, which is really, really nice looking. He wants to draw indeed, so no Hita lines whatsoever. What are we getting here? 2 very, very important cards he is picking up here. And you can't really tell from his face whether it's good or bad, but he found a good card there for sure. That's a really good pickup, honestly.
Yes, that is true. Now we're going to see the very famous Diabellstar engine now. This is something that elevates a lot of decks that have level 1 fire-type monsters. And also helps him a lot because he decided to summon back the Barong instead of the Ponix.
Yeah, that's really, really good. It's an incredible pickup there.
5,000 life points for Diego to go. How good is this deck at OTKing? The impermanence that you drew, you do not care about it. It's good that it's nothing that you don't want to discard. Let's just get it over with this card, and we're going to search for the Snake Eye spell.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Diego really blinged out his deck there, right? That's a lot of beautiful cards he's using.
I was going to say, are we activating Fenrir now, perhaps?
Oh, that doesn't even seem too bad, honestly, but looks like we have decided against it.
He picked it up.
Yeah, just for a second, double-checking the effect. It's not a branded card, so you had to make sure what it does.
For a second, I forgot that there was also effects on the side of Fabio. I was so excited about the Fire King cards.
It's easy to do. You just have to make sure you're not doing it when you're playing. You're just watching your opponent being like, yeah, that seems cool. He's like, wait a second. I have a Nibiru. I should have used that at some point.
We are getting rid of the Diabellstar, the Black Witch, for the Snake Eye spell. That probably is just going to get us the Ponix. I don't think there is any other... Oh, never mind. There is another target, and he's going for the other target. And this, indeed, is also a Snake Eyes card. So the spell card now acts as it was intended, as an actual Snake Eyes card. And this is Snake Eye Ash being summoned to the field.
Finally, an Ash activated in
this
game.
Yes, there is an Ash, indeed. And this one is kind of interesting because on normal or special summon, you can add 1 level 1 fire monster from your deck to your hand. So even though we did not summon out the Ponix, we might still be able to search it out here through this. Ooh, and the Fenrir is banishing the Barong. Okay.
We're going to try and find some more cards that help us. We're drawing a lot now. This is very nice to see. So Snake Eye Ash is going to probably activate the effect. Oh, we are already having the Ponix in our hands, so I missed that one. Did we normal summon?
We did, yeah. We normal summoned the... what's his name? I can't remember his name. Avatar?
Yeah, we did.
Right.
So now the second effect of Snake Eye Ash is being activated. You can send 2 face-up cards you control to the graveyard, including itself, which we did with the Viking Island as well. And then you can special summon out 1 Snake Eye monster from your deck. And there's a pretty big one, also very recently being released, the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. And he also summons back 2 level 1 monsters now through the effect of Flamberge. And all of a sudden, Diego is back up rolling here.
Yeah, so the Flamberge was immediately destroyed by that Fire King Island. But now we're going to get another copy of Fire King Island. Well, from the continuous spell.
Oh, that looks really good.
Yeah, out of nowhere, Diego is coming back into this. And honestly, I don't know whether I like the timing of Fabio using his Castria Fenrir effect there. That seemed very, very early. He hoped it would shut down the turn of Diego, but he just got started.
Or rather late, because it looked like it would stop the Diabellstar engine from going off.
Yeah.
I really would have liked to see it immediately, because there were no cards in Diego's hand. However, we have Ponix and Ash now on Diego's side, and he's going to show us the strength of the Fire King deck now. Coming back, maybe from a really terrible position he was in. We're going to the Linkuriboh first.
Linkuriboh coming.
Is this just an SP play now?
I think he's... Oh, there's
dark.
Okay,
Okay.
there is no fire monster in the graveyard, but there's, of course, plenty of dark monsters. So I think we are still going for the Selene line. I think we are trying to get up to Access Code Talker. So I feel like Diego has victory here in his hands. Another beautiful card coming to the field. It is Selene. And there is enough spell cards in the graveyard, right? Let's double
he's got
check.
100.
Yes, okay. We can summon back the witch.
That is not really happening right here. However, does he even have an Alua in the graveyard? I don't think so, right?
But he's still got another. He's got another Chimera in his graveyard.
Okay.
So you can just activate it in the battle phase.
Selene.
This doesn't target, right? So you can still
Yeah.
destroy the Chimera.
Also, Chimera is only target protected if there is a regular polymerization in the
He
graveyard.
added a polymerization. Maybe he hasn't activated it yet.
Destroying the Mirror Swords Knight as well. But is there even another attribute in the graveyard we can use?
No.
Oh, it's
Light
only
and
light and dark. So, we are not going for it here just yet. I was so hyped. I felt like Diego got it there, but he just goes into the battle phase once again. Last turn, he already thought he has game there with the Anima. And he was very, 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 very eager to do it here this turn. But again, it doesn't work out. Fabio still with 2,900 life points left there.
Okay, but now I'm really confused because you have the Sanctuary, right? So you have access to Island. Island is not hard once per turn, meaning that you can use, if you have multiple copies, multiple of those. Oh, I can't read.
Yeah, Island is once per turn.
It's
true.
hidden there because it's like it says you can only
Yeah, it's hidden in the context.
Well, it's after the it says the first effect that if it's destroyed or leaves the field, then it destroys all of your cards. But then afterwards, it says you can only use one of the effects.
Okay, and that is going to be what we pass it back over to Fabio on. So Diego sitting there also only with 3,500 life points. And there finally is Branded Fusion. I assume that came from the top, so that's a nice pickup there. Sending a quarter century rare for Novalbas. Or I think it's Starlight even. There was no quarter century version of the card, I think.
To be honest, it was about time that we see a Branded Fusion in the third turn of this game. Diego has had a decent time coming back from this bad position earlier, having no real plays, but now this is looking so good for Fabio.
Oh, I'll be on the Branded Dragon is being used, and I think now we were talking about it earlier, foreshadowing it, and I think Red Eye's Dark Dragoon is hitting the field here.
Yeah, he's had enough. He's like, enough of this. Branded Fusion. Let's go.
Oh, and the super polymerization! Fusing with the access code Talker and probably the Albion by discarding the Patchwork. And we should be having enough damage here on the field to attack for game after that.
Almost the Dragoon is just
almost enough, you're right.
Game right here. We're summoning a Mud Dragon, and that is not that impressive of a field, but it is enough damage to go for a game, and now Diego packs it up. We know that Fabio has won this game one, grinding out the Fire King deck. Diego, it was too late for him to get into the game. He struggled in the first two turns, and then he got into his engine. Unfortunately, Fire King Island, because he can read better than me, is only hard once per turn, so you can only use it. It doesn't matter how many different copies you activate, you can only use one. And that cost him the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a real big back and forth. And honestly, it was also a roller coaster of emotions for Diego, right? Because he thought he won it right away with that Anima move. He was like, I'm attacking for game here. This game is over. Let's go to the next. But then the judges had to give him the sad message. It's not over just yet.
Telling you got to do it properly. Sorry.
Yeah.
And it's hard, even especially in the featured match where there's a lot of pressure. You know that people are watching you. Recover from this. You think you have game. You're deliberately searching the Ponix because you think, hey, I can go into Anima. I set this. I put this token in the correct zone so I can Anima take it and win. And then you realize, oh.
Yep.
Oopsie.
There's always that first moment where you realize how it is. Because, I mean, it's not like crazy to think that it will work. Because, like, it's, as you say, sometimes tokens are a little bit weird, and sometimes it would work and sometimes it wouldn't, but here in this scenario it did not work, and in his hat it all worked out. In practice he had to be stopped, and it wasn't meant to be for game number one, but I mean there's still potentially 2 more games to be played out, so Diego is still in this.
Top tip for everyone coming to a YCS.
Okay.
Now, one of my favorite new things, I say it's new, it's not that new anymore, but you can go and ask judges. There's a stall you can go and ask. If there's something you're not sure about going into an event, you want to check how it's going to work, you can go and ask before the event, which I really love. Because oftentimes there are new cards and you think, oh, I don't know how this works. So you can go and ask how, I mean, and sometimes you're not sure how it's going to be done for this event, because sometimes, you know, sometimes one thing gets ruled one way at one event and one way at another.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's really nice to go and ask. I really love it.
And it's not just that you ask any kind of judges, it's actually we had judges of the event sitting down there and answering you the questions. There's like a proper setup stand, as you were saying, every Friday of a YCS, and it says ask the head judges or something up top there. And yeah, it's a really cool way. If you're not sure, just double check for sure.
Yeah. And let me tell you, they are busy, so it's really nice that they're taking the time out of their day to just answer questions. So if you get a question answered, say thank you.
Yeah, absolutely do so, for sure. And yeah, what was the last judge ruling you had? Can you recall it from the top of your head? Because I recently even had that Anima situation. I'm not even kidding. I was playing Pearly, I was resolving Nibiru, and then I was like, this is easy peasy. We are just going for game here. How could it not be? And then I had the same realization that good old Diego had there. So I had that recently for myself. Does any one of you have a special situation where you weren't sure, but then had that call?
Sometimes I'm going a blank here. I'm sure I have hundreds of rulings. You learn like every time something new happens, and you just think, oh, I have no idea it works that way. But
the cool thing is, though, when you know the right solution, everything before that is kind of blanked out, right? Yeah. After you have the correct answer from a judge, you're like, okay, I'm set, though. I don't need to remember everything before that.
I had a very interesting one where I had a Zodiac Whiptail and an Exceeds monster over it. And I just hear that the duelists are ready, so let's not take any time away. I can tell that story later. Let's go right into the game 2. Well, that was maybe a bit abrupt, but I think that everyone appreciates some good Yu-Gi-Oh! Right here instead of some storytelling about a very interesting judge call.
Okay, Diego. This time starting it off with the Sinful Sports package.
And it's just what he wanted.
Yes. Great pun there, Leo.
Again, the same one that I did earlier. Yeah,
it got even better, honestly. I enjoyed it even more this time, not gonna lie. So we are discarding the Nibiru here for the effect of the Abel Star. And the Witch is, of course, going to set the other card that we are playing in our deck, the original Sinful Sports Snake Eye.
You were right about the bling of the deck.
Yeah, right? He's really maxing out rarity-wise there.
That was why we picked him for the feature match, right? We go around, we check. If you've got a full deck of quarter-century rares, you know, that's how we get you.
You're in, yeah. Easy peasy. Okay, and there we see it. Diego really always goes for the Snake Eye Ash first. And I mean, why wouldn't you, right? When you have an option to just search out the Ponix, why would you summon out the Ponix where we can just get it later on as well? Normal summon Ponix gets us the Sanctuary, so this time, not being interrupted by Fabio at all, he has a way easier time showcasing us what the Fire King deck is capable of doing. Fire King Island now also on the field, looking good. Diego was about to send a continuous spell card there, but no, destroying the Ponix for the effect of Island. And what are we getting with that?
It looks like we're going to see Arvata soon. Guys, I'm really excited about this because I don't think that everyone has figured out how to play the Fire Kings yet, so I really want to see what Diego has been cooking up this weekend.
Absolutely, I do agree.
He started out a lot quicker this game, which makes me feel like he's got a much more, you know, optimal hand, because oftentimes, you know, you practice the combos with the good cards and then sometimes you get
this card we have not seen yet, but it's also a new introduction from the structure deck, and it's a Fire King High Avatar Kirin. And that's a very, very powerful card. And it's also
is it
free
though, or is it the Garunix? I think.
Oh, it's tough. Oh, wait.
It is definitely the Garunix.
Yeah, you're right. It is the Garunix. It was looking like the Kirin for me, which is a free of in the deck, but you are absolutely right. This is the Sacred Fire King Garunix instead, which he searched out there. And also, it is only a 2-off only, but still a very, very, very powerful card.
Sometimes you want to draw it, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing with the Sacred Fire King Garunix is you just search it out, and there was a monster being destroyed, and it immediately is able to trigger, and therefore Garunix made his way to the field by its own effect. But Fabio is like, I want to get rid of some monsters here, not destroying them, but just tributing them through the effect of Nibiru. And that is going to hurt here.
Excuse me, would you take some time out of your combo to look at my rock?
Yep, it's happening. Nibiru resolving. We're currently calculating how many attack and defense points are going to be on that token. Once again, it feels like all of those games here in round number 2 are going to be met with a Nibiru. Because if I saw correctly, there's also a Nibiru in the hand of Diego there.
Yeah. I think like counting the attack points always feels like a consolation prize. I don't know if that's the word. The way you're like, yeah, at least this is a lot of attack.
Maybe I'll just get to attack with it next turn.
Hopefully. Very likely.
Now, of course, a fantastic draw here would be triple tactics talent. Can Diego find it again? You resolved it in the last game, almost netting him the win, but no, he draws a third copy of Nibiru because he already discarded one in the beginning with the Diabellstar Witch. But now he's stuck there with 2 Nibirus. And honestly, I'm somewhat surprised by him even being on Nibiru still, because initially, I wouldn't say Nibiru is the greatest card versus Branded Chimera, honestly. It can come up, but it's not really that great.
Yeah, I agree with you. It feels kind of, because some decks have to do a lot of link summoning and so on to get to where they want to be, but the branded monsters and the Chimera monsters are so big and so impactful just straight away. You know, you've already got a couple of searches. You can then activate a fusion spell if you've got one left over. It does feel a little bit not great.
Yeah. Especially after we have seen the Red Eyes Dark Dragoon.
On top of that as well, yeah, you're right, totally. That can just stop the Nibiru indeed. But I mean, there is another pretty impactful hand interaction in the hand of Diego, which is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And of course, every branded player hates this card because it always gets used on branded fusions. So, but there, first of all, is going to be the normal summon of Gazelle.
The king of mythical claws.
Indeed.
Not the king of mythical beasts.
We are searching out the Chimera Fusion there.
Yeah.
Oh, but we only searched the Chimera Fusion, didn't we?
Yeah, Gazelle only searches 1. Baphomet searches 2.
Oh yeah, you're right, you're right. You can decide what you want to search. So now comes Chimera Fusion, and I think... Was it Guardian Chimera even, right? Wasn't it? No, okay, it was only 2 monsters. Okay.
Well, it was a nice combo there. Well, it's not a combo, but... So this Chimera only requires 1 Fiend and 1 Beast. So the Gazelle is a Beast, and the Edgem Chain is a Fiend. So you can summon it without needing Baphomet.
That is indeed very right. So there is going to be now the Chimera, the king of Phantom Beasts on the field.
So Diego kind of, in my mind, kind of correctly waiting to either hit that Mirror Sword Knight or to hit the branded fusion.
Totally,
but
I
it
agree.
looks like Fabi has achieved quite a lot without it. Maybe he's just looking at this Ash Blossom saying, should I have used this by now? Like, what's it?
There
why
comes
is it still in my hand?
Cornfield Codal now.
Yeah, that is the big strength of the branded Chimera deck, that you can do a lot without activating the branded fusion.
For sure.
And also, your Baphomet really baits out an Ash Blossom because you can add 2 cards with it. But you can, most of the time, put the chain links so that you cannot get ashed on it.
Yeah, no, it's really nice to have like multiple things to do, each of which requires your opponent to have the Ash Blossom to respond.
Okay, but we are going into the battle phase, so that's good news at least for Diego, because it means we are going to see him having another turn here, because that is not going to be enough to attack for game just yet.
Yeah, that Nibiru really put a halt on things for Diego, but it doesn't look like Fabio's fully able to capitalize.
Yeah, sometimes you can also like read your opponent a little bit. Diego very, very, very quickly discarded the Nibiru for the effect of the Diabellstar Witch, kind of signalizing over to Fabio that there might be another copy in hand, which in fact was the case. So maybe Fabio picked up on that.
All right, now we're going to see the OG polymerization with the Hex and Nibiru. So let's see what he's going to fusion sound out with this. It is the Albion.
Okay, Albion, and I think this is summon number 4, right? So we cannot even Nibiru here, and then the next summon is going to be the Nibiru. So indeed, as we were anticipating, that is somewhat of a problem. The only scenario that I can see here is Fabio activating like Branded Fusion or Mirror Swords Knight after. That is being ashed, and therefore Fabio responds to the Ash Blossom. Okay. Hold on. That is a quick effect, of course. We can use the effect of Kyrian, which I was mentioning earlier, in our opponent's main phase as well, and we try to get that out of the way before the Dragoons hit the field.
Oh, and he destroyed the Ash from his own hand.
That is definitely illegal. You're not allowed to discard Ash Blossom against the branded Chimera deck.
But it has to be a fire monster, therefore we couldn't go with the Nibiru, and we had to go and get rid of the Ash Blossom instead.
How do you profit from that one now? Because this one only destroys a card on the opposing side if it gets destroyed itself. And how do you do that right now?
That is a very, very legit question. Let's double read on Fire King High Avatar Kirin.
Also, is the Albion actually able to summon out a Dragoon? Because I don't know if there's a Dragon monster in the graveyard.
Ooh, good
Albion's
point.
a Dragon monster.
Oh yeah, you're
that's
right.
true.
There's absolutely Albion on the field.
Oh, but we have summoned.
I'm not sure
I'm
what
not
that
sure
is.
what the name.
That's another one of
which I
the Chimera cards, and it's Chimera the Illusion Beast.
Oh, that's good. I knew Chimera the Illusion Beast, but I guess maybe I've just not seen it.
Oh wait, no, or is it Berthomet? They look really
that's
similar.
New. Yeah, no, I think it's Berthomet.
It could
I think
also
it's
be
the reliever.
Berthomet, or is it Magnum?
No, it's not Magnum.
I don't
It's
think
not
it was Magnum either.
Are you sure?
It pretty certainly was Magnum, yeah. Okay,
I
but,
just
but
saw
where did the card go? Where did the card go, Bo?
I just saw the card highlight and I was immediately thinking, hey, okay, then it's got to be Chimera, but I did that.
You did that.
So, where? It definitely wasn't Magnum, no.
Well, just wait.
So, if you destroy a Nibiru token
No, it can't be Magnum.
with Dragoon, does Dragoon gain the attack?
No, I don't think so.
More token rulings questions. Send them in.
Indeed, indeed. Ask your judges at home or in your local store. They will be happy to answer ruling questions because that is what they are there for. Okay, and now it's just going to be another Chimera. That makes it easier for us because we don't have to figure out which card it was. But it was either the Berthomet or the Chimera of the Illusion Beast, I'm very sure. Okay, now, of course, we are also going to trigger the graveyard effect of Garunix now, and that will probably be the way to trigger the Kirin, I would assume. Because the Garunix can be used in hand or in the graveyard. And now Diego, all of a sudden, he was holding his hand still for forever, and then all of a sudden he decided now it's time to start, now it's time to go. And please note that there's now 2 level 8 monsters on the field for Diego, meaning he could also use the effect of his continuous spell of the Sanctuary of the Fire King to get out an Exceed monster, and that's not only any Exceed monster, it's Garunix Eternity, which would then destroy the entire field of Fabio, or at least all of his monsters, but currently his field only consists of monsters, so that would be all of his field right now.
This looks like it's gone a bit topsy-turvy for Fabio here. I can't imagine this was his plan to summon an Albion and a second Chimera.
Probably not, yeah. You're right.
I mean, he must have been pretty happy when you just get to attack your opponent. You know, Nibiru sort of ends their turn, you get to summon some monsters, attack them, and then it all looks like it's, not gone according to plan, though.
I don't know if Fabio knows what Garunix Eternity Hyang of the Fire Kings does. And I don't know if he knows that this card exists. So he just knows that his opponent is going to be able to Exceed Summon on his turn if he does anything else. And this is scary.
It is, for sure. When you don't know what's coming, it's even scary. I mean, if you know what it is already a bit scary, but when you have no clue, it's even scarier, for sure. And honestly, I mean, we read this card before the match because we were preparing for a Fire King featured match, but if I wouldn't have done that, maybe I would have not necessarily known that card either, because it's a specific card that comes up in some scenarios, but it's not like an overall choice that you always know. Like, of course you know Ponix because it's the main new thing for the deck. Of course you know the new Garunix, but that Exceed monster that sometimes is being summoned out on your opponent's turn is not the first card you're reading when you're reading up on Fire King cards, of course.
You think everyone knows Ponix and Garunix?
Yep. I talked with at least 10 people knowing
at least 10, okay.
At least 10.
Okay. How many people did you talk to?
At least 10. Didn't I say that already?
I remember Basti running through the venue yesterday, panically asking, do you know Ponix? Do you know Garunix?
Yep, that's one.
I am convinced that I convinced at least 2 people putting it into their deck, actually.
They were just playing a Fire King deck without it before? They were like, yeah, I'm playing Fire King. I'm not sure about this Ponix card.
No, I think they just added the Fire King engine.
What, to Rescue Ace? Infernoble?
I won't give that away, of course.
That's what happens when you let Basti cook this.
Is this going to be your new thing after Plunder?
No.
Oh, yeah. How was your time playing Plunder, by the way?
Good.
Was it?
You didn't come in with an eye patch or anything. You've not fully committed.
I made 3rd place at an OTS championship with it. How about that? Stop talking. I
don't know how
defeated
good-
your point. I defeated your point. I took that deck and played it. I don't know why you're asking me so sarcastically about it. I had a great time playing Plunder, of course.
I think that's just what I sound like. I'm sorry. I wasn't meant to be sarcastic.
Okay, fair enough.
I won.
I know. But yeah, no. I mean, it was a fun time for sure. Plunder has not really, like, we had it. What was it? Was it the European Championship where Plunder was in our featured match area?
Round 7, round 8?
I think somewhere around that, I agree. And I loved the deck, Runic Plunder specifically, and I really enjoyed playing it. Did you have any decks that you enjoyed really playing lately, mostly for fun? Because we are all competitively minded, so of course we are getting our hats into the most meta decks of the format and try to figure out what they are doing and so on. But sometimes you just want to sit down and have a fun game of Yu-Gi-Oh, don't you?
Yeah, my favorite deck to play is the branded deck.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's so much fun. Like, you just summon all these big fusions, and then somehow during the end phase you add back like 5 cards to your hand, and you think, you know, if you're playing against the deck and you think they might have run out of stuff, and it's like, absolutely not, no.
Let me just take my graveyard.
I should have known that you're a branded enjoyer.
Yeah.
How about you, Leo? Oh, no, I know the answer.
And then he just immediately regretted.
Cosmic Cyclone.
Yes, Cosmic Cyclone is half the engine, the other half is Salamangreat, of course. It has just gotten some support recently, like the Volcanics have.
Really good, really good.
It is really good. And there was one card, Salamangreat Charge, that just did the trick for me. The deck was already
really
pretty strong, but Salamangreat Charge was just so good because nobody was expecting it. And you can take 3 fire monsters, not necessarily different names, that are banished or in your graveyard, put 2 of them into the extra deck or deck, and summon out the last one. Yeah. So your opponent thinks, hey, my opponent is out of resources, and you just activate Charge, special summon back a Rage Phoenix, then put the other one back as well, Reincarnation link it, go into the Will, and then you OTK out of nowhere.
It's really, really cool. I feel like fire in general as an attribute in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Really is on the rise, isn't it? Because historically, I want to say light and dark, mainly dark, has been the main competitor in terms of the best attribute in the game. Yeah. But fire has been putting up a show lately because the Infernoble deck is really using it. The Sinful Spoils package is amazing. Rescue Ace is having a couple of fire cards. I think fire really is in top 3 right now, I want to say.
I think the Sinful Spoils has really launched the fire into the mainstream.
Yeah, for sure. But let's see whether the fire monsters here in this feature match can also return back into the action and maybe take down game number 2. Back to the table it is.
Yeah, I think that the players are siding right now.
Ooh, and that means that Diego has indeed taken down game number 2. And therefore we have an even score again. Okay, so we got an answer on the judge ruling there. We have clarified that game number 2 goes to Diego, and that means we are having the joy of seeing another game, and we can, while the players are looking through their side deck, also have a side deck look here on our own.
We can join the players looking through
Diego,
the side decks.
for example, is siding Cosmic Cyclone. Let's start it
Let's
up like
go.
that, so Leo is happy while we're looking at the side decks. A question for you guys. DD Crow, super versatile card all around. How good is it versus Fire Kings, though, from what we can tell so far? There is a couple, I mean, we can hit the Garunix in a graveyard, which we just saw coming back from there, but there's also some more stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't want to be too pouring cold water on you here, but this is Diego's side deck you're looking at, so...
Yeah, he is playing the Fire Kings.
Yeah, but what about him playing Mirror Match at some point in the tournament? But no, you're right. Okay, but how good is it then versus the Brandon Camaro strategy? Sorry for getting that mixed up.
No worries, it's fine. No, I don't know if it does too much. There are definitely applications for the DD Crow, but it's never this one spot where you think, oh, I have the DD Crow and I'm going to use this and it's going to throw him completely off guard. And you're like, yeah, okay, he has like one of the 10 effects he can use that profit, and I can just take one away, so my opponent goes +9 instead of +10.
I want to say one good thing to hit with the DD Crow, though, is Chimera Fusion, because this card recovering itself all the time is like really powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to be careful though, because sometimes they can just search an extra copy.
True, true. Yeah, it's sometimes not the end of the combo, that's for sure. Then next up we have Drone and Lockbird, which can definitely be kind of handy versus at least the Chimera package of the deck, because that is searching non-stop. The branded part, not so much, but I mean, we're also playing the Fright for a package and so on, so I do believe that it's actually kind of cool, and I think Drone Lockbird will certainly come in. I like it a lot more, at least, than compared to Nibiru, for example. It seems a lot better than Nibiru to me.
We also saw the Fenrir and the Fright for patchwork.
True, a lot
so
of cards,
extra cards. It's nice to. I love playing spell cards, add cards to your hand, but then sometimes you have a fistful of them and then you get trolled and you just look at them and think, why did I do this to myself?
But those hands are the ones where you get really nervous because you're like, oh, this is so good. There is no way I'm losing this unless.
Unless.
You look at your opponent and say, you wouldn't do that to me, would you?
Absolutely
We're friends.
not.
On resolution.
On resolution of this, game number 3 now, though, because players are ready. Back into the action it is. Okay, let's...
All right, there we go. The players are ready, I think. And this is going to be game number 3. Though it is relatively early in the tournament, round 2 if you have just tuned in. We also have an indicator of that on top of the screen. So you always know which round we are in case you have been in and out of the stream. So it's really early, but it's really tough to lose early.
For sure, of course. It will definitely make the rest of your day and the rest of your tournament run a lot harder if you start up by losing. But one of those two players will have to deal with that. Let's see whether it is Fabio or Diego. We started with Cornfield Cordial, and look at that. There is the effect, Valen Negation, on the card that would have been searching 2 cards there on the Baphomet.
Is there any way for Fabio to continue? I mean, with a branded fusion or a Chimera fusion, he's going to be very happy.
Looking good for Diego here as Fabio just sets 1 card and passes it over, and Diego is licking his lips. He's ready. He only sees that Baphomet and 1 set card there. He wants to do it now. He wants to win this featured match so badly, and he has the continuous spell again. Let's go. Sanctuary being activated, followed by the Fire King Island.
Sanctuary is such a powerful card. It looks like it's glued to Diego's hand so far.
Yeah.
This card has always been there for him, sometimes even without the Fire King.
And finally, we have a good card to destroy with the Fire King Island right away. We are destroying the Ponix, searching out the Garunix.
Does the Ponix, when it's destroyed, it lets you add it back maybe during the next standby phase?
Yes, indeed, indeed.
But I think just being able to destroy any fire monster allows you to search the Garunix and then immediately special summon it, which is what you want to do.
It's exactly what you wanted. Garunix now coming to the field, also destroying from the deck the Kirin. So Garunix is the one card that can destroy stuff from your deck, which is so nice. Just destroying card of your deck is really, really good. Okay, we destroy the... Wow, we destroy the deck. He'll be only one on the side of Fabio. His last hope right there. And the Ponix is coming back, searching out now also the Fire King Skyburn. It's looking nice for Diego here.
So there can be multiple now, but this deck does not really suffer from there can be only one that much because you have Beasts and Winged Beasts and Beast Warriors.
Yeah, I was gonna. It's one of those kind of confusing ones because it looks like they should all be the same type, but actually they're all slightly different.
Yeah, it's just the same attribute.
Yeah, Beasts and they're all kind of like one of the 3 Tri-Brigade types, if you like. Beast, Winged Beast, and Beast Warrior, I think.
Yeah, that's true. So, Ponix on the field, summon in attack position with his mighty 500 attack points.
Oh, that's an angry Ponix, let me tell you.
Oh yeah. But I mean, it would be good enough to at least bring him ahead in life points here after we run over the Baphomet. But we have to be careful with the Baphomet because Baphomet is also an illusion monster, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's a fiend.
Oh, okay, it's not. Okay, fair enough.
I did not say yes to that.
True, it's one of the Chimera monsters. Oh, but I mean, we can technically exceed someone on our opponent's turn, but we can also just do it on our own turn in the normal way by overlaying 2 level 8 monsters there, bringing out the Garunix Eternity, Highing of the Fire Kings, destroying the monster. There comes Circle, bring back Kirin, destroying the Exceed monster. Bringing back both monsters from the graveyard, both materials. Diego attacking with all of them. What a quick and swift third game that was. Diego is winning with the Fire King strategy. What a game that was.
Yeah,
very well executed.
You know what, that reminded me of like Kaiba, attacking with the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and then activating D-Fusion and summoning.
Exactly the same,
that was the moment.
Yeah, the Circle, I thought, wow, okay, it looks like there are no interruptions on him. He has everything he wants. He's just going into an Exceeds monster and deals 3,000 damage. That was mildly disappointing until the Circle hit the field, summoning 3 big monsters. But one thing, I really like this. This is kind of a hero story for the Fire King deck now for our stream. Because we still haven't figured out what the deck tries to do in turn 1.
That is true, but we might learn a little bit more about that, already spoiling a bit of additional content for the rest of the weekend, because we have some new segment coming this weekend, and it's going to be combo tutorials, where we sat down with players that are really, really good at their deck that they're presenting to us, and then they're going to show us the main combo of the deck. And we're also going to talk about a couple of interactions and so on, and I can tell you, I personally sat down with the man himself, Joshua Schmidt, which explained a couple more Fire King combos to us. So definitely make sure to wait for that, check that out, and enjoy the combo tutorial there.
You are definitely an expert on this deck now, because you were there, right? He was teaching you.
Indeed, I was there. And you could tell after this match. But yeah, no, the thing is, I didn't. This was a complete surprise to me that Garunix also has that graveyard effect, because it was the Garunix triggering in the graveyard there, splashed something both the materials that it had before, and then all of a sudden we had all of those big attack monsters attacking. It was crazy, honestly.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage, way over 10,000 damage in one turn. Phenomenal OTK right there. I love it when the rogue decks are just surprising everyone, and they're actually just showing off, hey, we can win easily. We have strong win conditions as well. But let's stop us talking about the Fire King deck, but rather let's hear it from Diego. Ed, take it away.
Thank you, Leo. Yes, I am here with the winner of our round 2 feature match, Diego, with that Fire King deck that you were just talking about. Diego, round 2 on the feature match. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. The deck is really fun to play, and it's pretty new. I mean, it came out like 2 days ago, and then I'm having a blast playing it. It's so fun.
What made you pick it?
Phoenix is cute.
Is that it?
Just this. I love Phoenix. Phoenix is the god.
So that was quite an interesting duel to go through. The first game went on for 20 minutes. Yeah. So when you're having quite a drawn-out game, why didn't you decide to just scoop or maybe try something else? Why did you decide to stick it out?
That's a good question, because Fire King has a really good grind game. It basically recurs every resources very well, plus Kirin is a card, fantastic card. I mean, it can summon itself, summon another monster, destroy another card, even not targeting. It's so good in the grind game. So that's my take.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, you did decide just to kind of slog it out. I've written down every back and forth. There was a Chimera Unibirude, and then there was an issue with trying to equip the token to Anima. So do you want to talk us through what was going through your head in those moments?
I thought that was a thing I could do.
I think that's entirely fair, but apparently the question mark says no. Getting to that game 2, there were a couple of issues there, which meant to a slow play warning led to a game loss there, so you were 1 apiece. And then that game 3 was so exciting because I think you managed to stop the, which one was it? It was the Baphomet. You managed to stop that with the effect Veiler.
Yeah, it was a really, I mean, fair game, because Garunix Eternity is a fantastic card, plus Circle in my hand was perfect to OTK my opponent, and so much damage on the board makes the thing, I feel.
Yeah, and you took the win, so congratulations. Now, is there anything that you're worried about going up against with that Fire King deck this weekend?
I mean, no, it's the best deck. Phoenix will carry.
You've heard it here first, everyone. So congratulations again, mate. All the best of luck going for the rest of the rounds here at YCS Bologna. Guys, don't go anywhere, because we're going to be back very shortly with a quiz before we get into our round 3 feature match.
It's time to get your game on. Let's rev it up.
'Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Age of Overlord. Swing into action. Seek the secrets of the Snake Eye. Discover the tomb of an ancient king. Your path to the top begins here. Age of Overlord, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Get your game on. Let's rev it up.
Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
Welcome back. I lied about the quiz. Instead, we're here with our round 3 feature match. In front of me, I have Henry Bancroft and one of our Master Duel World Qualifiers, Herman Hansen. This is going to be a very exciting duel. So guys, can we do a high roll to see who is going to be going first? Herman's going to roll first. And that is a 5. Now let's see what Henry rolls. That is higher than a 5. That's an 8. So you're going to go first. Henry's going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Nadir, and Marcello, who are going to be your amazing commentary trio for this round 3 match. 3-3. It's all coming together. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 3 from us as well. Glad to be here in Bologna, and finally a hi from our team too.
Yes, hi, welcome. It's our turn, I suppose, to take this one away, and we've got a really exciting event. There's a whole range of different decks and archetypes that we're probably going to see this weekend. I'm really excited.
Yeah, and, good to be back, honestly.
So, oh yeah, welcome
you missed
back,
me,
of course. Yeah, we did miss you.
True, almost forgot. But no, it's great to be here, and it's great first and foremost to be back in Italy for a YCS. Yeah. It's been a while, and we have a great match for you guys. As Ed was saying, we have quite a familiar face there. Herman, not only a World Championship participant, but he's known for his crazy decks, we could say. And he has not let us down, right?
We'll talk about that when we jump into the game. But
Absolutely.
yeah, we've also got Henry here, who's quite an established player from England. So we've definitely seen him a couple of times on feature. And yeah, this was a really, really big matchup we couldn't skip up. So I'm really excited to get this one on the way.
Yeah, no, me too. I think that before spoiling the two, decks, I think our players are ready. So I think we can jump to the table.
Yes, we have an ancient matchup here. It's water against fire. It is, in fact, Tearlament against Volcanic, Fire King, Sinful Spoil. Just a mishmash of decks and archetypes, which Herman has, I suppose, been accustomed to. He's always played, I think the smallest deck he's ever played was 47 cards.
And here is the maximum, because he's back to 60. So yeah.
All right, Henry's leading us off with some dangers, a deck that's, or sort of the typing that's kind of fallen off a little bit, but making big use of it in the Tearlament strategy here. Missing on the effect here.
Worst by far, but he picks up the Shirin, so nice.
Ah, that's an interesting card. It is Night Sword Serpent.
Yeah.
When it's sent to the graveyard, that can special side. That's a good mill, by the way. That's a good mill. All right, we've got Scream to search, and we've got Tear Cache, and is that another Shirin?
Yeah,
no.
I think there's a Merly.
Merly, yeah, sorry.
So, wow.
And that's going to be another Tear Cache, and we're getting a Druid's Worm in the grave as well.
Yeah, I mean, the talent being discarded was, not ideal, but I think with these mills, I can't complain, honestly.
Oh, yes.
And I think it's nice, once again, to see another different matchup, but especially Tearlaments being still here and being dominant, honestly, over the past few months. I really want to see now Herman, how he plays through this, because we have seen so far, over the last few years, I think he played through all the decks pretty much incredibly well. So here I think we will see usual stuff from Tearlaments. Honestly, with cards in hand and on the field, I think it's he has quite a lot to do.
There's a lot of options with Tearlament. It's always a deck that is, you mill up your graveyard and then just see where you can go from there. And I think, like, in this specific matchup, I mean, he is playing Abyss Dweller, and that's a pretty strong card against Volcanics.
Yeah, even if you don't know what you're up against, you see 60 cards, right? I think Abyss Dweller usually is pretty good against those.
Yeah,
but
60 quite good against any graveyard strategy, and 60 cards do tend to use the grave in some capacity. But we're going to go for Reader here and then activate another Danger. Okay, Nessie's fine because it gives you another chance.
Yeah.
And level 4s is typically what you want to go for here. So picks up that Mothman and try and extend further with more rank 4 plays.
Let's see if once again,
this is not the best one that you want to hit. So, okay, Terrific Karma. That's a very, very fortunate hit there from Henry.
Much better. A lot of different options that he can search for, potentially still landing on that Abyss Dweller. So
Yeah, like Tier Limit, just honestly one of the most fun decks. Honestly, it's even in its sort of neutered state here after multiple Forbidden Limit lists, it's still going really strong. Arguably one of the best decks of the format, and yeah, Henry is definitely going to give us a good showcase of it.
It was kind of a surprise, I think, in Dortmund, but now you cannot really disregard it anymore. It showed a significant performance even in the top cut, and yeah, now he's...
He hasn't normal summoned, has he?
No.
No, he hasn't.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. So thinking on what to search with his Perla Rhino here, and that gets you any Tier Limit name from your deck. You could go for our normal summon Rhino Heart, I feel might be the simplest one, but looks like he's picking up a Tier Cash.
Yeah, which I think makes sense, because with the 3V Karma being discarded, here it gives you also another option, and then potentially you could mill also other names.
Still a few in the deck left to potentially hit here. We haven't used the on-field effect of 3V Karma. Sorry, Tier Cash.
Let's see.
Any Guidos or Kelbecks?
Ooh,
Malicious.
Wow, the Zaliak as well.
Even the Zaliak. Yeah, Malicious by itself was not amazing, but now he gets to...
Malicious plus a normal summon pickup probably here with the Sulik. Is that another Sulik he has in the hand that we searched with the stream, right?
Before,
so we're gonna have, yeah, it's a good setup he's gonna have here for his turn 1.
Absolutely. Potentially, if he clears away some of this, you could end into a Beatrice. Usually you do that with, you know, Garura plus Malicious, or with the, yeah, you know, let's see.
Picks up Havness, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, typically your setup here, just looking at his extra deck, you want to go into something like Cross Sheep. Cross Sheep can then revive when you perform a fusion, and then that lets you extend further into another rank 4. Bahamut Toad is ideally what you're trying to go for here. Actually uses the normal summon on the Keldo, which in this matchup actually is going to get some value.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, here is the Abyss Dweller.
Ooh, SP, all right.
Okay. I feel like he could have gone even for more right here, but this is definitely solid, and Dweller is going to hurt.
It looks quite conservative enough, but enough to, especially when your opponent's playing a graveyard deck. And it's really funny because the first card we pick up here off the top in the standby phase with a Redoer, you're going to have to read that. I think that's the Trooper or the Rimfire. One of the volcanic cards. Recently in Soul Burning Volcano is where the new support of volcanics have come from.
Pretty sure it's the Trooper, yeah.
So I'm sure we'll be seeing some form of scattershot action today. But unfortunately, you know, volcanic slicer, things like that, maybe you haven't really made the cut in a modern volcanic list here. All right, that's the best normal summon. It's Volcanic Rocket. This is an old school card, but it will be searching one of the newer supports, I think, Blaze Acceler Reload. You've also got Volcanic Blaze Accelerator. That's one of the new potential targets today.
Yeah, and that's the one he searches.
Yeah, so the Fire deck is synergized really well with the Sinful Spoils. Just an engine that works really well with anything fire-related, and especially level 1s. And we are playing a bunch of level 1s here because, well, we're also incorporating Fire Kings in this deck. It is genuinely destroy the deck is what we're trying to aim for here. Talking a little bit to Herman about his deck list actually before the weekend started. He was actually not super sure if he was going to play this because it is just such a crazy strategy, right? Like, is this something you're gonna try out? Like, it's you throw something at the wall and see if it sticks, and here he is. And yeah, he was telling me like basically like what you're trying to do is set up like SP Little Knight, which can banish your opponent's cards, and then you also have multiple Raigeki style effects with things like Scattershot, the Fire Kings. Henry's actually going to go Redoer here and Fuse.
Makes sense. This way he gets to use his Perle Rhino as well.
I think it's also, it may be a risk to bring a deck like this, not a YCS event, especially because like, you know, there's a lot of different decks, but we have seen him bringing Madolce, if you remember the Tier Element format.
Full power Tier Element Ishizu, and Herman shows up with Madolce.
And he topped the event.
Yeah.
You know, when you're playing those Vernisols and the graveyard removal, it's really strong here.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dweller is going to get a lot of good value in this matchup. So his #1 priority is probably to try and get rid of the Dweller, but also, you know, fight through this SP. Reader is also a big follow-up for Henry too. So Herman's got a lot of work to do here this turn. So if he can clear these two and potentially set something up, he's going to be in a really good spot. But Tearlament can have a decent amount of grind game, especially in a deck that resolves with destroying your cards. You could potentially just risk like triggering a lot of all of your graveyard effects. And he's got the Sinfoil Wanted in the hand here.
Yeah, he has a lot of options, honestly, especially because like with the Blaze Accelerator, the last effect, I think you can get rid of one of your opponent monster, which is actually what he's trying to do here. I mean, I like his strategy, honestly, because he could navigate through this. It might be difficult, honestly, but I mean, let's see what he goes for. He's under Dweller, right? Because
he is under Dweller, so unfortunately you won't be able to trigger Scattershot, but yeah, the Volcanic Blaze Accelerator is one step here to destroy. We're going to send, looks like the Rimfire here.
His goal might just be surviving an extra turn from his opponent and then hoping the, you know, if he gets to live another turn, then he can combo through with his Volcanics.
So Rimfire, if it's sent to the graveyard, you can banish it and then send another Volcanic. So as a general way of utilizing this, you know, there's a lot of discard outlets with Sinful Spoils. There's the Horus cards. I don't know if we actually mentioned that already, but there's also a Horus engine in this deck. And then you can send Scattershot, but of course we're under Dweller here, but that is like a typical piece of the puzzle. I think this is Trooper. It's coming down here.
Yeah, it is. Which basically gets you one Volcanic card.
Any Volcanic card,
yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Also allows you to go into, you know, some link summons, because you can do some cool plays where you give your opponent a token and then you can pop it to trigger some of your Volcanic cards, so you can extend your plays if you're going first at least, and your opponent doesn't have. Ooh,
second Malicious. Oh, second Shuffler.
Yeah,
we've got Medora and Keldo in the graveyard now. So this graveyard disruption is really relevant here, because even on Henry's turn, you can actually use it to trigger your own Perla Rhino, because you can put back your own Tearlaments if you've got any spare. But of course, you know, preventing your opponent is also really good. Here's a new support card. It's Volcanic Emperor.
Yeah, there it is.
So adding Emperor with the Trooper here. This is banished to special summon from the hand. So I think Henry's gonna want to fire off one of these shufflers here to empty that grave. How many does Herman have? That's at least 2.
I think he has a couple, right? Yeah. Because he sent one and then Rimfire, so I think he has 2.
But you can also get rid of the Blaze Accelerator card to summon it, so, you know, that's why he doesn't do anything at the moment. Let's see what he decides to banish. It is the 3 monsters, and this allows him to burn his opponent for 1500, I believe.
Yeah, for each banned Pyro monster, yeah.
Can be understated how powerful a burn effect is. It's really good to allow you to finish games if you can't quite you know, go for game, but also when you play like long turn games like this and multiple back and forth turns with like these sort of semi-combo decks, it's very easy to just trigger a Scattershot, burn your opponent, and then win with the end of match procedures.
But now that Henry finally has a Tearlament monster, he can flip that Saliek that was waiting since turn 1, and he can go into another fusion.
Stapelia looks like, yeah.
Yeah.
Returning, putting back, going into Stapelia, and having access to 3 different fusion summons potentially in each turn with Tearlament is why this deck is still popular and relevant. SP is still live as well.
And at the moment, Stapelia is also protected by the field spell, because otherwise, obviously, it would have less attack, but it has 100 more than the Emperor at the moment, so safe from that.
Yeah, it's always... oh, here we go. We've got the Fire Ejection. Send a Pyro from deck to the grave, and if you send a Volcanic, apply one of its effects, inflict equal to the level times its times 300, and then special a bomb token to your opponent's field. It's an interesting gimmick that Volcanics can do with these bomb tokens that you give your opponent and then destroy, and then it deals like even more like burn damage
Yeah, and this is quite some impressive plays from Herman under Dweller. Imagine if the Dweller was not there.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
All of this card that he's sending from the deck would have an additional effect. So, yeah.
There's that bomb token here. Oh, wait, I think it's optional actually, right?
Yeah, you can apply one of these effects.
So he's actually not summoning the token here. Just to be a little bit much to push through. And we're also playing Fire Recovery, which weird, says in the name, as you can imagine. Targets a fire in the grave and then sends a card from hand to the grave and then specials the target back to the field. And then you can target 3 of your banished that are 3 of your banished monsters and then shuffle them back into the deck and draw one. So one of the worst things I remember, at least like with older Volcanics, was like it definitely fell off when Call by the Grave was released because one single Call by on a scatter shot was just, you know, completely crippling. But your recursion with the banish sort of interactions here is now possible within this deck. You can actually just put them back, and it synergizes really well with Emperor because his summoning condition is to banish. So returning them to the deck here, Fire Recovery just gives you that grind and it gives you draw, and Herman's doing really well here.
No, exactly. I think that back then you were really relying on your resources now and be careful, but with all these new additions, I mean, being under Dweller, honestly, is navigating through this very well. And I mean, now he's also drawing a new card, so I think did he change the ESP? No.
No, basically tried to prevent Fire Recovery by shuffling the target.
Okay.
Now he's actually still resolving the card, and he will be able to banish it to also shuffle back the Fire Monsters. So that was kind of ineffective from Henry, we could say.
Yeah, so he won't be able to use that right now because of the Dweller, but he will be able to recycle eventually. And then, most importantly of all, this accelerator reload has
hit the graveyard.
Yeah, and it is a quick effect during the main phase of your opponent. You can banish it to send a Volcanic from deck to the graveyard, triggering the Scatter Shot sending 2 more, burning for 15, and then destroying the entire field here.
But
also, you were just about to mention this. Keldo putting back the reload and the recover. You can't chain here because he's probably most likely doing this in the draw or standby. And that's going to cut off some recursion from Herman. And he won't be able to use the reload because it is not the main phase. Very good spot there from Henry, actually.
Absolutely, yeah.
One of the best advantages of a deck like Herman's is like, well, I don't know what anything is doing here, you know? Like, imagine playing against this. There's so many different engines, different archetypes you probably haven't prepared for and read yet. Fire King just came out, like, you know, a day or 2 ago. The Volcanics haven't been super popular, so you might be in a situation where you trip up against these effects because there's just so much to absorb in terms of the information here. But Henry's doing pretty well.
Yeah, it seems like he played pretty well throughout the last turn, and now doesn't seem like Herman has much that can stop this aggression. We could see that Beatrice finally come down, most likely from Henry.
Yeah, this is a great interaction with Beatrice and a Garura underneath it, triggering any tier limit from your deck and also getting a draw in the process. Do you think you just go for a name, or do we get a little bit twisted and send in a Guido or a Kelbeck?
I think I'll go for a name. It depends on what I drew full.
Oh, okay, well.
That helps. Okay. No, because also, are you sure you want to send a Kelbeck against Volcanics? Because, you know, you could trigger a lot of their effects afterwards.
That's a good point, yeah.
Maybe.
Oh,
I mean,
actually,
some of them,
It's actually really funny because he's put it to the front of his deck thinking like, okay, Kelbeck, well, actually, do we want to do this?
Yeah, exactly. I think he's mining because he was like, wait. Yeah, because honestly, here you just play it safe. I think you can destroy one with your field spell, and you should have enough with the Beatrice to just close this one out. You don't need to do, you know, complicate things.
Yeah,
so.
The Shufflers just owing so much value in this matchup here. The synergy that they've had is, it's really incredible. Tier Limit, just a Swiss Army knife with its ability to have a lot of different removal. We've got Banishing, we've got Destroying, and just so many different tools here. There's the Field Spell, removing the Emperor.
Yeah, this should be pretty straightforward, depending of how many Aquas he has got. Okay. Yeah, this is enough.
And picks it up. Herman scoops game number 1 here versus Henry's tier limit strategy. Water taking down this first game.
We did mention it, water against fire. Water is pretty good in general also, and up until this point, proving it. But obviously the die roll did pay a huge consideration. That Abyss Dweller was really, really strong.
I was genuinely impressed with how much he was able to do under the Dweller.
Yeah. I mean, still, I think he showed us how the deck, how much powerful the deck is. I mean, we have to say that again. I think he was kind of lucky with the mills, but that's how the deck goes, no? So it's like
I think hitting that Medora was like really what sort of closed it. It was very relevant.
Yeah, because there was a point in which Herman was able to put the reload in the graveyard, and then if he was able to activate it, maybe would have had a chance to come back into the game. But still, I think it was impressive because he's showing up with you know, a new deck, new strategy, implementing it with Horus cards, and you know, the weak strategy as well. So there's a lot of stuff in it, no? And also looking at the side deck, honestly, I think he's prepared for most of the decks, you know, in this format.
Yeah, one of the greatest things about playing a deck like Herman's is game 2 and 3, because usually you would prepare for the popular decks, but your opponents would have to improvise and find something quickly, even think quickly about what they could bring in. And that is my question: what do you guys think his opponent might side? Because, like, yeah,
let's take a look at Henry's side deck here. We've got. I find this Rescue Ace engine in his side deck curious.
Yeah.
So we're playing like 3 Impulse and an Attacker.
Yeah.
And we tried really hard to figure out, like, what is this for exactly? Just
if
Impulse,
it wins, we can ask
special a fire attacker from deck.
Yeah.
You know, trigger a name in your hand by discarding with the fire attacker potentially. I'm not sure. But Call by the Grave is extremely good in this matchup, although it's just a one-of. He does play Nibiru, but I think Volcanic is a little bit more of a control deck, rather.
Or maybe he just joins the foe because he has a Volcanic card of his own, right? Obviously.
That is, Scattershot is quite popular in Tournament because of the time effect.
Absolutely. You can say it.
But very popular.
When it comes to Herman, instead, we can expect him again to go first, and this time without a Beast Dweller, try to combo through. And he does have a few options. One of them, which I really like, are the Ghost Bells. They are really good against tier, so that could come in for this matchup. But without further ado, our duelists are ready, so let's jump into game 2.
All right, game number 2 here. Started up, Herman gets to go first this time, and we'll see if we can put up any kind of impressive field that his deck can do. We've seen what Henry's deck does 100 times before, and he masterfully showed us a great display of Tearlament, and now it's time to see what Fire can do.
And I think his hand is very good,
It's a really good hand.
Yeah.
We've got Rocket, King Sarcophagus, the Blaze Accelerator, which we can get into the graveyard. I think we might have a Sinful card as well. All right.
Ooh, here it is.
Okay, right. So now we get to actually see what this is for.
Yeah.
Because this is curious. We're going to go into Impulse, which triggers when your opponent activates a monster effect, and special summon out the deck here. Going to go for the Fire Attacker. And then maybe it's just like a small engine of sorts to allow you your cycling of Disruption from hand. All right, Herman resolves here, gets the Volcanic Blaze Accelerator, new chain, Fire Attacker.
And I think Herman might be thinking what is going on, no? Because like, did I play against Tyrell or?
Yeah.
Do you ever remember when people used to like smoke screen into like different strategies from their side deck? Haven't seen that happen in a while.
In a while, yeah.
Oof, and that's a good one.
Okay. We got a Guido. All right. And Rhino Harp. Field spell, Nibiru, not great. Oh, that's a Rimfire.
Let's see.
And we put a Stinful in the grave as well.
So Rimfire is very good, honestly.
Extremely good hit here. I'm not even sure if that Agido was worth it. Well, I mean, it was probably worth it.
Yeah.
He just got really unfortunate with those mills there.
Yeah, but let's see. Let's see. He's gonna try his best. And on the other hand, Herman activating his Rimfire, as mentioned.
So send to the graveyard. Activate one of these effects, banish this, and if you do, send a Volcanic from deck to the grave. Or you can banish the Blaze Accelerator card face up from your field or graveyard, and then place a Blaze Accelerator from your deck here.
On the other end, though,
Yeah, we got things happening here. Rhino Heart discarding Scream, special summoning, gonna send the card here and see what fusion we can make. Yep, so the Rimfire does trigger, banishing the Volcanic Blaze Accelerator from the field.
Because I don't think he hit many Aqua monsters, right?
No, I think...
He's got a lot here.
No. So, like, I think he almost has just Fire monsters in the graveyard, so maybe he's forced to fusion with these, you know, either the Rhino Art or something in his hand. Let's see. Otherwise, he might just call the lottery and just send, you know, Kashtira and pray, or the, yeah.
Yeah, Tear Cash could be okay, just mill 2. If we don't have a valid thing to summon, realistically, there's not too much you can do with just like small amount of cards in the graveyard here.
Gonna go for it.
Yeah, getting the Solix still really strong here, and well, next step is to see what these 2 random cards off the top of the deck can get with Tear Cash.
And he's smiling.
Trivic Karma. That's really good.
Yeah.
There should still be I think there's 2 field spells in the grave.
Yeah.
So, third still available. All right.
Okay.
And Herman still continuing here with another Blaze Accelerator.
Yeah, but this time around there is no Abyss Dweller, so...
That is wild that we play the OG Blaze Accelerator. That is crazy.
I think it's been a while since we last saw it.
Yeah. So sending to destroy monster on the field, banishing the Rhino Heart because it was sent from its, because it was set special from its own effect here. And now we're going to go with Volcanic Shell. A great engine, you know, 14 years ago to get card advantage.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Don't know if we're going to be setting Wind Blast for the discard fodder, but yeah, Volcanic Shell. Placing the Blaze Accelerator, a trap card, by the way, face up, means you can use it immediately. So now we get to draw and cycle here with the Shell, which is really strong.
Yeah.
Digging deeper, especially in game 2 and 3. It's a nice little way to deck thin and trying to find those all-important side deck cards. And now we see another portion of the Fire deck here. Sanctuary, placing Fire King Island from the deck directly. So now we're going to see some Fire King plays.
I also like the last effect of King Sanctuary, you know, that basically if your opponent special summon a monster, you can basically XYZ on Fire King monster, no?
Yeah, so this is the sort of main strategy for Herman's deck here. You destroy the field with Scattershot using the Volcanic cards, and then you can use the quick XE effect of the Fire King to go into the new rank 8 monster, which is on summon, destroys all other monsters on the field. All right, so destroying from the deck here, and then using the effect to revive the Arvada, and then further destroying the fire attacker. Destroy, destroy, destroy. You're going to hear that a lot today. And Arvata is just a monster negate. Is it for any monster effect, or is it just on the field? Because that is going to be really good here.
No, I think when a monster effect.
So any monster effect is on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah. While it's on the field, it's going to be able to stop any fusion summon from Tearlament.
This is impressive, honestly, because he has the reload. Then he can XYZ summon if his opponent special summon a monster with the King Sanctuary. Then he has the negate with the Arvada as well. And let's see if he puts up something else.
No, and this is also huge because I think as Padra Nibiru, you know, and yeah, as you mentioned, you can play around it, and then let's see, he has quite a few options still available. Because he can recycle some of the grave.
Are we on summon number 3 or 4 right now?
I think it's 3.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
3.
All right, and now we've got the Horus engine here. And that's going to place King Sarcophagus. So this is where things might get a little greedy. But it's like very odd to put in Nibiru against this deck, I think. But at the same time, Henry's probably just thinking to himself, like, well, I don't really know,
what's going on
to put in here.
Exactly.
You know, it's something. But yeah, Nibiru is going to be quite rough if Herman plays into it. Do we have any other like generic 8s Yeah, he plays like Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord, just as like a negate that you could set up like with the rank 8 engine of the Horus cards. Double SP it looks like as well, which is interesting. Zombie Vampire. Okay.
Maybe not so great against this matchup.
Yeah, not this matchup, but yeah, there's a lot of tools here. Okay, nice. All right, this is a extensive turn played out here.
And there it is. So King Sarcophagus.
All right, so the new Horus engine is really, really strong. A little bit bricky. Never been a massive fan of it, but once you get like the right pieces together, and you can get that King Sarcophagus and the right names in the graveyard, just special summon back all of them. And I think this is going to be... Okay, all right, we are going to Zombie Vampire.
Wow.
Maybe we're wrong.
Brave. All right, milling 4 cards here. Grief, Rhino Heart, which we've already used. Kelbeck. Fantastic. Okay. So what he can do here is special the Kelbeck.
Yeah.
So it won't hit the grave and trigger, and then make a rank 4. And I assume he plays Dweller. Does Herman play Dweller?
No.
No Dweller, okay. Could just use it for a link summon here. I feel like you have to get the Kelbeck.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, almost a disaster, but we're fine.
Because like almost like if you don't go for the Zombie Vampire and you don't want to risk it, I think you could also like go for something else, no? Like,
I think the Photon Lord would have been nice here.
Without risking it, no?
This could be a bit of an issue here. I think like that Nibiru that Henry has needs to be used. Otherwise, you're probably going to risk the SP, and then SP can banish itself on another monster to dodge the Nibiru, sort of, quote unquote. Henry is thinking about it here. Okay, wow. Okay, not going for SP, instead going for Hita. What's his fire target in the graveyard? Oh, it's just the rescue ace.
Oh, yeah.
Now we could just make some more link fodder because we have a fire access. Oh, is this Emperor coming down now? Banishing 3 cards.
Yeah, it seems
so. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, does Emperor summon itself from the grave as well? Oh, wow.
And now again, 1500 damage.
This is impressive, honestly. Huh?
This is incredible. Like I talked to Herman about this, like I said, and I didn't think it did this much. I thought it was like a little bit of control here and there, destroy or 2, but this is like we're popping off with fire.
And this is great because now you shuffle all of them back to draw a card.
Yeah, with the recovery.
And, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
We've got a huge field of monsters displayed by Herman, and I'm just curious, like, when is this Nibiru going to be used? Because I think you should use it just to bait this Arvata regardless.
I don't know.
I guess it will just stay in the hand. You're probably going to have to like try and combo it with something. But yeah, it's really impressive just how well we've insulated for this turn here.
I think he also drew into Wanted, which might, extend it further.
Just a little bit.
I think he was just praying that, the Arvata would be used, but obviously Herman even saw the Nibiru off the top of the deck, so he's not going to play risky,
God, this is just like so much. What are we doing?
Here it is.
We got Sinful Spoil as well.
Yeah.
Oh, this is absolutely ridiculous. All right. You have now gotten a full display of both decks here, so I'm glad that we've managed to see these strategies in action. This is incredible.
Look at this.
Well, if you haven't picked up any Volcanic cards now, this is your opportunity.
Yeah, might as well do it.
Is that just like 6 in hand?
6 in hand and 10 on the field.
And discard a reload.
Impressive
It's actually insane. I'm curious why Henry hasn't just scooped at this point, honestly. I suppose like there's enough time. Just keep going. We've got the Sinful Spoils here coming down, sending, special summoning out the deck here.
Might as well try. He also holding a lot of cards. And
oh, this is the Snake Eye monster, which we can send to special summon and then get another body here. Yeah, I guess the Rimfire. Okay, all right. This is to just go even further beyond, I suppose.
And Herman is having fun, you can tell.
Yeah, that's really the most important thing here, is that Herman is having fun.
Yeah.
Sends the face-up Sanctuary here. So I don't think that is going to allow him to go for the Destroy with the Xyz monster, right? Because I think you need that face-up. But I think we've got more than enough here. Sacrifices it to special summon out the deck here the other Snake Eye monster, the boss monster. What's the name? Flamberge? Yeah, there it is. We're getting Flamberge out the deck now as well.
There it is.
So Flamberge reads, target a face-up monster on the field or in either grave, place it in this owner's spell and trap zone, and then during your opponent's turn, quick effect, target a monster treated as a continuous spell on the field, and then special summon it to your field. And if it's sent from the hand or field to the grave, special 2 level 1 fires from the graveyard. I'm just using it as link fodder, it looks like.
Wow, okay. Even the cherry on top, yeah.
That's 3 material, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So a lot of monster negates, destruction.
Doesn't stop.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, because you get back the issue level 1.
Just from being link summoned, yeah. And then we can eventually, I think this is what we're going to make into an IP.
Yeah. So it was Appaloosa for 3, right? Appaloosa has 3 negates, right?
3 materials, and also we get to get another Sanctuary to the hand here, recycled to the hand with the, or added to the hand rather with the Fire King monster. Specialed out from the Flamberge. Oh, Ensemble. This is incredible. What a field here.
Yeah. Wow.
All right, so it's been a while since we saw this. For those of you who may remember Tri-Brigade Lyrilusk. Every time your opponent special summons a monster, detach, bounce it to the hand. Very annoying to deal with. Even if we somehow get a special summon through 4 negates, you are just going to get returned to the hand here. All right, and the final step of the puzzle finally should be, there it is, IP Masquerena. Link that away into an SP on your opponent's turn after probably using the Photon Lord or the Ensemble. And you also get your field destroyed from the Blaze Accelerator.
Why not? Yeah.
Absolutely impressive. I didn't think like the fire stuff was capable of this level of comboing, but here we are. All right.
Yeah, baby's done.
It's decent. It's decent.
It's
okay. Decent.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, end of main, you might as well take a material off of the Appaloosa. Or use the Arfata, I suppose.
Yeah, because it's also from man, so...
Oh, so that's why we're using Shell, right? It's not Windblast the target, it's an Arvata target. Very nice. Okay, we picked up a tier cache. We'll stand by, use this Trivikarma, and add the field spell. Henry's gonna make an attempt here. Why not? Give it a shot. Let's see what you can come up with.
I think he did send the 3rd field spell from deck. Wow. Oh, all of them are gone, I think. Yeah.
Really? Oh, maybe no. I think there's 2 in the grave and 1 must be in the hand, right?
Maybe. No.
No, he doesn't have it.
Okay.
Maybe he decided it out. I don't know. No, maybe he did send 3. I don't know.
I think because like probably you're not going to be able to stick a monster too easily, so you got to try and scream.
No,
I think he decided it out.
Setting out field spells. Interesting. All right, activating Scream here. And
might as well try.
Go for the tier cache and attempt to mill 6. It's pretty useful because you get to block it on the field. But yeah, you can just stop it in the hand here with the Appaloosa. So summoning this is not going to be happening this turn. We just need something to normal summon or hit the field here. Okay.
Again, with the Foolish Burial.
Foolish Burial for an Agidor Kelbeck, or it really doesn't matter. Appaloosa is most likely going to stop this again.
Yeah, for sure, whatever that is.
Yeah, sheer in effect. Yeah, Appaloosa negate.
Yeah, I can't really think about how Henry can basically go through this. It's a lot, honestly.
Yeah. Normal summon with Dora.
Okay.
Use this to go into the battle phase, force out Ensemble or IP. I don't think you're too concerned. You probably just let him take over one of them. It's fine. Yeah, it looks like IP is not used at the end of the main here. Yeah, Appaloosa is the one we attack over. She's only on 800 attack points at that stage. But can we do anything to push through and trigger Scream? I think is like what Henry really needs here. Is something to trigger Scream and to get lucky with the mills.
Doesn't look like
No! So what do you think Herman's weaknesses are? I'm thinking like evenly matched is like what's good against his deck. It doesn't appear to be a lot of spell and trap negation. I don't think, right? Plenty of monster negates, don't get me wrong.
Maybe Lightning Storm?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be over to Herman now.
Lava Golem?
Yeah. Lava Golem Sphere mode even. Like, even then, I don't know if that's enough. Normal summon Volcanic Rocket. Beautiful. Well, we should have more than enough ways to get into game here.
For sure.
So I think Henry does want to try and play this for as long as possible as we approach time.
The only concern is that, exactly, because there are 7 minutes left, and obviously, as we mentioned already, Henry does play the scatter shot.
Yeah, so I think it is in his favor to try and survive this as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really gonna try that, I think, but like Herman just needs to seal the game, you know.
Quarter Century Unicorn, discard, spin a face down. So many cards available in Quarter Century. And Herman taking advantage of that. Discarding, not discarding reload, but really doesn't matter here.
No.
He has game in 19,000 different paths if he likes.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna waste much time. He's gonna just banish free afterwards and then just attack for game and call it a day.
Here's the
there it
Horus
is.
engine.
Yep. Might be moments away from jumping into game 3, but he's gonna just try and use this.
End of main, special summon Tier Cash, chain the Photon Lord to negate it in the hand, nothing else to stop here. We haven't played into Nibiru. We are going into the battle phase and attacking
and that's enough.
For enough. Henry picks up his cards. Game number 2 is taken by Herman Hansen's Fire strategy. We are tied up 1-1. Volcanic Fire King, Sinful Spoil stuff.
Absolutely.
Tier limit.
Temperatures rising in this future match, and now we go into this game 3 as time is about to end. So we will need Henry. We will need to take a look at his hand. Let's see if he will have some combo cards. But now we can also take a look at Herman's side deck, because obviously going first with this kind of decks, you don't really tend to side much. But does he have outside of those ghost bells, which is really praying to pick up, I think, right now? What do you think he might put in?
Well, I think that Nibiru is very hit and miss sometimes against Tier Limit, but I think when you play 60 cards, you just have to side more because you need to draw it.
I agree.
That's just how the math works on it. But I think Ash is like very simple enough, honestly, and maybe just try and push through with Engine.
Ash, yeah. I mean, I will side in Ash for sure. He also has impermanence if he feels like. There's also one Kurikara is there. I mean, just in case.
Is it because like it's a fire? Is there synergy that we can add it? Okay.
Yeah, most likely. But yeah, we might actually be in a situation where looking at it, he might side the 15 cards. I'm not even joking. He might side all of them. Because like when you play 60, you want to obviously eye up the percentage of picking up an Entrop, and that's what he's got. And he might have, you know, in such a situation, you know that you need to stop certain cards, and to do so, you will try your best.
Typically, sometimes when you play like these big mishmash monster decks, you can actually like side out like an engine. Like for example, like take out all of the Fire Kings or something like that. I don't know if that's actually part of Herman's plan, but historically that has been sort of an idea that you can do, is like sacrifice an engine and then go for side options.
And to be fair, I don't think we could call an anti-climatic ending if Herman were to lose to a volcanic card.
That would be insane.
You know, that's
the volcanics are getting scattershotted.
Absolutely. But regardless, I think our duelists are about to be over with their side decks. So without further ado, let's go back to game 3.
So yeah, I was taking a peek over at Herman when he was siding during that, and I want to say that I did see a lot of cards coming in and out.
Yeah.
So I think you might be right, Marcello, for his strategy here in this matchup. Just got to try and see those cards, because Tier Limit is a deck that can just play for an extensive period of time. And in order to win in time against a deck that you risk getting scattershotted against, because you're probably very aware, like most Tier Limit decks will be running scattershot. You do need to play as many hand traps as possible just to stop them.
And yeah, honestly, I don't want to jinx it for a brick on Henry's side, but I think what's most likely to happen if he has a decent hand is either he's going to win through Scattershot, or we might even get a draw, because, you know, the deck has a lot of plays available. So let's see. One more duel to find out the winner of round 3.
Opening hands, the all-important part of this final game 3 here, and do we have anything on Herman's side here? I see an infinite impermanence.
He only has that one.
And I do see a very easy way to go access that with a Foolish Warrior for the 3rd time in a row.
Is he drawn Foolish
really?
again? Wow.
Yeah.
That's
3
very
times in a row, I
fortunate.
think. Yeah. Let's just go.
Foolish Burial.
Okay.
And
We'll consider it, honestly.
just straight up scatter shot here.
Okay, no.
We're actually going to go for a Guidon. Okay.
He could have gone to it, honestly.
Yeah, but like...
Yeah, I mean, no, I get it, but...
I don't think he has any other play, so that would have been like straight up.
I mean, but the thing is, like, you give Herman a chance to hit scatter shot now.
Yeah.
He just milled scatter shot.
You know?
Okay. Oof. There we go. Like, that's maybe not the correct Foolish Burial target, right?
I do agree.
Oh. I mean, these are some good hits, to be fair. Shiren, Havness, Knight, Sword Serpent, but I don't know if we have enough time now, because our Fenrir is going to be destroyed. Scattershot's going to destroy the field for 1,500 damage.
No, the thing is, you can only use it if it sends off a Blaze Accelerator, so he's fine with that. He's just going to take the 500 life points, but I don't know if he has a way to deal more than that. So in the best case scenario, this would be a draw for Henry. And with that infinite impermanence that you mentioned, if Herman, you know, just keeps that in hand for the Sprite, then maybe that could be it.
Okay, so not destroying the field, of course, yeah. Got a little ahead of myself there. We're not destroying the field. However, he should still take 500 damage, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So those life points will update in just a moment. But yeah, Herman is technically 500 up right now. And
there it is, yeah.
And Henry has to play lightning fast to try and get some damage on the on the field here.
Does he have any other way to, you know, deal damage outside of that? Because like he has 2 ways to access it, which are obviously, you know, the good old-fashioned Sprite Sprint and then the Beatrice. So maybe he has a way to play around the impermanence, but at most they would be even, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, I think a draw is really what Henry can hope for at this point. 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Definitely.
He actually does. Oh no, he does play sprint. Okay, so yeah, he needs to like sprint for scatter shot and just make the life points equal, I think.
And obviously he could send it right here as well. Like he has multiple chances of eating the card even without the Beatrice and the sprint. But
okay, good mills. We have a search of Sullik. That's going to give us a normal summon, worst case scenario. Or we can go for the Sharon to send out of the hand here. Mill 3, try and fill up that grave even further. Oh, okay. Is that a Kelbeck in the hand?
Yeah, I think he has a Kelbeck as well.
Yeah, he has a lot. Because he has Magnamur as well, which is also level 6, so the Beatrice is, you know, easy. Let's see.
All right, here we go. Shiren, effect, discard, Kelbeck.
There is no way you activate it, right?
He has to. He has to.
No, why?
He needs to try hit scatter shot, no?
No, but if you can send it, and if he hits another one, you just lost.
But how is he getting to sprint, though? He doesn't have level 2 access,
But he has
right?
Beatrice.
Go into
Beatrice
into the, okay, all right.
Because Beatrice sends the scatter shot as well.
Well, fortunately here, Herman hasn't hit anything relevant.
I think this was a huge risk from Henry. I don't think that was necessary at all.
I don't think it was a risk he needed to take, right?
Yeah. No.
Because if you do not scatter shot, it was it, no?
Yeah, you just lose. Straight up. I mean.
So I think that's a recovery we've got in the graveyard. I don't think Herman... sorry, that's just the Blaze Accelerator, actually. And Lincoln off for 2. Yep, we... oh, SP? Okay.
Yeah, he just needs space at this point. And yeah, this is exactly...
Here's the 6.
The thing is that... Does he have enough to... Yeah, he can just go afterwards with the sprint. So I think this... Straight up is a draw unless he has another way to, you know, deal damage.
Well, Herman does have a way to stop this.
Yeah, then...
Infinite impermanence on the Beatrice. Ooh,
yeah.
Dodging it though with the SP Little Knight. Played that really well, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Played well, but unfortunately, This is straight up a scatter shot against scatter shot situation.
This is incredible. Like the volcanic scatter shot in both players' decks. Oh no. This is I think kind of anticlimactic.
Yeah, it's kind of like I don't know, Mexican standoff, you know, scatter shots, and pretty much that's gonna be it, unless there is a surprise, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess. I don't. No, wait. What if you?
Is there more?
No, you shuffle back the scatter shot, right?
With the shuffler,
and then you send it back with the sprint. Maybe
no shot.
Maybe you could do that.
There's no way.
Yeah, because he hit the shuffler, right? I'm pretty sure
I think he has. Yeah, he has a shuffler.
No?
So he has
maybe
a shuffler.
he does have the way.
Let's see if he sees the line.
Okay, dark.
Okay,
makes
dark.
sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, bad. Okay. Okay, I mean, it's fine. You can chain it to the sprint. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Even if you use sprint and then send, you know, you just chain it. That wouldn't be that much of a big deal.
I think in theory he should have been committed to the link 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, he is.
Okay.
But now he changed the shuffler, and this is it. Wow! Oh,
that's crazy!
Yeah, that's it.
Herman recognizes the play, sees the line, and concedes in time to volcanic scatter shot twice. What an incredible duel! That was what an ending! What an ending!
Absolutely, absolutely. And what can you say? Again, we mentioned the card could have been it, and when you play the volcanic deck at a YCS, end up losing
then you lose the scatter shot.
Yeah.
So just to clarify for anyone misunderstanding what happened there, we're using the shuffler to put back the scatter shot, and then use the sprint to send the scatter shot that we just put back to trigger it again, because it's not once per turn. That does a further 500 damage. That is a 500-point life point deficit, and Henry wins in time.
Yeah, I still risked it, because like with that mill, honestly, if another scatter shot would have been it from Herman's side, then he could have lost, or we could have seen a draw.
Yeah, it would have been a draw, maybe.
So,
but,
I mean, I think it was well played, we have to say, because like he saw the play, but still it was kind of risky, but sometimes you have to do it, because otherwise, you know, you may never know, but he paid off. Still, I think we have to give credit to Herman, which showed up with an incredible deck. Honestly, in game 2, we saw how powerful the deck is, and honestly, I would be so scared to play against him. So he has a lot of stuff, a lot of things going on, a lot of different engines, and also the side deck, I think, is very built in for this, you know, this YCS, and still it is a long run, so hopefully we will see him again on stream. But congratulations to Harry, honestly, for taking, you know, Turtlemans once again and showing up with some spicy cards in his side deck. Was an incredible match, honestly.
Yeah, really utilizing the Rescue Ace engine, I suppose, to really dig through his deck. And, well, I think the conclusion of this really was the takeaway of how good that play was to resolve that scatter shot multiple times.
Personally, regardless, I had a blast. It was a really fun match to start things off from our side here in round 3. But obviously, there is a lot more on the line, and obviously, we will have an interview quite shortly. But before that, I have an announcement for all of you guys watching. You can go on our official page on X, because we are holding a poll to decide, based on your votes, what deck you want to see for round 4. So please go in and vote, and based on the results, we will just pick whatever deck we can find among these almost 2,500 players that gather here in YCS Bologna. And I think we have a lot of cool options to choose from, right? And
yeah, it's a wide, varied field. The meta is super diverse right now. There's so many different archetypes. You can only vote for 4 options right now, but check it out on the socials, and I think we're just about ready.
Absolutely. Ed is ready with the winner of round 3. Thank you guys for being with us. Let's hear it from the winner.
I'm here with Henry Bancroft, the winner of our round 3 feature match here at YCS Bologna. First of all, congratulations. How are you feeling after coming off that feature match win?
Yeah, feeling good. It was a very intense game. Yeah, I definitely made a couple of mistakes, especially game 3. I may have forgotten that the volcanic deck does indeed play scatter shot. So I was like, oh, obviously he's got a scatter shot.
I mean, yeah, that was obviously going to be a big scatter shot off at the end there. We'll come back to game 3 in just a sec, because that was such a tense moment. But going through that, you didn't start with the best hand, but still managed to play around in game 1. You basically had the OTK on the field, so Herman scooped. So at that point, when you then saw that you were playing up against this volcanic deck, were you feeling confident, or were you suddenly a bit like, oh God, what am I even up against here?
I was not confident. As you may have told, game 1, I was reading like every card. Like I had no idea what most of the cards did, and I know that Herman borrowed the deck from someone who is German, so all of his cards are in German. So I had to get like many translations. And I apologise if that made the game take longer. But
So game 2, it was you remained stoic for a long time, despite the fact that Herman had this really huge field. Basically, everything that was possibly going to be on there was on there, but you didn't scoop. Now, was that because you wanted to try and get it as close to a scatter shot as you could, or were you trying to see if you could still play around it?
So the tier deck is actually really, really good at breaking boards. I felt my hand was actually quite unfortunate. I think, so I went with the impulse into fire attack, draw 2, discard 1. I sent me a Guido, but obviously Guido was so good for him, I think I should have either discarded the Rhino Heart or one of the shufflers, which would have been a really good interruption. But I think I definitely helped him make a lot of, do a lot. But yeah, and then unfortunately my hand ended not actually being my great game too, so I couldn't play through the board, but oh well.
It didn't matter in the end, did it? Because then we got to that game 3, and like you said, it was all trying to get to scatter shot from both sides of the field. So do you want to explain to people who maybe sort of missed the last moments with the shuffler and why the game was then conceded to you? Because it was about you got scatter shot off, and then you basically found a way to get it back to do it again. Was that right?
Yeah, so Tier has like 3 different ways to get to scatter shot. There's a first one, which is, it's Tier. You can always randomly mill it, and then you can Beatrice send it and sprint send it. So you can normally resolve scatter shot at least twice. I got very fortunate because Herman made a slight blunder when he impermed my Beatrice, because I had the SP up, so there's 2 ways to get to the scatter shot, the Beatrice and the sprint, and that's the first one with Beatrice. But to get to the sprint, I'd have needed to link off the SP, so he'd have been able to imperm the sprint. So I got very lucky there. But it made for a very entertaining match, I think.
Certainly did. That ending was incredibly tense. The commentators were going nuts for it. Backstage, we were all watching it going, what's going to happen? But it was so exciting. So how are you feeling off the back of that win? Are you ready for the next few matches, or are you still unsure about the current lay of the land with the decks here?
I mean, it's a very diverse format, so yeah, and I don't know a lot of the new cards. Like, I played against Fire King, against a friend for the first time yesterday. I was like, oh wow, these cards are cool. And then the Centurion deck I don't really know that well either. But no, I'm very happy with Tier. The deck's still incredible, so.
Nice. Well, congratulations, well done, and I hope the rest of your rounds go well. Congratulations on that win there. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to have our round 4 feature match coming up very, very soon. But before that, there's other things than the main event here. There are, of course, the public events, including the Time Wizard format. So let's have a look at the meta of the Time Wizard format as it stands.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Age of Overlord. Swing into action. Seek the secrets of the Snake Eye. Discover the tomb of an ancient king. Your path to the top begins here. Age of Overlord. Available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello everyone and welcome back to YCS Bologna. Leo and I are here to talk about the Ultimate Time Wizard event this weekend. So the big event is going to be Time Wizard 2005, this format, because we've heard it's very popular among the Italian community in particular. So Leo, what do you think is the most popular deck this weekend?
So there are many decks that can be considered the most popular, but I think I'll start us off with an old classic, which is the Goat Control. Relies heavily on the card Scapegoats, which has been really popular in standard format as well. But yeah, you're trying to defend yourself with the goat tokens, and you also want to use Metamorphosis to summon 1000 Ice Restrict. And then other than that, you are really relying on the flip mechanic, on the flip cards, and a combo of flips and Tsukuyomi that kind of puts your monsters face down again, that generated a little bit of value before, like Magician of Faith or Night is Silent.
One thing I've noticed about this deck is it, like, as you said, like, you play those Scapegoat tokens and 1000 Eyes Restrict, it clogs the field, makes it really hard for your opponent to make progress.
Yeah, you're really slowing down the game. That is what you're trying to do. It is called Goat Control for a reason. You're trying to take out the pace of the game, and once you're in this grind scenario, you outgrind any single other deck in the format.
So, a deck that's arguably like overtaken the Goat Control deck in popularity recently is a deck called Chaos Turbo. So, as we mentioned, like, Goat Control is very slow, so maybe you're a player you like to play a bit more fast, a bit more aggressive. So you also run these powerful flip effect monsters. So you run things like Gravekeeper's Spy, Dekoichi the Battle-Chanted Locomotive, and Magician of Faith, things like that. And you run lots of light and dark monsters, so you can make use of the powerful boss monsters Chaos Sorcerer and Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning. And the deck Chaos Turbo really gets its name from one of my favorite cards, which is Thunder Dragon. So Thunder Dragon, you can discard and add 2 more copies of Thunder Dragon from your deck to your hand. So that puts a light monster in the graveyard straight away for your Chaos monsters. And then it gives you like lots of powerful options. You use it to fuel like powerful discard effects like Phoenix Swing Wind Blast, Card Destruction, or if you're lucky enough, Graceful Charity. So it's a really cool deck. It's really fun. You can run lots of powerful cards. What do you think of it, Leo?
Oh, it is, I think, maybe the strongest deck in competition. You are very consistent. It's called Turbo for a reason. You know, you're drawing your way right through it. It has so many powerful plays, and as opposed to the Goat Control deck that we've been talking about before, it has those rather aggressive plays. You have the ability to just summon 1 or 2 Chaos Sorcerers in one turn, a Blackluster Soldier as well next to it, and try to easily even OTK your opponent, so you can really go for big pushes. Another deck that likes to push is something that was basically reinvented recently by the 2005 Time Wizard community, and it is an Earth deck. It's basically just Earths. Do you remember when you were way younger and you saw Goblin Attack Force with 2,300 attack points and you were like, wow, this card must be crazy. So much attack for a level 4 monster? Yes, it is indeed crazy. Your opponent only has 8,000 life points. You also have powerful monsters like Gigantes that have 1,900 attack points and can clear out your opponent's face down or also face up spell and trap cards. So the deck is incredibly powerful and fast paced as well.
Gigantes is just like one of my favorite cards from. I've sort of used to deck build throughout as I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Like in Time Wizard and in later formats, and it was something you always kind of wanted to put in your deck. It's got that powerful like heavy storm-like effect that people sometimes forget about, and just the ability just to summon a monster out of nowhere can sometimes be really powerful.
Yeah, and also it has a really favorable matchup. I think the deck was designed by players to beat the Warrior deck that was popping off at some point.
Yeah, so the Warrior deck, as Leo mentioned, kind of runs like a toolbox kind of thing. So you run Reinforcement of the Army, and then you run a variety of Warrior monsters you can search to deal with any situation. So it's a very cool deck, especially if you're the kind of person who just likes summoning monsters, putting pressure on your opponent, attack, get some of those high attack monsters. So if your opponent's got a face-up defense position monster, you can search Ninja Grandmaster Suzuki. If you want to deal with their flip effects, you can search for Blade Knight, which has got 2,000 attack as long as you've only got 1 card in your hand. Or you can search Mystic Swordsman level 2 to deal with some pesky flip effect monsters like we've been mentioning, which are really, really popular in this format.
Yeah, the Warrior deck is also incredibly fast-paced. In matchup like the Chaos Turbo, you really want to close out those games quickly. You want to build advantage off of the Blade Knight, off of the Mystic Swordsman. You also love to play removal spell or trap cards like Sakuretsu Armor or Mirror Force, of course. And you really want to have this one-on-one pressure. You have the stronger monsters that are level 4 normal summons, and you just want to beat down your opponent with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a tale as old as time in playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Is if you can kind of simplify the game a bit, if you can use removal, trade some cards, maybe use Dust Tornado, trade with one of their cards, then a Sakuretsu Armor, then it's kind of like biggest monster wins at the end of the day, and that's what you aim to do.
Yeah, another deck that likes to summon big monsters, I'll get to that later, is actually the Burn deck, which is a deck that most people are not really prepared for. It is a really strong deck if you don't know what you're doing against it. You really have to know the mechanics of the decks to beat it. So this deck wants to summon monsters on your side of the field with, for example, Ojama Trio, and run over it with Gyakugire Panda to deal significant amounts of damage. It gets more attack and deals piercing damage for each monster on your opponent's side. So you try to summon monsters to that. You never want to activate Scapegoats against that deck. If you go for Scapegoats because you think it's a nice play in the end phase and your opponent then reveals the Panda, it's almost game over. It also plays a lot of trap cards that, like Just Desserts, that just inflict damage immediately to the opponent's life points. So you're trying to stall out the game a little bit with cards like Gravity Bind and other trap cards that defend you, or Level Limit Area B, which is a spell card, a continuous one. And then you try to inflict damage to your opponent. There are multiple ways to do that, like Death Koala as well. And it is just such a powerful strategy, especially if you are unprepared for it.
Yeah, it's a really neat deck, as Leah mentioned, and actually there's a lot of different ways you can build the deck. So Leah mentioned like Ojama Trio, I think is core to basically all of them, because you give your opponent a bunch of monsters. You can hit them with a Just Desserts, hit them with a Secret Barrel, hit them with a Panda. Some people like to play it in a more explosive way. You can play like Giant Trunade and then play Rescue Cat to summon multiple pandas at once. Or you can play, as you mentioned, like some of the stall-based cards. So you can run Gravity Bind, level area B, kind of slow the game down a bit, and then maybe hit your opponent with something like the Wave Motion Cannon. So if it sits there for 8 turns, which it sounds like a lot nowadays, but in Time Wizard format, the format's a little bit slow. You activate Gravity Bind, they have to have an answer to it.
Yeah, especially if you lured out your opponent's Mystical Space Typhoons or Heavy Storms already, at some point, if you activate the Wave Motion Cannon, your opponent might just not have an answer anymore to it and just immediately lose if you can survive for the next 8 turns. And you also mentioned Giant Trunade, which I think is a fantastic card as well, because you have those trap cards that deal direct damage to your opponent's life points. And a common way to finish the games with those decks is just to activate the Giant Trunade to get rid of possible Dust Tornadoes of your opponent, and in the draw phase, activate Ojama Trio and then go for something like a double Just Desserts or a Barrel to just win the game in the draw phase, which is kind of cool.
Funnily enough, there's only one real answer to Giant Trunade in the Time Wizard format, which is Solemn Judgment. But if you can make your opponent activate Solemn Judgment against you and you're playing a burn deck, you're A-okay with that. A burn card that does 4,000 is a pretty good burn card.
However, Solemn Judgment can be a really powerful tool if you activate it late in the game. You always have to pay half of your life points, which sounds a lot, but it doesn't have to be a lot. If you're already down to 500 life points and your opponent activates Just Desserts for 2,500 damage, you're just paying 250. So be careful on how to use those cards against the deck.
Yeah, I really actually like Solemn Judgment. Kind of reminds me of the Dynamorphia deck we've been seeing a bit more recently, where you keep halving your life points and they get down to somehow an odd number of life points because they keep halving it so many times. It's really funny. So one other deck that's really powerful, really explosive, and also runs Giant Trunade is Reasoning Gate. So it's based around Reasoning and Monster Gate, which are cards which summon monsters directly from your deck. So you reveal cards until you hit a monster that can be normal summoned or set, and then you get to special summon that monster. So this is a really fun style of deck. It's the most combo-y deck in this format, and you can really curate a powerful list of monsters. So you can play things like Dark Magician of Chaos, Cyberstein, Jinzo. It's so much fun. You can put anything you want in it. A really popular approach is to play some Sacred Cranes because they're light monsters, and then you can banish them to summon Chaos monsters, activate Dimension Fusion. Like, you can do so much stuff with this deck. It's really cool.
Yeah, this deck is also really explosive. It sometimes feels really hard to beat the deck because they can slow you down with their own scapegoats as well. And at some point, if you don't manage to get enough momentum to develop enough pace to beat them, you just know, okay, at some point they're going to find the combo and they're going to completely pop off and win in one turn.
It's really, people talk today in Yu-Gi-Oh! About kind of like non-linear combos, and it is one of those decks, which is like, because you have to play with whatever monsters you get. So sometimes you get a Jinzo and you just have to attack your opponent. Sometimes you get a Dark Magician of Chaos and you've put a bunch of spells from your deck into the graveyard. So it's almost like adding a spell from your deck to your hand. It's a really cool way to play.
Exactly, and now we've talked a lot about the decks of the format, but every single format has its staple cards that are just fantastic, that are just dominant. We have seen Triple Tactics Thrust shine lately. Does the Time Wizard 2005 have some iconic staple cards?
Well, you know what, if you're not sure what to do, what you can do is compare the Forbidden Limitless at the moment to the Forbidden Limitless from 2005. And if there's anything that's missing in the 2005 Forbidden and Limited list that is currently forbidden today, it might be a good idea to put it in your deck. So I'm talking about cards like Pot of Greed, Graceful Charity, Delinquent Duo. These are really powerful cards that you're going to be seeing in almost all decks this weekend because they're just so powerful, like one-off spell cards, and you can even reuse these cards with Magician of Faith as well. Other cards to look out for, as we've mentioned, Heavy Storm, Solemn Judgment, Trap Dust Shoot is a card that's picking up popularity if you play it against the right deck. Are there any other cards you think stand out?
I mean, those are basically it, right? Torrential Tribute is also a great card. Mirror Force is, of course, one of the best cards we have ever seen in Yu-Gi-Oh! It was there for a long time. Now it's not as popular anymore. There are so many great cards.
One thing I guess we should probably mention is, of course, the Black Luster Soldier envoy at the beginning. We couldn't forget about him. So this is a card that actually, like, other cards you can just kind of throw in, whereas Black Luster Soldier, you have to think about it. Can you include enough lights and darks? So, for example, the Warrior deck in particular kind of goes out of its way to include a couple of extra lights and darks so it can finish off the game. And then the Chaos decks and the Reasoning Gate deck, for example, are almost built around summoning that powerful monster.
Yeah, but now let's also talk about some cards that are not as well known, because Time Wizard is played a lot at home. People just like to get out their decks of 40 and play against each other with their extra deck, or fusion deck as it was called back then. And yeah, people don't always play with side deck cards. So in case you do not know how to enter a tournament or if how to play the side deck in those tournaments, we have some recommendations. So first off, you want to be prepared against burn.
Burn, yeah. So burn is like a classic strategy, and it has been throughout Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, it's kind of maybe not so much recently, but up until maybe, I don't know, 2017, 2018, there was always a burn deck running around. Everyone would be like, oh wow, you know, chain burn is going to make the top 32 this time. So in Time Wizard format in particular, you have to go back and think, what are the cards I can run that stop my opponent from inflicting direct damage? So the classic card is Des Wombat, which just says any damage that is not battle damage is reduced to 0. And then you can play cards which gain life points, like Mystic Walk, or you can play Hysteric Fairy. Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Mystic Walk is a fantastic card. It's just you tribute one of your own monsters and then you gain life points in terms of the defense or attack of the monster, which is a really nice way to stop your opponent. If you side in a card like Mobius as well, you can just summon it, and if your opponent wants to go for a Ring of Destruction play onto that Mobius to deal 2,400 damage and to not go -1 of the effect of Mobius, you can just say Mystic Walk. You don't take the damage, so it's a difference of 4,800 life points against a burn deck, which is absolutely crucial. This is one of the game-winning cards. But if you don't want to only side deck versus the burn deck, there are also cards like King Tiger Wang Hu for some rogue strategies, or against the control deck, you immediately destroy Tsukuyomi, which is absolutely big. You have Kaiku against the warrior decks. You want to go for on-the-spot removal cards like Smashing Grounds or Sakuretsu Armor.
Yeah, and you can also run spell and trap removal as well, so it's quite popular to maybe side in Royal Decree, even though it's not exactly removal, but it can shut down all the traps at once, or you can side in something like Xing Zheng Hu to hit 2 traps at once, which is a very cool old card.
Yeah, okay, so I think we have covered most of the format by now. We hope that you guys are now well prepared to enter one of the Time Wizard 2005 format tournaments, and we're going to go back to the live coverage.
Welcome back. We are here with more coverage here at YCS Bologna. As you can see, I'm joined by the two wonderful German commentary duo. We have Leo and we have Basti. And we have microphones this time for you guys, which means I don't have to pass it back and forth and miss something that either of you are saying. How are you both doing?
Absolutely wonderful. I mean, we classed the first 2 rounds, a lot of Italians here in Bologna. Great format. Great to be back in Italy for YCS in general. I love it.
That's a good answer. Leo, over to you.
A lot of different decks, some surprise picks. We have seen some players who are known for stuff, and they've played something different. We have seen a crazy deck from Hermann Hansen. Wonder how he will win this tournament. Yes, so
nobody saw that coming.
I'm super excited to see what's coming.
I mean, it's a very diverse format at the moment, so people are very excited to see what's going to happen, as are we. And we'll see what happens when we get into that round 4 feature match very shortly. As you guys know, sometimes the gap between rounds may take a little bit longer for various things that might happen in one of the many duels that are taking place in here. So while we wait for that, we have plenty of pre-recorded content for you, as well as a cheeky quiz, which we're going to do now. Gentlemen, the way we're going to kick this off, I'm going to start with one person, or do we... Actually, no, I'll tell you what, because there's only so many, we're going to buzz, okay?
Okay.
So, you have mics, which means we could do this quite comfortably.
Just saying buzz, or what's your requirement for us?
Yeah, let's say buzz. Buzz. Okay. Question 1. By the way, I'm very disappointed neither of you have brought up my new pink jacket, but it's fine. We'll move on. What is the colour of Tour Guide of the Underworld's uniform?
Buzz.
Leo?
Dark blue.
I'll take that. The answer I have written here is blue. So that is close enough, because that is literally half the answer. Okay, next question. What monster type is Effect Veiler?
Buzz.
That was you.
Spellcaster.
Correct. Okay, so that is 1 apiece. Do you use it? Dark.
It's not even the attribute.
No, that wasn't the question I asked you, Leo. Okay, next question. What is the cover monster of the upcoming core booster set, Phantom Nightmare?
That's a tough one, honestly.
That is a tough one.
Buzz.
Go on.
Yubel, the horror of horrors with a lot of nightmares.
No, you were so close. It is a Yubel card, but it's not that one.
Buzz?
Buzz?
Yubel?
Yes.
The... Cool. No, I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Okay, the answer was Yubel, the loving defender forever.
I was so close.
You were both pretty close.
That's
it is
so
quite
romantic.
Quite a sweet name for a
That was defending Jane forever.
Yes, well then there we go. See, it all comes together. So, next question. Name one of the new themes introduced in the recently released Valiant Smashers.
Buzz.
Go on.
Centurion.
Very good, which we've already seen in one of our duels today. Our very first duel of the day, we had Centurion played.
Yeah.
It was quite exciting to see that. It's nice to see the
For
new ones
sure.
get shown off, you know?
Yeah.
So we can buzz while you're still talking. So
Yes.
Absolutely, of course.
If you think you know the answer, although it's a gamble. It's a gamble, because you may get it wrong.
Yeah, of course, of course.
So
And
you
like-
have 2 points, right?
Exactly.
And you have 1.
And adding to the Centurion thing, walking through the venue, it's popular. A lot of people are on Centurion, and I did not expect that. That's like, so far, maybe the biggest surprise of the weekend. It's crazy.
See, I can also confirm that it is Centurion. I was wondering maybe it might be Centurion. It is Centurion.
Okay.
We can confirm that for you. Right, anyway, let's get on to another question. What was the monster featured on the game match that you could obtain at one of the 25th anniversary Rarity Collection release events? Go on.
Eldritch the Golden Lords.
Correct. Okay, so that is 3 points for Basti and 1 point for yourself, Leo. There's plenty more questions to come, so you might still have a chance here. Next question. What color is the Iris Sword Soul's dress?
Buzz.
Go on.
White.
Incorrect.
Buzz.
Incorrect. Go. I just said incorrect. Whoops. Go on.
Golden.
No, I'm afraid the answer is blue. Similar to
It's
Tour Guide of
blue,
the
the
Underworld.
answer.
I know.
For
There might be a
everything.
theme here. See if you
Which
can guess
color
it.
is Ojama blue?
Exactly. Okay. What attribute is Egyptian god slime?
Buzz. Divine.
Incorrect.
Buzz. Dark.
Incorrect.
Buzz.
Is light?
No.
No, it's over, right?
No, it's probably over. But water?
It is water.
It's a slime.
But
Oh, it's a
unfortunately,
slime.
unfortunately, you missed it. So it's still another blue. It's blue again. See? There is a theme here.
Sure.
Okay, what level is Baron de Fleur?
Buzz.
Oh.
That was Leo.
10.
Correct. Okay, 3-2.
Yes.
Still plenty of time. We've got a handful more questions, so let's see what happens. What monster type is Time Thief Redoer?
Buzz.
That was you.
Warrior.
Incorrect.
Buzz. Psychic.
Correct. Ooh, 3 apiece. And I'm also seeing that a lot of people are making their way to the tables, which means pairings are live. So we're going to finish off this quiz. Tell you what, because pairings are live and we want to go make sure we have our next feature match done, it all comes down to this. If you can answer this correctly, you're the winner. Okay, let's see what happens. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, this is a question about the 25th Rarity Collection. A really good collection. Which danger monster can you find in the 25th Rarity Collection?
Buzz.
Oh, okay, that was so even that I'm going to have to ask you to rock, paper, scissors here, because I think you both know the answer, so let's rock, paper, scissors. It comes down to this.
I'm guessing the answer, to be honest. but-
Really?
Same.
Okay, well, okay, let's see. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, your turn to answer first.
I'll go with Nessie.
It's incorrect, so I'm going to pass it over.
I'm 99% sure it's one of the level 3 ones. So I'm going to go with Jackalope.
It is Jackalope! Okay, there we go. Leo's managed to win. So with that in mind, Leo has taken that victory. We will see how some of our other duos do with these exact same quickfire questions between some of our feature rounds. But speaking of feature rounds, don't go anywhere, because that round 4 feature match is coming up soon.
duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try.
200 cards per box, each box sold separately. Get your game on. Let's rev it up.
Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2023. In front of me, I have our two duelists ready for our round 4 feature match. We have Andrea Giacomelli and Danilo Petroni. So ready to get going. Let's go straight into a high roll so we can see who's going to go first. Who wants to roll the dice first? And Andrea's going to roll it first. 2 dice. And we'll see what gets rolled here to decide who's going to go first. That is a 7 for Andrea. And a 9 for Danilo. Are you going to go first, Danilo? Danilo's going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Nadir, and Marcello, who are going to be your commentary trio for this round 4 feature match here at YCS Bologna.
Hi everyone and welcome to round 4. Thank you, Ed. And well, as mentioned at the end of the previous round, we actually held a poll on X, on our official social media page, to decide, or actually to let you guys decide what deck we were going to feature here in round 4. And between the 4 options, the winner with 30% of votes was Vanadium.
Yeah, I thought the story ended with Photon Hypernova, but he's back again with the Vanadium strategy. Vaisa Starfrost is once again joining us for a matchup here, and not only did Vanadium win the poll, we thought we would spice things up and give you a Vanadium.
You won twice, I guess.
Mirror match.
Double the treat, double the treat. You ask for something and we give to you, and yeah, what a better way to showcase the deck than to see it twice. So we'll see their differences. They do have a very different approach to the deck, I would say, but regardless, this will be a full-on combo mirror match. They are obviously decks that we have seen with, you know, the Scarecrows, obviously, but a lot of different versions. They tend on focusing, and I want to see how this deck performs this weekend, because it seems like that the trend will be a lot of entraps throughout. But before we actually jump into this match, we have now ready for you guys the deck breakdown for YCS Bologna. And wow, this is starting to be a trend lately, right? A lot of different decks and only 12% as the most represented. What do you guys think?
Most represented as 12% is very small in the grand scheme of things, as we've seen over the last couple of years. And historically, I don't think we've ever seen this many viable decks in one single format, have we?
No, honestly, I think I'm expecting at least 10 different decks, because like now we can cut 6, but I mean, amongst the others, I think I will include also maybe other 5 or 6.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are a lot of different ones. We have said this before, and all of them actually can win.
Yeah.
They all have the potential, for sure, no doubt.
Are you shocked at all about any? I would say it's surprising that Centurion is not even showing up between these.
Yeah, I thought maybe Centurion would be a little bit higher than Bestial, especially since we're in Italy with our Roman Centurion deck, but unfortunately not showing up in the bracket here. But
yeah,
regardless, I think our players are now ready, so shall we head to the table?
Absolutely.
Let's head on over and check out your feature match for round number 4.
And here we are, and as mentioned, this will be a Vanadium mirror match. Let's see. I would say overall this Dyro was significant, right?
Yeah,
can pay a huge difference in this matchup.
In a combo mirror match, whoever wins the dice roll is very much in favor of doing well. I will be honest, it is a very important part of the matchup, especially in combo decks. You don't generally play too much disruption, but we'll see if Andrea has anything for this as we begin with Primitive Planet Reichphobia. I like that Danilo here is going in chronological order, starting with the Scareclaw portion of the deck here as we add Reichhardt from the deck to the hand.
And you did mention it before the match, but this is one of those decks that is very unique because it plays not one, not two, not three, but 4 different field spells. And yeah, we'll probably get to see all of them throughout the match, but they all are great, honestly. Different things, but...
They all give you Visas, Starfrost, or the corresponding archetype monster. In this case, we're going for Reichhardt. We're going to Meek on the field here, and going to go and climb up into the Light Heart, which is going to be able to get another copy of the field spell, which is a hard once per turn. So generally, when you play against Mannadium, sometimes hitting Lightheart is like a decent point of interaction.
Yeah, especially like starting things off with the Mick, I think is very powerful, especially because like you will be bring others during you know, later on in the game. But I think here, I mean, if I were Andrea, I was not expecting to have a mirror match at all, honestly, because like you know, we said this before, but. Here, starting things off and losing the die roll might be impactful, especially because, like, I think Mannadium is one of those decks that doesn't play, you know, multiple copies of Ash Blossom or Impermanence. Indeed, I think Andrea is on.
We've seen a Forbidden Droplet and the Econ. That's actually a really good card going second into a combo mirror, specifically because of the. You cannot respond to a Droplet depending on the card you send, so we might see that being able to stop something like Calamity, I think is the version that Danilo is playing, right?
Check, but I'm pretty sure it is.
You can see a Crimson Dragon there.
And there is the first Visas of the match.
Okay.
Definitely not the last.
Yeah, there is Visa Starfrost hitting the field here and combining with Meek. And this is where you're going to get into your Mannadium portion of the deck. Not going for the chronological order with Perla Rhino next. Instead, we will go straight to Calarium, reviving back the Meek. Reamheart also gets a search of a spell from the deck here. And that's going to set up your Synchro play into probably Trisukta, one of the newer portions of the Mannadium engine. Deck recently just came out in Master Duel, actually, a couple of days ago. I've been having a lot of fun with it. It is a powerhouse of a deck, even with some support cards missing here. Manipulating the level is also quite important in this deck. The Meek can facilitate 6 and 10 plays when you're syncing up into the rest of your portion of the deck here. Brings back the Lightheart from the grave because we control Visas Starfrost.
So in general, you want to go up for either the cross ship, like bringing you another piece, and then Apollousa ending up, or the SP, which is very powerful. Of course, now Danilo doesn't know that his opponent is on Mannadium, so maybe if he knew, maybe we'll play this differently. But I mean, we still the cross ship being link summoned, and here maybe we see, yeah, the Baron for sure coming down.
Contact fusing from the graveyard is such a powerful mechanic here, where you banish the stats of exactly 15 and 21. Which is all of the different personalities of Visas Starfrost, plus himself to go into Astraloud, triggering the cross sheet, bringing back a level 4 lower monster from the graveyard. And it's a really cool monster because it gives you some options going second. Astraloud on summon can destroy a monster and gain the attack.
And I catch Andrea smiling because Danilo was explaining this combo and what he was doing to him, and he was like, "Oh, I know what this does."
I think I know it.
Yeah, I think.
Really? That's how that works? Oh, wow.
Oh,
Tell me more.
I had no idea.
There's Crimson Dragon targeting the Baron, tagging itself out into... Who are we going to go for here? This is a Despotter.
I mean, sometimes, not gonna lie, it can happen that you play against a mirror match and then they open, you know, a different combo than what you're used to, and you're like, oh wait, this might be better than what I usually go for. Yeah, why not?
Well, I've never been in that position. I always know the combos.
Absolutely.
Of course.
There's a really important part of this deck here. We're adding reframing, which I think is, it's not a complete Omni Negate, right? It is actually when a spell trap or monster effect is activated.
No, it's absolutely strong.
Yeah, it's a huge card here because Andrea's playing Droplet, and typically you don't play trap cards in unless he draws his maybe one of reframing. So typically you send like monsters and spells, disrupt the entire field, and they can't respond. But reframing as a counter trap card can be used to stop the droplet if Andre has opened it.
There is a chance, although anticlimactic, that I'm always a fan of considering scooping up and not revealing your deck. And this might be one of those situations later on, because like if you're facing such a threatening field,
so
might as well.
what you're alluding to there is the idea of concealing all of your strategy, especially if Danilo here is explaining Vanadium to you, then you know he doesn't know what you're playing. So yeah, that messes up with your opponent's side deck strategy, and they, what do you do against someone who's scooped, right? Like, what do you bring in?
It will be an advantage, just because, like, I mean,
especially when you're facing Vanadium, I gotta say, because as Alberto was saying, usually in the main deck, they don't have that much slots for, non-engine cards, we could say, and then that way they would probably keep it very similar to game one. And yeah, this is a really good start.
Yeah, I mean, as mentioned, you went for the cross ship and then to the ASP Little Knight, and this is getting a lot of stuff with the trap card being set, honestly, from Andrea's side. It might be difficult to get back into it, although he plays the droplet, the enemy controllers.
Yeah, but it's that reframing that's really, really strong to play around. And even droplet is like a very interesting card. I am a fan of the card, but it's much better in decks that play a lot of spells that you can then chain it to. If you need to actually discard resources, the card is significantly weaker.
I've always been a huge fan of droplet, and I think earlier this year with Rise Heart in the format, it kind of fell off a little bit, but I love activating a card, chaining to it. All right, well, he knows that his opponent is now on Vanadium, so that is the big reveal here. So Danilo will, at an absolute minimum, know how to side deck here. Ash directly on Calarium, interesting. Sometimes you kind of like against a similar opening here with the Reichardt normal summon. Typically against a combo deck here, there's like sometimes you'll find like specific, really specific points of interaction. Like, okay, once you get to this monster, you want to activate Ash here, for example, right? But sometimes it looks like what Danilo's doing is just kind of prevention is better than cure. Just activate your disruption ASAP, and then just put them on Better Have It with the extenders.
And I think if he was another player, he might have had maybe another thought of activating Ash right away, no? Because like if you don't know the deck very well, and indeed, Andrea passed. So
and, unfortunately, this is exactly what I was saying. This is straight up game, and Danilo takes it, but now he knows what he's up against, and he will prepare for it. So.
Yeah, that's the full combo. That is,
no, I mean, that was it. Maybe, I mean, as mentioned, maybe he could have scooped before.
It's whatever. Now he knows, his opponent knows, and we can prepare for what's coming up, which is probably trying and do what your opponent just did to you and, pay back his favor. But now that he goes first, what do you guys think? We mentioned it. It's a combo deck. Usually you don't want to overside in these kind of situations, right?
Yeah, going first, not really much to put in. Maybe a call by talents, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, he has the droplet. He might be siding out, given that he's going first. I mean,
I think that works quite well, right?
Feels.
Called by 2 talents, take out the droplet, 3 econ for Droll.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, might work.
Danilo going second here has Droll. Droll and Lockbird is incredible against combo decks. Generally, they do a lot of special summoning and searching out of the deck here, and Droll and Lockbird is one of the cards that is particularly devastating against Vanadium.
There's also the Pancrotops, which, going second in general, it's just super generic one.
Solid.
So, yeah.
I'm a big fan of siding extra deck cards, and I've noticed that Danilo here is doing that.
You're a big fan of it.
Yeah, not a lot of people like side deck extra monsters, right?
No, I'm joking. But like usually...
Because you don't like sleeving it, right? Like
absolutely. That's fair enough, to be fair. Yeah, I do agree with that. Usually I don't use the same sleeve for that, and that can reveal a lot of information. No, in general, I do agree with you that it's maybe disregarded by a lot of players, and sometimes it's really good because you always have access to your extra deck, so it's kind of like a better side deck card that you always have. But obviously, if you can fit those 15 in there, that's also really good. But yeah, it seems like our duelists were pretty quick with their side decks. They're about to shuffle up for game 2. Let's see whether we are going into game 3 or whether Danilo is gonna take us with Chuo. Let's go to the table.
fun stat here. We did give you the meta breakdown of the decks this weekend. But in terms of card usage, Droll and Lockbird is actually the most popular hand trap this weekend. Actually, even higher than Ash Blossom. Not in the main deck, but as an overall part of the deck list, Droll and Lockbird is more prominent than Ash Blossom this YCS, which I think is
be interesting, honestly.
Probably because decks like this, Vanadium, you know, various search decks, special summoning combos, sometimes Pearly, Droll is pretty good here. Okay, best normal summon in the deck is not Reamheart, apparently. It's Reichheart. So we're going to begin with a Search of Arrival. And this on resolution is really what we're trying to wait and see if Danilo's got anything here after the search resolves. Nothing coming down here from Danilo. Okay, all right. Well, Vanadium can play through so much. Droll, maybe not as hard. So even if we have something like a Nibiru, there are certain lines in Vanadium, if you open well enough, that you can keep going, because you can threaten Baron quite early, for example. There's the D-draw style card of the deck here, putting back and returning to draw. Gonna go into Lightheart, and I just love the idea of combining all of these different archetypes in together. Well, I suppose, is it one archetype? Would you consider it the same?
I think it's a close call, I would say. It's yeah, I wouldn't really consider them completely separate, obviously. So
yeah, just combining all of the different storylines into one engine.
It's cool. Good storytelling. Smooth. You know, a smooth deck. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in a matchup like this, Combo Mirror, it's they're fast at least, you know. So that's something. But you can occasionally just sort of feel like, well, there's not a ton of room for non-engine in a combo deck, so you have to really rely on super blowout cards like the Droll, the Nibiru, like we talked about.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can feel very like, okay, well, I'll go first. All right, then you go first, and then
we'll see.
Then we'll basically just see.
Great.
Yeah. And you played an Adamantipator Mirror before?
No, I don't think
I
so.
have the pleasure.
Okay. You haven't had the pleasure?
I haven't had the pleasure. I haven't had the pleasure.
Goki?
I love Goki.
I love Goki mirror matches?
It was. I love Goki. That's what I said. Oh no, yeah, I have some bittersweet memories about.
I think
that Goki mirror match.
I think there was Cherry, right?
Yeah.
Cherries?
Cherries, I think it was not
in Goki.
In the not because like it was so popular, no.
I did main them, yeah.
Yeah. Did you?
I did.
We were not a fan.
No, but I did because there were multiple reasons. It's a cool thing, but the thing is, back then you knew that Goki was there and a few other decks. Nowadays we saw the deck breakdown. 12% is the most represented deck. You cannot play cards like that in the main deck, and obviously I think it creates a very unique, environment where you need to take risks. You need to say, okay, I'm gonna disregard this deck. And obviously you take a risk, and if it pays off, it pays off.
It's just, you know, there's weaknesses and strengths in every archetype, right? You can't expect to win every single match, or rather have a good matchup every single duel, right?
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, is having a read again.
Yeah. If you care that much, you can play Ghost Reaper as in the main deck in Labyrinth, and then you just play like one of each card for every single boss monster in the format.
And then, you can look up at our amazing public events and find the one that most likely fits your day 2 invitation. But no. Let's see.
Okay, yeah, so we are into the Vanadium portion here. Visas, Starfrost on the field, activating the effect of Reamheart in the hand here.
Yeah, similar, although, you know, it's a very different start from the one that Danilo had. The ending might be quite similar.
I think the only way of interruption will be Nibiru, right? And here it comes.
And there it is. Wow. That rock.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So I think this should probably stop the Reamheart from being summoned here, because it is going to be tributing and summoning the tokens here. So the Reamheart will just resolve without effect in the hand.
I mean,
the
deck is about planets. You know what's good against a planet? You know, good old meteor. So let's see.
That's a good way to take out a planet.
Yeah, again, storytelling is there. So
yeah. I'm really glad they are role playing for us, honestly.
Good script. Good script. Okay.
Okay, so this token is summoned to the field here from Nibiru, the Primal Being, and we still have a lot of cards in the hand with Andrea. Visas and Reamheart have both used their effects, and we've done a normal summon.
back.
So yeah, you just have to pass. I think the best extender sometimes can be like the Scareclaw Kashtira is like really good. Other than that, yeah, the stop on Reamheart was massive there.
Yeah, was huge. And here we see if basically Danilo can capitalize on this. I think we only saw Andreas holding on an Ash Blossom.
That's usually hardly enough against Vanadium, but he opens. Oh, with the Meek. Interesting.
Meek Starfrost, maybe.
Does he have it? Okay.
Ooh. Good.
Now he's gonna, chain block, it looks like.
He wants to resolve Meek, so
makes sense.
He's gonna decide where do we Ash here. The good thing, Andrea probably knows the best places to Ash in this matchup, but in a position like this where Visas hasn't been used, you are still kind of at risk of getting things extended through.
The problem is when you're Andrea, or a good thing if you're Danilo, you don't even need to combo off here. You just need,
you just need to do enough.
Yeah. Exactly. Or just, deal damage, because the Nibiru helps a lot in this case. So, I don't know, you don't really need to do complicated stuff. Even if you just access a Baron, that might be enough alongside another monster, so.
Yeah, Andrea's like quite depleted on cards and resources, so just doing a humble combo here should potentially...
humble combo like that.
A humble combo in this day and age, is still like...
Yeah, exactly. What is your definition?
15 special summons, two negates, etc. All right, levels manipulated here. We've got an 8 to play on the field. As we combine Reamheart and Meek. What are we going for here? Potentially Amritara. And that will search you any spell and trap from your Vanadium deck.
Thinking about it.
Okay, Ash Blossom here is pretty strong. Oh, linking it off straight away into Lightheart.
Okay, doesn't even think about it.
Yeah.
There's a plan.
Now he's also under, of course, his opponent Nibiru, but I mean, going first, maybe you don't necessarily expect it. No draw and lock yet, so...
I think that would be the only thing that they should play around here, right? Because apart from that...
Nibiru?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, it is one of those, I think, cards that is sometimes, depending on the matchup, even better going first. Because, you set up your field, and then if they break it, you have the Nibiru, and that's game over.
I mean, apart from that, honestly, I mean, would you like try to push and
no, for sure. You just go for it. We talked about this later on. You will see a few of the matches that we have had the pleasure of recording. Some Masters versus Casters, some Chronicles, and in mine against Jesse, we discussed about this, whether you feel like you take the risk and you just go for game, or you play conservatively. And I think we both have similar stances on that. You just take the risk in these scenarios when you smell, blood in a way. So.
Yeah, I think it's always easier as well, because you just put your pedal to the metal here, and that's exactly what it's doing. Going into the Calarium now, using the Obsession, getting the Visa Starfrost to the hand, and just keep going. And you can bring back Lightheart, do more extensions, go up into Cross Sheep, Astral, pop the token, gain the attack, and perform more synchro plays. Very easy for this deck to OTK. Now the question is, do we have enough? Just one card remaining in hand here.
All of this while staying humble, though. Keep that in mind, because that's a crucial part of the combo.
The token, the Nibiru's token is not that big, right?
No, it's not. You should be able to get rid of it quite easily just with the Baron pop.
Yeah, it is.
You could leave it on the field for as long as possible. Maybe, I don't know, imperm, but I guess you probably would have said it. Yeah, there's not really anything you're too worried about at this point.
And this might be it.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here for Danilo as we banish Starfrost, Reamheart, summon Astrolaud. And that's going to be a decent amount of damage here in the attack modes.
Absolutely enough. And with the Baron to protect from the Nibiru, there is not much that can go wrong. Yeah, he's just, okay, I guess popped right after or right before. He gets the Meek. Okay.
Yeah, doing some mats.
Looks like the Astrolabe might just be enough here. Or maybe double checking if Astrolabe gains attack equal to the original attack of the monster, or might have an interesting interaction with the token there. Yeah, that's definitely what they're checking here, to see if Astrolabe gains the attack of the token that it had on the field, or if it is considered 0. Or question mark, I guess. Worst case scenario, just link off up into access codes. It's 53 plus 30 arrival.
And there's arrival as well. So.
Stop, Danilo, it's over. Keep going. Sometimes you just don't get enough opportunities to play out your combo, right?
Yeah.
Trysuktka. Yeah, that's the new one here.
Yeah.
Let's see what this does in application. Practically, what do we do with this card?
Sorry, Andrea, but
just
this is what people wanted to see, and you had to be the victim. Congrats to Danilo. Great 2-0 victory.
Yep.
Let's go back to us.
Vanadium was going to win this match.
Oh, yeah.
So that was always a given. And here we are with Danilo's impressive 2-0, because usually you go like you lose one, you win one in a combo mirror, but 2-0 is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we said this before. I think the die roll was important in this matchup. It started things off very well, showing us how powerful the deck is. So game 1 was pretty straightforward, we have to say. Nothing, unfortunately, for Andrea said that he could have done. And game 2, I think that, I mean, he hashed the Nibiru right away, and then there was the Nibiru as well. I said, yeah, this is the right spot, no? So, I mean, well played by him. So, 3 wins and 1 draw.
I think the only thing he could have done differently was maybe just not revealed his deck. Then maybe that Nibiru could have been sided out, not been in the main deck. He wouldn't have to worry about it potentially, because keeping Nibiru against an opponent that you don't know what they're playing could be a little risky.
Fair enough, but I mean, it's one of those things that I feel like can be repetitive by saying event after event, but it's one of really niche interactions that only few players would consider, and yeah, it's a skill that you can pick up on, and obviously you're on stream, maybe you don't want to just go and not play. You can enjoy your time here. It's a rare occasion for most duelists, and it's an amazing opportunity. We already have quite the crowd gathered to watch these matches live, and it's a pretty incredible show. But regardless, if all of you guys from home again voted on the poll, Vanadium, even though it was a mirror match, proved to be quite a good deck. It's something that we should keep in mind, and you mentioned it, Droll is quite popular, so our duelists know about it. They know maybe that Vanadium was a force to be reckoned, but we'll see later on. Now it transitions into day 2 and then later into Top Cut. But yeah, that was a great match, and I would say thank you guys for being with us for round 4. But we have to hear it from Danilo, the winner of round 4 with Ed.
Thank you, Marcello. I am joined by Danilo Petroni, the winner of our round 4 feature match here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. So, Danilo, how are you feeling? It must feel pretty good to win one of those feature matches.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a mirror match, and I was expecting also to go to the feature match. Yeah, it was tough, and I was thinking about the last game, the second game. My hand was not really good, and I had to decide to drop Nibiru after the combo, or maybe just to trade Baron, or to try to stop it, but with the risk that my other cousin hand would have been dead maybe, and so I opted to drop Nibiru, and it worked, so nice for me. Yeah.
I mean, it went incredibly well for you. It was very decisive. That was the first. Andrea scooped in that first game because you just built a huge field. The second one, that Nibiru just completely stopped Andrea, and then you built the field again to just take the win. So pretty decisive. Talk to us a bit about Vanadium. What is it that you personally like about Vanadium?
Personally, I like combo decks, so I like the Manedium engine, and I just like to drop synchros, Xyz, fusions. I like all of them, and so also links, and so Manedium is the best choice for me, and it is working. So I hope it lasts until the end.
So when you're in a feature match and you're also in a mirror match, well, forget the feature match. When you're in a mirror match with Manadium, what goes through your head? What kind of things are you having to think about, and how do you approach a mirror match with Manadium?
I must absolutely win. I cannot lose. I must not lose, and yeah, that's all.
Well, fair enough. I mean, and you did well doing that. You managed to take that. You've got to be the Manadium king.
Just a little bit nervous because of the first feature match. So you know, yeah, but fortunately, I won. So
you did. So congratulations on that. That means you're now 3 wins, 1 draw, right?
Yes.
And is there anything you're nervous about going up against over the rest of the weekend with your Manadium deck, or are you pretty confident?
Yeah, I am pretty confident. I've been playing Manadium so since the 1 month, but since 2 months, I don't remember. So I am pretty confident, and I hope not to misplay in the next matches.
Well, best of luck in those matches, Danilo. There you go. Possibly your Manadium king, seeing what happens as we go forward. Best of luck to your future rounds. I hope it goes well for you. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to have our round 5 feature match coming up very soon. But before that, we've got a cheeky little new video that we're doing. So we've been speaking to some really, really key players in the EU scene and talking to them about their decks and showing off some combos. So right now, let's take a look at Jesko, who's going to take us through exactly how to play that Rika deck.
Welcome back to the live coverage of YCS Bologna 2023, and we are here with a new segment, and it's called Combo Tutorials. And while you see Jessica Robinson sitting next to you, you might already be thinking, I could tell what deck we are going to feature. And of course, we are going to look into the Rika Sun Avalon strategy, which at this point has become kind of a meme in the European countryside, right? Because somehow it always ends up winning. You are the reigning European champion with the deck. Also, YCS Dortmund was just recently won by the deck as well in the hands of Julius Schwarzkopf. So we finally are going to teach Europe and the world at home how Rika Sun Avalon is looking. Do you feel comfortable presenting that deck at this point?
I think I've done a fair amount of showcase of Rika, and I've done enough where I'm pretty confident. I've played it for long enough at this point.
I would say so too. I think there's no better person to have next to me presenting the Rika stuff, so let's get into the tutorial, let's get into the combos right now.
Alright, so Rika is, all we call Rika, it's really Rika Sun Avalon.
Yes.
Because we have Lokai.
Of course, the most powerful normal summon in the deck, and also the most powerful normal monster in the game, apparently.
Currently, yeah. So most of your combos will always involve Lokai. Either if you don't open it, you're going to be getting access to it from deck.
Sure.
So for this combo, I'm going to show Lokai plus any Rika card.
Cool.
Because you search all the Rika cards in your combo, you don't necessarily, it doesn't really matter which one you draw, just any Rika card.
Cool.
So there's one, Mudan, because we like Mudan's good. So,
cool, yeah.
Shiny
Fair
card.
enough.
So we start off as normal Sun Lokai.
Yes.
Which is words that will put fear into the hearts of all the European players.
Yeah, there's when you go to a YCS, round 1, sit down, and you lose the die roll, and then this happens, you're like, oh my, it's happening again.
And then we'll link up one with our Lokai into our Dryas.
Yes.
So Dryas' ability, on summon, we get to search a Sunvine spell or trap when it's summoned using Lokai. It's important to note this is not once per turn.
Yeah, that's pretty good indeed. And it is just going to resolve here.
So we search out our sewing. The one really important thing with this not being once per turn is, let's say you use an impermanence.
Yeah.
If you use an impermanence or an Ash Blossom on my Dryas, if I find a way to tribute it off, let's say with that Mudan,
sure,
and I summon another Lokai, I can just do it again and get another search. And you've wasted your hand trap.
Yeah, that's really good. That's true.
So now we use our sewing.
Okay.
So I think there's one major question that a lot of people still have, and that is kind of a rumor, and people still don't know what to do. But like Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, of course, is one of the most popular hand interactions that has been there for a while now, and it's still very popular at the moment. And I've heard that this time now is the time to maybe interrupt with Ash Blossom. What would you say?
Yeah, so some people make the mistake, especially when they don't know Planet. It's like, oh, I need something into Ash, something that searches.
Yeah.
They use Ash on the Dryas.
Yeah.
But because, as I said, Dryas effect isn't once per turn, if I can summon it again with a Loci, you always hit the sowing, because the sowing is once per turn.
Yeah, true, true.
So yeah, I've always Ash sowing.
All right.
If the sowing does resolve...
Note at home.
we summon Twin.
Yes.
And now we go Chain Link 1 Twin, Chain Link 2 Dryas.
Yep.
So Twin will target Loci to reborn it. We put the Chain Link 1 to avoid Bell.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And then we summon our Sunvine Healer.
Yeah,
and
through the Dryas then, right? Yeah.
Our Loci.
Cool, cool.
Healer effect will target Dryas. You don't need to do this, but 300 life points is 300 life points.
I mean, we'll take it for sure.
And we link 2.
All of that already out of that one genius Loci.
We're going to get a lot more of that.
Yep, we're not done yet, not at all.
So we link 2 into our Romage Jasmine.
Oh, yeah.
Then we link 1 again. Instead of, so Jasmine has 2 effects.
Mm-hmm.
When we gain life points, we get to search any plant monster.
Cool.
And we can tribute a monster that any monster the Jasmine points to summon a plant from our deck in defense.
Yeah.
A lot of people will always start off thinking, oh, the effect to summon from deck is obviously the best effect.
Yeah.
But it's hard once per turn.
Mm-hmm.
So we can only get 1 search with that. Sorry, 1 summon with that. However, if we can summon multiple Jasmines, we can gain life points multiple times.
Fair.
And get more searches.
That's cool.
And because plants special summon a lot, we can search special summon monsters.
Yeah, fair, fair. So you don't need to special from deck necessarily, I see.
Yeah, so we'll start off by linking 1 with Twin into our Dryas.
Another Dryas, cool.
We can't use the effect, unfortunately, because it has to be from 2x monster zone.
Yeah.
But we can then link our Loci into a Healer.
Okay.
Use Healer's effect, targeting Dryas.
Yes.
Gain 300 life again. So now on 8,600. And use Jasmine's effect to search, because we gain life.
Yeah, exactly. So one question here, because Infinite Impermanence is another common interruption that is happening in the metagame right now. And I've heard a lot of people saying imperming here, imperming with Jasmine is most likely the play. What's your take on that?
So I think you always imperm the first Dryas that you summon.
Okay.
The main reason is you can imperm this absolutely fine.
Yeah.
However, if you use impermanence here, I'm just going to link 2 into a second copy of Jasmine.
Yeah.
Which we can just grab.
Sure.
Here. And then tribute and summon from deck anyway.
Okay, yeah, I
so
see.
I'm still getting my summons from deck, and then getting all my Ricker effects anyway.
Fair enough, fair enough.
However, if you do it on my summon of Dryas in extra monster zone, if I can't get that sowing, I pass turn.
All right, yeah.
So if you're trying to limit the board, then yes, you can imperm this. However, quite often it's not worth it, because you'd rather stop the board entirely by hitting the Dryas.
Fair enough. Okay, so this is educational content for you at home. If you have an impermanence, probably immediately consider imperming the Sun of Long Dryas in the beginning. Okay. Another thing to note.
Once we gain life points from 300?
Yes.
We search our Lily Borea.
Oh, yeah.
So we want to get to our, we'll say, non-plants.
Yeah.
So a lot of Rickers have effects that stop us from summoning non-plant monsters. So we have 1 non-plant in our deck, which is Theron King Regulus.
Yes.
And we want to get hit to him as soon as we can, so that we can use the full utility of our plant cards.
Okay.
So straight away, we do that special summoning thing that I mentioned before. Borea's effect will target a plant in our graveyard. The best card to target here is always Dryas.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to get DD crowed on any of the other cards. We summon our Lily Borea by equipping Dryas.
Yeah.
We can use Lily Borea's effect on field, sending Dryas to graveyard, or sending any card, but we always send the Dryas.
I mean, yeah. It's kind of free, right?
Searching out Therion Discolosseum, which is field spell, and we use Discolosseum. Search out Regulus.
Yeah, there is the 1 non-plant monster in the back. Now that I see that we have summoned a couple times over 5, obviously one card that comes to my mind is Nibiru. Is there an advice from you when to Nibiru this deck? Do you just wait until the end, or wait right before you see the first negate is going to come down, or what's the approach regarding Nibiru?
So there's a couple places you can Nibiru.
Yeah.
However, it completely depends on the plant player's hand.
Okay.
So right now, the only card you've seen in my hand is Loci.
True.
I have, well, technically right now, 5 unknown cards in my hand.
That's true.
So you want to Nibiru pretty early.
Okay.
The best way to do it is before I get to this Lily Borea.
Okay, okay.
So I'll be using the effective Healer, targeting Dryas to gain 300 life.
Yeah. Oh, wait, you can just chain the Nibiru to that so the Jasmine does not even trigger? Is that a thing?
You don't even get the life points. Because you're targeting the Link 1 and you gain life points equal to the Link rating. If you Nibiru and remove that monster, you're not getting any life.
That's pretty smart.
So
because I think a lot of people are thinking, hey, Rika is such a big combo deck.
Yeah.
It's putting up so many monsters, so I want to get the most value out of my Nibiru, so I have to Nibiru kind of late to get more monsters off the field.
Yeah.
But actually, it's kind of early then, right?
Yeah, because if you wait too long, I'm going to get to... If I get a Rika monster on field, I could have Princess in hand, which will negate the Nibiru.
Yeah, true.
So you want to do it on the effective healers again. Especially one thing people don't realize about Rika, which is like, this is the secret tech to beating Rika. That I don't tell anyone.
Okay.
Rika's resources are in its extra deck, not its hand. So, especially when we've done a full combo, if Rika does a full combo and has, let's say, 2 or 3 cards in extra deck left.
That's very common, yeah.
The extra deck cards matter more than the hand size. I could have no cards in hand, but because if I have like 5, 6 extra deck cards left, I have loads of resources for my grind game.
Yeah.
Compared to if I have like 5 cards in hand after my combo and I have no cards in extra deck, I'm in a much worse position.
Fair enough.
So if you're against Rika and you want to know, ooh, how much follow-up do they have? Check their extra deck, not their hand.
Everybody always asking how many cards in hand, but there the question is how many cards in extra deck. Noted, okay.
That's the real trick to beat Rika.
Yeah, fair
but
enough.
But don't tell anyone, please. I'd like to win.
I think it's a little too late for that now, but okay, let's go on. We have that Regulus in hand now.
Yeah, so we got Regulus. So we're going to use Effective Jasmine here, introducing our healer.
Yes.
And this time we're going to summon Lone Fire from deck.
Okay.
And then we're going to use Lone Fire, obviously quite an older card, to tribute off the Liboria and the plant.
Ooh.
And get out our Rika Petal.
And now sequencing becomes important, right? Because this is the first card that could technically lock you into plants, right?
Yeah, so Rika Petal would stop us from summoning any non-plants.
Yeah.
So the reason we've done it with Lone Fire is because we want to use Lone Fire to get our Therion, Liboria in graveyard.
Yeah.
So we can, before we use this, use our Regulus.
Perfect, yeah.
So we'll use Regulus effect in hand, summoning and equipping the Liboria. So now we have our negate, so we can't be Nibiru anymore. I also want to note, it's always quite important to summon in this zone.
Okay.
Because these 3 zones here, you always want to have free to be able to either tribute with Jasmine or
this is very important.
use Sylvan to, in your extra deck to level manipulate.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like when you Nibiru against me, you always summon Nibiru into these zones.
Okay.
Never summon Nibiru into these 3 zones because I can tribute it with Jasmine.
Yeah. Because this can tribute any monster and not just plant monsters. Yeah,
yeah, any monster it points to.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So then we use Petal's effect, which does lock us into plants. And here we're going for what I call the trifecta. So I'm going to search Princess, but you want to end up with 3 specific Rika cards in hand. So we're going to search Princess, we don't have that yet.
Yeah, exactly. If we started with the Princess, we can
just
search
the
Muda now. Yeah, exactly.
Then we'll link 2.
Okay.
Grabbing out Zola.
Yes.
Our Jasmine.
Number 2.
And now we use the effect of our little guy, our twin.
Ooh, true. The graveyard effect as well, yeah.
Twin's graveyard effect, we banish Twin as cost and banish our Jasmine as cost. And we target a link monster that we have, the plant links we have 2 or more of engrave. So we got our healer.
Yeah, there we go.
And we summon our healer. We then use effective healer on summon because it's special summoned.
It's only for special summon, not link summon. Yeah, cool, cool.
Gain 300 life. And 8,900 now.
There's Jasmine again, right?
Not once per turn. Get a search.
All right.
So this is my little trifecta.
Yes.
So you want
the trinity of Rika monsters in your hand now, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You always want to have these 3 Rika cards.
Cool.
So whichever ones you don't have, you just search the other ones.
Yeah. Snowdrop, Princess, and Mudan. What a gang there.
So from here, we're going to go link 3.
Yes.
Into Malleus, and use Malleus' effect to reborn back our Sunseed.
Yep.
The idea behind this is quite simply, we want a monster with a level on field.
Cool.
Because we're going to be using Snowdrop's effect to make all our monsters level 4.
Okay, cool.
So now we'll use a Snowdrop, tributing Dryas, grabbing Snowdrop and Mudan.
Okay.
So we're not using Mudan's effect in hand to summon yet. It's very important. That part is quite important.
Okay. Noted.
We then use Mudan's effect, allowing us to grab Concon from deck.
Okay, one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful field spell that we currently have in the game, yeah.
We'll just call it the most powerful card in the game.
Okay, fair enough. We can go with that.
So then we activate effect Princess in hand. So Princess effect lets us special summon itself, free.
Yes.
But we can only summon plants while it's on field. Currently.
I mean,
however, that's not a problem.
No worries at all, no.
Then we use effect of Snowdrop,
yes,
targeting the Princess. So all monsters, plant monsters we control become level 4.
Okay. Oops.
Then we probably, yeah, we go for the Exceed
So we
summon.
go for the XYZ summon. We overlay Princess plus Mudan.
Very important that it's these two, yeah.
Because almost level 4. We go into Serena.
Yep.
So it has to be these two. We can't overlay these two because we need this monster. We need these two monsters to go to graveyard.
I see, I see.
So we use the effective Mudan, detach as cost, target Mudan in graveyard.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can just target any Rika or plant monster in the graveyard,
and because it attaches cost, we can target the Mudan.
Cool.
So add it back to hand.
Yes,
The reason we
yes.
want to add Mudan specifically is because we haven't used Mudan's in hand effect yet.
True.
And we're going to be using that to be able to, well, we can use it immediately now.
Yeah, just go on
We'll
there.
use it. We tribute off the Strenna.
Yep.
Summon Mudan. And then effective Strenna, because it's been tributed. We can summon Hyperion Vectorek and equip this Strenna.
That's such a strong effect, honestly.
And that means we can then replace our Disc Colosseum. Disc Colosseum is a really good card, has great synergy with Dryas.
Yeah.
But we don't need Dryas right now. Let's go for Concon.
Get that Concon out there for sure.
And then effective Hyperion can then equip
Oh, yeah.
as a spell negate.
Better use for the Disc Colosseum there.
Yeah. Now, you can use effect Concon, set a spell trap from our deck.
There we go. There's the super powerful trap as well.
We have a
Cool.
Ricochet. We can then overlay our two level 4s.
Yeah, true. They're still level 4s. You're right.
Overlay for Strenna. And finally, Link Summon 4 into Bengal Lancer.
Wow. That is insane. And remember, we only used the one card we had in hand. Okay, I mean, we also used the Rika card at some point, so it was like 2 cards. But that's all that came out of that. And I mean, there are still various variations of that. It doesn't necessarily need to be those 2 cards, right?
Yeah, so it can be any access to loci.
Yeah.
So there are multiple ways to access loci. That can include things like summoning Jasmine, using Jasmine to summon Lonefire. Lonefire, tribute the Jasmine, and get our loci out.
Yeah, that's so good.
There are loads of ways to do it. And with this end board, you have Concon tribute opponent's monster as cost. This to target a monster, turn it to hand. You've got a negate, another negate. This is when you've got a take control, and you have a monster negate in graveyard.
Yeah.
And you, as on top of all of that, you have loads of follow-up. So when this is tributed, we're going to summon monsters from our extra deck.
There's also Petal in the graveyard, right, as additional follow-up.
Petal's going to reborn itself back during your opponent's end phase if
Yeah.
you get rid of the Regulus.
Yeah.
You can't summon it back while you control Regulus. So quite often what we'll do is a little trick is when we're negating, to stop ourselves from getting hit by forbidden droplets, we'll use Regulus to send itself to graveyard.
Ooh, so we cannot target or negate it with the droplet anymore. Yeah,
And then we can still reborn our Petal because we control the plants.
Yeah, that's very cool.
So there's loads of little neat tricks with this end board that can stop our opponent from playing and just try and negate their effects.
For sure, yeah. Thank you so much for showcasing here this version of the combo. As we were saying, as you were telling us, there's many versions. You probably know every single version of the combo in the deck by heart and soul now, sometimes even dreaming of them at night. And yeah, when you're facing this field, of course, it's going to be very hard and you will have a hard time playing through it. But now at least you know where to interact with the deck a little bit better. When you're facing the Rika deck now, you will be more educated, so I hope you at home appreciate this combo tutorial, this playstyle video of the Rika deck, and let's see whether Rika can take down another event here at YCS Bologna 2023, and see you soon for more live coverage.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Bologna. It's been a very good start to the day so far. We're about to get into our round 5 feature match. You can see I'm joined by Alberto and Marcello. Boys, how are we doing?
Hi. Doing all right.
Really good.
Doing all right.
Excited for it.
Yeah.
You guys have already done, was that your second commentated match?
Yes.
And how are you enjoying Bologna so far?
I'm excited for it. I always waited for a bit to come back to Italy for a YCS, so we're both really happy to be here. And yeah.
The last one was 5 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while, but
Absolutely.
honestly, been in Italy in general, but also Bologna. We had the national championship this year
It's
as
great.
well.
Did.
Yeah, great atmosphere.
In this very venue, no less.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
all
was
comes
one.
back home.
Yeah.
Very exciting. So, gentlemen, I'm actually going to ask you to put down your microphones because we're going to play
Absolutely.
a game that doesn't involve them. So, for those of you at home, you might have heard of a game that's sometimes called Mr. and Mrs., which is sometimes known as the Newlyweds game. And we are calling this, Do You Know Your Tag Partner? So, we're going to be asking Marcello and Alberto questions about how well they know each other. They have cards in front of them, and they're going to write down their answers on those and then show them to you, the camera. So, for instance, in fact, whom do I start with? Why don't we rock, paper, scissors, just to see who I start with? Ready?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
No good. Okay, so you are going to go first. So I'm going to ask you to write down your answer for, yes, for Alberto. So question 1. What is Alberto's favorite deck to play? Okay, so you've got to write down your answers, and we're going to see if your answer... Yeah, it's easy. We're going to see if your answers match. I feel like that anyone could guess this one about me, because it's the only one I ever talk about. Dinos, for those of you who haven't heard it. I'm a big dinos man. Okay, hang on. He's writing extra little notes. Okay, okay. Right, reveal your answers in 3, 2, 1. You got them correct there, but you don't agree.
I don't support it. I don't support it, but sure.
Are you happy? You happy that he got that, or was that going to be an easy one?
It was an easy one because we talked about it a lot of time, and he disagrees with me, but Spiral.
Spiral. Okay, good start, but let's see what happens with question 2. So you're going to be, this is going to be asked to you. What would be Marcello's go-to deck for Time Wizard 2010 format? Ooh, slightly tougher, but will Alberto know it? Does Alberto know Marcello as well as Marcello knows Alberto?
Not this, but he has recently changed maybe his mind. But
okay, right. So you're making things more difficult for yourself. Okay, okay. 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 Okay, reveal your answers in 3, 2, 1. Ah, you got it right. There we go. See, Vayu. What is it you like about Vayu?
It's my boy. It's my boy. Disregarded by many, but it's my boy.
We've actually got some Time Wizard format stuff for you guys to watch coming up in the coverage over this weekend. So make sure you guys stick around to make sure you see plenty of that, as well as combo tutorials and other things. There's plenty to watch here for your coverage at YCS Bologna. Right, question to ask you. Oh, wait, question to ask you. Which card would Alberto include in any deck without fail? Slightly tougher question. They're going to increase in difficulty. Because this could be so many cards. I think we might run into our first difficult question here. Because that goes into any deck without fail. That's going to...
that I'm not writing it down, because...
yeah, you're having to go through. Both of them are thinking incredibly hard. This is going to have to be something like Ash Blossom or, you know, even something like Called by the Grave. Something that's going to go almost any deck without fail. But what are they going to write? I'm going to peek over the shoulder here. Okay, okay, okay. An interesting call. Now let's see what Marcello wrote.
Difficult, and he doesn't know it for sure. I mean,
this is a bad start. This is a bad start. I can see this happening live. I can see the answers before you guys can. Okay, this is going to be interesting. I wonder how all of our commentary pairs will do with this. How well do you know your tag partner quiz? We still have a few more questions, though. But this might be the first time that we have a slightly different answer.
I'll just do it for the meet.
Okay, right. Reveal your answer in 3, 2, 1. I'm afraid you guys didn't get it. So wait, check what you both wrote.
I said the 41st Doom Caliber Knight.
Doom Caliber Knight.
He always wants to play 41 cards, so he will add a 41 card.
I will give him a yellowish green card.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I like this, honestly. But I had to think about it, because like this is related to Time Wizard 2010. Sure. So, I mean, I'm playing Darkham Dragon, which is one of my favorite cards, but Doom Caliber as well. I mean, I stick to that card, which is the 31st. So, I mean...
it was a good enough answer, but unfortunately not in sync on that question. But that was a tough one, so let's ask the next one. What was their best Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG event performance-wise? Yours. What is Marcello's?
Easy, guys.
Okay, this one now, a couple of them are going to be slightly harder, but these two know each other very well. So... Okay, here we go. I love watching you go for the shoulder while they write these. Okay, 3, 2, 1. There we go, 17-0 European champ. Look at that. These two know each other so well. This is so exciting. That's a great score as well. I bet you're proud of that one still.
Oh, for sure. It still holds the record, so fair enough.
Still holds the record. Oh, not to brag. Not to brag.
Not to brag.
Still holds the record. Just the best in Europe. Okay, your question. What was Alberto's favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG event to attend? Tougher one, because that could be a number of things. It could be for a number of reasons. Might be the first time you guys worked together. Might be the first event you attended together. Might be a time you guys played a feature match together. Could be anything, but which is it? You can see the cogs turning. They're both having to think pretty hard. Alberto's going for the pen, though. I'm commentating this like it's a sport.
I think I just changed my mind, though.
Oh, okay.
Because I was writing down, and I'm pretty sure about this. But it's actually, I can give you, can I give a small advice? Maybe you know it. But because there's a story behind it.
Okay, well, we can tell the story once we see what your answers are. So get those written down, and then we still have a couple more questions. How many more events? Oh, we've got halfway through the questions at this point.
TCG. Okay.
So TCG, we still have 5 more questions to go. And don't worry, once we know when these pairings are ready, I'm going to be heading back over to make sure we've got that written down so that we get into our round 5 feature match here at YCS Bologna. Because, as I've said before,
Okay.
I got there some really good horse noises from the mouth of Marcello there. Just the only time I went over. Okay. Interesting. Right, reveal your answer in 3, 2, 1. Now.
How dare? No.
He's upset.
There's a story.
Tell the story. Tell the story. Tell the story.
So the story is, we should have been to the French Nationals together in 2017 because we wanted to play. And so, I mean, everything was set up, we prepared and stuff, and then we had an early flight, I think, on Thursday morning, you know? So I woke up at like 5 a.m. and had a lot of his messages like on the cell phone, no? And he was like, look, mate, I'm sick, I cannot come. I thought he was joking, no? And I was like, for real? Like, no, I mean, we have to go together, come on, we organized it, no? And he was like, no, I'm dead serious. Like, I can't come. I'm sick. So basically, I traveled to French Nationals, and I was alone because, like, at that time in 2017, I was playing, and but we kept texting and stuff. So he helped me out. And I mean, the tournament did well because I topped the event. But I mean, I have good memory.
The best is alone. Also, teacher, 2017, I went to the French National alone. No. That's the one I went alone to when I topped. Yours is 2018. Oops. He doesn't even remember. He doesn't even remember.
I might have broken up Marcello and Alberto with this quiz. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's happened. Okay, he's changed his mind. But basically, what you both answered was, it was when I went alone.
That's just straight up. Come on.
Okay, let's go on to our next question and see how you guys do with that. So, I just asked you that, right? So let's ask you this.
He guesses now. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I have to guess now. Yeah.
Okay. What is Marcello's favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG set of all time? That's a tough one.
It is.
It's this particular release. You have to pick one box or one set that was released that is the top all-time favorite for Marcello. Now that is actually quite tough because I'm not even sure I know the answer to that one myself. Nope, I can't even think what. I'm going to say Wild Survivors for me. Had dinosaurs in it. Transcendrakes, no less. What's going through your mind?
Okay, no, I got it. It's not an easy. No, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't have it on top of my mind, but I'll just include it. Yeah.
Okay, now, Alberto, what's going through your mind? You got an answer?
No, honestly, I'm thinking about when one of his favorite cards was released, but I think it was one of the earlier set, but...
So you're guessing with this one?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. You're trying to think about the set that one was in.
I know.
Okay.
But I'll just write the card.
Okay. Okay. Reveal your answers in 3, 2, 1. No. Okay. This one didn't quite go as well. What would you say your favorite set is then?
No, definitely. I had a few in mind. So I can see why I went with that one, but I think the most impactful were, right after. I would say Dark Armageddon when it came out, it was just too much, but I don't know. It was a lot of years ago, 2009, so I know I couldn't guess it. It's fine.
Well, fair enough. Well, you tried, so we'll move on to another question. So I'm going to ask you this one. Is Alberto more likely to spend a long time playing Duel Links or Master Duel? Now, this one should be a slightly easier question. We'll see which one they've ended up playing more. Okay. I think the fact that one's taken a bit longer to write the words out would probably be the giveaway here. Wait. Okay, right. 3, 2, 1. See, you both got it right. Brackets in Paris. Why in Paris?
Just cause. No, because we had the pleasure of going with you, Ed.
Yes.
To the Invitational in Paris. So we enjoyed it a lot to play against each other at Master Duo as well.
It was good fun, that Invitational, actually. I really enjoy seeing things like that happen. But we're here for TCG, so let's ask some more TCG questions. What card would you think the Marcello would like to have as a giant card? Any card. Now, instantly, they both started writing this down. This is so fascinating. I like seeing this. I like seeing two people who know each other's brains really well. 3, 2, 1. Saggy the Dark Clown. Both of you guessed that immediately. Why Saggy the Dark Clown?
It's my favorite card of all time. Love it ever since the anime back in the days with Kai, but I love it so much, honestly.
There you go, and you guessed it immediately. You knew that. We didn't even have to guess. You knew. You both started writing immediately.
No brainer.
No brainer. Right, we still have 2 more. Okay. So, what is Alberto's favorite monster type? Ooh, tougher one. This starts becoming more general. But let's see if they both know the answer. It looks like they do. Reveal your answers in 3, 2, 1, yeah.
Dragon.
Due to JD.
His favorite card is Judgment Dragon, and I went with that. Yeah.
Easy.
It was easy. Yeah, it was easy one.
Always easy. Right, I'll give you guys one more question then. So this is Alberto for you for Marcello. Now, something we know about the two of you is that every time we come to these events, the two of you disappear to go and have a lovely dinner somewhere. But what is Marcello's favorite type of food? Slightly away from TCG here, we're going into real world. Oh no, oh no, he's having to think about it. He's having to think about it. Marcello's written his answer. What can Alberto say? Is Alberto even going to know the answer to this? Alberto is stroking his head because he knows he might not know the answer.
I'd like to give a typical Italian answer, but I'm not ready for that, honestly.
You could try, you could do that. Feel free to go on, go with your first instinct and reveal your answers in 3, 2, 1, pizza! It doesn't matter if it was a stereotypical Italian one, it actually was correct.
Yes, absolutely, can't go wrong with pizza.
Where's your favorite pizza you've ever had?
Either between Naples, but in Rome we got some really, really good ones as well. So yeah, even here in Bologna, guys, go and eat some good pizza. You can
get pizza in Italy, basically.
Yeah.
Where's your favorite pizza? While we're talking about pizza?
So you're asking me which type of pizza? Because there's Roman pizza, Neapolitan pizza, Roman style, guys. Roman style. It's the
which that's your favorite, the Roman style?
Favorite with anchovies.
Ah.
With anchovies. That's.
And I ate it.
Do you? Yeah. Ah, see, I'm an anchovy man. But you guys have seen how well these two know each other. Basically, I think you only got 2 wrong, 2 or 3 wrong.
They were difficult.
They were tough. So that is just the Italians. We're going to see how well our UK duo do and also our Germans and see how well all of them know each other. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. We know Leo and Basti have been very fast friends for a long time. So it'll be interesting to see how well they do. So stick around, guys. Got plenty more coverage coming your way. And that round 5 feature match is coming soon.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Age of Overlord. Swing into action. Seek the secrets of the Snake Eye. Discover the tomb of an ancient king. Your path to the top begins here. Age of Overlord, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back. We are here with YCS Bologna 2023, and we're about to get into our round 5 feature match. In front of me, I have Ricardo Martina and Kazalats Allen, and we are ready to get this high roll ready so we can kick this off. Guys, we're going to do a high roll, see who wants to go first. Who would like to roll first? Go on, go for the first roll, Ricardo. A 6, a medium roll. And Kazalats has got, oh, a low roll. Okay, so are you going to go first, Ricardo? Ricardo is going to go first. I'm going to hand you over to Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are going to be your commentators for this round 5 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. I'm excited for this round 5 feature match. I was really enjoying that Guess the Card. Leo convinced me it was level 10. I thought it was level 9, but fortunately we have Leo here as our resident Guess the Card expert.
Yeah, I think we've played plenty of Guess the Card matches.
For sure.
And Basti won some, but I think it was always like a score of me having 10 and Basti has 1 and he says, okay, the last one counts.
But let's be real, that all doesn't matter anymore when you have real Yu-Gi-Oh! To watch.
That's
and
true.
we're about to have another real game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here, round number 5 of YCS Bologna. And we have another cool deck. It's not as new as some of the other decks we have been showing. It's not like Fire King new or the Centurion new, but it's rather an old school deck. Like a couple of years ago, it had its prime, but it's coming back here being undefeated at YCS Bologna again. And I think we're just going to show you in action what it is. So let's go over to the table. Round number 5 starts now. And there we see it, and as you can tell, Ricardo is very happy winning the dice roll when you are on the Drytron strategy. And yes, indeed, you're reading correctly, Drytron undefeated 4-0 here in this tournament currently.
And lately, there has been a trend towards going for a Dark Magician, Chaos Dark Magician Max, to basically stop your opponent from activating effects on their turn. But Ricardo isn't even playing that, am I right?
He's like playing a pretty basic build. He's returning to the original way of playing the deck by including the Herald of Perfection. And that's like the only boss monster, I want to say, that he's kind of ending on. And besides that, he's just going for some more extra deck stuff. For example, Appaloosa is probably going to be on his field if he's comboing off. And a bunch of other Link monsters like IP Masquerena and stuff. SP Little Knight, of course, is also a nice addition that he can go for. But first of all, we start with Preparation of Rites, and he immediately grabbed the Herald that I was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Herald of Perfection is pretty much the only boss monster you need, isn't it? It can negate any number of cards, so long as you have a fairy for each one.
Okay, and he starts off with one of the one-off Drytron monsters he's playing, and it's Drytron Delta Altace. And he has also opened the Cyber Angel Benton. I mean, he could have also switched it with the Preparation of Rites, but he already had it available to himself. So the Delta itself is not going to do that much, but of course the Benton now is going to activate its effect in the graveyard, searching a fairy from his deck, and he decided that he wants Diviner of the Herald here.
I'd love to see him just send a Calback. Off the Diviner.
That would be pretty cool, but I don't think that's going to happen, no.
Diviner of the Herald has been an absolute staple in every kind of ritual deck, and of course also in tier element decks for some reason. And now we're going to see the best normal summon for each ritual deck. It was Manju of the 1,000 Hands.
Some years ago, yeah, some years ago indeed.
It has a sort of similar effect of, I mean, in a roundabout way, it adds you pretty much any ritual monster or spell, but the upside of this obviously is you get a level 6 tuner.
Ooh, look at that. I mean, we are usually going to send the Herald here in this version of the deck, so we're usually not sending from our deck. I don't even know whether there's a target he could send from the deck, but he's instead sending the Herald of Arclight, and therefore he's able to search himself either a ritual monster or a ritual spell card, and he did indeed go for the ritual spell card for the Dawn of the Herald, interestingly enough. So I think he just wants to make sure to have that Herald on the field as soon as possible so he can negate some other stuff. And now the Dawn of the Herald in the graveyard triggers to get him the Benton back to his hand. That's huge.
I think it was also chained to the Benton effect already. Kind of like that interaction.
Oh.
And that is a lot of interaction already.
Indeed. Kazalak is not happy looking right now.
I mean, the Herald is just a fairy, right? They're all the same. Once you have a Herald of Perfection in play, it kind of perfects all of your other fairies.
Yeah. He's now building around that one card that he already has on the field. And I mean, he played around Nibiru here perfectly well, because Nibiru this weekend seems very popular. And I want to say in almost all of our featured matches so far, we have seen Nibiru, and a lot of players are running it at least in a side deck, and a lot of them even in the main deck. But Nibiru not a factor here anymore.
Is this the end for Ricardo?
Maybe it is. I don't know.
Maybe it's also the start of something bigger.
It is, though. We are passing it over. Ricardo did not have access to Alpha or Beta in terms of his Drytron monsters, and therefore he has to just pass on IP Masquerena and the Herald. Interesting.
How many fairies do you think he's got? He's got at least Ben 10 and Herald, which he's added, and then I don't know any more.
Yeah, I don't know any more either.
We're pointing at the IP Masquerade. I cannot imagine that he is going to use its effect.
That would be interesting. Yeah, just immediately linking away your Herald.
It would be too easy with a Herald. Let's go into SP Little Knight.
We do indeed instantly negate the activation of the prison there. Normal summoning out the Rakea. Rakea would be big enough to attack over the IP Masquerena here, which could be scary.
Interestingly, these Unchained monsters are very annoying for the Herald.
Yeah,
because if you negate and destroy it, then there's another effect that you then have to negate afterwards.
That's true, indeed. So Ricardo, I think, is just asking that. He's asking him, if I do negate and destroy that, is it going to activate its effect, or could it activate its effect? And that indeed is the case, as you were just saying. So I think he just wait for him to resolve the effect, and then in the graveyard you can still negate the trap effect. But no, we do negate it with the Herald of the... No, we don't negate it with the Herald of the Orange Light, but we discard that for the effect of the Herald of Perfection there.
And now we are going to see the effect of Rakea activated, right?
It should, yeah. It definitely should. Perfection is destroying, right? Just confirming
I mean,
that.
it's in the graveyard now. It would be really strong if we negated the effect. But, oh, we are also negating the grave effect right here.
Wow.
But I really like the line that you suggested earlier to just negate the trap card effect or the spell card effect in the graveyard that Rakea wanted to destroy.
For sure.
Can Herald negate effects of trap cards?
Let me just
that's
see.
also a very good point.
Because some older cards, they often negate spells and traps.
You can't. You only on activation of cards. That is the issue there. So Ricardo kind of was forced to do this here. And now Kazalak is going to look at the top 6 cards of his deck through Product of Prosperity and find plenty of ways to still keep on playing. In general, the field that Ricardo created there with the IP Masquerena and the Herald is kind of weird because you have that super, super powerful monster on the field and you have IP Masquerena, which would need to link this one away, which he's going to do now. He's giving it up and we are bringing out the SP Little Knight there.
Okay, that is rather interesting to me, because now if a Shavara is being picked up, you can just as well chain the Shavara if the trap card is supposed to be banished.
Yeah, that's true. So we are going to take the Dark Contract there. That has been a popular package in the Unchained deck. We are playing that little Dark Contract package, the DDD package. Ooh, SP. He pointed towards SP, but...
It might just be saying he's activating the effect.
Oh, okay, yeah, just to banish, of course, yeah. We are going to banish the... Yep, it is the trap, it is Escape of the Unchained, so we at least managed to get rid of that. But there is still the card we just added, the card I just mentioned, the Dark Contract.
It's gonna get out the Requiem. Requiem?
Yeah, the Vice King has been added.
This is such a powerful card going second as well. Just summons a big monster without needing any normal summon, any commitment really. You just put it in the spell and trap card zone and then you turn it into a... I don't even know the name of the big DDD monster anymore, and I shouldn't have said that.
I mean, yeah, I think we needed to respond to that, because now we can just run over the SP. We should have responded to the effect in the scale, because this does not activate. You can just put Video's Machinex on top of it. It's a regular Exceed summon, basically, and now we have a big monster on the field which can deal with the SP, and also is a threat to our opponent in the next turn as an interruption. So that really, that SP didn't put in too much work. Yes, we managed the escape of the Unchained, but still we let our opponent get to this point here.
Are you able to banish SP by itself? Because there was no other monsters when...
You can, okay. Absolutely.
Part of the strength of SP Little Knight, it just works by itself, all alone, still an interruption. Getting rid of 2 cards.
Oh no, wait, but you have to target 2 monsters. Yeah, you're right, Tom. You need to target 2 monsters for the second effect. The first one can banish anything, but you do need to target 2 monsters.
Is SP not a monster?
Yeah, but there was
no monster on the other side of the field.
That's what you mean.
At that point, yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it needed.
Oh, but I mean, then we kind of had to do. Yeah, no, there was no real good timing.
You have to return the card as well. Yeah, that's a good point.
There was no real good timing to do that, honestly. Kazalak played that kind of nicely. Not gonna lie.
There's another escape, just this set. Now it's going to be destroyed, and now we're just going for our full combo. I don't even think that Ricardo has any follow-up anymore.
I mean, normally you want to rely on Alpha and Beta and so on in the graveyard, but he just didn't have access to any of those. So it is really rough.
Now we we're going into a Yama right here, and Shavara was used for that. Yama is going to be used as well. This is a lot of advantage that Kazelats is going to build up right here.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see basically it's sort of full first turn combo, right?
Yeah.
Seems like it for sure. So, Kazelak from Croatia trying to come here to Italy and defeating the plenty of Italian players that are attending this event. Even in the feature match, you have seen that there is really a lot of them competing here this weekend, which is not really a surprise, but Croatia right around the corner from Italy, so wasn't that far of a ride for him probably, and he's also doing really well here in this tournament and also here in this game 1. Shayama going to get into the circle there as well, being summoned off of one of his Unchained effects. And that's all looking really good right now for Kazelak. He's enjoying himself.
Then we have the Unchained Soul of Rage now. Going to set that one by using Sarama as opposed, and we're going to easily add back a card, the Shavara off of the Unchained Soul of Rage. Are we going to activate the Yama off of that? No, we are going into another Shayama, and we're destroying the Sarama. Sarama now being able to trigger and summon out another Shavara from the deck if you want to go into the next DDD monster.
And that apparently is the plan. There is the second rank 6, level 6 monster, and that is going to result in DDD Wave King High Caesar, which is a rank 6 then, of course.
Interestingly, there's not that many effects that special summon. I think all of the Drytrons are inherent summons.
No, they definitely do activate.
Oh, they do activate?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
well, I'm glad you told me. I was completely wrong on that.
And I mean, also, you can just go after Drytron Nova and stuff, so I think there are definitely a lot of applications. Cyber Emergency, though, one of the cards you cannot do anything about.
Yeah, if you try to negate it, the opponent is still going to get a search off of that, because it's one of the cards that states if the activation is negated, then you can get another effect. I don't think that Ash Blossom work. I think it is solely the activation that has to be negated.
Ash Blossom does work on Cyber Emergency, yeah, for sure.
What a good card.
That's like a really unique thing. I don't think any other cards are like, if their activation is negated, they just do something else.
Yeah. But that's how Cyber Emergency is worded for sure.
Yeah. No, I'm just wondering if there's any other cards that have that kind of effect.
Not really, most likely. It's pretty unique in that, you're right. So we did resolve the Cyber Emergency, but the thing is, like, we only have 2 cards in hand, and like all of our Drytron monsters in the graveyard require to discard something. Look, yeah, they're... Oh, okay. We are discarding the Alpha for the effect of Delta, and that's just immediately going to be negated.
And now the Shavara is being detached.
All right, so next on the list. Anything else left in the tank for Ricardo? One more card. Is it going to help him? Is he going to do something? Ooh. It is triple tactic talent, so that's the start. Is he going to take the Caesar, making himself a Zeus maybe? Is that the way to go? Or what is he trying here? Is he trying to go for a Destiny draw too? Let's see.
He kind of has to, right? I mean, I gotta read the escape again, but if he tries to take over the monster with talents, you can just use escape, destroy the talents.
Yeah, and then Yama and the graveyard triggers, and you're not really in a position where you can do anything anymore. I do agree. I think you have to draw here. And Ricardo looks like he's also realizing exactly that.
Maybe he could look at Kalazat's hand just to throw everyone off.
just to see what's left there.
But no, just take from the hand.
Oh, yeah, he wants to draw. He realizes that is his only way to maybe get back into this game. And I mean, he's playing cards like Kurikara in his main deck, so you could just get rid of the Caesar like that and then have another Drytron monster, maybe a Benton from the top, and that could be really good there.
Ricardo looks like there is a way for him to play. I think there was one spell card. This might be the Preparation of Rites, one of the best ritual cards.
There is the Kurikara I was just talking about! Goodbye, Caesar! Kurikara now on the field. That's huge. Doesn't activate, can just tribute the Caesar. That's very strong. Activate, of course, the effect of Shavara there in the graveyard. Or no, we activate the effect of Caesar, actually, to search up a contract instead.
I am getting flashbacks from YCS London, where Samir Bashar went for 2 Kurikaras.
Oh my, look at that!
It is the Preparation of Rites. That is the best 2 cards that he could have drawn. There is no way for Kazelats to destroy something right now. I think he has multiple cards in hand, so maybe there is a Shavara as a follow-up. I'm pretty sure there is a Shavara as follow-up.
The annoying thing, though, is that the ritual spell that was used last turn was banished through its own effect. Therefore, we cannot add it back anymore with the preparation of rides. That's a little bit of an issue here. So only adding the Banten, which is pretty good still, though.
Yeah, you have an Alpha in the graveyard, if I remember correctly, and now you can profit off of that Banten effect, tributing it from hand, basically. Or is it Delta?
Did he activate the Alpha already?
Where is the Alpha? No, we discarded it to activate the effect of something else, which was negated then. And now the Alpha is free to activate its effect, and it's also resolving, apparently. So we are going to search with Alpha and then also search with Banten, and all of a sudden, with one card left in hand, it looked almost unwinnable, but Ricardo coming back into this game, like, majorly. I think he has a good shot at coming back and maybe even sealing the deal here this turn.
Well, you have to not count out the Unchained deck. You've always got, there might be we know there's an escape, but there might be a Chamber face down as well, or a Shavara in hand. There's so much it can, like, you think you've got through it, and then it just seems to come back out of nowhere.
I think actually there is a lot of interruption right here, because the card on the left from Casalats should be the Chamber.
Yeah.
You can't activate it right now, but you have Shavara in hand last turn as follow-up from the Link 2. You can activate Shavara, pop that set card, you can summon out the big Unchained monster. I'm getting confused with the names now. That pops
Abominable
something.
Unchained Soul.
Abominable, exactly. You also have the Yama in the graveyard as well, with the Soul. So there is a lot you can do, and of course the escape as well.
And look at that, we are searching for Choju, which is a pretty unusual card, because this card is really supposed to be tribute summoned. You rarely see a level 6 monster being tributed in nowadays Yu-Gi-Oh! But I mean, we have not normal summoned yet, so we may as well. And then on the summon of Choju, if this card is summoned, you can add one ritual monster and one ritual spell from your deck to your hands.
I just want to see what the next iteration of this, the level 8, I don't know how many hands it's going to have. Because it started with 1,000 and then 10,000, now we have 1 trillion.
Yeah, and we're immediately going for a pop 2 right here, Abominable Unchained Soul, and as well the escape of the Unchained to get rid of the Kurikara, and as well the Alpha, of course, that you can't tribute anything. And there is the fist bump. We're going into game 2. Casalats convincingly winning this, being completely unfazed by a Herald of Perfection that negated 3 cards, and he was like, hey, dude, I have 3 more, I can just win this now.
That was still, like, having 2 negates for that one effect there, or for that one card, basically, because you negated the on-field effect and also the graveyard effect. Did that really feel worth it?
Tough matchup.
I think we should have just waited, right? Let him do some more stuff, and then maybe he at some point links up into the Rage or something, and he can still negate that. But it really, really felt heartbreaking to negate that once on the field and then in the graveyard, when you only have 3 negates in total, right?
Yeah, it's tricky. Just sometimes the older cards, they just don't match up in exactly the way you want against, you know, these newer Unchained cards that have 2 effects, I guess.
Yeah,
so
like it doesn't seem like a great matchup overall. What would you think? Because he's 4 on the tournament, of course. What would be good matchups for Drytron in general in the current meta game?
So first of all, what you said, these newer cards. Is Drytron younger or older than Aruha? Because those Unchained cards have been around for a while.
They have been around for a while, that's for sure. That's a good question, actually. So Aruha was reprinted in the Megatins 2020. So it must have been, it is definitely a while ago. And all the Drytron cards, they came from Genesis Impact. So when was Genesis Impact? That's now the question we have to figure out. When was Genesis Impact released? Maybe the people at home can tell us in the chat which was newer or which was released earlier. And I'm honestly not sure myself.
Well, one thing we can agree on is the Herald of Perfection.
That's the oldest one.
Which is the card I was talking about, is older than all of these.
That is a good point.
For sure, for sure. But now, let's see whether Ricardo actually can set up more than he did in the first game. Because IP Masquerena plus the Herald of Perfection did not seem that impressive. He's not bringing in anything crazy from the side deck to support his going first strategy, because he already obviously feels pretty confident. One card that he might decide to side in is Artifact Lancea, to be honest, because Artifact Lancea takes out the Prosperity, which every Unchained player plays. Also, it takes out the Yama interaction in the graveyard. So I think Lancea, because he can search it, might be something to go for to then activate immediately in the standby phase. Just guessing, though.
That is very cool. I hadn't realized you could search. So I was wondering what the one copy was hanging about doing. But the fact that you can search it is a very cool interaction.
Yeah, for
sure.
All right,
guys. So what's also very cool is that game 2 is about to start. So let's head over to the table. The players are ready.
But honestly, looking at the side deck of Kezalak, his options against the Drytron strategy are plenty. He's not only side decking the main enemy Droll and Lockbird for the deck, but also Dimension Shifter as well.
Oh.
So he's prepared. 3 copies of both of that. Not really what Ricardo likes to see. And Ricardo also is shaking his head. But, I mean, starting off with Foolish Burial doesn't seem too bad. And that seems like there is no Dimension Shifter, because I believe we would have changed the Dimension Shifter there right away.
Yeah, you might hold it for a little bit longer, you know.
Just to play around the Gamma, the one on Gamma, cheeky one, which you cannot really even use in Drytron because you're not allowed. Oh, wait, can you? No, you cannot.
No. You
cannot summon out the driver.
Yeah, you cannot special summon out, or you can summon out the driver, you can't summon out the Gamma. You cannot special summon monsters that can't be normal summoned.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is a thing I definitely knew.
Great. Okay,
5 minutes ago.
there we go. So it seems like Ricardo has a better setup this time, to be honest. He got a way to bring one of his desired Drytron monsters into the graveyard. He now also has access to Benton.
Let's guess the Drytron name now.
Is that the first search we are doing? I think so, right? So Droll and Lockbird would need to come down here, but Kezalak is just enjoying himself, not really looking like he wants to interact with Ricardo at all. I think Kezalak is just all laid back right now, 1 game up. Let's see what my opponent does here, and having a good time. Okay, so Meteonis Drytron, the other ritual spell of the deck, has been added to the hand.
Looking good so far, I want to say. I don't know where he wants to go with his combo, but I mean, the last field was kind of impressive already. However, 3 negates was just not enough. But we are able to go for a normal summon right here.
Yeah, Shoju of the Trillion Hands is being added to his hand as he had a last game. But last game it was a little too late. But now setting up the field, getting more and more stuff into his hand before his opponent has the chance to play is going to be a huge advantage. And therefore, Shoju here is, I think, way more impactful than it was in the last game.
Activate Domain of the True Monarchs. Let's go. Also, Jojo is kind of nice because it is a level 6 monster already, so you can immediately tribute it for the Herald.
Absolutely is. I definitely do agree. And honestly, like that IP Masquerena just did not seem great. So giving up 2 monsters for IP Masquerena or giving it up for Choju to extend your stuff even further and then maybe even go later into the IP Masquerena just seems so much better. But first of all, we're going for one of the original Exceed monsters of the deck. We're going for Drytron, Mu Beta, Fafnir, which will be able to send 1 monster from the deck to the graveyard, and we have decided on good old Drytron Meteonis Draconids. I did not expect him to send that one, honestly.
Yeah, Drytron's very unique in that they summon ritual monsters using attack rather than combined levels. So you're using 2 level 1s to make a level 12, which is pretty cool.
As long as the level 1s have 2000 attack, that's perfectly fine. So we are going to tribute the Benton right here for a tribute summon.
That's even better, because now we get to trigger Choju and the Benton, and there's an impermanence on the Choju. But honestly, if you ask me personally, I would say Ricardo is fine with that impermanence. Of course, he cannot get the search effect off of Shoju there, but his setup already looks kind of nice, and you are happy with your opponent having less cards in his hand, so you don't have to negate that much anymore.
The question is, are you able to get to the Herald?
I would hope so.
Because I think that was the play that was supposed to get the Herald out for him.
Well, I mean, we have Benton. We can search it right now, right here.
You just have to have a ritual spell to summon the Herald.
We already added back the Meteonis Drytron, so that would be a possibility, right?
Yep.
Let's see.
I've never seen somebody tribute away the Benton for a tribute summon to get its effect. That's really fun.
Yeah. It's really good too, though. Okay, but we do not go for the Herald. We do instead... I mean, we do go for a Herald, but not the Herald we were expecting. This is Herald of Orange Light once again being added.
A Herald, but not the Herald.
Exactly.
But maybe
enough of a Herald here.
A few formats ago, this was the Herald.
Indeed, yeah. Okay, we have Meteonis Drytron. We added it back, reducing the attack points of Mumbeta Fafnir, so this is only 1,000 now. But what are we going to ritual summon out here? Ricardo doesn't seem sure himself there. What are we going for? Are we just going to summon out the Draconids, maybe? Oh, look, we are using 2 monsters from our hands. 2 Drytron monsters, but one of them is Gamma, so we can get more monsters out of the Gamma in the graveyard now. And we indeed are going to summon out the Draconids.
But we haven't decided on the attack or defense position yet. That is still to be found out.
We're in between, but it has been decided. It is the attack position. And Kazalek immediately grabbed his cards in hand. Like he has put them down to the table, but as soon as the summon was made, he kind of grabbed them back up. So I'm kind of expecting an Ibiru here, maybe? Is that a thing? Is he going to have that too?
I'm just peering at his hand now, but my eyes aren't sharp enough to see whether it's there.
Same, to be honest.
I think I saw a Shiyama, I thought Escape, which is already halfway a decent start into the game. I mean, the Escape at least.
Yeah, exactly. But Shiyama is really not that
doesn't
great.
really do anything.
You were confusing me for a second there, because obviously they have quite similar names, the Unchained, and I was like, is Shiyama not the one I think it is?
No, it is definitely the one.
Okay, Ricardo, what else you got? There's another ritual monster in his hand. So I think we have the Herald of the Orange Light and another ritual monster, but we do, first of all, go... Oh, yeah. Oh, it's Idaten that he has in his hand. That's a card people normally don't really play, but Cyber Angel Idaten is a card that Ricardo decided to play, and he's now revealing it for the effect of Drytron Delta Altace to draw an additional card, and he did pick up Triple Tactic Talons. If that impermanence would have been an effect Vela, it would have been so much better for Ricardo here, but Kazalek did not play into Talons here just yet.
Also very interesting, I want to mention that Draconitz is so good against Unchained because it sends monsters to the graveyard. It can send, I think, 2 at once. You can banish 2,000 or 4,000 attack points of monsters, attack points worth of monsters. It's interesting, and target 1 card for each 2,000 attack points, and then send them to the graveyard. So you can play around.
Yes.
You can play around the good old Unchained monsters.
For sure, that sounds a lot better. So maybe Ricardo just didn't even want to go for Herald of the Perfection here because he decided Draconitz is actually a better interruption versus the Unchained strategy. And now we also do go for Linkuriboh. We have IP Masquerena, so another way to go into the SP Little Knight again, as we did in the first game. So this looks decent. I'm fine with this.
I also love Linkuriboh plus IP Masquerena. I don't know if there's a way to get another monster on the field for him later on, but just to have the option to say, hey, you can't just summon a monster and threaten to go battle phase to run over the IP Masquerena. I have the Linkuriboh right here.
Yeah, that's pretty decent. Okay, but Kazalek,
normally
you would think is just passing, setting one and then maybe going for a pass, but no, it is a set one, and that's a start for the Unchained strategy because we can just now activate, for example, Shavara in the hand to target this card and then maybe destroy it, triggering the effect in the graveyard, of course.
It definitely plays with your hopes a bit when they just set one and you think, oh, are they going to pass now?
Nope, it's not happening versus Unchained. They are going to do something, and in this case, we are going to activate the effect of Unchained Twins Ruha.
The question is, when are you using your Draconitz? Your
honestly, yeah, it's Draconitz, but I think you just go after the first two monsters they have.
Right?
Yeah, just go after them, get rid of them, and hope it's enough. That's my approach to that, but maybe it's just me.
I mean, the thing is, as soon as there's a Yama on the field, there's already a lot of value on the side of Kazalek. However, I mean, what's happening after the Yama? I think you can let them go for Yama and then another monster and then send those away?
Potentially, yeah. But now Ricardo is also asking himself the same question because now there is the Arua and also the Rakea. So are we immediately trying to go after this? Problem with the Rakea, though. So Rakea has a quick effect, so you can't really do it here again.
This looks like threatening battle phase now. Could be a good idea.
Yep, I like it too.
I like this a lot, to be honest.
You can't really let your opponent go into the battle phase because there's a lot of tricks you can get up to with the Unchained deck using Rakea.
Okay, so we do go for IP Masquerade at the end of the main phase, summoning out SP Little Knight again. And I mean, of course we are going to activate the effect, but most likely Kazalek is going to respond to that. And then we have to think whether we want to respond to that again with Draconitz, still making sure to banish both of them.
I mean, I think after that you can wait, right?
Or maybe wait, you can just chain the other effect of SP Little Knight, right? You can just go for the first effect of SP Little Knight and then go for the other effect of SP Little Knight to make sure the card that Kazalek is targeting is going to be banished. I like that a lot, honestly. SP Little Knight is accomplishing quite a bit here.
As it is supposed to, one of the best cards we have in the game right now.
Indeed. Age of Overlord really brought us a gem there. Yep, exactly. So SP Little Knight doing the job, banishing itself as well, and banishing the Rakea. Great stuff. And we still have the Draconitz. I love this. Oh no, not Dark Contract again. Uh-oh, that was trouble for Ricardo in game 1 already. Is it going to be trouble again?
When are you allowed to use Draconitz? Is it any time? You can just use it
Pretty sure it's a
whenever?
quick effect, yeah.
Yeah, it is a quick effect. I'm just saying that now with full confidence. Yeah, during your opponent's turn. Okay, all right,
Anytime.
that is probably any time. Just not on your own. So that's important, but not for this turn because it is the opponent's turn, in fact.
Ooh, oh, we go after the dark contract. So Ricardo was had problems with it last game, and he doesn't want to see that happening again.
To be fair, isn't that...
The judge maybe said you are not... and Ricardo does not like this normal summon. Tour guide of the underworld coming to the field. And does Ricardo have another fairy?
Yes,
he has to. He has to. Herald of the Orange Light is going to negate that. And Kazelak is picking up his cards. Equalizer has been accomplished. Ricardo takes down game number 2. Drytron still going strong in 2023. That was nice. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really cool game. I loved seeing the interaction. The Little Knight really put in so much work.
I was feeling a little bit pitiful for Ricardo after the first game. I was thinking,
a little?
Okay, hey, Herald of the Perfection is such a good card and it helps against so many matchups. But in this one, it just seems like the deck will be overpowered by Unchained. But he just had it was just the problem that he went blind first, so he didn't put out his Dragonets. He has a perfectly valid strategy against the deck. This was fantastic. It was a really good hand that Kazelas had.
For sure, for sure. And I think going second, even though the Drytron strategy is known for a very, very strong combo deck and for having a super, super good field to set up going first, I really like the deck going second as well, because you are putting up a lot of monsters, you have plenty of ways to summon and summon and summon. You get into Exceed monsters very easily, so it's basically a quick way into Zeus most of the time. And Zeus, as we know, is sending cards to the graveyard. And that's the phrase we're looking for when we play versus the Unchained deck. And therefore, I think there's a way for Ricardo to even have a good time here going second.
Yeah, I'll be really excited to see how this pans out, because we've seen Ricardo, he's playing the underdog deck. Took him 2 tries to win going first, and now he's got to beat the harder level, which is going second.
Totally. Also, interesting, we said this earlier, Dragonets cannot send monsters from the opposing field to the graveyard on your own turn, so that makes it significantly harder to break a field going second.
Yeah, but let me give you a card in his side deck that would do the same thing on your own turn as well. How about Ultimate Slayer coming in from the side deck? I mean, you are playing Exceed monsters, Fusion monsters, Synchro monsters. You play all that kind of stuff in your side deck, Link monsters, of course, as well. And therefore, Ultimate Slayer, I think, is a really good card to bring in. And additionally, it's a normal spell which you can add off Triple Tactics Thrust, which he's also siding in. So I think he has plenty of access to Ultimate Slayer. And I think that might be one of the cards he is looking forward to in this game here.
Yeah, Ultimate Slayer is one of my favorite field-breaking cards ever since it came out. I really liked it. It didn't find its way into the metagame for quite some time. There was also Kashtira Arisat, which was a problematic card for the Ultimate Slayer because you have to send as cost, and that is simply not possible if everything that would be sent to the graveyard is banished instead. So that was a problem. Now that Kashtira Arisat is not in the meta anymore, Ultimate Slayer is a very powerful tool. If you don't need specifically 15 extra deck cards, you can include some different cards in there as well to be very flexible with this card.
Yeah, I mean, and for Drytron, it just works out naturally, right? Because you are playing Link monsters, Exceed monsters, Synchro monsters, just as part of your strategy. So
sending Herald against Synchro.
Yeah, like all of the cards are great. Like there's multiple things you just want to send to the graveyard and they're doing perfectly fine. One card that could answer that though, that's coming in most likely, even certainly from a side deck for Kazelak, is going to be good old Anti-Spell Fragrance. Yeah, versus spell cards, but obviously the answer you're looking forward to, the card you want to side going first, and the card that Kazelak wants to draw or add off Pot of Prosperity here most likely, I think.
One card I'm really looking forward to seeing is Cyber Angel Natasha.
Ooh.
Just like that's such a
Also
cool
good
way
going second.
to
Really good.
Break fields going second. It's so unique as well. You have to ritual summon it first, so it's allowed to special summon itself out from the graveyard. But then you can just start taking monsters from your opponent's field. I think that's really fun.
Okay, so we talked about it a lot. We have a lot of different theories on how this is going to go down, but we are going to see in practice now Game 3 of our Round 5 featured match.
All right, here we go, Game 3. It all comes down to this in Round 5 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Bologna 2023. And we are immediately starting strong on Kazelak's side with the Tour Guide of the Underworld.
That is absolutely the start you want to have with the Unchained deck.
Bringing out good old Rhino Warrior, yeah.
It's pretty much like most of the combos are 2-card combos, and this is pretty much 2 cards in one, because you get the 2 monsters, one of which gets you the Shavara as well. So this is an absolutely beautiful start, especially when it goes uninterrupted.
Yeah. It's crazy to me because when the new wave of Unchained support was released in the beginning, players didn't pick up on the tour guide technology just yet. So people were playing it without the tour guide package at first, and now the card is just the best card of the entire deck, honestly.
Easily.
You can dodge cards like Infinite Impermanence and Effect Veiler with just the effect of Shavara. Ash Blossom is a little bit more difficult. We have experienced it a lot of the time already, that if tour guide gets Ash, you might not have follow-up if you didn't draw a lot of engine. But just one-card combos that lead to big fields are just insane.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
I do agree. So there is going to be Unchained Soul of Rage. And we are going to use... Oh yeah, we are going to reset the trap first of all. Fair enough.
Also, if you're unsure what Kazalats is doing right now, we also have maybe a little combo tutorial. You have seen one already so far with Jessica. We might have one ready for Unchained, no?
Oh, we might.
I couldn't possibly say.
Okay.
How would you know, Tom?
All right,
exactly.
but Kazalak already having 2 level 6 monsters on the field again. That, of course, is going to be an indicator for another Exceed summon. And yep, there it is. We are going to go for the DDD Wave High King Caesar once more. Oh, he almost summoned in attack position, but then he quickly decided defense position it is. Oh, and I think, is he going to pass on this? It seems like it.
Maybe this time the Droll Lockbird will make an appearance.
Yeah, there must be still a lot of good cards in his hand, because this setup is just one set card, and that set card probably isn't even anti-spell fragrance, because you kind of need the trap to the chamber to bring back the rage here, I would assume. Oh, instant fusion!
Oh,
And I mean,
okay.
instant fusion is a card. He did not negate the instant fusion, no? We just did not negate the instant fusion, and therefore we have the opportunity to bring out the Millennium Ice Restrict here.
Excuse me? Millennium Ice, of course, a very powerful card, but I was absolutely sure that you would try to negate this. Maybe he's trying to play around Triple Tactic Talents, but I mean the deck plays around Triple Tactic Talents quite well, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's just some sort of mind game. You know, if your opponent just confidently activates a spell, you can just negate, and you just say, oh yeah, sure.
Okay, so next up we're going to activate the effect of Alpha, tributing Alpha, and that is being met, I think, with the effect of Caesar,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, he knows it's there. We have settled the debate. Kazalats knows he has the Caesar.
Yep, okay, we're chaining it.
Maybe he just prefers to negate the Drytron monsters.
Yeah, maybe also he doesn't have a hand interaction, so he doesn't really care about the Millennium Ice Restrict.
No, I can definitely see there's a Droll Lockbird in his hand.
Oh, all right.
Maybe he just wasn't expecting Millennium Ice Restrict.
Yeah, that is also a possibility.
But what would be another fusion monster you're going to summon out with instant fusion?
Elder Entity Norton. I don't think so. No.
I don't think so either.
On the Forbidden Limited list, and it's on the Forbidden side.
Yep. Okay, so Shavara coming down.
I like this. So Millennium Ice Restrict would prevent the Shavara in hand from doing anything.
Yeah.
Once it resolves, but if you chain it, obviously, then it can still activate.
But now the Drone Lockbird is open, right?
Yes.
All right.
Alright, okay, we are banishing the Yama. Of course, activating its effect to bring back Rage now as well. At this point, we're not playing around Triple Tactic Talents anymore, of course.
So I think now Triple Tactic Talents to take something would still be kind of strong, right?
Yeah,
or would now be strong.
I mean, not really, right? Because you can not really comfortably take the Caesar. Oh wait, you can take Caesar and then you can even negate the Rage. That's kind of cool.
Oh, we are going in with the Kurikara
again. That's nice. Game 1 he had it. Game 3 again. Is it this time going to be the deciding factor of this game?
Gonna get the Dark Contract out right here. The question is, how much follow-up does Ricardo have? Because he has invested quite a lot of cards. I think there are 2 more cards in his hand. He used Instant Fusion, Kurikara, and 2 of the Drytrons. And now we're going to see a Unicorn.
Oh,
This got the Dark Contract, trying to get rid of the Millennium Ice Restrict, and it works.
Well, you have to summon Unicorn because you can't. You can only summon Fiends this turn once you've used the effect of Shavara.
Yeah, you are right. No access to SP Little Knight there. And now Ricardo. What's left in his hand? He's laughing.
I don't know if that's a good or a bad sign.
Same, to be honest. Same.
He just seems to be having a good time all round. So
Which is fair enough. He's 4-0 in the tournament. He's having a featured match. I think his day could have gone worse. Oh, another Kurikara, tributing the Unicorn now.
Now the question is, can you find a way into another level? Oh,
triple tactics thrust. That's not too bad either. What are we getting here, though?
Oh, preparation of rights is a possibility. You have an unused Drytron effect in your graveyard, so you can fetch a Benton right there.
Either that, or maybe Drytron Nova, that's the top card, but I like preparations even better. I agree with you. That's a good one, for sure.
That one would be met by Draw and Lockbird then, for sure, right?
Yeah, so maybe if you want to play around Draw and Lockbird, just go for the Nova instead, then.
I don't think you can play around Draw and Lockbird at all in this situation, right? You can't just play with 1 card.
Oh, but he does go for the Nova, which is good for him, because honestly, he can still at least set up a Zeus here with this.
No, he has indeed got 2 level 1s.
Yeah, you can just use the Kurikara as one of the materials there. Okay, Nova is being activated, bringing him another Drytron monster immediately to the field. Straight up special summoning it, and we go for the Zeta.
Now this could be a big Beta Fafnir turn, a big Zeus turn. Probably down.
Yeah, Beta Fafnir, of course, also going to send more stuff to the graveyard.
Yeah, the thing is, what do you attack over? I think you can safely attack over Shavara.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
There's no other, because if you attack Aruha, then you could get met with Abominable Unchanged Soul.
Then you're in trouble, yeah. Then you're definitely in trouble. You shouldn't do that for sure.
Shavara was already activated this turn, so there's no follow-up cards that are...
But I mean, there's also Downed Magician in the extra deck of Ricardo, so we can go for Zeus with 4 materials, and therefore we can get rid of the cards that are already there, and then we still have a Zeus sent for next turn, so that's cool. Oh, okay. We can get the... Meteonis. Oh, what are we attacking? That was a wild attacking move there. That Beta Fafnir was flying all over the field of Kazalak, but we decided to run over the Shavara there. Okay, there's Downert. And of course, the beautiful ultimate rare Zeus.
Can you say the entire name just by heart? Don't look at the card.
Divine Arsenal AA Zeus. Sky Thunder it is, of course. How would I not know that?
Definitely did not look at your screen first.
Need the full effect as well.
Let's not read it out now. Okay, but that's good. That's good. That's what I was saying. Oh, he does not even go for the first Zeus effect, so he just wants to keep both of them for the opponent's turn.
I quite like this actually because there's really no need. The Aruha can't really do anything.
Oh, okay, Rakea, first of all.
I'm not sure if there was no need for it, because now if you have the... Alright, the Aruha destroys something when... Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, this has been sort of punished by exactly Rakea, because now Abominable Unchained Soul.
But I mean, you can just chain now, because he's using the effect of Rakea. You kind of have to chain here.
Definitely. I do agree on that, because otherwise, Abominable is going to punish you really hard. And we're going to detach the two cards that might be valuable in the graveyard, get rid of Aruha and Rakea. And Kazlat is... I mean, he has more cards, far more cards. He has 3 cards in hand.
Oh, and he has the contract.
Oh, yeah, he discarded 1, but he had another one in hand already.
Okay, contract wants to search out the Vice King again.
Dark contract with the gate.
And Ricardo really thinking about this. Do we have to respond? And yes, he decides that it is time to use the second effect of Zeus, and so Zeus now left with 0 materials, and Kazalak with 2 cards in hand. Is there anything else he can extend with? 3.5 minutes left on this. Is it going to go back to Ricardo, or does Kazalak have something else?
Kazalak, this is not a drill. You need to set a card now and then activate Shavara from hand.
Oh, he's setting a monster.
But he used Rakea already.
Yeah, we Norman summoned already. Yeah. There was a Norman summon, so there is not going to be the chance to set a monster.
The thing is, what can Ricardo do? He really needs to draw into something that can be discarded or tributed
There's
basically.
plenty of cards, to be honest. Yeah,
but
there's
if he
plenty.
doesn't draw one of those, if he draws into an Impermanence or a Herald of the... that would kind of work as well, right? If he draws into something that he cannot discard, then he might be in trouble. But other than that, this looks good for him.
But there's another card that he can sat as well. So the monster, of course, didn't work. But what is this? Oh, it's anti-spell fragments. That must have been the draw for turn, because otherwise that would have been on the field.
Yeah.
Oh, and there is one of the newest additions to also almost every single one's extra deck. That is going to be the new Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis, and that's indeed a pretty good answer. And yeah, we did summon the Downer, we did summon the Mubeta Fafi, and of course the Zeus. So the requirements for the summon of the Typhon were definitely met there.
Getting some valuable damage in there as well. 2 minutes on the clock. This is looking grim for Ricardo right now because of the Super Star Slayer Typhon. We thought this was going to be a pass, but Kazalek found a way to summon another monster and just went with the... Oh, we're going
the
to
Lightning Storm is going to trade. That's funny.
Oh. But we have a pass here, we have the Meteonis. This draw wouldn't have even helped him. This would have given Kazalek another turn just with 3,000 damage on the side of Ricardo. So we're going to see another set card. Is that a good thing? Is that a good thing?
I think it's another anti-spell fragrance. I'm calling it.
Oh, but he can use the Shayama.
Oh no, this time it's Impermanence. Okay, okay.
But it is still a Shayama on the field, and we're getting really close to enough damage to win the game for Kazalek. Ricardo is at 2,100 life points now and needs to really draw something. He really needs to find a way to deal damage at that quickly.
Do we think he was just attacking for 2,000?
Yeah, we were in the battle phase.
To infinite impermanence. You'd rather just have a 2,000 attack monster. So what's he going to do?
Reasonable question, honestly. Reasonable question to ask. I do agree. That is, he did that so quickly too, right? He just wanted the Shayama on the field. He didn't want to be without anything to protect him from the next attacks of Ricardo, potentially. And now Ricardo, this draw is very important. This draw may turn it around, but he just sats a monster and it goes back over to Kazalek. So that was probably just some kind of hand interaction, maybe an Ash Blossom or something that he picked up there.
Okay, and now what are we going to draw on Kazalek's side? He is checking his extra deck. There might be a possibility to summon something. Is there another Fiend that he can normal summon?
He just go into the battle phase. Oh, it was Herald. It was Herald.
It was the Herald. Normal summon of the Droland Lockbird, and now we are going into a Link 1 or Link 2. Can we actually do something? Oh, we're going to the Unchained Soul of Rage.
Is it right that Ricardo dropped down to 100 life points? Because he shouldn't have taken damage there, right?
No. I mean, for all it matters.
Oh, Cyber Emergency Bow has been picked up. So Ricardo has a chance to play. With 30 seconds left on the clock, he has to be quick. So, come up with something, Ricardo, please.
This is something that could add up in an OTK with a filled graveyard. We are going to search out the Delta. I hope it is the Delta at least. It is absolutely not.
Nope, it's Gamma. This one's Gamma.
Thank you so much.
And then we use the effect of Alpha on the graveyard, discarding the Gamma. And yeah, we resolve the Alpha first. Sure. But Kazalek already indicating that he wants to unresolve, use the effect to get rid of the Alpha and the Rage itself. And SP Little Knight also joining the party.
Yeah. SP Little Knight now looking at the graveyard of his opponent, banishing something off of it, because SP Little Knight can just do that quite easily. Now deciding on a target. There is still the Benton in the hand. Benton can be discarded. Another special summon, another search, but will it be enough? The time is over and Kazalek wins that game versus Ricardo.
Still, very great showing of Ricardo, but Kazalek comes out on top, winning it with the very popular Unchained strategy. Our colleagues in the last round had a look at the metagame breakdown. Unchained, the most popular deck of the weekend, right? But it was very close with Rescue A, so we're both sitting up top there.
Yeah, I think they said it was joint first. So, I mean, that was a really intense game. Like, I love situations where both players are down to like one card each. You're just drawing off the top, seeing what happens. It was crazy to see, and that Shayama, like, just attacking your opponent with a 2,000 monster more than once seems like an unreasonable thing to do. But
those are the moments where your heart just starts beating very, very quickly. When you're like, oh God, please, this card be something. Please let me win with this card. And then you draw a Herald of the Orange Light, and that's absolutely not the card you were looking for in that moment. But let's assume he would have had more time. Was there a way for him to keep on going here to maybe get into this game again?
I mean, Sebastian, you are asking the right people because we are absolute Drytron experts.
Cool. So go ahead then.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, to be fair, the Gamma was still in the graveyard, and we searched for Banten, so that's already like a pretty... Yeah, that's a pretty... I mean, I think we got rid of the Zeta with the effect of SP Little Knight, but then...
there was also
as soon as he uses... Yeah, true. I think there was a way, honestly. I mean, the SP Little Knight still is an interruption, so it's not going to be easy, but I do think that there were a couple of ways to still keep on playing. The thing, though, is he didn't have Zeus in his extra deck anymore, so that would be the main card you kind of want to go for, but it wasn't there anymore, of course.
You can set up the Draconids after that turn. That is definitely possible, because there is an easy access to Mobeta Fafnir, and I think that this would have been a child's play for him to easily summon that monster. And in a scenario like this, it would be really, really good. Also, knowing that your opponent has already used the Typhon, a card that came out of nowhere. I mean, this is basically what the card is supposed to do, right?
Yeah, totally.
Just surprising your opponent, throwing them off guard, saying, hey, you played a little bit on your last turn, but I can just summon a big monster that punishes you for that.
I love Typhon because it's another one of those cards
you have to
that
play
you
around.
just have to have in your mind all the time. You just need to know that this card exists, and it does exist in a lot of extra decks. Like a bunch of players are running this card currently, and therefore it's just a format-defining card because it dictates the play style of all of the players around, and therefore I love those cards. Like Mystic Mine, I know people don't really love that card anymore that much, but it also was kind of doing the same thing. The existence of the card made people play differently, right?
Yeah, I think this is most comparable to the Zeus itself, right? It's something that lives.
Same.
It's a very generic XYZ. You can just summon it however you like. But now we can head over to Ed for a winner interview.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, I am here with Kazalats, who's just won that round 5 feature match here at YCS Bologna. So, how are you feeling having won that feature match?
Well, obviously, as you could see, the nervousness got the better of me in Game 3. So I still managed to scrape that window, even though I'm not that proud of my gameplay. But, you know, there's a saying in Croatia, Trdo sprida, meko zada. We're just going to follow that quote till the end of the Swiss rounds this day.
That's what we like to hear. So, that's quite a tough thing to be put on the spot, put on the stage with. Have you done a feature match before, or was that your first?
No, this is my first feature match. It's so nice that I get to play against my opponent, who's a really cool guy, and he played a deck that I'm familiar with, so I didn't have to read all the cards. But it was something I didn't expect for the event, so yeah.
So you're playing Unchained, which is currently 12% of the deck breakdown of everyone here. The only thing that matches that is Rescue Ace. So what's made you go for Unchained? Is it because of the new support, obviously, in Duelist Nexus and stuff? Are you just feeling pretty confident with the deck?
Yeah, basically the new stuff made it relevant, and I always stick to the old faithful, you know, the consistent deck, the one that's gonna stick to me, be reliable for the long rounds. So yeah, I chose to play that, and it might be not the best choice for this event because it's so popular that people are so prepared for it, but it's the one I'm best with, so can't just pick up something new and learn it in a couple of days because I don't play test a lot.
Have you played any other Unchained mirror matches since you've been in the earlier rounds at all?
Yeah, 2 already. Yeah.
How did those go?
It went for me since I'm 4-0, so yeah, they went in my favor, yeah.
Were they a struggle?
Yeah, of course. It's always a struggle in the mirror match. It basically comes up to a resource and a grind game. Obviously, you can blow your opponent out with some types of cards, but when it comes to a grind, it's really going to be up to the last card.
Well, speaking of the last card, this game obviously went all the way down to time, but going through this, there were a lot of moments where it seemed like Ricardo had an upper hand. Like that Kurikara came out in a couple of games and outed Caesar in one, it outed Unicorn in the other. But when those happen, how are you able to keep cool and play around it?
Yeah, so game 1, when I saw Kurikara, I nearly pissed myself, to be honest.
Please don't say that on the stream. Apologies for that, everyone, but it's all right. Everyone's excited as part of the feature.
But yeah, Kurikara is something that's not that well represented in the meta, so obviously got Kurikara 3 times. It felt like a lot, but the good thing about the Unchained monsters, especially the Caesar, is that it floats. It doesn't have to be destroyed, so at least you get some value, some recuperation of it. And I'm playing the contract package, and in game 1, it really turned out valuable for me to get the contract.
Game 2, you couldn't really find a way around all that work that he'd laid out, so you just wanted to get into that game 3, is that right?
Yeah, game 2, I tried my best pushing into the board, but it just had way too much, and he used his disruptions really well, so I couldn't do much about it.
No worries. And then getting into 3, again, that was when the Kurikara came out against the Unicorn into the Triple Tactics Talent. But again, you managed to play around all that. It just wasn't enough. So what was going through your mind in game 3?
Okay, so game 3, my brain was complete mush. I didn't know what I was doing. I just let Instant Fusion resolve, even though I have Caesar on field, because I was super hyper-focused on some other cards. I meant to play around Kurikara as much as possible, get the maximum value from Caesar to negate the dry turn effects. But yeah, I managed to put up quite a board, and it eventually carried me out, even though I had a quite fortunate top deck war with my opponent.
Well, it all ended up working out for you. Congratulations. Is there anything that you're nervous about going up against? Possibly more of those Unchained mirror matches?
Well, now that everybody knows what I'm playing, I wouldn't like to face against Rescue Ace because I think it's a really tough grind game and it really comes down to the die roll. Especially game one, it can get really die roll dependent.
Well, I guess we see what happens. Congratulations on your win. I hope the rest of the day goes well for you. Guys, stick around. We've got our next match coming up very, very soon. But before that, we're going to do a little bit of the Newlyweds game with the Germans. We'll be right back.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back. We're back with more coverage here at YCS Bologna in 2023. You can see either side of me, I have Leo and Basti, who are ready to take part in the same challenge that we set to Marcello and Alberto only a couple of rounds ago. Guys, you've just come off the feature match just now. How was it?
Oh, it was fantastic, as always, basically. But that one was really interesting. We saw a new approach, maybe an old approach to Drytron. And it was just really, really strong. And it could adapt to the situation, which is not always the case for older decks, so I loved it.
Yeah, I think so. Like, it's always very exciting when you have a deck that's not on the radar, but all of a sudden it is on the radar because it's at the top tables, and that was the case there with Drytron. And I want to see how well he's doing for the rest of the tournament, because he lost now, but still he's on a good record, so we'll see.
We'll see, especially with Unchained being such a high representation here. It was an interesting match to see. Didn't quite work out for Drytron, but Let's see how many Unchained are left at the end. 12% for both them and Rescue Ace. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? Who knows? Right, guys, I'm actually going to need you to put these microphones down because this match will not require any microphones from you. So the way this is going to work, I'm going to ask you a question, and then you're going to you really had to make that dramatic, didn't you? So basically, I'm going to ask you guys a question. You're going to have to both write down the answer, but I'll do it about one or the other. So let's start with the rock, paper, scissors, just to see who's going to go first. Who will be asked first? Ready?
Uno, dos, tres.
Okay, so Leo's going to be asked first about Basti, and then we'll alternate. So, your question. What's Basti's favorite deck to play? Write it down, and then we'll do a 3, 2, 1 and show the answers. Both of you write them down, and then we'll see if the answers match. Favorite deck to play. Now, do the Germans know each other as well as our Italian duo do, who've been playing together a very long time? These two have also, so let's see what happens. Right, both of them have written their answer. I see you peeking. I see you peeking. Right, now count it down. 3, 2, 1. Show your answers. Sky Striker. So already you do both know each other quite well. This is a good start. Something you should know about each other considering you do Yu-Gi-Oh! Commentary together. But let's see. Your question about Leo. Pick that up. Pick that up. Okay, your question. What was Leo's go-to deck for Time Wizard 2010? What would you say is Leo's go-to deck for Time Wizard 2010? Now, these start to get more and more interesting because these become the slightly different formats that you could see available at the public events here at YCS tournaments. So if you guys ever do turn up and you find that you've dropped from the main event, you can head over to the public events and you can win these for some prizes. Okay, let's turn these around. 3, 2, 1, show. Did you get it right? Did you get it right? Blackwing? Yeah, there we go. Okay, nice. Actually, that was the same answer as Marcello. So there we go. All of you guys play the same thing. Always exciting. Right, Leo, coming over to you for a Basti question. Which card would Basti include in any deck without fail? Tougher one. This one's really tough.
That is much easier about me, but...
Okay, interesting. Well, unfortunately, you've now got to answer it about Basti. See, actually, both of the Italians struggled with this one as well. This one is quite a complicated question because there's so many staples that you could add to any deck.
Is it about, like, right now?
Sure.
Okay, so Mystic Mine is not an answer.
No.
Okay.
Something that's not on the Forbidden or Limited lists, perhaps. Okay, let's see if these two can get these. Okay. This is exciting. Right, I want you guys to turn your cards around in 3, 2, 1. Pot of Prosperity, you got it. See, you guys got it. You guys got it, whereas the Italians struggled with that one. So there you go. This is very exciting. Maybe the synergy is better here between these two than our Italians. Right, over to you, Basti. A question about Leo. What's Leo's best Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG event performance-wise? Now, this was an easy one for Marcello, a 17-0 record for the European Championships. But let's see. Okay. Yep, okay, let's see. Right, turn your cards around in 3, 2, 1. The National Championships in the Netherlands. I almost stumbled across that. That was really bad. Again, good to see that you guys know this. But again, that was one the Italians got as well. But so far, you're actually one up on them. Best of friends. They truly are the best of friends. Right, Leo, your question. What is Basti's favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG event to attend? Or what was Basti's favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG event to attend? So this may not be performance-wise, this might be a memory or something.
Wait, attend as a player?
Yes. As a player. Let's go as a player. Yeah. Okay. Just because it changes when you ask them about who the favorite one as a coverage member, because all sorts of things happen. You have crazy finals and things. I've always said that my favorite was the first one I ever did with these guys. And neither of them care. You both suck. Right, okay, get ready, turn it around. 3, 2, 1. What did you say? YCS Rimini?
I said the remote YCS that he...
Okay, so unfortunately not quite right on this one, but good answer. Why did you pick that one?
Because it's a YCS at the beach.
That is a good answer, to be fair. That is a very good answer. Right, let's get into the next question. So this one. What is Leo's most favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG set of all time? This one's quite tough.
Can I have a minute to think about this myself?
You can. We'll have a little bit of background music. Stop dancing and focus on the thinking. No, yeah, this is not helping anyone thinking. But I'm always interested to see these. These are so exciting, these games, just to see if these two know each other as well as they think they do. Interesting. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Rarity collection, you said. What did you say?
Dark Neostorm.
I mean, that is a good set. Would you have gone for that?
No.
Okay, so maybe you two don't know each other as well as we thought. What kind of friends are you? Best of friends. We're always knowing they're the best of friends. Okay, Leo, your question here. Is Basti more likely to spend a long time, this is easy, playing Duel Links or Master Duel? Now, if any of you at home know Basti, you'll know the answer to this very, very, very easily, and we'll explain why in just a moment. Right, show you your cards. 3, 2, 1. It is, of course, Master Duel, because Basti is one of the hosts of a lot of the Challenger Cups, and also someone who takes part a lot in a lot of the events. You quite enjoy your Master Duel.
Absolutely. I'm a grinder. I love playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Digital or in real life, everywhere.
That's someone who loves their Yu-Gi-Oh!
He's also quite good at it, so he has assembled a lot of tops on the Challenger Cups as well.
He actually really has. You've actually got a whole load of sort of one swag at home. We've seen you post that on Twitter before, but enough about that. Let's get on to the next question. What card do you think Leo would most want as a giant card? And now, okay, I like seeing this. I like seeing this. Okay, interesting. We're going to see what happens when this is done. I also love seeing the differences in your handwriting. It's quite nice. I think yours is going to be way more legible. 3, 2, 1. Caius. Okay, you both knew instantly. Shadow Monarch. Very exciting. What is it you like about that?
Dude, I love Caius, the Shadow Monarch, so much. So it's just such a good card to play in Time Wizard 2010 and 11 and 12 and 9 and 8. And the artwork.
Love it.
Yes, like the horns on this, I think, helmet, and the dark orb of destruction, probably. Dark matter, energy, very cool, cool.
Very cool. Okay, good answer. This is passionate. We like that. Okay, what is Basti's favorite monster type? Type is hard. Type is very hard, but I wonder if both of them are going to be able to get this one. 3, 2, 1, show. Machines. You both got it. Nice. This is very good. So that brings us down to the final question. This is not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Related question. This is down to your personal friendships and how well you know each other. Basti, what is Leo's favorite type of food? Let's see if they know the answer. They're not getting the right answer. 3, 2, 1. Ramen and dumplings.
No, so close. I was gonna write dumplings / ramen. Really? But it's not the same food. I have to choose one.
That is true. They are not the same food at all. The dumplings could go in the ramen, but that doesn't make it ramen. Hey, yeah, we can't give you that. You guys did do very well, though. This was very close. So it proves that you do know each other personally. The Italians got, we think it was 7 or 8. And you had 7. So basically it's about the same. In fact, which ones did they get? They got, actually, I think they did get 2 or 3 wrong, so it's about the same. About the same, which is good, because, you know, you guys know each other very well. It's going to be interesting to see how well Nadir and Tom get on in this. That will be fun. So let's see what happens with that. So we are going to be back very, very soon with our round 6 feature match as soon as those pairings are ready for us, and we will see you guys very soon. Are you guys commentating the next one, or is it the other team?
No.
Okay, so we'll be back very soon with the other team. These guys are going to go walk around and see other duelists, because if there's anything these two are, it's passionate about Yu-Gi-Oh! We'll see you guys very soon.
Get your game on. Let's rev it up.
Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains. Yu-Gi-Oh! Age of Overlord. Swing into action. Seek the secrets of the Snake Eye. Discover the tomb of an ancient king. Your path to the top begins here. Age of Overlord. Available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to YCS Bologna. Here in front of me, we have our round 6 feature match duelists. We have Ivailo Nichev and Alessandro Boniolo, who are ready to kick straight into this. And actually, they've already done a roll, and Alessandro is going to be going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you over to Alberto, Nadir, and Marcello, who are going to take over the commentary for this round 6 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 6. Once again, it's a pleasure to be here to do commentary for this round.
Yeah, we've got I suppose, a blast from the past, depending on how long ago you want to look at it. We won't spoil it now until we get into the game, but this will be 2 decks we haven't seen yet, I think, today, right?
Looking forward to it, especially because like both of these guys are sitting on a 5-0 record, which is impressive, honestly. And with this win, I mean, one step further to close this day one, you know, with a very, very positive record. And I mean, I'm really looking forward to it, especially because like certain decks are still here and stronger than ever, I would say.
Yeah, we already saw the deck breakdown for the event. We know that there is a lot of different decks around in small percentages, and we'll see. It will be very interesting to see which decks will make it to the top 64 tomorrow and how those numbers will change. But for sure, we have at least from one of these guys, which is Alessandro, we have had a very successful season in terms of regional results. He has been on a roll. I think he has won 3 already just in the past couple of months, and he's unstoppable with the same deck that we will see just in a few moments. But here we have his opponent in front of him ready to stop him. So I would say let's first go to the match and then we'll talk about the decks.
Back in the day, some people used to enjoy normal summoning Banisher of the Radiance and setting 4 cards. Well, we've got something kind of similar to this, I think. We are playing Kashtira after the removal of Arise Heart, which has now been playing as a sort of stun deck here as we begin our turn with a Banish, with a Dimension Shifter, locking down the graveyards for 2 entire turns here.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen, we have a matchup from quite a bit ago, which is Labyrinth against Kashtira. We, you know, pretty much became accustomed to this, but not that popular this weekend, neither of the Shu decks.
Yeah, I think Labyrinth is definitely a strong choice going in, but then again, you know, there's 7 other strong choices. Yeah. What I think is the strangest is that we brought Kashtira with Arise Heart.
I mean, but I think from Alessandro's side, I mean, he tested out with, I mean, all the other decks in the format, and I mean, in my opinion, he's sitting on this record, and I think he knows what he's doing, especially because, like, I mean, I think it's difficult to play against Kashtira still, no?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much important resources in the graveyards of basically every deck in the format here, and even Labyrinth, a deck that wouldn't normally lose to it, still wants your big welcome, still wants your furniture to go to the graveyard. And so Shifter is going to be putting in a lot of work here as we overlay the Unicorn, which has been impermanent, stopping the all-important search of Theosis.
Yeah. Here comes the Shangri-La.
Yeah, locking down multiple zones. I'm not sure how many of you missed that, but it's been a while. It's 5 Spell and Trap's not going to be hit here as Diablosis and combinating with the Arise Heart not going to be in this matchup. I think generally, personally, I quite favor Labyrinth in this matchup.
Yeah, the thing is, before this might have been one of the worst matchups, because usually you could go for just the Arise Heart and you wouldn't commit to anything else, and Labyrinth would significantly struggle. But without it, I think also the inertia of the match completely switches in favor of Labyrinth. So
yeah, but this Dimension Shifter is going to give Alessandro a huge sort of boost here, because that is going to be really important to lock down the grave here. Interesting that we started with the Shifter. I would have personally preferred to maybe use it on the opponent's turn, because there wasn't really anything he was planning on putting in the grave, unless his opponent specifically gammaed or ogred him or something, which I wouldn't really personally be worried about, because then it would last an extra turn.
Yeah.
Prosperity for 6, digging deep for any sort of answer here. Just setting 5 into a big field is always pretty decent for Labyrinth. You know, you don't really have to commit too hard or go off, you know.
Oof, and now we know the deck. Yeah. Good old skill drain, and even more than one. So.
Yeah, lots of options here. You've got the Lady that we can summon from our hand if we want to do something like normal Ariana. But skill drain looks way too juicy in this matchup.
And I think bringing Labyrinth to this event has been a good strategy so far, because like I've seen other players, you know, relying on Labyrinth, and given that most of our duelists are not playing Lightning Storm, for example, in their side decks, having cards such as Kill Drains, you know, Anti-Spell Fragrance, and you know, it's paying off.
What do you think of the decision to pick the ultra rare rather than the common one?
That's the ultimate flex, is to get hit with a common skill drain,
exactly.
to be honest with you.
I would have picked the common one. But here you can see the little niche interaction. Obviously, Prosperity banishes face down, so Shangri-La can at least lock one of those zones.
Yep, so we do have Ariana. That's the best normal summon in the deck. Gives you access to anything and everything in your engine. Issue is that our furniture is not going to be able to be used. The Stovey Torby, the Chandragleer, going to be stuck in the hand at least for this turn until that shifter wears off.
I was thinking it could have been better to maybe set one card face down. Okay, but he's not going for the Lady, because then you could, you know, dodge the Fenrir potentially. We could see if he wants to go for the Fenrir at all. Yeah, exactly.
I think it will make sense.
Yeah,
no?
for sure. Yeah, I mean, might as well.
You do got to be careful here, because there's like 3 spell and trap zones only remaining, and if you've opened like a heavy spell and trap hand, it's going to be quite annoying, because the Shangri-La does a lot here, although we only have 2 it looks like, so
yeah,
get away with it now.
Now though, what you mentioned is quite relevant, because the shifter is over, and you know, I think he had a few cards like Chandelier, Stovey, and that could actually make a significant difference here.
Skill drain and standby phase to stop the Shangri-La getting more bodies out of the graveyard. And Shangri-La is usually quite difficult to deal with because of the protection from the destruction effect by detaching, but also when it's protected by something like Fenrir and Unicorn, it's quite annoying to get through, but skill drain totally shutting that off. Skill drain is, you know, typically seen as like, you know, auto win and Labyrinth and stuff like that, but at the same time, Labyrinth needs the monsters to do well, right?
Yeah.
You need your Lovely to resolve to pop things.
Exactly.
You still need your Ariana to get you advantage. So, a bit double-sided.
Wondering now how Alessandro will be playing against you know, the skill drain, because it seems as if only has one Harpy's Feather Duster in his main deck to deal with it.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you have, for example, an Ash to stop the Labyrinth, then your monsters are actually quite big. Yeah. So you can just, you know, aggro down your opponent.
Yeah, the only cards that are really bad against Labyrinth is Ash Blossom and Duster. That's always what you're going to be kind of terrified of, because it cuts off your engine completely when you're ashed, and of course, you know, Duster's Duster. A Rise Heart, by the way, Rise Heart is banishes from deck for cost, so we can get that Fenrir out of the deck, but bring it back with Birth.
In defense?
Yeah, I'm not sure why I put it in defense mode personally.
Especially because, like, what's the plan here, no? Like, here it goes. Okay.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, he knows the face down, because that's the big welcome.
Yeah.
Maybe he just doesn't have an out to it. Now he's gonna, okay, this is a nice way to deal with the skill drain, potentially. Yep. Good old Dragosack.
Yeah, that's a
nice
throwback.
Yeah. 2013. 10 years, pretty much.
Just waiting for 2 more Dragon Rulers to come back, and we'll have the greatest Kashtira deck of all time. Just you wait and see. So yeah, only a big welcome left here, and if we lock down one more zone, it's going to be quite
difficult.
Quite annoying. Having only 2 spell and trap zones. Shangri-La slowly racking up over multiple turns here.
Oh, but a face down.
I think it's okay, passed.
So big welcome potentially for a piece of furniture that we can use to discard, and the important effect here as well is that the graveyard's effect of a big welcome should be live in the draw phase next turn. So it looks like he wants to summon the Lady now, and then in the draw phase probably use the big welcome grave effect on the following turn, because it's 1 effect per turn. And that should remove some advantage that Shangri-La keeps generating here.
Yeah. Let's see if he catches it, as you were saying.
So much satisfaction in resolving Lady when you get to use the multiple effects of, rather the multiple searches, and a normal trap card from your deck. Well, you know, we've seen historically they've played an Eradicator. We get D-Barrier. You know, there's a lot of cool targets that you can get with your Lady. As we go for a welcome here in this, I should be the draw phase. Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, and now he gets back the hook lock.
Yeah, I mean, the deck changed a lot since we have, you know, the Stovey, the Cook Lock. Before it was just, you know, more heavy trap-based deck. No?
Yeah. Kind of feels like a combo deck to some extent when you're playing Labyrinth with all of the furniture pieces. This would be a really important time to chain something to the welcome so that we don't let any value come out here. Yep, looks like that is the plan. So the kind of works like a Paleozoic in a way. You have to directly respond to a trap card in order to get the set from the deck here.
Yeah, but this is still so much, and as you mentioned, if he goes for the big welcome to get rid of the Shangri-La, he's free to do whatever he wants here. Okay, interesting.
Mourner, okay. All right, so that's going to stop the destruction effect of Lovely when a card is returned. So yeah, it looks like we are going to go for that big welcome play, return the Shangri-La, and then Lovely could have been able to destroy as a monster leaves the field, but the Mourner is going to protect here. And I think he's clarifying if he can reset the welcome, just to double check if it's one effect per turn. Chandragleer goes back to the hand now when a monster leaves the field.
But even though he cannot use that effect, now he potentially can go into even a Link Summon. Obviously, his zones are now free.
Yeah, potentially might be sealing this one, no? If he has a monster, he finds the way. But still, I think that has been impressive.
Yeah, I think he's done pretty good here to navigate through this Kashtira field, just with the, you know, Labyrinth just does like so much generating of advantage. You always feel like you're on 2 cards or something, and then you can, you know, keep going.
Yep. I mean, a card I really love in the deck is Muckracker as well, because you can use it to, you know, get back the Lovely, and then you can set back some of your trap cards, so you can do some, you know, cheeky combos, we could say, with the deck.
Yeah, I love the contact synchro sort of play with the Chaos Angel.
Yeah,
and the
insane.
And the Stovey Torby, and then bringing back the Lovely with the Muckraker.
Let's see.
Overlay.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Birth is like the only card really keeping Alessandro in the game still. So it's important that he tries to eliminate that now.
Dingirsu coming down. I mean, there are still a lot of you know, rank 8s around with Centurion also being quite popular this weekend, and Labyrinth, just like it, can go for Dingirsu. He could go into a Zeus if he's playing it. Yes, yep. Wow.
So yeah, Zeus is ranked up here on top of the Dingirsu. We're just gonna have a small pause for a moment here, as we're just gonna clarify some things on the back end here with the judges, sorry.
Yeah, I think we can quickly go back to us in the meantime.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so we'll let the judges handle that. We've just detected something. Apologies for the little delay there. And yeah, we just want to make sure that everything is in order. We'll figure out how things play out in just a moment. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about this matchup. Kashtira, historically, dominating force over the last year.
Yeah.
Arise Heart was removed, and now I guess we're just in a situation where you played as a stun deck, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, but I also like the approach that Alessandro has been having so far, because like over the last few months he's been playing Kashtira. Like we said, you know what? I think the deck still works, and it's proving us, because like sitting in a 5-0 record, I mean, a YCS this big is impressive, and I mean, as you mentioned before, like, of course, the approach is kind of different as it was before because, like, it's more of a control deck now. So you have really to be careful about your resources. But I really like his approach because I think that there are so many different decks. We have said this before so far, in the event. And, I mean, it's proving us that the deck still works and has its chance, honestly. So, I mean, this is a very close game one, honestly, especially because, like, I think that Nishev on the other side studied very well.
Well, yeah, play seems like it could be about to resume. Essentially, what happened is, although there was a lot of plays going on, those did not happen during the end phase. They happened during the draw phase with the coup clock. And when you activate Welcome Labyrinth, you basically are Fiend locked until the end phase. And that means that obviously you couldn't go then into the whole line of Dingirsu plus Zeus. In the meantime, though, yeah, this is exactly what they rewinded it to, but I think they're just gonna have the judge come in case, you know, they are given a warning penalty or an upgrade. Let's see. They're gonna check the previous ones, but this was pretty much the situation. Nothing too complicated. On the meantime, though, yeah, we were talking about the matchup. It's something that we have seen, and as mentioned, it seems like it is indeed Labyrinth favored. It's not like he opened a bad hand, right?
Yeah, no, I think Labyrinth is one of the few trap and control decks that actually works really well going second. You know, setting 5 cards into a big field, you have a lot of cards that work really well going second, like Skill Drain chained into something. Daruma Cannon is also like really popular. There's a lot of options that Labyrinth offers you that a lot of decks can't. And then even your furniture that you can use from your hand during your opponent's end phase, setting those traps that you can then use on your turn. I think there's a lot of positives that Labyrinth offers, and I think it's a strong contender. And, there's a lot of notable players this weekend.
Yeah.
World champion, Quanto's playing it, Juho, World's competitor. There's a decent amount of top players
Christian
as well.
Ren as well from the US.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of players.
Yeah, it's a top pick for this event, for sure.
Absolutely. And the thing is, it's also within the same Labyrinth tag, there are very huge differences between, just like we saw before with, for example, Dinka that this year won the German National Championship, and he had a very heavy trap lineup with cards like even, Solemns in there. We have seen completely different versions. The one you mentioned, like Christian Irena from the US, they are playing almost no traps, not even skill drain, just the bare minimum, and they're mixing it up with a very high monster count and even some unchained in there, just because they're all fiends, so you can have some synergies, and there is a lot that you can do with the deck.
That's pretty neat. I think my favorite version has to be 20 plus trap cards. Sky, Heavenly Lord Prison, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that card's great in the deck.
I think he agrees with you.
No, but I agree with you, honestly. I remember, and when there was, Solomon Great, there was Sub-Terror. I don't know if you remember it.
Oh,
but,
did you like that deck?
I played it deck twice, yes. It was on the bubble. I mean,
Unlucky.
it was. I mean, you set at the table, just activate the field spell, set 1, set 4.
Nice and comfortable.
Yeah, comfortable. No,
Yeah.
I mean, but I think that this deck has so much potential, honestly, that you can play so many different versions, and I think it is paying off because we mentioned this before. I think the approach for this event is playing at least 15 hand traps in the main deck, and then on the side deck you basically adjust the deck, and basically having both the chance of combo off, and then on the other side set skill drains, for example, or you also have access to Eradicator Virus. There's so much stuff, honestly, going on, and I mean, this is one of the deck that I will play 100%. So I will feel comfortable playing it. I mean, no
Do you think
doubt.
there's any particular bad matchups for Labyrinth, I think, this weekend?
I mean, yeah, there are a few, but overall I think it's a very solid pick because of its versatility, but like it changes significantly depending on the version that you play. Something like this, I think it's stable across everything. What I like about it is I think it was also a read on Centurion. So what we have seen Centurion, you usually go for the Calamity combo. You know what's good against Calamity? Set 5. So, that works. So if you expected that kind of matchup, it does work in your favor. And at the same time, though, I think if it's possible, we could bring out once again the deck breakdown for the event in the next couple of minutes. Maybe we can discuss also based on that, because I think the results was quite different from what we expected. And the decks that appeared at the top again, Unchained was it. But Centurion not so much, less than 4% at the event, as you can see. So yeah, I guess
Yeah, this is the deck breakdown here for those of you who are just tuning in or missed it earlier this morning. Unsurprisingly, Rescue Ace and Unchained are the top 2 decks, and it is the most popular ones, matching themselves both at 12%, which even as a number statistically, that is a very small number for the number 1 deck, 12%. Typically you're going to be seeing like 25 plus for like the best deck, but people just obviously cannot agree on what the best deck is, especially between the top 2 contenders, Unchained and Rescue Ace.
Yeah, there's so much variety, honestly, that it's difficult to pick up one good deck. But
I guess maybe we can use our chance. I don't know if you've done
didn't do it
yet. Always at some point during the event, we have to pick, and Alberto has to curse our deck that's going to win the event. Please do the honor. Maybe we keep Alberto last, just because.
Yeah, please, no, Nadir, you go first.
Well, I think Tiaramit's strongest. Always.
Okay.
Love Milan-Aguido, Kelbeck, fill in the graveyard. Fun deck. Love it.
Okay. I'll go for quite the unconventional pick. I'll wink an eye at someone in the crowd, or rather in the venue, playing a very spicy deck, we could say, which is Centurion. But super heavy Samurai Centurion, that is, which is definitely an interesting mix. And I'll trust that for the win for this event. And we'll
I think it's just the Italian-Roman theme you're into there, right?
Could be. We'll see.
Now it's my time.
You're
ready?
Careful.
Okay, here we go.
Careful. Because the percentage is going to drop.
It's going to drop, so like drastically drop. No, but I would say I really like Rescue Ace, honestly.
Well, I was expecting something crazy here.
Nothing crazy. I'm going to keep it easy for this time. So let's see if it will be easy after the top cut, maybe. So we will be hopefully not 0% in the top cut.
Guys. You Rescue Ace players. Sorry.
No, I really like the deck also, with all the combo that you have, setting 4. It's really nice, honestly. But it's difficult to tell because we have so many different decks, honestly. Again, I think that one strategy that has been we have seen so far is playing a lot of same cards. So I mean, still I'm surprised that Draw the Lock is being played more than Ash Blossom.
And by the way, just a small fun fact: I think your curse is spreading onto me because literally like 5 seconds after I used my pick, the guy I was referring to just messaged me saying I just lost. Perfect. So nice. Okay, but we'll wish everybody good luck in staying in this event. Maybe this time around you'll get your chance with Tierlement again.
You just never know with an event like this, right? Like what was it, the last YCS Richmond in NA? We saw Manadium in top 4, Rescue Ace eventually taking it out, but seeing like just so many different spreads of just any one of those decks in top cut could probably just take the whole thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And there is a big change also in the way that you prepare for an event like this. Because you need to build your deck in a very specific way. We have mentioned already the importance of maybe taking a risk and disregarding one of those decks, but the amount of difficulty behind it is much further than that. And what do you guys think about the difference of having something that you expect, maybe not necessarily a tier 0, where there is just tier element, for example, but like
in terms of the diversity and
such, when there is so much diversity, what do you guys think is the number one? Maybe.
I think there's like 2 camps in that kind of regard, as to like people generally, I think, prefer having so many options. People love to see their own deck represented. So having 10+ decks sounds quite a lot, and too much to deal with regards to preparation and side decking. But personally, I think I do enjoy being able to pick up any other deck, and it's just kind of like a fun time because you can swap over. You can get a little bit exhausting playing the same 1 or 2 decks, I suppose, for months.
Yeah, but I meant more in like, what do you think is the tip? How do you prepare for this kind of format?
I think generally what we've seen is a lot of hand traps. Is like it's just the generic answer to such a wide variety of decks, right? Hand traps are just. Imperm is just going to be good against everything. Ash is just going to be good against everything. So I think generally focusing on that kind of style of deck building is how you circumvent that.
Yeah, I do agree with you. It's the thing is usually there will be a bunch of combo decks as well, which you don't necessarily respect directly, but if you add the hand traps, then you are okay even losing the Dyro to it. And it seems like absolutely that's the trend this weekend. At the same time, I think, again, the most important thing is knowing your deck very well, like especially because usually when there are like 3 or 4 decks, my tip would be knowing all of them very well. when there are so many, chances are you probably won't be able. But luckily for us, we can now finally go back to our match. It seems as the match can resume to where we left it from, and play, as we mentioned, was that the Fiend were there. So if any of you guys remembered, the match unfortunately will be picked up.
Okay, all right, we're going to go back to us again. All right, so I think we can probably talk about what happened there if you're wondering. So what we noticed and picked up was Ivailo's Labyrinth deck. He summoned Dingirsu. He has made a deck list error. He doesn't play that card. So the issue is that, well, now he's been given a game loss for that because of a deck list error. So he's going to go into the next game down 1 and going to have to try and find a way to replace that. So
yeah, I mean,
it happens at events. You know, we've seen it multiple times with decklist errors. I think you can think of a very iconic example involving a Shadow monster potentially.
Yeah, I absolutely can. I absolutely can, but I can think of even other funnier ones, even from the past with Blackluster Soldier.
Blackluster Soldier,
the OG. But yeah, I mean, in general, it does happen, and unfortunately, that was the case. And although, as we could see, there was probably a very dominating position from Ivailo. Is now down 1-0, and it's gonna be on him now to tie the score up. And I think he has some pretty good tools. What do you guys think he might bring in for this specific matchup going first?
There's not a lot I'm seeing here for specifically Kashtira. Lord of the Heavenly Prison, you think?
Yeah, he goes first. I mean, I think it would be a good idea to side him in. I mean, I think this is a card that you side in when you go first rather than going second. I mean, as you mentioned, there's not so many cards that are specific for Kashtira, especially because I think he was not expecting it at all. But I mean, in general, I think he's well prepared still to play against Kash. So
goes in matches in the main deck and goes in matches extremely good at locking down Kashtira.
Absolutely. And as we've seen in game 1, he might have the advantage just based on how these two deck plays against each other. But it seems like our duelists are almost ready with their side decks. So let's go into game 2.
All right, game 2 going to be underway here. Availo's going to have to try and scrape this one back on the reverse sweep. Yeah, deckless errors do happen, so if you're watching this, make sure that you double check your deck list before you submit it for an event. Make sure you have all of those cards actually in your deck, etc. Because yeah, we've had a lot of examples in the past occur. Blackluster Soldier Ritual Monster is not the one you want in your main deck. You want Envoy of the Beginning and End. What is it called? Envoy of the End or Beginning? No.
Yeah, Envoy of the End.
I've never looked at the last part. I might have been one of those people.
Envoy of the Beginning.
Yeah. My God, who am I working with?
No, there's a beginning one, isn't there?
It is BLS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Envoy of the End.
No.
Envoy of the Beginning?
That's Kausa Emperor.
Okay, right.
Yeah. Wow.
Envoy of the Beginning. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. But okay, let's focus on 2023, please. And here we are with a very solid opening.
Okay, here we can probably figure out, see if he sided the Eradicator, because this is probably a good opportunity to do that. Okay, going for Dimensional Barrier. I actually don't really like Dimensional Barrier that much into Kashtira.
I agree. Yeah. Especially now that there is no Ariser, to be afraid of. But this is still quite solid, and we can see a snipe.
Yeah, hitting a random card at the hand here with the Lovely, and that will put you +1, give you a little bit of an idea if we've maybe hit an engine card or some kind of side, because there is Lightning Storms going second.
Let me bless it.
Deck.
Let me bless it. Let me bless it. There it is.
Okay, you've really done him a favor there.
Okay. Just 2012 coming back here with one Die Panther, but let's see.
Nightmare. Kashtira Unicorn. Mixing up archetypes here.
Absolutely.
It's Prosperity for 6, and update, by the way, because of the Dingirsu era, Vilo now has to play with 14 cards in his extra deck. So if you do the math on this, the Extravagance after this will leave you 2 in deck, meaning the second Extravagance will not be live, because 15 is what you need for 2.
Yeah.
If that ever comes up. Oh, wow.
I see a skill drain.
Yep.
I take a skill drain.
I'm a simple man. I see a skill drain. I take a skill drain.
What was that? I keep things humble. What was that before?
Yeah, humble combo.
This is a humble combo.
This is a humble combo. Oh, but there is a Gozen. I didn't see the Gozen. Okay, that one is good, but yeah, the skill drain. I said it. I see a skill drain. I take a skill drain.
All right, yeah, that's a skill drain. So the Gozen match is really good in this matchup as well because all of the cash zeros are different attributes, but you can sometimes maybe get that outed by just a Fenrir.
Yeah. And now we can snipe yet another card if we want to use that big welcome right away. Makes sense to me, but maybe not.
Yeah, big welcome chain lady, bring back the coup clock. Would have been pretty strong, I think, in the standby phase here. Just get more resources out of the hand because Fenrir is going to be a bit of an annoying card to deal with. You might feel actually forced to use your skill drain, which means you won't be able to get the value out of destroying a card with the lovely.
Yeah, the thing is that here you would miss on the lady activation if you were to use it, but I don't know. Let's see.
Oh,
that's the cosmic.
I don't like doing that blind.
No, you know.
Oh yeah, because those were set directly from the deck, sure.
So it is the skill drain.
I would probably wait for, you know, the life point cost at least, potentially. But I'm going to snipe that skill drain out, and Big Welcome is going to bring back and try and attempt to trigger the lovely here.
Yeah. Okay, gonna resolve.
Yeah.
Nothing in response. You're going into the deck, not choosing to bring back coup clock. But I think the most important thing here was stopping the lady setting from the deck, which is why we needed to chain it now.
Yeah. Would you just go and pop the Fenrir here then, now that skill drain is gone?
Because otherwise you risk it, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I won't get rid of it, honestly.
Yeah, because on the new chain, the Fenrir stopping, banishing your lovely face down is really, really rough. So
I think he forgot about the coup though. Yeah, I don't think he has activated it.
About the what?
Coup clock, yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Because even here he had another chance and he didn't use it. Yeah.
I think because the Cosmic was chained, he didn't need coup clock anymore, so he wouldn't be able to use the trap he sets off of the lady.
I'd still rather have it in my hand than in my grave, I guess, but yeah. Or maybe, yeah, unless he wants to.
Okay,
Okay.
chain droplet.
What are we getting rid of though? The Fenrir.
Maybe he has
really.
He hasn't used the Fenrir yet, has he?
No.
No.
Wow.
So
maybe he has just another copy, I guess.
A second one or a birth would be pretty strong here.
Yeah.
Negating and halving the attack of one of these, but I mean, do you want to stop Ariana Surge? Do you just want to stop the destroy?
No, you stop the destroy for sure, I guess.
This doesn't feel like great value droplet, I'm going to be honest.
No.
2 cards left in hand now. All
Gotta
right,
be-
Alessandro, you've got a lot to work with here.
And you know you have that barrier face down, which, as you mentioned, that could have been any card, pretty much. Even the Daruma I was thinking could have been really strong in this matchup.
Yeah, because like I think here the barrier doesn't do much, no?
It's okay, but like, yeah, I think there are much better cards.
What are his targets? Let's see. It looks like just Dimensional Barrier or Imperm, plus the side-decked
Wow.
Eradicator.
I think Daruma is amazing.
Yeah.
At least play one, yeah.
I think just having the option to, you know, go for any single normal trap card in the game. You can tech like so many different things, even in your side deck. And Daruma, I think, is just really strong. Even into something like Pearly can remove the Noir, which is typically quite hard to deal with, as an example.
He had another copy of Fenrir, yeah.
Okay, second Fenrir, special summon out Lady from the hand, because we've activated a
Interesting.
Labyrinth card this turn. So yeah, the activation of the effect triggers the Fenrir on the new chain to banish the lovely face down. Why did we summon the lady into a Fenrir?
Okay. No, this gives him a lot of options potentially, because if you go for the Stovian now, that coup clock would have been amazing. If you then go barrier and chain the lady, you can basically, again, use any trap card from your deck. But yeah, I definitely think he forgot about the coup clock in the previous chain, yeah.
I'm just curious if we needed to do that though, because I feel like lovely is such an important resource.
I agree.
So sacrificing that to Fenrir, I don't know, feels bad. Lovely isn't just a pop any card in your hand. It is more than just a wind-up hunter. She is able to recycle resources and traps in your graveyard. Keep using those big welcomes turn after turn. And that is how you keep that engine flowing. So he does add back the Kuklok here. All
yeah,
right.
and as expected, now he will use the barrier. Probably no response from Alessandro, and then, yeah, he will get to set any card with the lady. Let's see where he goes, because if, again, what you mentioned is that he doesn't play, yeah, just impermanence. Wow, this is a little...
Yeah, I mean, having something else, you know, just if needed, would have been helpful, honestly. Yeah.
When you saw his hands was 2 spells at least. You know, we'll see what the last one is at this point. I think Eradicator could have been a pretty decent target against this. Imperm on attack declaration, it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a burf, right? Imagine if we played the Eradicator instead of the Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And just chose not to side it. Okay, so burf bring back Unicorn. Unicorn can add Theosis. Theosis can go into something, and then from there... well, there isn't really too much you can do because of the D-Barrier locking you out of Xyz, I suppose. Because something like a Zeus would be really powerful here. But yeah, this is kind of like how Kashtira can play now. You don't have that big a Rise Heart to commit to, so just summoning these 2 on the field, controlling your opponent's extra deck is really strong, but obviously in this matchup, a little bit unfortunate. You don't really get much value by hitting multiple copies of cards out of your opponent's extra. But a little bit of Fenrir control is how we're trying to play this now. So hitting cards out the extra, I mean...
One less.
one less card for extra or something, I suppose. Yeah. Chaos Angel is an important card to hit here. I assume we're playing 3 Chaos Angel in our deck list? Oh, only 1, okay. Oh yeah, because he doesn't play Extravagance. Yeah. I mentioned it a few times. Do you not like Extravagance in this deck?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it will be a good addition, honestly. I mean, having a lot of solutions and you know, digging for good cards in your deck is always a good one. But I mean, yeah, having of course the third Prosperity not being activated because you know of the now restriction that he has in his extra deck might be impactful, but still.
Yeah, I kind of like the you know, sort of 3-in-1, maybe 3-in-2 ratio, just because statistically you want to give your chance of opening 1, so 4 to 5 copies gives you a guaranteed pot mathematically. But yeah, Vilo's looking like he's in a really good spot here. We're setting up that welcome. We've got the Kuklok and the big welcome in rotation as well. Setting more cards out of the deck here, and well, there's not too much left. There is a decent amount actually left on the clock here, so I suppose Alessandro's kind of free to try and grind this out maybe. But we'll see if this goes into the Game 3 or extra time procedures. Got 2 ladies on the field here, mounting a huge offensive right now. And the good thing is that all of the Labyrinth monsters are a decent amount bigger than the Kashtira main deck monsters, so you're never really worried about like having to constantly access your extra deck to deal with problem monsters. Like I personally am of the opinion that Labyrinth was a good matchup into Kashtira before with Rise Heart, and now it's just like very strong.
Yeah, it changed completely, honestly, yeah.
I think we hit an SP there with the Unicorn, but still going to take a lot of damage here. So the only thing left to really deal with for a Vilo is this Kashtira Birth, bringing back a resource every turn. So if we can out that, then...
Yeah, he knows that the last card in hand for his opponent is the second copy of Birth, so it's not like he can actively destroy it now, but... And this is exactly what's going to happen, apparently. We resolve the Birth on the Fenrir, but now the Fenrir cannot target any of the lady because there is a face-down card. So.
The bonus effect of Lady's Protection is really difficult for a lot of decks to deal with. When you just have a set monster, a 3000 attack Blue Eyes White Dragon that can't be targeted or destroyed, is it's hard.
Especially because like it keeps continuing setting, you know, other trap cards, no? So it's getting very difficult for Alessandro.
I think sometimes it's important to consider time, especially when you're in a situation where you feel like you're losing, but
sometimes your opponent's deck takes a while to win, despite the fact that they seem to be clearly in a winning position. And it's important that players sometimes try and recognize to scoop early enough so that they give themselves time to go to siding, go to game 3, and then have a battle phase. So we'll see if that's going to be relevant now, but big welcome bouncing the Fenrir to the hand here. Yeah, so that was in the end phase, getting
this
value now.
Seems like it's just, you can just attack with both ladies, and this would be enough, and this is what it does. So we might go into game 3 real soon, and that seems to be the case.
Checks the life points, picks up the cards, and Alessandro falters here. Only one game standing between him and victory. The game loss playing a huge part in this matchup here. So, yeah, I think Avilo is going to feel still pretty confident in this, this duel.
He's been dominating, honestly. So it's, I mean, I will feel comfortable still. I mean, of course, like Alessandro now will go first. He has a couple of, additions in his side deck, which, I mean, Lightning Storm and Cosmics, but
the issue is the plan, because again, the plan in this specific matchup had always been just a riser pass with nothing else, and now that's gone. How do you actively use your Kastira monster to, put something that's threatening? It's a big issue. And I don't really see a solid plan outside of trying to draw your cards, which makes me think almost that I don't want to say you should go second, but looking at his side decks with what is it, 2 or 3 Lightning Storms,
I don't hate that idea.
At some point maybe that could be even correct, because you get an extra chance of picking up those cards.
Yeah, Lightning Storm Duster, 3 cards in your deck that you can see going second, especially into such a problem matchup as well. Do you think you keep something like the Floodgates in going second, goes in and Skill Drain? I think you probably keep Skill Drain.
Yeah, Skill Drain for sure.
Yeah.
Also goes in, because like looking at his side deck, honestly.
Because again, Kastira, Arazar is gone, and even there, Gozen is better with that respect, I think. Because what are they going to start with?
Yeah, it's all those main deck monsters having different attributes.
Even,
it's really strong.
Just the Shangri-La pass, Gozen is decent against it, so why not? You might just keep all of them around, but as you were saying, there is still plenty of time, because I think 90 minutes is a lot. These duels have been fairly quick, and they're about to shuffle up both 5-0, so only one of them will advance with an undefeated record, and let's find out who will be here in game 3.
Well, it's time to settle this one. It is match point, game number 3, as we have Labyrinth versus Kashtira. Yep, Kashtira, you've heard that if you're just tuning in. Kashtira post Forbidden Limitless. Let's see if Alessandro has chose to go first or second. I think he's going first here. Yep, didn't decide to go second with those powerful spell and trap removals in his deck here. Pot of Prosperity for 6, most likely trying and dig for something that deals with Labyrinth in his deck here. Ash Blossom, potentially the most important card in the deck.
Yeah, Ash Blossom, Ghost Bell, I mean, he has quite a few.
Oh yeah, he does have Bell too.
Yeah.
Bell also stops.
With the shifter.
That's not bad. So I think Ghost Bell is the only one that needs to go to the grave for cost. Ash Blossom can be used under shifter. And here, what's that third card? That's a Fenrir, I think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, probably. Okay.
All right, we've got Birth instead. Have you ever seen someone use Prosperity and care about the cards that they put to the bottom?
Sometimes it does happen, but it's
no slash draw users trying to know exactly what's on the bottom?
Not enough, unfortunately. But here we start pretty solid, but once again...
Yeah, Fenrir Birth is really good.
What's the plan? That's what I want to know.
Personally, I don't think you commit into any XC monsters at all, except if you're trying to go for maybe something like a Zeus or clean up with
what if
Dragon of Annihilation.
Hear me out. But we're going into the craziness.
Okay, we have a theory
What
here.
about a Dragosack player? Like, straight up Dragosack tokens. How do they deal with that?
Yeah, Labyrinth?
Maybe.
Wow, I know, right? Like, can't be destroyed. Got to deal with both tokens.
Come on. We're into something, maybe.
Yeah, you're onto something for sure. I think you've been playing too much Dragon Rulers.
Could be. I wish. But yeah, makes sense that he's playing, you know, the long game. Just gets another birth. And now...
Why do you think he's not playing Theosis? Is he playing Theosis? Or is he just never gone for it?
Yeah.
Okay, he is playing Theosis. He just hasn't gone forever.
Yeah.
So he went for a second birth there, I think, to make sure that he gets guaranteed follow-up.
It makes sense, yeah.
He wants to show why he doesn't need it.
And here we go for the Drago Suck. Drago Suck.
Yeah.
Drago Suck. No.
Close enough.
Because Drago Suck plays against around the Gozen match and Skill Drain, you know? Both. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
Okay, you're right. I'm worried because you're half convincing me.
Okay. But I'm actually kind of serious, yeah.
All right, so standby phase. We're going to bring out Unicorn out of the deck here with a Shangri-La. Do we play anything like Talents or Thrust on the Labyrinth side? I don't think so.
Probably not.
No, okay.
Yeah. Here we see another Prosperity.
This card is so good.
Yeah, love it.
Duality without the restriction.
Love it.
Especially post-siding, I think it gets even more powerful.
I think post-siding it might be the best card ever.
Yeah.
What is it that you're looking for here for a skill drain once again?
Does he play evenly matched at all?
No. And maybe a normal summon if he doesn't have one.
There it goes.
But yeah, skill drain goes in match. Huge going second into this match. There it is. We've got both options here. Insta pick of the Gozen.
And you know what have been good? Good old tracks. Straight up.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Prosperity also triggering here from the Shangri-La, locking down the zones. I wonder if that's going to matter. I see a lot of purple in his hands here. Or is it pink? Is it purple or pink? What do you call it?
I call it purple.
You call it purple? Oh, you call it purple?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Most people I know say pink.
Yeah?
I call it purple too.
Okay.
Is purple or pink?
I don't know. I guess I'll go with purple, guy. If you guys say purple, then I'll take purple.
Okay, what color are spells?
Oof.
What color are spells?
I've always said no. I don't think I want to get into this conversation. No.
Is it blue or green?
But okay, for now we go back into the game.
All right, let's put politics aside and see what we can.
We've got a coup clock, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have an aggressive turn here. Whenever a Labyrinth player searches coup clock, you know that it's going to be something to try and pick apart with the field here, rather than just going for set 5.
And it seems like, it will just be going for both. This is risky, though, because as you were saying, he could lock, tumor zones. Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be 2 that he can only use here. I don't think there's any way to get a 4th. But over the progression of this turn, or rather this duel, you might see that being a bit of an issue. And I think you want to go for that those zone locks as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Doesn't even go for a pendulum zone.
Maybe he might need it.
He might need it.
And now we should see, let's see.
2 set cards?
Just 2 set cards, is that it?
Unfortunate, because we aren't going to get the value out of the Lady, which is why Shangri-La is actually seemingly being very important in this matchup here.
Yeah, goes in.
Yeah, goes in for fire in the standby phase, maybe. God, what do you even pick here? I think you have to keep the Fenrir.
Yeah. Well, the shifter is over, so everything is sent to the graveyard, and the zones are unlocked. All of that for nothing. And
Lady is going to be able to get some value if we have a chainable trap here, so that is also going to be huge. And it won't be banished face down because of the protection effect, but Fenrir is most likely going to go for the Gozen regardless.
Yeah.
I think you have to just get rid of Gozen match.
We searched for coup clock, so I'm assuming we do have something here, because that makes no sense otherwise.
Yeah, tutoring a Eradicator, or is Full Force good against Kashtira, do you think?
Nah.
No, not really.
Not really.
Ice Dragon's okay, but he already has access to Birth, so...
Just gets another one. So at the moment he has pretty much the same hand as his field, because 2 of those are exactly a Fenrir and a Birth in hand.
Yeah, Fenrir control I think is definitely the way you want to win this. The issue is we need to try to do some damage.
Yeah.
And the only way I see him outing this Gozen match is by attacking into the Lady and suffering 300 points of damage, 500, sorry. Getting rid of the Gozen match, and then you have to wait another turn before you can do more damage. And the clock is ticking. We're not quite in dangerous territory yet.
The clock is ticking.
Yes, it is. Rank 7 plays. You got. Does he play Red Eyes Flare Meadow for time at all?
He plays Dragosack.
Okay.
That's too late. Too late.
Let me check.
Yeah, he does have Flare Meadow.
Okay, Scarecrow Kashtira.
That is an Earth Monster. Ah, okay. So like, if you really, really want to push for damage, you can go Scareclaw Kashtira, attack the lady, and then it becomes negated. Then you can Fenrir, attack it, banish it, then go for 24 twice if you really want to push damage. But I think it's more important to get rid of Gozen for now.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. We'll see. We'll see.
But what's that face down, though?
Yeah, it's not being used yet. No interaction whatsoever.
Okay, here is the cool clock, but now we can use the Fenrir.
I don't like using this now, prompting the ability to remove Gozen before main phase, before the battle phase.
Yeah, it's very risky.
Yeah, because now this might open up an opportunity for Alessandro to actually deal damage this turn.
I think he has a Chandra in a...
Yeah, I think that's what he was going for, setting up furniture. Discard Welcome, not bad. That's going to be able to set itself up potentially again.
I mean, here you most likely get big Welcome, then you get back the cool clock.
Is there a world in which he's holding on to another Gozen match being set?
No way.
No
Oh,
way.
wow.
So he's got big Welcome and regular Welcome?
No, it's actually got both.
Was that double welcome? Big Welcome? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This is where Labyrinth can begin.
Sorry, but why would... Okay.
You a little confused?
No, yeah, I want to check something about the cool clock, because... Okay, no, I thought he meant like the next trap card, because like he flipped the big Welcome that was set from the previous turn, you know. But I think he's just gonna use the cool clock to flip a later on set trap card.
Yeah, that's an Eradicator, so
yeah,
that's most likely what he's trying to plan here.
And now he's gonna pop one.
We have like so much to chain here. We can like reset Welcome, add back Chandragleer, pop a card.
Yeah.
Huge chain coming up here when a card leaves the field. He doesn't play the field spell, I've just noticed as well.
Just
That's
imagine again the Daruma. Like, Daruma seems so strong.
Yeah.
Just a one-off. Like, you don't even need to play multiples. So many different matchups. Like, but yeah.
Getting rid of the Scare Cache is pretty good, because just in case you want to potentially negate something in the battle phase that's relevant. Yeah, I guess it's the biggest one. And most important of all, as soon as we clear these Fenrirs and Eradicator resolves, we're going to be in a good spot, so...
Okay, now he waits for the birth and then chains the Eradicator. Let's take a look at this end. He's going to lose at least another
Double
one.
birth.
Yeah.
Rise Heart and third Fenrir.
Yeah, Rise Heart is pretty good, actually. But
ooh, that's a position to be in from Evilo here. I don't like how empty his field is, personally. He's... Okay, we're just clarifying.
yeah, they're clarifying exactly what I mentioned with the cool clock and the big Labyrinth that was flipped from the previous turn. Not the one that was just set this turn, but he did it correctly in terms of the ones that he flipped. But it can be a bit confusing, because obviously you see the same card, you see the cool clock, but then right after you see a trap flipped that was actually already there. So it's kind of like, you know, it can get a little confusing, but
yeah,
it was done correctly, I think, from our player. It seemed, at least. So they're just clarifying whether that card was actually there, you know, and it was. So
I don't think we used any of the graveyard effects of Big Welcome yet, have we?
No.
No.
But you cannot use it the same turn. So
yeah, exactly.
Now, yeah, it's kind of stuck. That's the only thing I don't really like about this play. But
yeah, I don't like his position right now. He's kind of left himself with nothing just to get rid of a birth he already knew he had. Whereas something like the Daruma Cannon, potentially, if we played that, could have just stopped everything, because the birth would bring back the Scare Claw. Then you have 3 monsters. You just set them all, and
I mean, I think it's a nice addition to the deck, and if you really need it, you just, you know, you can bring it up whenever, no? So it's, I mean...
I think we're just clarifying the chain here as well, because the big welcome does get a lot of value when you go lovely, add back the furniture, reset the welcome. So just making sure that all worked out correctly. So it's a tense moment. Game 3,
it is.
You know, both players are, you know,
Game 3 or round 6. So honestly, you really want to stick into this and, you know,
one step away from winning, and emotions might be running high at this point.
Yeah.
Got to keep it cool and make sure that you keep your head in the game here.
So let's go back to where we left, because that's exactly the same position.
Okay, so...
as expected, everything good, nothing changed. They just clarified which of the big welcome was set from the previous turn, and the play was fine. So, as mentioned, no, the position is still a little shaky from Ivailo.
Yeah, 8 minutes left, and well, we're about to take 24 and 24, aren't we? So,
yep. So
this is yeah, that's a huge gap, like a really big gap to have right now, especially when there's now less than 8 minutes left remaining.
Yeah, and even as the Arai, you know, you can go for the Riser here.
Ooh, okay. We might be setting up Zeus, I suppose, for more damage. Well, not more damage, but a little bit of damage as well as... Oh,
the Dark Armed.
Yep.
Okay.
Dark Arm Dragon of Annihilation, I believe, can't attack the turn it uses the effect, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we in main phase 1?
We are.
Okay.
I think, at least, unless he entered battle phase and then that happened, but... Yeah, he definitely did not declare an attack with the previous monsters, so...
Okay, so no attack has been declared, according to our judges. So we are still in main phase 1. Don't we just go battle and attack with the Fenrir's first? Because if you want to use Dark Arm Dragon of Annihilation to, you know, use the effect to destroy, I mean, you could do that in main phase 2 and deal damage. Or you're trying to set up for the summoning activation requirements of Zeus, which is...
I think what he might be doing, but I think he already normal is use this to banish the birth, and then he goes banish Theosis, get the birth, activate the birth, but he has already used the effect to revive. And I'm almost positive he even normal summoned this turn. So
yeah, from the non-tribute effect.
I think he summoned the other Fenrir already, so this made it a little shaky. But it's also possible that what I was thinking is he entered battle phase, and maybe at the beginning of the battle phase what we saw happened, but then I still agree with you that you would just continue attacking with the Fenrir, so I don't know. Let's see.
Okay, well, we're gonna get our Theosis trigger here to add back the birth. I think you probably activate it anyway, just if your opponent activates any spell, you can remove a lot of resources from the graveyard.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, you know, it might be a little bit scary to put your birth out there so exposed since it's your only follow-up.
And it just passed, yeah.
Yeah, okay, passes here, summons Lady from the hand, and draw for turn. We are in a decent spot here with a Vilo. I really think that...
I like it a lot now.
I wasn't happy before, but I think Alessandro's kind of...
Why?
Taking a strange path there.
So now we set a card just to make sure that the lady is, you know, untouchable. But he knows his opponent hand. It's not like he has to play around, you know.
Yeah, Eradicator has resolved. We know exactly what's already there. We're reactivating the Coup Clock here. And, oh, looks like we got a Chandragleer. Normal summoning it. Okay.
Yeah, this is so much.
We're very far ahead here. Oh, who are we summoning? We're not summoning Lovely from the grave?
Exactly. I was thinking the same.
Oh, we're setting first, of course. Yeah. Yep. Triggering the Lady. Then we go Big Welcome, summon the Lovely. Lovely bounce the Chandragleer. And that's going to trigger 1, 2, 3.
Potentially. Yeah.
Oh. Just resets Welcome, okay.
And we pop the
misses the birth, unfortunately. What's Annihilation's attack? 28? Okay.
28, yeah.
it's big enough.
Yeah, and with 5 minutes remaining, he is now ahead, even if just by 200.
Damage being dealt is the most important thing here, so as we close out this last 5 minutes remaining, big welcome to Grave live, the reset of the Lady, also giving you value, and we can also use Lovely now if we want to. Oh, we're gonna go for Eradicator again?
Makes sense.
Okay, does it?
He has the birth, you know, so you can get rid of the birth.
The one that was added back here, because that one wasn't drawn, correct.
And now he reveals the card. It's an Ash. None.
Oh.
Yeah, doesn't help. I think he has only got those two. Does he have anything else in hand?
No, it's only up to Ash.
So you just flip the Eradicator in this game. Yeah.
Eradicator, Epidemic Virus, Tribute a Dark Monster with 25 or more attack, Declare Spell or Trap, and spells it is. So now for the next 3 draw phases, we are removing every spell there. Okay, Welcome gets Ash there from the top deck, but really just nothing left here remaining. Oh yeah, of course you can't Ash because the Lovely protects you from your Welcomes being responded to. So yeah, Ash Blossom not even doing anything here. Just summoning a big Lady instead of Ariana to force out the Ash, I suppose, personally. That's, I think, what I would have done. But I guess you don't want to risk the Ariana being attacked over at all. What's the last card in hand?
The Ash.
Yeah, that's the top die. Okay, right. So maybe you just get Ariana, get follow-up.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a matter of formality at this point. It seems like this is pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you could even go for the other way, but it's fine.
Okay, this matchup turned out to be a lot harder than Alessandro expected, given a lifeline just with a game loss. And
yeah, we gotta give credit to his opponent. He's basically 3-0'd him, and he's really done a good job about managing this one out. And yeah, it seems like it's just a couple of minutes away from advancing with a 6-0 score. Impressive.
Yeah. I think it's like such a good matchup here. And there's the fist bump. Alessandro scoops it up. Ivailo advancing onward to the next round, undefeated with Labyrinth.
I mean, impressive stuff, honestly. We have to give credit to him. After losing game 1, I mean, he stayed calm and, I mean, yeah, he almost 3-0'd Alessandro. I mean, the deck is very good, we said it. Labyrinth showing up strongly in this YCS and 6-0 record. Very impressive stuff, so congrats to him.
Absolutely. I mean, we were a little skeptic maybe about some of these decks, and in particular Kashtira, but still 5-1 is nothing to laugh at. A pretty impressive spot by Alessandro, and maybe he was just paired against his worst matchup.
It is 100%. I think Kashtira does not have a good time against Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Potentially next couple of rounds, if he sees some Unchained, some Rescue Ace, you know, draws that Shifter again like he did both games, it'll be a bit more fortunate for him.
Because he did draw into a Shifter a lot. Also, even the Unicorn that we have seen, you know, the extra deck manipulation, obviously doesn't matter that much in this matchup. And yeah, that was just pretty straightforward. Outside of that, what can we say? Again, really well played by both in the end. I still wanted to see that Dragosak opening. I don't know. Maybe it could have.
Do you think it was still correct in hindsight? It wasn't too bad.
I kind of started joking about it, but then...
And then it looked juicier.
Then it actually looked pretty good. Because, like, how do they even get rid of it? And, like, as we see, without adding outs to goes and match and cards like that, yeah, it does make sense. And in the end, though, whatever, it's kind of one of those things where you improv based on what you draw. And I'm pretty sure Alessandro knows his Kashtira better than I do. So.
This has been a pretty good tournament so far. I think we've seen almost every single round a unique deck con feature.
Yeah,
just
pretty
about.
much. Yeah.
So much more to come here, I think. So
absolutely.
Are we ready for an interview?
Ready. We could, so why not? Thank you guys for being with us for round 6. We have 3 more rounds for day 1, so don't go anywhere. But before we go on a break, let's hear it from Ivailo and Head.
I'm now here with Ivailo, the winner of that round 6 feature match, now 6-0. How does it feel?
It feels pretty great, but I'm ashamed of my decklist mistake that lost me the first game.
Do you want to talk to us a little bit about what happened there for people who didn't quite figure that out at home?
Unfortunately, I made a rush change in my decklist and changed Goddess for Girso, the Orcust, but I guess I didn't submit to Neuron, and that's my fault, so I apologize to my opponent for that.
Well, that's very humble of you, but in the end, that ultimately didn't matter. You did take the game loss in Game 1. Game 2, you pretty much dominated Game 2, actually. Do you want to talk to us a bit about what was going through your head? Because obviously, that's a bad start where you suddenly lose a game and it's not really your fault. So Game 2, you were clearly quite focused on taking that game back. What were you thinking?
I was thinking that my deck is good enough to take this match. I rely on the floodgates, so I play Skill Drain and Gozen Match, which can handle almost everything in the meta for me, and it shows by the way that I am 6-0, so yeah.
It certainly does show. And then, yeah, Game 3, that Shangri era, usually a bit threatening against Labyrinth, but again, you managed to play around that. You had a pretty dominant time, and in the end, Alessandro couldn't do anything, and so you took it. You sound pretty confident with your ability to take on the meta with your deck. Are you feeling confident about the next 3 games today?
I hope I can take them home, so and tomorrow 3 more.
Absolutely, yeah, indeed. Well, best of luck to you in those. We're going to let you go because we're about to hopefully get the pairings for our round 7 feature match, which means we'll be back very soon with even more coverage here at YCS Bologna.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage for YCS Bologna 2023. I'm here with one of the legends of the game, Jesse Cotton. Good to see you here. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. What's good, Marcello? Long journey here, but happy to finally be in Italy.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was, it was waited for a bit, and now we're finally here. So we'll see how things will go for the weekend. But obviously, there is a lot to talk about. And as mentioned, I think anyone who follows the game should be familiar with you. You are, I mean, absolutely an incredible player, and if not even to be confirmed the greatest, I would say. We'll see, we'll see. But
yeah, we'll see, but
absolutely.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
No, but even this season you've had quite an incredible accomplishments and coming, you know, close since the YCS Vancouver win with the Unchained deck.
Yeah, it's Unchained, yeah.
Yeah, that's always, you know, impressive to see the consistency throughout the year. But in this panel specifically, what we want to focus our attention on is one of the events that will be coming up next year in 2024, because YCS Sydney 2024, you can check the infos on our official channels, is coming on March from 8 to 10, and you are a defending champion, right? So
yes, I am. If I thought this event was far, that one is even farther, but I will try to defend my, I guess, title.
Absolutely, and to give you know, you guys a little bit of a background, Jesse, outside of you know, a lot of different results, is the current YCS Sydney 2023 champion. Back in the tier element days, which I think you enjoyed quite a bit, right?
I was very much feeling that format. It was good.
Absolutely, but even before, and that's obviously a little bit of a bittersweet memory. Instead, it was another YCS Sydney final back in 2019. So we can say, sorry, I had to bring that up. But I mean, it's still very impressive. So we wish you a third final, you know, in 2024. But regardless, I would say it's one of those events that is particularly unique. Honestly, myself, I've never been to Australia at all, and so I want to hear your impressions about what it's like to compete over there with, you know, the community from Oceania, and how do you feel that's different from other events?
So, truthfully, players are similar wherever you go. You have plenty of friendly faces, plenty of people who put a lot of work in to do well, and players who are there more have fun and chill. You get those no matter where you go, and I've been all over for Yu-Gi-Oh! That fact stays the same. Australia itself is very different. That obviously has nothing to do with Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's very cool to be there. And I think previously with Sydney, it has almost always been in like January. So this is like the first time it's not in that time period. and that'll be different because before that was the only event in that time period, and it kind of had its own isolated format of Yu-Gi-Oh, which is kind of interesting. Now it's not going to have that, so I'm curious how that'll impact the events, how it progresses. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, good catch. Usually, that's a peculiar period in Yu-Gi-Oh where you have a lot of different changes, a lot of different sets as well, and it will be definitely quite different from, for example, YCS Bologna this weekend.
Oh yeah,
So,
far away, yeah.
Absolutely, and we'll see how that goes. But as you mentioned, there is a lot to do, and outside of the Yu-Gi-Oh community by itself, obviously it's a completely different country. You travel quite a bit to get there, no matter where you're from, I would say.
Yeah.
And, yeah. How have you enjoyed actually Australia in general? Did you get to explore a little bit once you were there?
I have. So it is so far from me that, you know, once I'm there, I try to dedicate about a week at least to sightseeing. Last time I was there was super special. I got a chance to fly up North Australia a bit, a place called Cairns. And that's where the Great Barrier Reef is. Wow. And I spent like 2 days snorkeling there. It was super cool. I'm very into nature, so that was very interesting for me. And plenty of other stuff to do as well, but that definitely stands out.
Absolutely, and yeah, that's the beauty of it. Obviously, going to the event, participating, but you also get to travel the world, sometimes with your friends, which is also pretty cool. And regardless, I mean, I think it will be a great chance. It's definitely something that all of you guys should check for. And obviously, as we will explore, we will talk about that event. But I guess before going, you know, and saying farewell and coming back to the coverage, can you talk us a little bit more about what was last year? So the event by itself, YCS Sydney 2023, obviously, as mentioned, won it with Tier Element. How was the tournament experience by itself? Was it tough? Was it, you know?
So the tournament was, you know, it was tough, but most tournaments are, I guess I'd say. The thing is with a tournament that is smaller than a European YCS, the chances of playing someone you know can also be higher. So, for example, I played Rafael Nevin in top 8 of that tournament. Okay. Someone who traveled to Netherlands and a close friend of mine as well. So, like, that's more likely to happen. I remember the one city that I got second at, I played my friend from America, Aaron Furman, round 1. Like, those chances are still astronomical. One cool thing about Sydney, and I'm pretty sure it's in the same stadium this time, is actually held in the old Olympic Park. So, it's almost like you're getting like a gold medal for first or whatever. I think that's pretty funny. You don't actually get a medal, but it is pretty cool.
Yeah. You do get it if you participate in our Dragon Duel public events. You actually do get
that. You do, yeah.
medal.
I still have those from like a decade ago. Yeah,
exactly. So that's still a cool bonus. But yeah, greatly mentioned. It was great to have you. You know, talk a bit about Sydney. As mentioned, it's such a unique event, and when you get the chance, I feel, guys, you should definitely check it out. So once again, YCS Sydney coming up in 2024, March 8 to 10 next year. Don't want to miss that out. But thank you, Jesse, for being with us. And guys, thanks. It has been a pleasure to be with you. Keep watching, because we'll be back soon with more action from YCS Bologna.
What is your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card?
I'd say maybe Sprite Blue.
Well, my favorite card would be Artifact Fail Not.
Judgment Dragon.
My favorite card right now it's Tour Guide from the Underworld because I play Unchained, but historically is Stardust Dragon. I'm quite OG player.
Endymion, the Mighty Master of Magic.
Starlish Seifert.
Salamangreat Gazelle.
Card Tropper and Amano Iwado, I have two.
Well, Hyperia. It's best card.
Terrelman's Kid Class.
Heavy Metal Foes Electromite.
My favorite card, I think, is Shadow Constructor.
What deck do you think will win this weekend?
I'm gonna play Rescue Ace, and I think Rescue Ace is gonna win.
I don't know. It's a really hard question. I don't want to make hard predictions.
What deck are you playing?
I am playing Lightsworn.
I think, honestly, Unchained is going to take it.
I think Unchained and Rescue Ace have an edge on all the others, but I'm gonna say Tearlament because someone here is gonna high roll with that deck for sure.
Unchained or Tier?
Salamangreat. No. I think it's a Rescue Ace.
I think probably Unchained is one of the top favorite.
I hope purely, but I feel like Unchained and decks like Rescue Ace are the most popular right now.
I think Unchained is a big one. Rescue Ace as well.
I think something like Rescue Ace, but it's a very diverse format, so I don't know sincerely.
What's your favorite memory of playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Well, I think my first regional, it was a blast. I mean, I was very young and I met all these people and played all these strong decks, and I was playing like a for fun deck. So, but it was sincerely a really good experience.
My favorite memory from playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably was tier format when I was playing Sprite with Elf. Yeah.
When I was a kid with my friends in the school or outside playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Every time, I like Yu-Gi-Oh!
My first Yu-Gi-Oh! Pack.
Probably meeting my friends from when I started playing again more seriously in a more competitive setting.
Playing with my brother when I was little.
Maybe play with my friends in like middle school and play with the junk decks, you know, the card you found during the week, and it was like very fun.
It's, I think, European Championship 2022. Yes, we go with friends and good trip. I go on the camera too in a feature match. Very good experience.
When I was a young kid, I found Crystal Beast, Sapphire in the back, and I was very happy.
I feel like my first local with my friends, and my best friend opened this local and started playing in it, and it was fabulous.
When I played tier and I could have won an OTS tournament.
My favorite memory, I think it's from back in the days where I was playing at the playground with my friends, no competition, spamming synchros, who has the biggest monster wins. That was a really happy memory for me, Yu-Gi-Oh! But now playing competitively is definitely enjoyable as well.
Thanks a lot for your time and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Get your game on. Let's rev it up.
Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action?
It's time to link into the brains.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2023. So, in front of me, I have two exceptional duelists who everyone is going to be very excited to see for our round 7 feature match. I have Joshua Schmidt versus Pak Pamonsut, and it's going to be a heck of a duel to see what happens here. Gentlemen, we need to do a high roll to see who's going to go first. Josh is going to roll that first, and that is a 9. Can Pak beat a 9? No, he cannot. So, Josh, are you going to go first? Okay, Josh is going to take the first turn here in the round 7 feature match. I'm going to hand you guys over to Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are going to commentate this excellent game. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. Sometimes pairings are just kind to us. We have the one and only
Joshua
Schmidt versus Pak, all the way coming from America. Two big content creators, two stars of the scene, facing against each other here in round number 7 of the tournament, and I love it.
I'm so excited. Both these decks are super cool. We've got two, as you mentioned, like two very cool, very popular players. What could be better?
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Also, Joshua is really bringing the spice, I think. This is
For sure.
A very crazy deck that I haven't seen too much of. I have seen players play around with it a little bit, but I haven't seen someone bring it to the big stage. And I'm pretty excited that Joshua Schmidt is going to do
Oh, yeah. It's because he has been the master of this one archetype for a while now. He loves his runic cards. And he brought runic cards again. So let's see what it's all about. Let's get into the action. Round number 7, Joshua Schmidt versus Pak Pamonsut.
Joshua, of course, he's playing Runic Bestial, so that's quite some nice synergy there. Pretty important, he's playing against Infernoble, so it was very good for him to win the dice roll.
Oh, yeah. Pak again, back with the Infernoble deck. He had very recent success with it. He made top 4 at the last American YCS with it, and he's back with the deck. Both of them have a draw so far, still undefeated in the tournament. And it's Joshua starting, and of course, in the Runic Bestial deck, you're also playing a small, you cannot even really call it branded engine, right? Because branded always is kind of connected to fusion summoning, but it's just the guiding Quem, the Virtuous, and also the Bestial Aluber, which again is a Bestial card, so the Bestial Runic deck is kind of fitting, but there we send the Blazing Cartesia to the graveyard first of all.
Yeah, it's really weird to see these cards being used in such a unique way, because obviously we always see these with the branded deck. You can fusion summon with the Blazing Cartesia, but Josh, he's not doing that at all. He just wants to use it as a tuner, which it's weird that it even is a tuner to see it, you know.
Yeah.
I suppose most players wouldn't even know, like.
Ooh, it is a tuner for Lulu Walilith.
Exactly.
And only that purpose.
Indeed, and that is not even the card we are running in our extra deck there. And now we have Hugin onto the field, being summoned off of the Flashing Fire. Hugin, of course, using its effect. And I think we also triggered the effect of Guiding Quem the Witches right away. Oh, but there's Effect Veiler for the Hugin, and that's huge. That's very strong because it will most likely deny access to the Runic Fountain, which Joshua desperately needs to play with his Runic spells on the opponent's turn.
But, you know, Joshua, he does love these grindy decks, and the Bestial cards have access to one of the grindiest cards in the format as well, in the shape of Branded Regain.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Pak may be able to stop him from adding the Runic Fountain, but will he also be able to stop the Branded Regain from making an appearance?
That's true, and that's another really cool new card, the Tri-Edge Master. Originally, usually, you would play Stardust Charge Warrior as a level 6 synchro, but this is just Stardust Charge Warrior with a little add-on. It's actually just a little bit better because it has bonus effects next to the drawing effect.
And this is a card you went absolutely crazy about when you read it the first time. I thought, okay, this is a little bit better than Stardust Charge Warrior, but you just went mayhem.
Yeah, this card is insane, and I still believe it is. And I mean, Joshua Schmidt, the one and only, is playing it, so of course it has to be crazy.
But this card can't attack all monsters your opponent controls once each.
You're right.
So I'm a bit, you know,
yeah,
not
true.
there for me.
Okay, so that looks like a Synchro 10. Baron. Indeed, Baron de Fleur coming to the field. But still, there was no access to the Runic Fountain. But there we go for the Bestial Magnamoot, which we could search off of the Lubellion, and Lubellion will stay in the graveyard there, being available to summon out itself.
It is really good that there is an effect Veiler in the graveyard of Pakawat, because you would like to use most of your monsters that you have in your graveyard yourself. Now we're going to activate Magnamoot, go to Lubellion to tribute it, and get the Branded Regained out, one of the best cards in the game.
Yeah, this is really, really strong stuff. Joshua putting himself into a position to also play on the opponent's turn, to have interaction ready. We are probably going to search Druid Swarm, most likely, I would say. Oh, and Cartesia, of course, also going to trigger in the end phase, adding itself back to the hand.
Yeah, it's so fun seeing these cards used in a different way, because normally they're just glued to the Fusion branded archetype.
Yes. It's a unique creation that Joshua is piloting this weekend. It definitely is a bold call bringing this deck, because it's nowhere on the radar, honestly. Runic in general has been kind of slapped on lately, so maybe Joshua is the one bringing it back into center attention here this weekend.
I'm wondering, a bit of a weird thing to do, but maybe you could special summon that Baldrake in the end phase and draw a card now.
Just to trigger the regain.
You can't, because this is not a quick effect right now.
Okay, I'm glad you're
correct. Totally correct. Okay, and Pakawat wastes no time, immediately starting off with Heritage of the Chalice, trying to search for one of his Infernoble cards.
I would have also liked a Bestial Baldrake in the end phase, not only because of Branded Regain, but also because you are not playing directly into Triple Tactics Thrust, and you want this on the field because I think the banishing effect is not really that strong right now, but you can put up a negate for a summon.
Yeah, for sure. But to be fair, Triple Tactics Thrust is not really a popular card in those Infernoble Knight strategies.
Well, Talon is, though.
Yeah, Talon is, for sure. So, and of course, this is one thing that Pakawat is known for. He basically plays every single card in his deck in the highest rarity possible. I'm confused that Effect Veiler is only Ultra Rare there, to be honest, but that museum is beautiful.
I think this is Quarter Century.
Okay, you might be right, yeah. In this angle, it only looks like Ultra Rare.
Now you need to trust him.
Oh, but immediately Joshua is responding with the Runic Destruction, and that's so good to immediately get rid of this card. Banishing 4 now as well, of course. There we go. Fireflame Lady is a one-off that is gone there, which might turn out to be a problem later on.
Yeah, this might actually be good for Joshua if he really needs this one more extender that can be special summoned next to a warrior. We have seen this come up earlier on stream, but we're going for the normal summon of Riccardietto now.
Yep. All the Infernoble Knight players we have seen today had to normal summon Riccardietto because we are in Italy, of course. So the Infernoble Knight with the most Italian name has to be used every single game you're playing this deck.
I have had problems with the pronunciation because there is an I in there, and I never know where, but it is Riccardietto.
Ooh, we also have the Phoenix Blade. Maybe not the card we necessarily wanted there. Just equipping it to the Riccardietto.
On some really good 800 attack points now.
And look at that. We are using Gearfried in hand now, banishing the Phoenix Blade, which is really not what you want, to be honest, because you want that Phoenix Blade in the graveyard and not it being banished.
Is it possible to pick it up with Renaud or Magius?
Oh, we negated that with the Baron. That's followed by Triple Tactic Talons. And Joshua has to look for his graveyard there. Does he respond to this or not?
Oh, does he try to search to take something? Yes, we are taking the Baron de Fleur. I think that there might be an Ash Blossom in the hand of Joshua. This would have been an Ash if there was a draw 2 in that effect for Pakawat, but he decides to take the Baron de Fleur. Is able to destroy the Branded Regained, I think. I know.
Yeah, for sure.
It can link off, but what can he link off? Oh, this is a warrior as well!
You were very excited when you realized that.
Baron de Fleur, just another warrior monster that can lead into Isolde. And now, I think Joshua was originally trying to play around the... Ooh, there comes the Baldrake first of all, though. Understandable, so we can at least draw a card. But Joshua was originally trying to play around Talons by not using the effect of Regain to get back the Magnamoot and then use the effect of Magnamoot. But now it's too late to actually get back Magnamoot, so that might turn out to be a problem in the long run there.
What happened to the
The regain was probably popped with Baron, and then Baron attacked over the Baldrick.
Oh, maybe that was a battle phase, yeah. Okay, that would make sense.
Must be.
He just kind of pointed to it. It's like, why?
They both decided and confirmed that it is going to the graveyard.
But now that is also very exciting as well. We have seen some combo tutorials by our stream already, but now we are just going to see the pure, you only have 2 warrior monsters combo. What can Infernoble Knight put out without a Fireflint Lady and with just Isolde effect?
A big downside here is that sword is banished already, not in the deck, able to be sent to the graveyard. And you can put it back into the deck with Magias, but unfortunately then it will be in the deck and not in your graveyard.
Okay, we do search out Connector, but didn't we normal summon the Ricadetto?
Yeah, you search it out, but you can't use it anyways. If you search it with Isolde, with the first effect, you cannot use the card that you searched.
Yeah, fair enough, true. Okay, but I mean, usually still you might want to go for like Renault or something that you can still just summon out.
Oh, the Ash Blossom, I completely forgot about that.
True.
And this is looking okay now for Joshua Schmidt, because he has 2 cards in hand, which is fair enough. But there is only a Lobelion on the field. I don't think that he is running the Bestial Trap card.
He's actually running a second branded regain.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, that is good then.
Honestly, yesterday but there's Typhon! Another new addition from Age of Overlords. We've been seeing it a couple of times already throughout the weekend. And now here again, of course, in the most beautiful version of it. And Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis being summoned. And the continuous effect of the card, of course, is applying here now. So all the monsters with less attack than Typhon will not be able to activate their effects there.
It's more attack.
More attack. Yeah. Oh, my bad.
Significantly worse in this situation.
In this matchup for sure, yeah.
Also, you can activate the effect to bounce back the Lobelion, which I don't think is what you want to do.
You don't want to do that, no.
Nope. It's already back over to Joshua. It's Josh's turn. What can he do here? He definitely does not have a battle phase because we used the runic cards. But there's another Lobelion anyway, so we didn't even need it in our hands.
Should have bounced it, I told you.
Yep. Indeed. Okay, so another Bestial is being added to his hand. So is it time for Druid Swarm now? No, it's Saronir again. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, yes, Saronir again. A lot of these cards have kind of bonus effects which you don't really think about when you're playing the usual either the branded deck or the Bestial deck, but maybe together there's some Bestial card that he particularly wants in his graveyard.
Yeah. Or maybe he just wants to thin out the deck. Maybe he wants to get into the runic engine a little bit more. I know that he also has we know that he has the Blazing Cartesia, right?
Yeah.
So he can possibly go for a level 10 Synchro. Bestial Baldrick would be really good. Can just attack over the Typhon, right?
Okay, there comes okay, we already had
Mystery
Swarm.
solved.
Fair enough. Druid Swarm is there. And another Lobelion is coming, and now Packerwad will realize that there is a second copy.
Hear me out. 38 Harbinger.
Nope, I don't think there are any Exceed monsters in his extra deck. Oh, there is, but it's Superstar Slayer Typhon. That's the only one he's running.
He doesn't want to use 2 monsters to make an XYZ.
Nope. He has better plans with it. And now Packerwad sees that there's a second branded regained, and I wanted to follow up on that. Yesterday, I remember Joshua, right before the end of submission for deck lists, he was thinking and asking himself, do I really want to side deck Branded Beast? Is it worth side decking this card? Because he didn't find space for it in the main deck. And then ultimately he decided it's not worth it. I have already enough of a good matchup versus back row, so Branded Beast is not needed in my deck.
I'm interested. I mean, it looks like he waited to summon the second Lobelion before using the regain. But can you not just use the first one to activate the regain? Your deck?
Yep.
He could have done that indeed.
Possible. Also, I want to say something. He put the I think the name is
Triage Master, yeah.
Triage Master. He put it on top of his extra deck, right? And not under it.
Oh no, what a mistake. Rookie mistake by the world champion himself. No, I mean, when it's going back into the extra deck, it doesn't matter, of course. But that is going to be another Synchro 10. So we went through Baron, so that's not an option anymore. But maybe Dispater, Chaos Angel, what does he like here?
I mean,
Chaos Angel is a 12, right?
Oh no, it's not.
Oh no, it's a 10, yeah. Dispater it is, though.
I don't see why you wouldn't run multiple Barons in this deck, honestly. It sounds like this is actually a deck that could play multiple copies of this.
Possibly, yeah. Okay, so we do get the Effect Veiler.
Are we doing a Link Summon now, or are we doing some really cool... Okay.
Yep, SP Little Knight coming down here, using the Effect Veiler of Packerwad and also his own copy of Lobelion.
Were you hoping for a rank 9?
I was hoping for Shen Shen, Virtual World QB, Shenzhen?
Oh, and that means Pagawet is picking up his cards, and Joshua Schmidt wins game number 1 here between those two legends of the game. And
is he?
In just a second.
It seemed like it.
Calm down, Sebastian.
He already was picking up his cards.
Calm down, okay?
He was just having a little look.
Yeah. It really looked like he was trying to shuffle them back into the deck, but not just yet. Joshua still has to make this happen.
All right, so Joshua is still also with 1 set card, and it is freezing curses, which is going to stop the Neospatian Connector. But Puck also knows there is no way my opponent is going to OTK me next turn because there is no battle phase available for him. So you can just wait it out and maybe find your way into a combo then.
This is such a cool synergy between Regained and the Runic cards, because we just banished an Iburo from our opponent, we made him put it back to the bottom of the deck, and then we can draw a card through our own Regain. So that was huge value off of that 1 Runic card. And then Little Knight is being activated, banishing the Connector.
Now we have, this is Ogia, right? No, it's absolutely not.
Nope, this is Oliver.
Okay, I think Basti, it's your turn.
Okay, I was a little early, but let's be honest, it's only a minute later. So this is game number 1 for Joshua Schmidt here in round number 7. Whew, Runic Bestial it is apparently, huh?
That was super cool. Yeah, I love decks that kind of just outgrind the opponent like that, and taking the 2 like most grindy value-based engines that we currently have in the meta and then putting them together is a thing of beauty.
Yeah. I'm not sold on the Runic engine yet. We have only seen the Bestials so far, and that was already enough for me. I was missing a little bit of seal pass action, some Bestial control right there, but I think that the Runic spell cards that were in the game that were just disruptive, not gaining any value, they were good enough, right?
Yeah,
Next
absolutely.
to Baron, the Destruction was in perfect position to counter the Museum, which was really important because actually Pagawet was missing this equip spell card in the graveyard. Somehow the Gearfried had to activate, I mean, it doesn't hurt you to activate it, but had to activate the Phoenix Blade and then banish that, and that's not really what you want to do. Quite the creative way to play it out. Props there, but really hurt the grind game, didn't really work out in the end. Huh?
Do you know what I think? I think we saw another card that's better at destroying spells and traps than Cosmic Cyclone.
Ooh.
I mean, Cosmic Cyclone is destroy.
But they both banish cards as well at the end of the day. But yeah, let's have a look at the side deck. Pagawet, of course, playing an insanely good going first strategy. Is he bringing in more cards to go first? And there's a really interesting technology in his side deck. A card we haven't seen in a while. I think Salamangreat was the last deck where you kind of was... Oh, wait, you were running the Fire Gizmek and Salamangreat, but now it's Gizmek Uka, the Festive Fox, who's being run in the side deck of Pagawet. And it's mainly there to summon out a fire monster, though, the Barrier Statue of the Inferno. So that must be an option going first, right? Because would you side this in going second? I don't believe so.
Well, you have to wait until your opponent summons a fire monster, so I think it's specifically against decks. I think it's specifically against Unchained, actually, because it summons a fire monster, but it doesn't exclusively summon fire monsters, so the Inferno will really hurt you there.
Yeah, totally. Honestly, I wouldn't feel good playing Unchained this weekend. There's so many Bestials running around. Not only a Bestial deck here with Joshua Schmidt, but like everyone apparently is on Bestials, so it seems like a rough time playing Unchained. Still, 12% of the field are piloting it, and that's joined first with Rescue Ace.
I mean, it is still a really powerful deck, and Bestials don't really end your combo. They are disrupting you a little bit. They are annoying to play against as the Unchained player. However, it is not a complete deal breaker for you. But as you guys can see, Pagawet and Joshua are both ready. So let's go into game 2.
All right, 2 of the best Yu-Gi-Oh players we have currently on the planet battling it out here for another game of Yu-Gi-Oh. Let's get it going for Pac as well.
Pac is about to start, still taking his time and going immediately into the beautiful museum, taking a look at all the artifacts there.
Yeah, and we saw that Joshua wasn't really relying on hand interactions in his main deck, but he's bringing in a couple of cards from his side deck. Mainly, of course, Drone and Lockbird would be one that is really, really good versus Infernoble, of course. After that first surge of Pagawet, there's nothing happening, though, so I would assume Joshua did not draw that Drone and Lockbird.
Oh, and there was a Red Layer, a card that we haven't seen in a long time. This was around in Goki and, of course, also in its own archetype.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of does the same thing as it did in the Goki deck, which is get an extra warrior monster on the field, make it that much easier to go into an Isolde.
It's really interesting and funny because after his recent success of getting top 4 at the American YCS, he afterwards talked about his deck, and he was saying this was the best card he played.
But he only ran 1.
Yeah, he did. But he was like, this is just a good out to certain scenarios because it doesn't activate or anything. You could just special summon it out, and then mostly against SP, it's a really good answer because you can just summon it out, attack over the SP, and then play in main phase 2. So that's usually his approach because he's running quite a few hand interactions. So a lot of the time his opponent is being stopped early and has to end on some kind of SP field, and then you just go for a red layer, attack over the SP, play in main phase 2. Well, let's see. He uses it to start his combo off, of course. Link 2. What is it going to be? Any guesses?
SP Little Knight.
Okay, it is Isolde. What a surprise. There she is, using its first effect. And of course, it's also quickly after going to use the second effect as well. Again, adding the connector. Okay, do we really need to shuffle or do we just go for the second effect as well?
Yeah, I think in a situation like this, always makes sense to just wait until the end of the turn.
Yeah.
And
look at that, paying cost for the second effect of Isolde 2. How many equip spells are we going to send to the graveyard here?
Is there a chance that he is going to send 3 and summon out Neospatian Aqua Dolphin?
I mean, he just searched it with the Isolde 2, right?
Oh, yeah, he just searched connector, so that would leave the connector a bit stranded.
Yeah. It's true. 1, 2. And again, we saw that in the first Infernoble deck of the day as well. He is running the Angelica's Angelic Ring, recent addition to the deck. And yep, it is 1, 2, 3, but why not just summon out the Aqua Dolphin itself? You don't even need the connector if you can just summon out Aqua Dolphin.
Called it. Also, you can still use the connector to summon it back from the graveyard in the next turn.
Oh, that's cool.
Absolutely. Okay, let's have a look together into the hand of Joshua Schmidt. Double Nibiru, which we cannot destroy here even. And therefore, Pakawat is going to take 500 points of damage. And he has the information. He gets the memo. There is a Nibiru waiting for him there.
Yeah, well, not just another one.
And another one as well, yeah.
What were the spell cards on the side of Joshua? This looks like a runic game to me.
Yep, at least one runic spell I could see there.
I also saw a copy of Duality.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's running that card too.
That's not Pot of Duality, just in case you're wondering.
That wouldn't really match with the rest of the deck, to be honest. But it is just Duality. Also, quite recently released. Has been a little bit longer than like all the Sinful Sports stuff, but still recent this year. Was mainly played in branded decks. That was like its only application. But now we have another deck where it found its home once again.
I would really like to see it because there are probably some cool cards that you can special summon, right?
Yeah, of course, there are.
It's definitely a card that makes you want to build a deck with it. Yeah. And you say, okay, what can I do? What can I include to make the best use of this card?
Especially with the runic cards, you have the ability to, with every card in your deck, basically special summon out a monster that is level 2, 4, or 9 even.
Yeah. Oh, he drew the Phoenix Blade again. Game number 1 and game number 2. Look at the smile of Pac. He knows that's not what you want. That's the classic card to send to Isolde, but both times he had it in his hand already.
How many cards is he playing?
That's a good question, honestly. It's a long list, but it's probably kind of close to 40.
Can you please count it for me? No, you don't have to. Of course, I'm just trying to be annoying.
Okay, so now Joshua, of course, has to consider whether he wants to already go for the Nibiru, because otherwise Appaloosa, of course, is an option for Pakawat here.
Yeah, there's some good mind games, because you kind of know the Nibiru's there, but Pakawat can just kind of play around with it. That Josh knows that he knows that it's there, and you have to think like...
Oh, but Josh wastes no time immediately going for the Nibiru, and now the question becomes, how well can Pakawat still continue after this Nibiru?
I mean, I saw 2 cards in his hand, and those were Ash Blossom and Infinite Impermanence.
Okay.
And those aren't Extender, even though Ash Blossom is a fire attribute.
And the connector, obviously.
Oh, right. Okay, so I guess that is turn end there.
Yeah, seems like it. Sounds like it. But I mean, still, it's decent interruption for Josh's turn then still, so maybe it's not done yet for Pac.
An interruption on a possible Duality, because I think Duality can also special summon out from the deck if you want to.
Oh, no, wait, it's from the hand, I think. It's extra deck or hand. Let me double check, though, with Duality,
Yeah, it can summon from the extra deck as well.
Yeah, but the question is deck a possibility?
Hand or extra deck?
It's hand or extra deck, yeah. You cannot actually even Ash Duality, that's true.
Do you think that he's running a level 10 Dark Rock?
I don't believe so. No, I don't think we can do anything with the Nibiru there.
Is there one?
That's a good question.
Quiz question for you.
Quiz question for next time. Okay, it's over to Joshua. That card sitting there for Packawat most likely is the Impermanence. Oh, we have one of the regains in our opening hand here for Joshua.
That is not the card that you necessarily want to see. Also because you can't use the freezing curses to banish cards from the opposing deck, but you can go for a Hugin right here and of course discard the Nibiru. And I think that this smells like an impermanence right here, because you actually really want to stop your opponent from getting into this engine and
I think it kind of depends.
He knows the duality is there, right?
Yeah,
so you
was there another runic spell in the hand of Joshua? Because if there was, I agree. We absolutely have to. Oh, we just changed the duality to this bow, and therefore the impermanence is going to resolve without effect.
Oh, that is a really.
And that stare down from Joshua is crucial. He's really giving Pack the vibe that he's just going to take this one down here, and he has no fear whatsoever.
What can you special summon here?
We saw it in the extra deck beginning. I think it's called Alavain, the Essence of Vanity.
Yep, it is indeed Alvain, the Essence of Vanity, which is just a level 2 tuner.
But
how could you miss
a level
that
2 tuner? That is actually kind of insane.
And also a fairy, of course, yeah.
It's very possible that Packawat just didn't know this card existed.
Yeah.
That is indeed possible.
It seems like it's included specifically for this purpose in Josh's deck, but I don't know, like I'd never seen this card before, so it's probably not the kind of card you'd see unless you'd hunted for it already.
There it is. Level 2 tuner has been acquired. Joshua with a smile on his face. Pack cannot really believe what just happened, but Runic Fountain has found its way into the hand of Joshua Schmidt.
I love this so much, especially because it is a tuner. This is a synchro-heavy deck, but it's not that synchro-heavy that you don't have space in the extra deck for Alvain, the Essence of Vanity. Yep. This is insanity.
This is a very important card in every extra deck. I think every extra deck should have one. It looks so cool.
That isn't true. But we are going to see.
And also, let's not forget that Duality has another effect in the graveyard, actually. So, Duality says you can banish this card from your graveyard and then target one light and one dark monster in your graveyard, shuffle both into the deck, and then you can just draw a card. Kind of similar to Chaos Space, and definitely great to acquire additional resources. Maybe just draw into another Runic card. Oh, Runic Destruction as well. He's taking apart the field here completely. No light or dark monster was banished, so Branded Regain is not going to have a way to trigger there right away, but still that's good. Ooh.
That is also really important, because the Noble Arms Museum would be good follow-up in the next turn, would be still able to use another equip spell, but the Ash Blossom on the Runic Fountain for draw 2 is tough right
Yeah,
here.
It was really crucial that Joshua did not banish a light or dark there, because if he would have done that, he could have chain blocked the Runic Fountain, but like that, it didn't work.
Yeah. Now we have the SP Little Knight right here, and now there is a question. Do you want to immediately banish the token, or do you want to use SP Little Knight to banish both of them? And then you have to put it back into your extra deck. I don't think that this is a good idea.
Oh, and look, even Packawat has to double read the duality. We are going to recycle the Hugin and the Alvain, and we are just going to draw one card. Let's see what it is.
Keep in mind, you can't use the special summon effect of any of the Runic cards now if you draw one, because the SP Little Knight is blocking the extra monster zone.
That is true, but you still have Runic Fountain on the field. Of course, they have multiple effects, and it goes back to Pack. What can he do here? Is there a way for him to come back?
We have the SP Little Knight, and then we have Branded Regained. I don't think that there's a bestial monster in the graveyard of Joshua Schmidt, but SP Little Knight is now going to stare down.
Do you know what's super cool is the connector.
Oh, we picked up another copy of Museum there. That's so huge for Packawat. The first one was destroyed with the destruction, but there's another one.
Yeah, if you normal summon connector, it gets banished by SP, gets put back by Branded Regained.
And you don't even have to worry about the special summon of connector, because the Neospatian Aquadolphin is already banished, and I don't think that Packawat is playing multiple copies of this.
No, definitely not.
Oh, the Ash Blossom immediately on the Noble Arms Museum. This is looking good for Packawat. Do you even normal summon the connector? What could this do for you?
Yeah, when did the Aquadolphin get banished?
Way earlier. I think for the
Phoenix Blade?
Probably to add back the Phoenix Blade, yeah, indeed. And the thing is, on the summon of connector, we can of course not do anything, because Little Knight has to be chained to something else, to another effect or card activation, and therefore, are they just going to clarify how many? We're double checking maybe. Is Alvain even an effect monster? Maybe that's what they're currently. Elvane is not an effect monster. Does SP Little Knight lead effect monsters? Okay, yeah, the judges just picked up on something.
Oh.
Indeed, you cannot even summon SP Little Knight with Elvane because Elvane was really cool in this situation, but it's not an effect monster. So let's bring it over to us. Let's talk about it a little bit here because we will definitely have to rewind that situation. We didn't even think about it. Elvane completely blew our minds, and we didn't even think about it not being an effect monster.
I mean, the thing is that you rarely summon out extra deck monsters that aren't effect monsters. The only one I can think of that is an obvious one is Tenny, the monk.
Yeah, true. Indeed.
Yeah, that's a really niche situation. I mean, I guess it's useful to know and something you'd probably learn once when you tried to do it and someone said, look, you know, you can't make SP with that Nibiru token or something because it's not an effect monster.
Yeah, it's very
But
obvious.
other than that, like I didn't know that until you just mentioned it now. So
yeah, I was just seeing the judge coming to the table and pointing towards the SP Little Knight, and I was like, there's only one reason that could be the case, and that must be because Elvane is not even an effect monster. It was so clutch in that situation. How could it not be an effect monster, right? But it really isn't. It's a tuner, it's a fusion, but it's not an effect monster. There's nothing. I mean, the effect text basically says 2 normal monsters. That's all it says.
I really hope that this situation can be resolved because this is a very exciting game. We are already... There is still a lot of hope for Pakawat in this game if it just continues like this because there was an Ash Blossom used on the Noble Arms Museum to stop him. Joshua himself doesn't really have enough or doesn't have a lot of follow-up. We are going right back into the game right here. And
Looking
I think,
good, yeah.
Have we just... We have pulled it back, so we are still in the turn of Joshua, who has 2 monsters on the field.
that was like the swiftest reconstruction of a game I've ever seen.
I mean, it wasn't that much. We were lucky that no runic cards were activated, so we didn't banish anything in between, so that was good. And we found our way back into the situation. I'm pretty sure Joshua just got a warning for that, for not correctly summoning out the SP Little Knight. You didn't have any warnings for that before, so we can just continue with that. And we reconstructed the correct game state there. And it's going back to Pakawat, but without the SP Little Knight. And that's a huge difference there. That makes it a lot easier for Pak to go through this.
Yeah. We're going to immediately pack up the game right here because that one token on the side of Pakawat is immensely powerful. Has a lot of attack points probably as well. Can deal a lot of damage maybe.
Yeah, without the SP Little Knight, there's nothing to stop. And nothing to stop the turn of Pakawat. And he knows his cards in hand because he already played them out there. And we know that it would have been game very, very quickly with the token especially. And therefore... easy peasy, 1-1. Those two really battling it out here, and we are going to go into another and third game, and honestly, I'm very happy for that, because I want to see another game of these two.
Do we think that Ash Blossom maybe was the draw for Duality? Because I was thinking like he just had that one piece of interaction, but if that was the card drawn off Duality, then...
Wait, he couldn't use Duality? No, he couldn't, because the Elvane was the only light monster he had there, or the only dark monster around it. True.
Right.
So he did not only miss the SP, he also missed the draw. Oh yeah, that was crucial that he couldn't summon that SP for real. Yeah, but now, let's look into it. So you were saying the Gizmek Uka and Barrier Stature package probably not coming in versus the Bestial Synchro deck?
No, I don't think it will.
Okay, fair enough. Good assumption. I agree. And then we are siding Bestials ourselves with Pakawat. Do we side in Bestials just to counter the Bestials of Joshua? Probably, right?
I do think that this is genuinely a really good idea because you can take so much momentum out of your opponent's turn if you just banish the same card that they try to banish with their Bestial and you delay a Magnamut for 1 turn. Also, this is not only about back in the day when we had a lot of Tearlament mirrors. This was sometimes not the best play because you wanted to keep it for the names. Keep it for the really valuable cards in the graveyard. But this time, the Bestials are very important to Joshua's combo. So if you delay them by 1 turn, you might as well just stop the entire combo by just not letting them summon the Bestial.
Just taking out Rebellion also just seems really good, right? Because we saw Brennan Regained as a super powerful card. So just denying the access to that seems really good. And one more thing that I was thinking about, you can kind of counter Duality with that as well, because I think Duality is just targeting those two in the graveyard, and then when you just take one of them out, you're denying the extra draw, so that's kind of nice too. So there are plenty of options, and I think those Bestials definitely are going to come in, and there's another form of Bestials in the side deck additionally to that, because there's also triple DD Crow in there. And there's many ways to interact with graveyard effects here, because there's Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion in there too. This card overall has been becoming a little bit more popular this weekend. I saw it at the top tables. Multiple players were holding Ghost Spells in their hands, so I think this may be on the rise again.
All of this works really well against like the Runic Fountain as well. It's like he almost exclusively built his side deck against the Runic.
I was just going to say, it can be a bit of a trap sometimes, though. We're getting really excited about all of his side deck cards, but if you're going first with a deck like Infernoble, you want to make sure that your deck is doing its thing as consistently as possible. So you maybe side out some of your non-engine cards that are not so good.
Problem is he's not going first. He will be going second here. Because Josh is going to open things up here.
You make a good point.
Yeah.
Talking about opening things up, we are ready for Game 3, so let's go right in there.
Here we are for a third time. 1-1 is the score. Joshua Schmidt, Packard Pomonsud. One more time. Please give us a great game here.
All right, and we are immediately opening with Quem. I don't know if that is exactly what he wants.
I mean, it's a level 4 tuner.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what he wants. I think Quem plus a runic spell is exactly what he wants. This is giving me quite a lot of deja vu from the first game. There was a Quem and an Effect Veiler.
Get Veilered.
Although last time he waited for the runic spell and to negate a Hugin, but this time he'd prefer to.
Oh, but there's
negate
Lubalion. That's strong. And look, Pack eyeballing that Ash Blossom. Is he going to react to it?
Oh, and I think the monster that he has in his hand is Neospatian Aqua
It
Dolphin.
looks like it.
The ultimate rare. This is how I found out. He is going to Ash the Lubalion, actually. Is there another Bestial in the hand? No, we are going for the Runic Slumber, I think.
Yes, Runic Slumber is going to be used to special summon out the Hugin. And that's already so much, right? Because you are just going to get the Runic Fountain, but also you now have the potential for a Synchro 6 to go into Tri-Edge Master, draw another card. So I think we're well underway here for Joshua Schmidt in this game number 3.
Do we think because he's just discarded a Runic that he's got a third one in his hand?
I think so.
I mean, that's just devastating if that resolves.
I'm pretty sure that is the case. Runic Fountain, there it is. And there comes the Tri-Edge Master. I'm assuming it is. Yeah. Oh, it's Coral Dragon this time. Okay. And there, of course, is the third Runic spell. It is going to be Flashing Fire. And yeah, we are going into Coral Dragon because Coral Dragon then, together with the Gary we just summoned out, can go into a Synchro 10 again. But before going into a Synchro 10, we are just going to draw 3 cards here for Runic Fountain. That's so good.
And he's also going to draw one for the Baron de Fleur Synchro Summon. So this is 4 draws. Imagine using Veiler and Ash onto your opponent's combo and them just going for a Baron plus draw 4?
Yep. Joshua Schmidt has become a world champion in Master Duel with his Runic cards, and he's doing really well with those Runic cards again here today.
Just find one Bestial now and then completely go off, banish that Veiler. No, we are not going to find one of those Bestials. That would have been absolutely insane to also have a regained in there. But now Puck with 4 cards in hand against the world, drawing another Effect Veiler, which is really not ideal.
Something that I really think is sometimes really good against Runic decks is just passing it back over to them, because you know they don't have a battle phase. It's not scary, so maybe just draw another card in your next draw phase, have more resources to play through it, but Pack is starting to play here.
We're going to see Wanted.
Yep, Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils is activated, and Joshua was considering to interact with that, but he decided against it.
I mean, he knows that there's triple tactic talents in the deck of Pakawat. We have seen that in game 1.
Do you think he'd be using this in the draw phase or the main phase?
Depends. If he would have talents, and Joshua knows there's talents, as Leonard was just saying, I think it's nice to kind of scare your opponent, and therefore you just go into the main phase, make them think you have talents. So you kind of play another mind game there.
Also, you almost want to get rolled against Runic, right? I don't think that Runic decks are playing draw necessarily.
Okay, so the Diabellstar Witch comes down here, discarding the Effect Veiler, which we picked up for turn.
So the bad draw of the Effect Veiler does not really matter. And now we are going to go for the Baron de Fleur, destroying the Diabellstar right here.
And now, what's next? Can Pack recover from that? Normal summoning the Aqua Dolphin.
Oh, there are still quite a few cards in the hand of Joshua Schmidt. He has 1 card left. He can't even use the Aqua Dolphin because there are not enough cards in his hand.
That's such a shiny card, I can't even make it out.
Same, to be honest. I think it's either Durendal or Almasi, but it should be Durendal, I think.
No, I think
it's Almasi.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. This was Almasi, and Almasi gives you Durendal. There we go.
Durendal is a little bit more pointy.
True. It is indeed. So, Almasi into the Durandal, so we can search out another warrior monster, which is really good, but still Joshua is sitting there with Runic Fountain face up on the field. Oh, first of all though, we do go for the Typhon.
And I mean, we have seen Typhon plenty of times this tournament, but it always almost seemed like a last resort play. It never seemed like the play you really wanted to go for this turn. That's more like trying to cut your losses.
Yep, okay, back to Josh it is. Only having to deal with the Typhon. We go for another copy of Quem. This time it is of course going to resolve as Pack has no other options to interact with Josh there anymore. And there's Nubalia now as well, so we are off and rolling here. This is looking nice for Joshua. There's Runic, the best cards in his deck basically, just after each other. Joshua Schmidt winning round number 7 here in the Battle of the Titans between Pack1 and himself. What a match we had there.
Just topping it off with the tip afterwards. I have seen so many duels already in my career as a commentator right here, where one player in a simple game state revealed Runic tip, and that was the handshake immediately. This is such a good card, just showing your opponent, hey, I'm going to definitely draw 3 cards again this turn.
Yeah, just the icing on the cake. Yeah. And when he activated that card, Pack was extending the handshake. He was like, okay, yeah, that's enough for sure.
Do you guys think this deck is reminiscent of the deck that Joshua took to the World Championships, that Naturia Runic deck?
100%. It's kind of the same thing, because with Naturia Runic, we were also doing that thing with Coral Dragon, Stardust Charge Warrior, going into Baron, kind of synchro climbing into synchro 10 monsters. I think it's very, very similar, but maybe even better if you ask me.
Even better?
Maybe even better, at least at the moment, because Naturia Runic has been addressed on the Forbidden Unlimited list in the past, and therefore it's now not really playable in the form it has been playable in the past, so this is the new version of it, basically.
I think Branded Regained is just such a good card. The Bestials are well positioned, as we have already said. Many popular players have been picking those cards up again, like Lorenzo Muselli, who's been absolutely blasting through games with it with his Centurion deck.
True.
And I think the more aggressive approach of playing big dragons and this little I don't want to say branded engine, but the Ecclesia-ish Fallen of Albas engine. You're playing Quem and Cartesia. This also works really well and generates a lot of value.
Yeah, and one more fun fact. Do you know which person was responsible in the end to make the final call that he's going to play that deck? Because it was a late decision yesterday, and after talking to, of course, the other Runic master of the European landscape, after talking to Dinkabui, it was a final decision that we are going to play this Runic strategy. And I mean, Dinkabui played a similar deck at the World Championship, actually. He played Bestial Synchro there, and now Runic, now this version of the deck is finding its way to the TCG as well.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. Do you think this is maybe the new card Duality that's just been released is the thing that pushes this deck over the edge? Because I think all of these cards, other than the Duality specifically, have been around for a long time. This deck could have been played before, but we haven't seen it before.
Yeah, I do kind of agree. All of the other cards were around before, so maybe it really is Duality, indeed. So Duality was released, I think, in Battle of Legends, if I recall correctly. So it has also been a while already, but people have not really been picking up on it just yet. But now, of course, Joshua Schmidt has picked up on the card. But who better to ask than himself? Let's go over to the winner's interview with Ad and Joshua Schmidt.
Thank you, Basti. Yes, I am joined by our round 7 winner, Joshua Schmidt. Now, you're no stranger to these. In fact, we've seen you even at the World Championships. Does it feel good coming through these, still getting a feature match in the middle of a YCS?
No, it's very cool, especially against someone like Pac, who is actually, I met him for the first time this weekend.
Oh, really?
We've been talking forever, but like it's the first time I'm seeing him in person, and then like being paired up against him for the very first time immediately, it was very, very cool.
Feels like an anime showdown. You get paired together in a feature match the second you meet.
Yeah, we've been playing next to each other, like, or 2 tables next to each other, like the last couple rounds, so we kind of saw it coming. But yeah, it was really nice. Pac's really nice, and I was glad that we got the feature match, yeah.
It was really good fun to watch as well. Obviously, you're playing Bestial Runics. Now, we've seen you use Runics a bit. Why Bestial Runics for this tournament?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think there's just a lot of viable decks right now, and I was a little bit like, you know, every deck has its weaknesses, and so I'm like, whatever deck I pick, I'm like, what if I play against that matchup? What if I play against this matchup? And so at the end of the day, I decided I'm just going to pick what I like. And I like Runic decks, and the Bestial Runic deck is kind of like a new thing. Does some really cool combos with the Cartesia and the Quem. And I just really, really enjoy it. I think it has good matchups in the format. Funnily enough, Infernoble, not one of them. If he would have won the dice roll, probably not be standing here right now. Like, that matchup is very, very bad if they get to go first. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, right? Some matchups are going to be bad this format for you. So I picked the comfort deck that I like, pretty much.
I mean, it's a really diverse format at the moment, so that must have been quite hard, sort of having to come up with it. Did it take a while to sort of theory craft the perfect deck for such a format, or is there just no such thing when it's this diverse?
Well, there might be one, but I haven't found it. I don't think my deck is that. Like, I don't think it's the perfect choice for the format. It works for me. It's good. I like it. It has its good matchups, but it's not the perfect deck for the format. I don't know if that exists. Because if that existed, we wouldn't be talking about a diverse format.
Maybe a tier 0.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
So let's have a quick talk about this. So game 1, you grinded to the win pretty much through the runics. And then game 2, so I'm sure people at home spotted this, but it was the SP summon off the normal monster.
So that caught me really off guard, because I was like, wait, what could have gone wrong there? And because they interrupted us, and I was like, what happened? And then I realized, god damn, that thing does not have an effect. It really doesn't. It's been a while since I've not played a vanilla, and then I read SP Little Knight and said, oh, it's 2 effect monsters. That thing does in fact not have an effect. It's kind of, in my head, I was like, that's a fusion monster. They always have effects. Yeah, exactly. But no, they were exactly right, and yeah, that was 100% my bad. And well, can't do that anymore for like
forever.
Yeah.
Well, you repaired the game state, so that was good. But then I think you definitely had like a furrowed brow moment, and you just went, do you know what? Let's get into the next game.
Yeah, it was like from that point on, without being able to make the SP, I was going to lose that game anyways. So I was like, you know what? It was my mistake. Let's just move on to the next one. And I am very glad that they caught it, because I wouldn't have wanted to win that way, because I was winning the game with that SP, and so I'm glad they caught it. I'm glad they caught it.
Then game 3, the Quem got Veilered, but actually that didn't stop you at all. You still managed to get around it, and you had good momentum, and then you ended up taking the win, and he ended up scooping. So even though you said like Quem and things is quite important, so when that gets Veilered, how do you then mentally try and get around that sort of hurdle?
Well, that's exactly why I picked this deck specifically, is because a lot of people are playing hand traps to deal with like a lot of different decks, because like, you know, if you stop the deck from playing, it doesn't really matter what your opponent's playing. But runic decks are like historically always been really good against hand traps, because it's like there's so many things you need to stop. You need to stop the tuners, you need to stop the Hugin to add the fountain, you need to stop the fountain draws, the Bestial Lubellion, which is the one that Pack decided to ash, which is also fine, because that leads to a lot of card advantage if it doesn't get ashed. So that's the one big thing about this deck. If you go first, if your hand is like average, your opponent is going to need more than just 2 hand traps. It was a little bit shaky, because even after I drew 3 with the runic fountain, I didn't draw a single runic. So if his hand was like a little bit better, he maybe could have pushed through, because my end board was essentially, because I pretty much whiffed on the draws. I drew like a second Lubellion, a Duality, and a Quem. So like my board was pretty much just the Baron. Like for him it looked intimidating, because I had so many cards in hand, but none of them did anything. So it was good that he wasn't able to pull through all of that. Yeah.
And then he came out with the win. So congratulations. You have now 6 wins, 1 draw. What was the draw against?
Also Infernoble.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Yeah, that was one that I did. It was like just a long, very grindy game, and then game 3, they actually did manage to stop me with hand traps, because they drew more than 2, and then we got into a very grindy game 3 where they chose not to use any of the ones that pay life points. So they were very hindered in how they would do their turn, right? Because you can't do much without those. Are very powerful cards, but we were close to the time, so they weren't able to use them, and so we kind of had this like, you know, I don't have a battle phase. They don't want to pay life points for their cards, so we drew. It happens.
It does happen, but you know, 6 wins, still pretty good. Best of luck to you to all the rest of the games that you have tonight. We have 2 more rounds tonight, and then obviously the next 3 rounds of Swiss tomorrow. Before we get into that top cut, congratulations again on this victory. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more coverage coming your way for these next 2 feature matches. But before that, we have a duelist profile of the Italian champion, Lorenzo Muselli, who we have already seen today in our round 1 feature match. Let's take a look.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2023. Thank you so much to Lorenzo Muselli for being here. I mean, I think you have quite a good memory, because you know, a couple of months ago we were here in Bologna, and you became the 2023 Italian national champion. So congratulations again. And so first question, how does it feel to be in the same venue, in the same place after these months?
So obviously it feels great for me. Come back to this venue in the city feels great. Obviously because it happens this year, not a lot of time before. So it feels great for me, and I want to do well at this tournament as well, and maybe with a future match in the final.
Yeah, I mean, we are looking forward to it, and honestly, I think that it's worth mentioning that besides winning the national championship, you have quite of a year. I mean, the world race,
Yes.
and I mean, it was quite a successful year for you. So, I would say, what is your goal for the next year? And also, so that you know, the standings yesterday, that you are in the top 8 in the current world race. So, how do you feel about it?
So it feels great for me to stay in the top tier player of the Europe. Obviously, I want to repeat myself this year, so I try to do the world race. But this is not the most important thing. I think the most important is to do well tomorrow, the first round, then the second round, the third round.
One by one.
Yes, one by one. So this.
And speaking of which, I think that you know, from Dortmund, the last YCS in Europe that we had, quite a lot has changed. I think one of the decks that I'm really looking forward to this weekend in Centurion. And so, how did you prepare for the event? What are your thoughts? What deck do you think will be played the most? And what is your strategy for this weekend?
So I test a lot for this format, for this event, with my team Armageddon Duelist Gaming. And I think it's a pretty good format because there are a lot of different decks in the format. The format from Dortmund has changed. A lot of different decks like Fire King or like Centurion, new different deck.
Yeah.
With obviously the old one, like Unchained,
Tier Elements,
all of that. And the format is pretty strange, let's say, because all of deck has to afford a lot of entrap in the deck. So I prepare myself with this strategy.
Yeah.
So with the entrap, and I like the current format. I think if you go to the grind game with the entrap, I feel like the most experienced player, the most skillful player, has more chance to win the game. So.
And I think something that also I really like before that you were mentioning is always playing a match after the other, yes. And then you think about, you know, the top cut if you reach that stage. So I really like your approach. You know, after winning the Italian National Championship, you always want to improve and do more. And I think if you want to give an advice for those of you guys watching at home, you know, after winning a big event this year and then you're looking forward to the next year, in general, besides testing with your friends, what would be an advice, you know, to those players who basically are entering into this field, would like to play a YCS, and also, you know, to stay focused for these many rounds, no?
Yes. The first of all, you never give up. So you don't ever give up. So if you lose a game, if you lose a match, don't think a lot about that, because in an hour you have another match. So you have to stay focused in the game, focused in the match, and you have to be confident with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the most important thing is to never give up.
Cool. And also, I think one last thing that I would like to mention is, I mean, you started the year very well, and I think you really want to close the year, you know, let's say, especially because like you came up top 4 recently,
yes,
after winning the Italian National Championship, and I was yes. So, would you think that you won a recent event here in Bologna, or you're not really thinking about it? I mean, do you have this in your mind saying, I'm coming back after winning a tournament here in this venue, or are you not thinking at all about it?
I'm thinking that. When I entered the venue, I had flashback of the Italian National. So I want to repeat myself, as I said before. This is Armageddon Duelist City, so let's try to bring it the third time in a row to home.
So let's hope to see you again during the weekend. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And thank you guys for watching, and we will shortly come back with more action for YCS Bologna 2023. Keep watching. Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2023 for another exciting duel of Caster versus Master. So before we jump into the action, I would like to introduce to you the opponent I will be facing into this round. He is no stranger to the Fury match area. He is YCS Brazil 2023 champion and third place at YCS Richmond this year. Please welcome Pac.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
No, thanks for having me. I'm excited to play.
Yeah, I'm super excited. So without no further ado, guys, let's jump to the table.
Okay.
So let's roll the dice first.
Okay,
so,
sure.
High roll.
High roll, yeah. Ooh, 5?
Five
okay.
is not high.
Not
but
the strongest. Oh, I got a 3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just quickly shuffle.
Okay, let me get a riffle.
As I was telling you before, I will try to maybe keep your focus on the talking rather than on the playing.
Sure, no worries, no worries.
But yeah, I mean, we will play Time Wizard format 2010.
Okay, nice.
Best of luck.
Best of luck. Good luck.
So, first of all, I would like to ask you, how do you feel about this format, first of all?
Modern format or Edison?
Yeah, this
Edison.
one. Yeah.
I think Edison's great. I like playing Edison. I think retro format teaches you a little bit more about modern in a way too. So I always like revisiting and building old decks. So
especially because, like, I think that it's interesting now to basically how to approach a pass in the meantime.
Yep.
How to basically you know, approach different formats differently, no? Like this one to the previous one. And but in the standby phase, though, I have Josh.
Oh, okay, sure.
So let me. Ooh, okay. This is spicy. Ooh.
All right.
Okay. Wow. So, yeah, I'm in trouble. I might be in trouble, but
I have some good cards.
Yeah, you have some good cards. Yeah, but I think I will shuffle back the substitute. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's that one. So
my boy.
There's your boy. But I mean, no. In general, I will drop road this format rather than, you know, the current one. You know.
Yeah, I like this format because it's also like very relaxing. It's not like you know, I don't have a YCS for Edison coming up or anything along those lines, so I get to really just play this format for fun. And just a lot of my friends, I made a lot of friends along the way who used to play this format. And it's always nice picking their brain and asking them, like, you know, how did you, like, what decks you play back then? Like, I was even talking to Jesse just now. I'm like, hey, Jesse, what did you play back then? You know, like, so I think it's cool. Like, it's part of Yu-Gi-Oh's history, and I like reliving it. I'm a relatively newer player to the scene, so
yeah,
so for
I
me,
was
like,
about to ask, indeed, because like you're kind of, let's say, new player, although you are super experienced, you know. But
I'll trigger Stratos.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
So for me, it's like being newer to the game, I have like a big appreciation for older formats and Yu-Gi-Oh's history. So I think like that's kind of like why I try to like build old decks and stuff like that. It's because I didn't get the chance to play back then, so this is a way of me like reliving Yu-Gi-Oh's history. So.
Yeah, and now I think this has become incredibly popular throughout the community in general, and I think it's super much appreciated. And I think also it's interesting, as you were mentioning, how to look back at this format with different eyes, no? Because like basically the cards are still the same ones that were used back then, but you know, years after year, you know, of having, you know, that understanding
I'll pass,
of the
by
game.
the way.
You pass?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm scared of attacking.
Joe, yeah. You may be. So, sorry, what did you have back with Stratos?
I added Ocean.
Okay, Ocean.
Yeah.
Good.
Gonna try to gain advantage if you keep passing.
Yeah, so, yeah, maybe that was a good move. That was a smart move, so at least you started, I have to say. So, let me see. I have Cyber Dragon.
Ooh, okay, that's pretty good.
And then I will attack into Stratos for 300 damage.
I will take it. I'll go to 7,700.
77, yeah. And I'll pass back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will draw for turn.
So your first time in Italy, right?
First, well,
playing.
not playing. Yes, playing.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have been to Italy before because I studied abroad in the UK back when I was in school still, and I did get the chance to visit Italy, but never Bologna. I've been to like Venice, Milan, Florence, and Rome.
Okay.
So it's nice that I get to travel back to Italy, but this time to a new city and also for Yu-Gi-Oh. So
yeah.
I like that.
How does it feel? Because
Feels
like I think this year was huge for you, no?
Yeah.
Like with the YCS win, then third place. I mean, like 1 month ago or so. So it's kind of a big deal, no?
It is. Yeah, it is. I'm happy to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm happy to travel. I think that's like the best part about Yu-Gi-Oh is that all the places you go, you experience like you know, new food, new culture, and then you're also with your friends along the way. So it's good memories.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool.
I'll pass.
So draw for turn.
Yep.
I might need some help here because
Battle phase.
Sure.
And I attack.
All right, I'll activate the effect of Frog.
Yeah, sure.
Let me add a Froggy.
And I also like the fact that you're playing basically this Hero Frog deck.
Yeah.
Which lately, I think, with this popularity, I saw that in the US it has been playing a lot, and it's one of my favorite one, I have to say. It's consistent.
Yeah.
And also, I think he has very cool interaction. I think he... I don't want to see the Miracle Fusion from your side, to be honest. But
yeah.
So I'll set one and pass.
Okay. I'll draw for turn.
Yeah.
I'll go to standby main phase.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see. So I have a bunch of cool plays actually. Start checking the extra deck.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I will. I can play a little bit passive. All right. I'll actually activate Heavy Storm here.
Yeah.
Okay. MST trades. All right.
That was a smart play.
I will then. Yeah, I think I'll just do this. I'll special summon Swap Frog by discarding Ocean, and then I'll activate the effect of Swap Frog.
Yeah, sure.
I'll send the boy, Treeborn Frog.
Yeah.
And then I will activate Swap Frog to bounce it to my hand. I'll then activate Instant Fusion to pay 1,000 life points, and I will summon Elemental Hero Mariner.
Okay.
Just for the name.
Might be in trouble.
And then I will activate Rise's effect to target your Cyber Dragon and put it to the top of your deck.
Yeah.
I don't think I will attack, so actually, I guess I could wait next turn. I will pass turn to you.
Right, so, whoa.
I wonder what you're going to draw.
Yeah, well, guess what? So, let me think about this, because now you have the Treeborn Frog, you have another Rise in hand.
Yes, I do know that.
And 2 fresh cards, which I don't know, right?
Yes.
So
oh, you know I have Rise and Swap.
Rise and Swap. Yeah,
so one unknown card.
Swap. Yeah. I think I'm going with the Cyber Dragon for sure.
Okay.
And, well, I might be setting this and pass. Yeah.
Okay, sure. I will draw.
Yeah.
In standby phase, I'll activate Treeborn Frog's effect to summon itself.
Sure. Yeah.
And then in main phase,
yeah,
I will enter battle phase.
Yeah.
I'll go Rise attack Cyber Dragon.
Yeah, I'll take 300.
Okay.
That's okay.
I'll put you at 77.
Yeah. I'm liking the way you're playing it, because like I think that back then playing this, you know, like you know, take your time, slow, see what your opponent has.
Yeah.
You know?
No crazy combos. Interesting. Okay. Give me a match here. I like it. I like it. I'll Tribute Summon Rise and I'll target the back row.
I'll chain it to this one.
Yeah, that works. Yeah. Okay. And then I will pass turn to you.
Okay, let me see if I can draw something good.
Yep.
I'll go Cyber Dragon again. Just the only monster I have seen so far, but let me enter battle phase and attack over. Yeah.
That works. Yeah.
Set 1 and pass.
Okay. I will draw. In standby phase, I'll activate Treeborn Frog's effect again.
Yeah.
I will enter the main phase.
Yeah.
And I will think real quick. I will special summon Swap Frog by discarding Dupe, then activating Swap Frog's effect.
Yeah.
That will send... What do I want in my grave? Probably send another swap.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I really like the consistency of the deck here, because like you can basically keep doing it, not turn after turn.
Yep.
And this is very nice.
Just gonna try to loop it. I will then activate Swap Frog's effect.
Yeah.
I will bounce the Ryza to my hand.
Yeah.
I will Tribute Summon Ryza, and I'll target your back row.
Yeah, sure. This goes back here.
Yep. I will enter the battle phase.
Yeah.
I will attack for 300.
Yeah. So 74.
Yep. And then I'll go to main phase 2.
Yeah.
And I will pass turn to you.
So draw.
Yep.
Wow. Wow. So you have 2 cards, which I don't know. And if you have something else, I may be in trouble. No, but in general, like, I really like the way that this format has been shaping now throughout the months, especially because, like, I think there are so many different decks, you know, alongside, you know, Blackwing, you know, Hero. And I think you feel very comfortable playing this, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
it feels very modern, actually, this deck.
Yeah, I know, I like it because you have a lot of, you know, cool combos as well. And I think you can rely on a lot of different stuff.
Yeah. And you get to make like a lot of really big like tempo plays, like like that last turn, like you just get like really nice advantage along the way. Which I like.
Because like slowly you keep, you know, taking advantage of your opponent, and here I think I just set 2 and pass.
Okay,
yeah, that
sounds good.
Yeah.
I'll draw.
Yeah.
Standby phase. I'll activate Treeborn Frog.
Sure.
I'll summon it back.
Yeah.
I'll go to main phase.
Yeah.
Then I will go. It's interesting. I wonder if you have like battle traps. I guess that's like the thing, right?
I think you'll soon find out.
I could attack first and then deal some damage. I think I will go swap, bounce back the Ryza.
Yeah.
And I'll tribute this and I'll target this middle back row.
This goes back.
Off Ryza this way. Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting. I will attack with Swap Frog.
The Mirror Force.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's the one. Yeah. Yeah, 50-50.
Yep.
So.
Okay, no problem. We're still top decking.
Yeah.
I will pass turn to you.
Yeah, I know what this is, and I will pass back to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Draw. Standby.
Yeah.
I will activate this frog to bring it back.
Yeah.
I will go to main phase.
Yeah.
And I'll activate the Miracle Fusion.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah.
The one and only. I'll banish Swap.
Yeah.
And then I'll banish the Mariner.
Sure.
And I'll summon the one and only Absolute Zero.
Yeah. Hello, beauty.
And then I will enter the battle phase. I'll swing for 100.
Yeah, I'll take the 100.
And then I'll swing for 3,000.
Yeah, I'll take that at no gores.
Okay, no gores. Beautiful. I will pass turn to you.
Draw.
Yeah.
So stand by main phase.
Yep.
This is tough. This is tough. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just set a monster and the back row, and I'll pass to you.
Okay. I will draw.
Yeah.
Standby main.
Sure.
I will tribute some.
Oh my!
I'll target your set monster.
Yeah. Bye. This is bye.
I will enter battle. I'll
Yeah.
attack for 24.
Yeah.
And then attack for 25 for game.
Yours.
Yeah.
This is my hand. This was my hand.
No.
Yeah, because like basically that was the only monsters I drew, plus the Dawn Caliber.
Oh.
But it was unfortunate. No, but I mean,
it was.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. But
you played it out really well because like you dragged it enough where you got enough draws.
Yeah. Because like
But
I was really
Ryza was just
hoping.
crazy.
Yeah, no, Ryza I think was it was insane.
Yeah.
No, but I mean I told you like the consistency of the hero frog in general is incredible. Honestly, I mean and. With a few cards I drew, I mean, I tried to stick, you know, and stay. But yeah, I mean, I think the Hero Frog, as we were mentioning before, is consistent, is good.
Yep.
I think he has a lot of good cards to come back into the game, like Miracle Fusion with the Absolute Zero. Basically, if you get rid of it, then you have a lot of troubles. And yeah, I mean, in general, I think if you have to give, you know, a suggestion, you know, to people watching at home, approaching the format, there are a lot of different decks. So basically. Do you change the deck sometimes? How do you basically approach the format in which there are a lot of different decks?
Yeah.
And also, I think that it's good. You know, it's worth mentioning that you know, Blackwing has been dominating, but in my opinion, Hero Frog now I think he has a lot of good chances, right? So
I think Hero Frog is probably gonna secure its spot in one of the top decks. I just really like the fact that like. It has those bomb cards like Miracle Fusion that just comes out of nowhere. Your opponent's like forced to like deal with it, and then but it also has like a lot of that like recursive grind game with like the Treeborn blocking attacks, giving you the draws, and it really feels like modern Yu-Gi-Oh for me. So like I kind of relate to it a little bit more, where I feel like I'm playing like a Vanquish Soul deck when I'm playing like the Frognark deck, right? So I think that's really neat. My biggest advice is that have fun with it. Like, I build a lot of, like, random decks for Medicine for fun. Like, for example, like, the Gigaplant with Gigavise. And so I build funky decks all the time in Edison just for fun. So, like, you don't always have to build the most competitive, the best deck in Edison, per se. Just really enjoy it. Like like I said, I build a lot of funky decks for fun with like Power Tool and all that stuff too, like the Power Tool deck. So at the end of the day, it's just like what you make with it. Like I go to locals, I play with people that I know, and I think it's a great time.
Yeah.
So maybe if you're entering a tournament, of course, and you want to be a little bit more competitive, then sure. But at the end of the day, just have fun. So
Yeah.
Yep.
Guys, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you
so
for having me.
hopefully we will be seeing you again, you know, tomorrow or Sunday. Best of luck for the tournament. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Guys, thank you for watching, and keep, you know, staying here tuned for more content for YCS Bologna 2023. We will be back soon. Thank you.
See you.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Age of Overlord. Swing into action. Seek the secrets of the Snake Eye. Discover the tomb of an ancient king. Your path to the top begins here. Age of Overlord. Available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Bologna 2023 for another interview, and I'm joined here by familiar face Vincenzo Rovino. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
And I mean, we're entering, you know, this YCS, and we have been in this venue quite recently for the Italian National Championship. So my first question, I also had the privilege before to interview Lorenzo Muselli, and you know, the current national champion. So how does it feel to be in this venue, but at a YCS?
So it feels weird because I've only saw Italians here till now, but now we are sharing this beautiful place with all the players from basically the whole world. But I don't have good memories from here because Italian national, for me, I had a different experience than Muselli. I went 2-4. So I'm ready to take my revenge.
Next year for the Italian National Championship, we will do better.
Yeah,
for sure.
Let's start.
Let's focus from this.
From now.
And starting from this YCS, indeed. I mean, let me ask you a few questions. Starting from the first one, how do you feel about this event? A lot has changed from Dortmund, our last European YCS. So, what was your approach entering into this event?
So I am pretty confident for this event. I've decided to play a deck that's really different compared to my Dortmund deck. I think this format is a little bit less healthy, so you cannot, like I did in Dortmund, only use your engine to win. You need to use some non-engine, some entraps, cards like that, and you basically need to simplify the game state as much as you can, and that's how I built my deck. I just looked for a deck that was really good in simplified game states and at simplifying the game states.
And also, I think it comes to my mind that not only there are a lot of different decks in this format, but there are also a lot of decks that basically have been staying there always. Like, for example, Tier Elements, super powerful as well.
Sprite is still
Sprite.
out there.
I also saw Rika and sometimes even Kashtira.
Yeah.
So, I mean, my question is, we have had the recent support from Centurion. In your opinion, of course, without spoiling it, your deck,
of course.
Like, if you were to choose a deck that will give you the much, you know, confidence, consistency, and which deck would you go for?
So I think Unchained is the most consistent, strong deck if you want an easy top. I mean, tops are never easy, of course, but if you want the best chance of doing well, I think Unchained is the safest pick. But even Centurion is really good. Also, it's new, so it has the surprise factor that a lot of times helps and helped the players in the past to win tournaments. So these two decks, I wouldn't play Tier, for example, because even though I love the deck, I think this time you cannot try and get lucky like I did in Dortmund, because the power level is a bit higher.
And I mean, I think that given that there are a lot, I think at least 10 different decks that may be entering this event, if not more, how do you usually approach your side deck in terms of, we have seen so far that a lot of different cards, at least 15 to 18, you can tell me better, such as Ash Blossom, Ghost Ogre, Nibiru and stuff like that. How do you usually approach your side deck in terms of, you know, I want to have this number of, you know, of cards in my deck and side deck?
So usually I have some numbers that I like. At 40 cards, I want to have 14 entraps when I go second against combo decks. So I just designed my side deck to have that. Something good against control. Usually at 3 of, I invest 3 slots for stun decks or labyrinth with a lot of floodgates and traps. But in my side decks, I also like silver bullets a lot, which are basically those auto-win cards that are really specific. And even in a format that is this wide, I like to have 3 or 6 slots that are specific just for the hardest matchups for my deck, just to have an auto-win when I draw those cards. Because I think you can manage most of the field
with 9 slots. Maybe they are not the best in every matchup, but they are still usable. And then keep 3 or 6 slots for the really like elephants in the room, and just have that weapon that most of people don't have.
Yeah, especially because, as you mentioned, sometimes I think you really have to rely on those key factors that people are not expecting, especially because like most of the decks now are built, I don't want to say in the same way, but on the same mentality. I want to play this number of cards, and then you have in the deck. And as you mentioned before, you really want to focus on this event, but having an eye on the future. My question is, do you have a goal for the year that is coming, which is I want to be in the race for the next World Championship?
So I have a goal for the game in general, which is winning the World Championship. And basically, until that moment, every year I just want to get better and better. So last year I tried the race, but this year I have a different mentality. I just want to get there with YCSs. My goal is to be able to top every event and win one in the year. And maybe if that ever happens, at that point I'll feel ready to play the World Championship.
Which I think, having it also one by one also keeps you your mentality of saying, I want to focus on this event, I want to test for this event, I want to do well. Let's take it from there.
As long as I get better and I gain experience, I feel like I'm working for my final goal, so I'm fine with that.
So I really wish you the best for this weekend, which is going to be a very fun one and interesting action. Thank you so much for being with us. So looking forward to see you again this weekend, hopefully.
Hopefully we see each other again.
And thank you so much, guys, for watching. And we will be back shortly with more content for YCS Bologna. Keep watching.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Bologna 2023. We're in our round 8 penultimate feature match here for the first day of our coverage. So in front of me I have Matteo Altamura and Victor Ivanov, who are both ready to get started with this match. Guys, we're going to do a high roll to see who's going to go first. So Matteo is going to roll first with a 11. Strong roll there. Oh, and a 12. Okay, Victor, you're going to go first. Victor is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Nadir, and Marcello, who are going to take you through the next 2 rounds. But let's start with round 8 first, shall we? Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 8. 2 more for the end of day 1, and we've got an exciting match for you guys lined up. Yet another deck.
Yeah, it's our Italian special. We've got Centurion, and it's a little interesting mix versus Branded this evening. It's going to be, well, we've seen so many different decks. I think Branded is maybe
still missing. Yeah, still missing. And the other one, as you mentioned, kind of like the special, because it was my pick. So in the last time we saw each other, we picked, you know, jokingly some of the decks that we expect to win, and my pick was an underdog one, which was a super heavy samurai deck list that included the Centurions, but I actually did manage to curse. Now I could reveal that it was Vincenzo Rovino that I kind of hoped to push, but from a 4-0 score he went for free after I named him, so unfortunately that's not happening.
It's on you. That's on you.
But we have a duelist which are undefeated at the moment with the same deck, and that is Matteo Altamura, which we are going to see in this round. Both duelists are undefeated. Again, a matchup we have not seen, 2 decks we have not seen, at least in this version, so I'm excited for it. I say let's just go to the table.
Excited to see this deck here and how it plays out. The new Centurion deck from Valiant Smashers has a really cool sort of mini, I want to say like 1-card combos and interactions that Centurion can put up, coupled with this super heavy samurai engine. But before we get ahead of ourselves here, Victor will be starting us off with the Branded strategy, beginning with deploying the troops. It's fusion deployment, revealing Guanganol, and this will get you Cartesia from the deck here.
What do you guys think of this choice right now, Branded? How does it lines up?
Branded is a deck that's been around a couple of years now, I think. It's had a lot of different iterations and versions. We've seen Chimera, we've seen more pure. Suffers from the same issues, I think, that it's always done, which is Branded Fusion is the centrifugal force of the deck. And if you stop a Branded Fusion, then the deck kind of really struggles. But I guess we'll get to see this archetype in full glory now as we are resolving Branded Fusion plus Fusion Deployment. This should end on quite a formidable setup here from Victor. Let's see what he makes for us today.
I think this is one of the most difficult deck, in my opinion, to play, because you have so many plays sometimes that you really have to be careful. We saw previously this year at the same venue, Branded Despia got top 4 at the National Championship.
Oh, that's a big DD Crow in the main. So Albion using the ability to go into a using a fusion monster material. Fallen of Albaz is the key component to all of the important extra deck pieces of Branded, most notably Mirror Jade. And by hitting the Fallen of Albaz, that's a big hit.
It's unexpected, honestly.
Yeah, in the main deck for sure, but we mentioned it, when you play super heavy samurais, you obviously need a lot more monsters in your deck, and what can you put in? Cards like Didicro, and works out for now.
Victor's deciding here whether or not he wants to chain this Cartesia to the Albion, get it in the graveyard so then it banishes itself. It gets a little bit more value that way. But it looks like he might just be choosing to resolve this chain here, as that Fallen of Albaz might be getting banished.
Oh.
But nope, he is in fact choosing to declare the effect of Cartesia.
Sure.
Yeah, so we've seen this sort of advantage generation that Branded can do quite well for a while now. Albion hitting the grave allows you to get a spell and trap from the deck in the end phase, and looks like we're using our hand here with the Cartesia.
Yeah, and the ad libitum is actually pretty good here. Let's see.
So this resolves here. Didicro gets banished, and now we have to resolve the Albion on the new chain here.
Which still, I think it's, I mean, it's not the end of the world for Victor, but, you know, getting rid of the Fallen Valba, this is something that you were not expecting at all. Especially because, like, I think he has the Crossout Designator as well.
Yeah, Crossout is a card that has been incorporated and branded for a while because that's just how important it is to hit Ash Blossom.
Yeah.
Oh, a Veiler on the Granganol as well.
Okay.
All right.
And another Crow.
Another Crow on the Albion. Triple hand trap out here. Didicro arguably one of the better hand traps against branded outside of Ash.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, this is rough because we had that really cool setup with the Libellion for the Albion being brought back from Libitum. But now the Libitum won't be bringing this back, and on top of that, the Albion won't be getting the end phase effect. So this is a little rough here. Did we resolve Granganol to send from deck?
No, it got Vadered. So.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh,
my God! Even then it beat him.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it is what it is.
And I mean, Centurion just needs pretty much a card to
One
combo.
card starter deck. Yeah, you have like 12 starters in Centurion. So if we draw any of them, then you can set up your, well, there's a couple of versions. I suppose we'll see exactly what Matteo can come up with here.
What a start.
Token is going to be quite massive as we have 2 fusions hitting the grave here. And 1 set.
You can tell that Victor is not happy with it.
I don't think it's very often you receive 4 hand traps. That's a lot. There's not a lot of decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! That can play through 4.
Yeah. Especially Didicro, because as you mentioned, I think against, you know, branded is huge.
Yeah. Denying a lot of those powerful fusion effects, the Miracle Fusion style of the Albion being denied, Albion's end phase effect being denied. Okay, actually, we still get to resolve the Quem.
Yeah, banishes the Grangugnol to special summon it from the deck, and now can use the effect of Quem.
Yeah, so locked into fusions, not able to use her ability as a chinner, but it is still gonna get you some kind of value potentially. I'd be very impressed. Like, if Victor makes anything valuable here, I'll be like extremely impressed, because that's 4 disruptions. And using her effect here to send the Branded Retribution. Branded Retribution can then recycle the Branded Fusion back to your hand for the next turn, assuming we do get to a next turn, but
that's about it.
All right, 2 cards in hand from Matteo. We only need 1 to get our Centurion engine popping off.
And even any of the super heavy, you know, they are also 1-card combos, so that could be good. Let's see. Okay,
Centurion, stand up.
That's a pretty good one. Is there a response? Nope.
Yeah, that's the 1-card starter engine. This is why Centurion does really well. Activating the effect here, placing from the deck into the spell and trap zone. It is a very sort of obscure kind of mechanic that Centurion utilizes. It is a deck which puts monsters from the deck to the spell and trap zone. It actually circumvents Ash Blossom quite well. Deck is decent at playing through disruption, and so kind of like the hero monsters of Faris in combination with Increase in the way it works.
Like Infernity, but you gotta be a little old to understand this one.
Interesting reference. Yeah, okay, so you can also do cool plays by manipulating your levels with the Centurion monsters. This is why this deck has the level 12 as the sort of boss monster. But also lets you go into things like Crimson Dragon. And it's very rare that Crimson Dragon, or sorry, rather Hot Red Archfiend, is used in decks that doesn't afford you a lot of like bricks in your main deck.
No, it's definitely a powerhouse, and I was surprised again when we had a look at the deck breakdown that it wasn't as popular as other choices. Ooh,
Super Polymerization.
The last card is Super Polymerization. Wow.
That's really funny that we had Crossout the whole time for 4 hand traps and it just wasn't live because he doesn't play any of those cards. If any of it was Ash Blossom, he would have been a lot happier actually, but okay.
Yeah, Super Polymerization.
Using the Quem and the Quaratus here. And I think if that last card in hand isn't a Wakaushi, then it's going to be quite hard for Mateo
He's
to do
completely
much.
out of cards now.
Does he have one in hand? Oh, because you have
No,
to discard.
because you have to discard for the field
yeah.
spell, and he discarded the Fenrir, so he's pretty much left with what we can see. Some Centurions deck play like you know, and Dark in the actual deck. Does he play any of the Charmers? Maybe try and link. No.
No, he doesn't.
Let's see.
Typhon, interesting. Typhon seems like a card that's actually really good against Branded, because there's a lot of high-level fusion monsters that it can deny the effect being used. Choosing to send away the token with the Star Slayer, and back to the extra, or returning away token, just it going invisible, I suppose. And we're just going to keep the Karatas on the field here. And it doesn't really do too much in itself, but we do have the Retribution next turn. And that's going to get Branded Fusion back in flow. So despite everything that Victor has had thrown at him, he's still kind of in this, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I mean, good for Victor, because like the Super Poly here really helped him out a lot, because here now he's back in play.
Absolutely, and although he shouldn't be taken for granted, as you can see here, one of the key cards this weekend will be the Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. Great card.
Seen this a couple times on stream already, and all it requires as a summoning condition is that your opponent summon 2 monsters from the extra deck on the previous turn, similar to Zeus in the sense that it is an Xyz that you put on top of anything, and then based on the conditions, it summons itself. It's Zodiacs really have changed, haven't they?
You could say that.
There's the Branded Fusion. No cards remaining from Mateo here, and Victor is going to pull off quite an impressive turn here, I feel, with all of this graveyard available to him. Tragedy as well. That's going to be able to search for a Alabar potentially as his normal summon as we go into Lebellion, discarding the top-decked Super Poly, it looks like. Yeah, so that's going to be able to recycle any of the fusions in the graveyard, go into Mirror Jade, and on top of that, the Tragedy gives you the search of that Alabar.
Which I think is good news for Victor, because basically Mateo is left at top deck. And I mean, after the start that we saw with Double Crow, Veiler, and Nibiru.
Lebellion recycling from the banished cards is really incredible. Lebellion just gives you like that grind game that Branded is so good at. If you can get through the initial hurdle of the turn 1, making sure that you push through your Branded Fusion, as well as coupled with Cartesia, gives you some options here, as we are seeing Victor masterfully playing this Despia deck up into the Mirror Jade, the most formidable boss monster in Despia, as we've got the Alabar coming down as well. So much power here. There is also the Branded in red, recycling the Albaz in the grave if we need to, going into another fusion. I'm genuinely impressed that he's managed to like come back through this, like through 4 hand traps.
Great showcase, honestly, yeah. And now we can move to the battle phase. We have access.
What's
to
Typhon's defense? Is it 3,000?
29.
Is it 29?
Just
Just small enough.
Yeah.
Mirror Jade can attack over it now. It's back online here.
I think this may be enough.
Yeah, no, it's Mirror Jade banish plus the Branded in red in the hand here. Like, that's just enough with the disruption. I don't think this is enough for 8,000 though, is it?
No, the issue is whatever you use with the red also cannot attack directly.
Yeah, exactly. So this right here is all he can do damage with.
I thought he could have if you basically you attack with the first one and then you use red and you
attack into the monster
with the one that you summon with. Maybe that was enough, but still, this is plenty of advantage.
Wow, unbelievable! Scoops it up here. Mateo losing despite 4 disruptions being thrown at Victor here. That is an incredible display of Branded by Victor. Wow. Let's head back on over to the table and talk about that game 1. In just a moment. Right, production? All right, so let's talk a little bit about going into game number 2 here.
Absolutely. As mentioned, game 1 all the way down, but now things are quite different. It will be the combo deck going first. We'll see whether he opens up some of these super heavy samurais.
And I mean, we can expect those DD Crows to stay in the deck for sure. Amazing in the matchup, we mentioned it. And usually a combo deck doesn't side that much going first. What do you guys think?
No, I mean, honestly, there's a solid judgment which he might side in and then bring out the Nibiru. Just, you know, he's going first, so I really see them coming in, honestly. Just a generic card. And
yeah, I think, yeah, as you mentioned, his main deck is pretty well suited for going first. A lot of hand traps, but they're fine to just keep in, honestly. Solemn Judgment, as he said, is good enough. And we'll see just exactly if we can set up that Crimson Dragon combo and also utilizing the Super Heavy Samurais. Try and get a little bit of a display of what exactly that provides for the Centurion archetype.
On the other end, though, obviously Centurion, although not as popular as we expected, was a deck that our duelists this weekend prepared for. And this is exactly the same case for Victor, who has quite a few tools, right?
Yeah, it's... in this matchup specifically, I mean... It's hard to really play through a Calamity, I think, is maybe like the issue,
yeah,
right?
You need to prevent it, kind of like.
Exactly.
I think he might side in the other two Saroniers because against Centurion, all the bestials are very powerful. And if he feels like he could also sign in the other two copies of Ash Blossom, as you were mentioning, so...
Yeah, that could be the case.
Yeah.
Phantasmai, maybe, I mean, only if he sees maybe super heavy, but it's mostly going to be used for synchros, so not really the case in this matchup. But our duelists are ready, so let's jump back into game 2.
Lots of one-card starters available here for Matteo, and let's see just exactly what he can do with the Centurion strategy. Both players drawing up to 5, starting game number 2 here, and I think he might feel a little bit shaken, right? If I drop 4 hand traps on my opponent and have a starter, like that sounds like a bit of a custom hand, and still losing. That's rough.
Oof, but this is a great start. The best. Arguably the best, but alongside Bike, yeah, one of the best super heavy cards to open with. Let's see if there is a response on the other side. Not much can interact with this, just Ghost Ogre mainly.
Wakaushi is the scale effect of the Super Heavy Samurai, one of the more recent support cards, being able to get out that big Benkai from the deck and facilitate some rank 4 plays, potentially. Or, of course, in this matchup specifically, we'll be most likely using them for synchros. So let's see what you can do here.
A lot of different options available. And interestingly enough, he goes to search one of the extenders of the deck. Maybe not going for that normal summon and using it for the Centurions. Let's see.
Soul Gaia searched out here as we target the Wakaushi to equip it from our hand here.
Yep.
And then that can, I think, special summon itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Be great to hear, you know, the story of, you know, mixing these cards with the new coming Centurions, no?
I think when you're a big fan of Super Heavy Samurai and you lost the Link 1, you take any excuse to play this archetype again. Here's our first synchro here.
Yeah, this is a very nice combo. This allows you to special summon your scale, which it instantly gives you 2 level 8s. This was played, for example, by Federico Mecozzi back in the Dragon Slayer strategy in Dorman, where it was played for a different purpose, but in this case, yeah, it allows you to either go for a synchro level 12, as this is gonna happen now, and this is a very, very nice card. Yeah, and this gives you access to the Centurion engine.
As if this deck needed more consistency here, drawing off of the Centurion, and yeah, I mean, it's amazing just how much one single card can do in this deck.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what the story is. One card combos, cool interactions and synergies crossing over between the decks to give you that consistency. That's the emblem.
Yeah, emblema.
Seems as Victor hasn't faced yet any other single Centurion deck so far.
He might be reading them for the first time today.
But still, we mentioned it. I mean, we were expecting, you know, more players relying on this deck this weekend, and maybe we will see others tomorrow. But you know, so far, I think Victor's strategy is paying off. So
beautiful synergy being displayed here between the two decks. One of the coolest things is just being able to play an archetype as a sort of combo deck that gives you so many different crossover plays in the sense that one engine gets you to the other one.
Oh, but he drew the one off, so now he's gonna most likely go for the usual starting combo, but he already has access to the level 12, which is interesting, because now you should be careful about your cards. You can get hit by a very strong Nibiru from your opponent, and that would hurt.
Yeah, one of the advantages of Centurion is it can kind of act a little bit more mid-rangey and just on 4 summons, summon your big synchro, and then leave it there. But we're going to keep going with Primera here. Get the Tridea out of the deck, special summon, and see what we make from there. I don't know what you would really go for once you've already made the synchro.
Yeah.
But get a nice little display here of the deck by Matteo as we get the reborn of the deck, the recursion. And this is what gives you so much follow-up, actually, in Centurion. You have this constant 1-card flowing engine, gives you resources out of the graveyard, placing them into the spell and trap zone. And yeah, it's very hard to sometimes cut this deck off once it gets going.
Yeah, because usually Centurion ends up on the Legacy, and then in the end phase you bring back one of your pieces, and in your opponent's main phase you're able basically to synchro summon one monster. But let's see if he wants to overextend this and having another piece on the field as well.
Yeah, the field spell is such an important part of the deck here because that's what allows you to synchro on your opponent's turn. Just if a monster is special summon, that includes your Centurions out of the spell and trap zone. That's what gets you into your opponent's turn here. So the reason we have to go for the spell from the deck here is that because we drew the Emmet, we need to bring it out of the graveyard. And there it is, Crimson Dragon.
Interesting. So it goes for it, and
yeah, because you basically have access to 2 Crimson Dragons this way, one during your turn, one during your opponent's turns. And usually they can go for a few other options. Sometimes the Blazer Dragon is the one you open with. Let's see, but there is a Bestial Chained.
Bestial Druid's Worm actually kind of huge here, denying the Primera from coming back on the following turn here. That's going to deny Matteo the rest of the engine.
You said the Blazer.
Cosmic Blazar is particularly good against a branded strategy since spells and traps are heart and soul of branded. Using the Blazar to deny a branded fusion potentially is going to be massive. All right, looks like Victor has only been playing mirror matches in his testing.
so far. Also during this tournament, maybe.
You're going to read all of these Centurion cards here. Yeah, so the Cosmic Blazar is some synchro support we've seen for Synchrons, I guess, in a way, ever since Junk Speeder was released and utilized as an engine here for the Crimson Dragon. There's no point in using all of these crazy tuners and special summons if you can just tag into it, really.
Just need one and then that's it, no?
Makes life so much easier.
So I think he's ending. Yeah, I think he's going to end phase, maybe. No, not yet.
Oh, by the way, yes, we did all of this without normal summoning. That's cool. It's normal summoning the motorbike now. So what are we going to do with the motorbike here? We need to deal with Druid's Worm, but Druid's Worm hits the graveyard from the field, going to send a special summon monster, so...
I think it would be nice, because then in the end phase he can bring back the Emmet, and then... he's not playing the Chaos Angel, though.
8 plus the 2 on the opponent's turn here. We'll see what he goes into. Probably quick synchro into maybe Baron. Is that possible?
Because he's missing the tuner, right? Oh no, but there's the motorbike is tuner. So yeah, I think it's Baron, right? I think that's the only one he's playing in the extra deck.
Sure.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense, though. Yeah.
All right, Victor drawn for turn here, 5 in hand. Let's see how we're going to tackle this. A lot to deal with. And maybe putting the Legatia in defense might have been potentially worth it. Since worst case scenario, if you really want to, you can try and go Druid's Worm Crash and then force out Blazar. Making some plays here with Victor, thinking through the options that's available to him because... yeah, this is quite a hard field to crack here. We've opened Lebellion, that's a good start. get into the Bestial engine. We've already denied Primera, so far so good on Victor's side. Check and see if we've got any targets here. Don't really play the Magnamut despite how popular the engine is. Because in this deck, Saranir is so much more important. Giving you all the resources directly from the deck here into the graveyard.
Yep, and there it's the Baron we talked about.
Yeah, Baron the floor, Omni Negate, Blazar Dragon, Spell Trap Negate. It's going to be a lot to try and deny here. Let's see what we can do. Forcing out potentially now because Lebellion gets to bring itself out of the graveyard here. It's really good that we started with the Lebellion as our first action because the special summon effects of the Centurions are only main phase.
Yeah.
So it doesn't allow you to shotgun into Baron or anything. You do get your first action relatively for free.
You could even negate this if you wanted with the Blazer, the summon, I mean.
Yeah.
For now, yeah, it's just gonna use the Baron and the effect of the Druidborn.
Yeah, the issue is the summoning requirement of the Lebellion is always going to trigger the Druid's Worm regardless of what happens. So forcing out that Baron there, having to use the negate to keep itself on the field, and we're going to keep going here. We've got Fusion Deployment revealing Albion special summon out of the deck here. And that is going to get us Fallen of Albaz.
Yep. And to this, we are also going to be forced to change something.
Yeah, Fallen of Albaz gets to use the Blazar Dragon as a material.
Oh yeah, you should first use the effect, right?
Yeah.
Is he discarded for cost?
No.
Did we...
Right?
There's a deployment in the graveyard. Was it a second deployment he discarded?
No.
Okay. Oh, he's just contact fusing with the dragon, isn't he? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, makes
No,
sense.
no, yeah, makes sense.
Ooh, that's huge.
I see.
Wow, we didn't see this coming.
Yeah, Lenitus, it's been a while here. People usually have the fear when playing Dragon Link as an example. You can't just set Albaz
That's so big.
and then contact fuse a dragon off of the field here. So summoning Albaz, no effect. Contact fusing using your opponent's field, summoning the Lenitus into the normal summon. Aliber trying to get into the branded fusion, but Veiler is huge.
Yeah, the Veiler is huge, but that was a crazy line because he could have negated the deployment.
Yeah.
And the Cosmic Blazer was so hard to out, but now it's gone.
Yeah,
especially,
one of the most...
I mean, I don't see you see that coming, no?
Like, yeah, I guess maybe it's hard to really detect here, but at the same time, I think like it's probably too late when you realize, wait a minute, why are they not discarding?
Yeah, when you
Albaz?
realize it becomes obvious, you know, it's one of those things. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
one of the most powerful types of removal in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is contact fusing, tributing. That's why Kaijus, Lava Golem have always been really good. And well, if you just get to contact fuse with your opponent's field here, you don't have to worry about any of the card effects.
Yep.
Now, the problem is how do you access any fusion plays? We have used the Albaz as a material, but if we don't have something like Cartesia access, maybe a branded in red, and I don't think we have branded fusion. That might have been used very quickly already.
But I think, yeah, now that plays back to Matteo, there is
just not enough.
Yeah, for now it's just gonna push some
Clear
damage.
Yeah, just clear the whole field, and Victor's in a rough spot here because now the Baron, while is only usable once while on the field, we can tag into for more resources on the opponent's standby phase, and that's going to generate further follow-up here unless Victor can find something big off the top.
Because he could also just, use it in the standby phase, right, to send back something and special summon from the grave, something that could be more useful than the Baron, but I think he passed. Wow, and there's an Ash
as well. All right, let's see if we get punished by top decking branded fusion right now.
Are we using the Baron? Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
You're using the standby, and this way you can get back the
Motorbike can remake it in the main phase.
Yep. Just make it now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, when it wants to special summon, trigger stand up back into Baron once while on the field.
Well played.
Well, now we're tagging back in here.
Well played by Matteo here with this tweaky Baron coming back.
Yeah, Victor is in a real tricky spot right now. Branded lost. Okay.
This is an interesting one, no?
because you cannot negate the branded fusion if it resolves, right? So.
Yeah, branded loss is extremely crazy because it denies the. It works as like sort of like magical meltdown for anyone who played a couple years ago. The protection of your fusion summon being negated, and also on top of that, on the summon of your fusion monster, your opponent can't activate any cards. So you can use like your sort of turn player priority on the summon of your fusion, activate Mirror Jade. Your opponent can't respond. Really powerful interaction in branded. Ooh, normal summon Albaz. We're using the effect here. And I assume branded loss doesn't protect Albaz. Discards the Saronir, attempts to fuse with the opponent's field. Yeah, it looks like you actually can't respond with the lost here, so that is insulating the Albaz from the Baron we remade there, and then here's the Mirror Jade. And again, as mentioned, he could choose to use this on summon.
This is big, yeah.
Oh, he does play Magnamon, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's playing 3 plus Trismo, 1 Magna, 1 Saronir. Yeah.
Sends Retribution, and adds the Albion, and then the Albion can send the branded fusion. And now we have access to branded fusion. Oh wow, he's really turned it around. That branded loss was massive. Gets to get the draw here. Branded Retribution, banish, add back branded fusion, activate branded fusion. Another Ash Blossom. That's so unfortunate. 2 Ashes, 2 turns in a row.
But I think Matteo is left without any cards, right? In hand?
Yeah, I don't think he's got too many resources.
No, I think he's got 0 in hand, and yeah, this is still huge.
Yeah, the Benkai is not doing too much in this game, is it?
Yeah, even if you just send this and set the Brenner in red in the end phase, I think this is totally fine.
Just checking here to see if there's anything in the graveyard that we can use to manipulate, but it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of options available to Matteo. That one-off branded loss coming in so clutch here. Yeah, and as you mentioned, he's going for that Albion in the graveyard, which is going to be able to provide more follow-up, more resources, or disruption, depending on what Matteo does on his turn here.
Yeah, I mean, he's considering it, but I think that's the best option to go for. Yeah, he sends the Albion. Yeah.
Deals 3,000 points of damage with the Mirror Jade. Sets a card as well.
Okay.
I don't think we know what that is it?
No, we don't know. It might be an impermanence.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, and there is the Brennan in red, which makes this so tough. And yeah, I don't know what can save Matteo. He has already done through so many of his
Have we seen Victor before at a YCS on branded at a feature match? It feels very familiar. But he's made such an incredible display of the deck. He's actually making branded look good. Sorry, that came out wrong. He's making branded look very, very good. Yeah. Yeah, 2 set cards into top deck. Based on his face here, Matteo's looking a little glum right now.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do?
Not really sure we've top decked anything useful here.
Maybe simply passed.
Oh yeah, actually, potentially. We don't have the table audio, unfortunately, so we don't know what the players are saying to each other, but there is a world where this is just passing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it looks like that is indeed what he's doing here.
Yeah, and that's it. So
Victor draw with a normal Oliver. Huge.
Kind of slammed into the table and
add an Oliver, normal summon Oliver, add the branded fusion. No negations because of loss, send the Albaz, and yeah, we just need to do 5,000 points of damage here. We got 48 on the field already, so. Send Libitum, going through the motions here. And our fusion of choice is Libellion, discard, recycle from the graveyard, make a Masquerade, whatever you like, you know, just having fun at this point.
Maybe just avoid the 5th summon, and that's it.
Yeah, this is 3, I guess. Even 4 with Libitum if we really want to. Recycle the Albion and the Albaz. Yeah, so Borrowload Furious Dragon is how we're going to end this one out here. And Victor has taken this 2-0 with a branded strategy, making this deck look so powerful through 4 disruptions we saw in that game 1.
Absolutely.
4 hand traps, I mean,
what a
still
show
winning.
off. I mean, honestly, navigating through 4 hand traps, I think we've never seen it, honestly. I mean, 4 hand traps and 1 piece of engine. I mean, congrats.
And not just that, because as you mentioned, 2 completely different games. same ending. Game 1, he was met with multiple DD Crows in the main deck, Nibiru, and then still managed to come out on top. Game 2, he faced a very strong opening from his opponent, including that Cosmic Blazer, and I gotta say the MVP was that Fusion Deployment, which we thought he was gonna go for the Albus effect. Instead, he was
I think the main turnaround there was maybe the Baron should have been used on the deployment, right?
Most likely, but yeah, that Alba Lenatus was the MVP for him.
Yeah.
That cheeky, as you mentioned, Cocktail Fusion, Chimera Deck Fortress-like effect, buff for dragons.
That's an old school reference.
Yeah, absolutely. I am old. And that worked.
That's not what I meant.
No. That's what I meant. And yeah, that worked out great. And 8-0. Wow.
Yeah, that's
impressive.
incredible. Yeah.
Impressive. Regardless, he's
good.
safe to walk into day 2. They both were, because they both were 7-0. But, 8-0 is incredible. And if he wins this one out, he might be guaranteed a place in the top cut regardless. Usually we mentioned it, like 9-3 might not be enough. Usually 9-1-2 is what you need. But, like, if you go 9-0, chances are you are the one that you will sneak into the top cut, we could say. But yeah, it was definitely an exciting match, and I suggest any of you guys, if you've missed any of the action, to later on go back and watch it. But one more round remaining for the day, guys.
One last round for us here, and yeah, I'm excited. Maybe we'll get another new deck we haven't seen.
Yeah, we have seen 8 different ones, and why not?
Have we seen Cybers yet?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get some Cybers action.
Absolutely.
That's what we're missing now. So many viable decks, so many things we could potentially see. So
we had a 48% others, so we can see a bunch of different decks for sure throughout the weekend. And I can tell you that I was walking through the top tables in the last round, and I've seen a bunch of stuff. So yeah, for sure we can see some of them still in, and again, as mentioned, they pretty much guarantee next 2 record to make it to day 2 safely, I would say, but obviously more and more duelists are going to advance to day 2. But these, I feel like, will be the rounds that matter the most. Like we have discussed a few times with Alberto, but I feel like last round of day 1 might be the hardest, because it's the one that you play at the latest hours regardless throughout the entire weekend, and I think, your mental focus really pays in, and it's not for everybody, I think.
I think it really is, when you go XO on day 1, it sort of gives you that massive sort of cushion for day 2, because you just need to win 1 game to lock it.
Absolutely.
So it's very safe if you can make it 1 more.
But regardless, Victor will be guaranteed a spot in day 2, but let's hear it from him. The Despia Master, 8-0 with the deck. Ed is ready. Let's interview him.
Thank you, Marcello. I am here with Victor Ivanov, who just won that round 8 feature match. Now 8-0 here at YCS Bologna. Congratulations. You were just telling me, not only is that your first ever feature match, but you picked up Yu-Gi-Oh! For this kind of level of Yu-Gi-Oh! in 2019.
Yeah, I picked up Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2019, then 2 years of COVID hit, so that's kind of sad. But yeah, I've been playing ever since COVID, kind of more competitively. I won Nationals last year, this year, 2023.
Congrats.
Yeah, thanks. And yes, it's been really fun playing the game. I really enjoy it. And I really love you guys playing, doing so many events, especially in Europe, because it's really cheap to travel in Europe. So.
Well, we're pleased to have you here, and we're pleased to see you taking that 8-0 feature match. So let's talk a bit about the game, because you were against Matteo, and Matteo had a lot of disruptions that you managed to play around really well. So Matteo had a crazy amount of hand traps, 2 DD Crow, 1 Veiler, 1 Nib in that first game, but you still managed to fight to a win. So talk to us about what's going through your mind when you're seeing that many disruptions so quickly.
I'm actually really happy, he had 4 hand traps, because if there were just 2 or 3, my board wasn't gonna get any better, and his hands is going to be even better because he has more engine if he has 2 or 3, just 2 or 3 hand traps. But having 4 hand traps, I was like, oh, sure, yeah, I can take that. They at a certain point, they just really don't do anything. And yep, he had no engine, so I won.
You did, and then we get into game 2. Pretty much the same. Matteo built a really strong field. You managed to play through everything really confidently, and even the commentators were saying it was such a great display of the branded deck. So
the deck's really good at going second.
So what is it that attracts you to the branded deck, and how, have you been playing that since it came out?
I've been playing the deck for well over 1,000 hours.
You've put in the time.
Yeah, but actually. Yeah, well, it's a really good deck. Honestly, it's gonna sound a bit cringy, but I think it's like the best deck for this format because it has a really good matchup against Enchant, a really good matchup against Rescue Ace, and I figured that's gonna be like the most popular here. I've played 0 Rescue Ace, but I've played 4 Unchained, or 3 Unchained was it, and I've been having a blast playing true Unchained boards. Like the deck's really good. And I've played it for a while.
I like your enthusiasm, but yeah, you're right. Unchained and Rescue Ace are both 12% each of all the makeup of all the decks here, which is quite a big representation, but it's a really diverse format. So as a result, is there anything that you're worried about with the Branded, or are you that confident in your ability with your deck, your 1,000 hours?
Well, I am worried about one particular matchup, but I'm not gonna say on camera because it's gonna be really bad tomorrow if I match up with someone that playing that deck. He absolutely knows that I'm gonna lose the game.
Okay, well, fair enough. Congratulations, very well done. You've only got one more round today of this Swiss. Obviously, they don't have 3 more, but congrats. I hope the final round of today goes well for you and the remainder of Swiss. We may indeed see you in the top cut with that Branded deck. Best of luck to you. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got one more feature match coming up, but before that, we've got a special little thing that we've been doing on the Friday of these weekends. We record a couple of duels for you, whether it's a speed duel, whether it's Time Wizard formats, but we've done something quite interesting called Dueling Chronicles, which is where we take old YCS finals and reenact exactly the kind of deck battles that were going on. So let's take a look at one of them right now.
Hello everyone and welcome back to coverage of YCS Bologna. We've got a special treat for you today. We've got some Dueling Chronicles. So Marcello and I here are going to be recreating the final of 2012 YCS Long Beach, or at least we're going to try, because
Yeah.
Marcello might win. So, you know, we might end up with a different winner this time. So I am representing Michael Balan, and he ran the Dark World deck. There was kind of a bit of a rogue pick back at the time, so you're running the more popular deck here. You've got the Dino Rabbit deck. So just to give you a little bit of context about the deck, so players might be familiar with the Dark World deck today as this absolute behemoth that draws through its entire deck and summons 100 monsters and takes all of your opponent's cards and so on. So it still had the core of the deck. It could still do a lot of actions in one turn, and a lot of the Dark World cards aren't once per turn, the older ones.
Yeah.
But it doesn't quite hit the same as it does now. But you're more focused on the kind of recursive power of summoning Grapha from your graveyard every turn. So it's a very big monster here, and you can just summon it for free if you've got it in your graveyard just by returning a Dark World on the field to your hand. And then you can make use of cards like Skill Drain, Deck Devastation, Virus, etc. to really drive home this Grapha.
No, but absolutely. But as you mentioned, I think we should give credits to Mike, because first and foremost, YCS Long Beach is still to this day the largest Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament ever held. A crazy amount of participants from all over the world, and Dark World was a shock. I still remember to this day. I used to play back in the day. Unfortunately, I didn't go to Long Beach, but yeah, that was just a shock. First of all, nobody expected such a high number of players, and definitely not Dark World, but it was a crazy event. I still remember that in the top 4 we even had the Piper deck, which also was something that we have not seen at all. But from my recreation on side, obviously Simon E with the Dino Rabbit deck, that's a safe pick. It was one of the most popular decks throughout all of 2012, even later on at the European Championship. And it is one of those decks where, it's all about Rescue Rabbit. It's all about this little bunny that, unless stopped, allows you to bring, these Sabersaurus and Cabalzaus from the deck, which allows you to make a lot of powerful XYZs monsters, some of them. And I gotta say, I do have a soft spot for this deck, which are obviously Lagia and Dolka. Amazing cards, honestly, to this day. If you open up Ed, I'm talking to you, in the Dinosaur deck, Dolka, that can be a really, really, really good card, not once per turn, and yeah, it's actually a really good deck. The problem is when you don't open this little bunny, because sometimes you do struggle, but I mean, there are a few ways to access the card. Yeah.
This deck, I feel like, out of like decks with longevity, it was around for a long time, and it was very popular. Players really liked the you know, the strategy. It's a very simple strategy, but it's very effective.
Absolutely, and yeah, I did enjoy it. Also, we gotta mention that it changed significantly across the formats, because at the beginning, you know, with the ignition priority still present, there was a huge difference whether you could just normal summon the rabbit, and before your opponent could respond, you could banish it, so it played around Effect Veiler. That changed, and at the end of 2012, you couldn't do that anymore, which made the Effect Veiler much more threatening against, you know, the Rescue Rabbit, but yeah, that deck, absolutely powerhouse, played throughout a lot of different years, yeah. Do you think we should see whether the result will stay the same?
I'm raring to get into it. Should we shuffle up?
Yes, let's shuffle up. Let's shuffle up. What do you think of this matchup in general?
Well, funnily enough, I was chatting to Simon about it today, because he's still here. He's still kicking around, just like us old folks.
Absolutely.
And he said if he played anything else, he thinks he would have won. But he wasn't too fond of this one. But I mean, this is the sort of matchup where the side deck might heavily influence it, if you were running cards like Macrocosmos or something in the side deck.
Yeah, at the same time, as you mentioned, nobody expected Dark Word, so it's kind of one of those things where you probably look at your side deck and you're like, am I lucky enough to have something that will be good against this deck? And I think Dark Word, across all the years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been very peculiar, you know, in having very few specific side deck cards that are good against it, and a lot of the others are usually completely useless, and that probably has been the case for him. Absolutely, and yeah, as you mentioned, though, there are significant differences from back in the day. And first of all, let's see this die roll.
Yeah.
You feeling lucky, Tom?
Always. I have to feel lucky to play Dark World.
Let's see. I rolled a 12 earlier today.
Did you?
I did. But this is 6, okay.
Okay. You ready?
Absolutely.
What am I going to get?
A 5. Oh!
There was a 5. You didn't say what the other dice was, though, so...
Fair enough.
Right, so I will go first, and so we're in 2012, so I think I actually get to draw one extra card for my turn. Is that right?
Absolutely, it is.
That sounds great to me.
Yeah, not
all
exactly
right.
to me. Hit me with the card destruction. I know.
You know. Okay.
I know.
Okay, so I've drawn for my turn, and I'll go into my main phase 1, and I'm going to normal summon Torguide from the Underworld. Do you have any feelings about it? Can I activate the effect? Can I resolve the effect?
There is a little cheeky insect back in 2012, which would be nice here. Unfortunately, I don't got it. I ain't got it.
Oh, that's good news for me. That's good news for me.
I ain't got it.
You know, if I was more accomplished, I would know which monster I'm supposed to summon out of another copy of Torguide and a Brow. I'm just going to go with the Brow.
Fair enough. You know what is also pretty good against the Tour Guide, the before mentioned Effect Vader, but Simon only played 1, so unfortunately did not throw it.
And I'm gonna have to XYZ summon. I can't put it here.
No,
I would like to.
Can't.
I would like to, but for now we'll have to leave it there. I'm gonna make a Leviathan Dragon.
Okay.
Which one I should detach here? I'll go with the Brow.
Yeah, I'm expecting a gate, but if you say that, probably you don't have that in your hand, right?
And then, luckily for you, I have no gates.
Ooh, but 4.
I do have 4.
Wow.
We're going to have a lot of fun today. We're going to have a lot of fun.
I did not expect this.
And then I'll pass over to you. There's more traps in this deck than you might have thought, given like today's Dark World deck, which runs approximately... It's a deck that kind of runs -5 traps almost. Like, you know, other decks run some defensive cards. But
Totally. Did you play? What did you remember about, you know, back in 2012?
I think I was actually quite fond of this deck. I was a bit younger, so the strong appeal for this deck is that you could buy 3 structure decks, and that was pretty much the whole deck. So I was a big fan of it.
Well, I'm gonna take it slow, Tom.
You're gonna take it
slow? Let's chill here. Let's enjoy. Let's reminisce this past. I'm gonna set just 1 face down monster. I'm still back in my 2005 era. Okay. And I'll just set a couple of face down spell and traps, and yeah, you can go.
Okay, so I will draw 1 for my turn. See, I know you said you wanted to take it slow, but I'm not feeling slow.
Okay.
I don't want to be cautious. I want to be what's the opposite of cautious?
Tom Payne.
Okay. Almost there. I'm actually going to be reckless.
Oof, I knew what was coming. And
Is
you
that
can
all
draw.
right? Can I draw 2?
You can. You absolutely
Thank you
can.
very much. Okay. But I'm not just feeling reckless.
Feeling extra reckless.
Feeling extra reckless indeed.
Oof. Okay.
Is that all right? Is this one you might want to respond to the second
It's
one?
not really alright, but sure.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, let's say it is. Yeah.
Okay. But I wasn't actually just feeling
No.
double.
No. What? What? No way.
I've got the spirit of the
wow.
YCS Long Beach champion here. So I'm going to draw even more cards.
I know how to feel, Simon. I know. Now I know. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. What can I
Wow.
say? This
I mean-
this is how you're supposed to play it, I thought.
Yeah. Great lesson, honestly.
Thank you. Okay, well, because I'm feeling generous, I've drawn a lot of cards, but I think you should be able to draw some too.
Okay.
So I'll activate a Dark World Dealings.
All right. I'm okay with that. Let's draw a card. Well, not happy with this.
Why not?
I'll get rid of this card.
I will get rid of this one.
Perfect. I think yours is slightly better than mine.
Yeah, because yours is a spell card, you know? We like
Yeah.
monsters here, so
I know.
I'm going to activate Grapha.
Yep.
And I get to target one card you control and then destroy it. So I'm going to target this one.
Yeah, that's very well played by you.
Thank you. Is it? I'm wondering what you said. I mean, it's probably just a Sangan. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay, I'll try to activate the effect and let's see what this brings me. Is that fine?
I'm a time wizard, so that means I can manifest an ash blossom.
So in other situations, I would definitely go for my little bunny, but right here I'm thinking I might have to go for that insect. It's not great though. It's not great. Also, because I'm feeling you might have more disruption for my end. The thing is, kind of threatening position right now. I will go for the bunny.
For the
Let's go
bunny?
for the bunny.
I'm okay with that. You can go for a bunny.
Even if I don't get to see another turn, at least I'll go down with the bunny.
That makes sense to me.
We want to stay close to each other.
I don't know if I should. I don't know, how mean are we feeling? Are we feeling like we shouldn't have another turn?
Yes.
Are you feeling nasty?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, you said you don't know. Let's just go for it.
No, Tom. Come on. I will just very sadly chain a Forbidden Lands to take 800 less, I guess.
No.
Is that it?
That's okay. Maybe I should activate it now.
This
and
time
then-
around, you will not get it high on the red shot. Okay. Well, that's
okay. I mean, have you got any? Do you have a max C? Have you just been bluffing me?
Effect. I don't.
You could have searched Effect Veiler.
I know. I could have searched Maxi or Effect Veiler, to be fair.
It was genius of me. I know you appreciate it now that I searched Brow and then I just drew the other tour guide. If I'd searched tour guide, I wouldn't have had it in my deck.
Yeah, that's very
that was
strategically planned.
The key to winning this game was drawing the second tour
you
guide.
really think you won?
Oh, well, no. Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself, obviously.
Okay, let's see.
I do have the Mighty Gates.
Great card, even in 2023. You can cycle through multiple of them, and yeah, it's amazing.
And now you have Gates' best friend as well, who I can't remember, Genta? That's an unbelievable card.
Absolutely.
Searches Gate, puts a dark, because often the challenge to activating Gates, can I activate it?
You can, absolutely.
Is getting that initial Fiend monster in your graveyard.
So you get to draw a
I get
card.
to draw, and then I get to search.
Yep.
I'm going to search maybe another Gates. Sure.
How reckless are you feeling still?
I'm very reckless, you know me.
Yeah, I know.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Imagine playing a format without Nibiru.
Is there nothing to be afraid of? You're forgetting of a card.
I'm forgetting. He's very scary, I must admit.
He is.
I'm very scared of Gauze.
He is.
I'm going to make...
The OG, yeah.
Olivia.
Okay.
Is that good?
Absolutely. And now I hit you with the Maxi.
Yeah, exactly. That would be great. That would be great.
Okay.
Detach?
Yeah, that's fine.
effect of not brow. In fact, it's not even an effect.
No, it's not even
as
an
we
effect.
were talking about before.
Absolutely. You can go for your Grapha.
So
scary things.
How many life points are on Marcello?
I'm full.
I was just wondering.
We just started. We just started. Yeah,
well,
we
you
just
know,
started.
I just thought I'd ask.
We just started.
You
shouldn't ask those things.
I shouldn't ask those things, but
It's
what
not.
if I have reborn the monster?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to target... Do you have
Sangan?
anything? Sangan's great, because then I'd get to search a monster, I'm
Because
sure.
he's also
He
boosted.
gets, this is also boosted as well, though. That's the thing.
Okay. Boring. Boring.
Boring.
Boring.
Okay, well, you mentioned your friend, yours, and let's put him to the test and see if
Okay.
he's hiding in your hand or in your deck.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to go to my battle phase now,
Yeah.
unless you want to use something, because I've used more than 5 summons.
For now, it's fine.
Okay. Attack directly?
Okay. I'll take 18.
Okay, let's write that down.
So I'll go to 62.
I don't even know I've done my arithmetic right.
No,
Let's
you
see
have
how
not
it is.
done. And this is kind of embarrassing knowing your background. Okay, because this is without the lance. That's
It
why.
is without the lance, so this is 17.
Yeah, 17. So I'll go down to 45.
I think this is more than enough, unless there is your friend. Attack, 2,000?
This is 2,000, and I'll go down to 25.
Do you have any effects you'd like to use?
Yes, absolutely. A nice bunny
A nice
for you. And unfortunately, just like back in the day in 2012, this is the end of this game.
This is the end.
And unfortunately, yeah, enough. Did not really have a response. And great game, great game from a great player. With 3 reckless greens. What is this?
Like, you cut the deck.
Absolutely, I did. Great show of the deck, honestly.
Thank you. I may have lied to everybody about how this deck works. I said it's not very explosive. You just summon a Grapha every turn.
Yeah, you mentioned he might play more traps than you would expect. Fair enough. But when those traps have 3 reckless greed, I don't know if I could call them actual trap cards. But yeah,
I was really sad. I really wanted to resolve this deck devastation virus, but unfortunately I had to heavy storm my own.
Yeah, you could have played this.
I could have. It's more like of a drawn out. It's kind of meaner, really, just to like.
It is.
You know, because I saw you search the rabbit, and I thought I could just deck dev it, and
absolutely.
I'm just when I see heavy storm, my eyes light up, and then you have to activate it.
I know. It's one of those things, but again, it was just a show of why this deck was able to take that thousands of players back in the day and claim the victory. And yeah, sometimes it's your day.
Sometimes if you do this every time, I think it would.
Yeah.
I can see it. I don't even know how many rounds there were for that event. It was huge, the event.
I think on the top of my memory, it was something like 15, like unbelievable. It was just the Swiss rounds. I mean, it was like crazy. It was a lot of rounds. It was very, very long event, and yeah. Honestly, impressive stuff nonetheless. So it was great. Honestly, I have a lot of fun reminiscing some of these good old days, good old formats, and it allows you, just like our Time Wizard tournaments allow us to explore different formats. This is also a very fun way of going back to the past.
Yeah, no, I think this is a great thing to do. I've been enjoying it. Since we've built these decks, I've been playing these with my friends. I've got the YCS final deck, let's have a go. And honestly, that's a really great way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! At home if you want to, because some players, love the older formats. Yeah. Just like us, we've been playing for, I don't even know, between us, maybe
I think older than most people in this room. Yeah, it's not just by that, but yeah, it's fun. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, thank you for showing me how it's done.
Anytime, Marshall, anytime.
Absolutely. But again, thank you guys as well for being with us. And I think we will probably show you more of these finals from all of different ages throughout the weekend. So make sure to tune in and don't go anywhere. And we'll be back with more action from YCS Bologna.
Get your game on. Let's rev it up. Cause I'm feeling the flow. What do you say we swing into action? It's time to link into the brains. Yu-Gi-Oh! Age of Overlord. Swing into action. Seek the secrets of the Snake Eye. Discover the tomb of an ancient king. Your path to the top begins here. Age of Overlord. Available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
And here we are one last time here for today's coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Bologna. So in front of me I have our round 9 featured duelists. We have Alessandro De La Guardia versus Simon He, who if you guys have been watching at home, you'll see that the Dueling Chronicles that we just did was actually his final from Long Beach 2012, which we were reenacting with the decks. We've got more of those coming, so make sure you stick around tomorrow for the coverage. So in the meantime, I'm going to let you guys do a high roll to see who's going to go first. Who would like to roll the dice first? Simon is going to roll first. We'll do a high roll, see who's going first. 2 dice. That is a 7. And Alessandro? That is a 6. So are you going to go first, Simon? Simon is going to go first. So one more time, I'm going to hand you over to Alberto, Nadia, and Marcello, who are going to be your amazing commentary trio for this final round of today's coverage here at YCS Bologna. Gentlemen, take it away.
Hi everyone and welcome to round 9, the last round of day 1, and it has been a blast today. A lot of incredible duels, a lot of duelists from all over the world, and now we end it with yet another amazing one and yet another deck.
Another little roulette wheel we're spinning here just to see how many archetypes we can get through. We'll explain and reveal once we get to the table, but wow, I didn't think we could see more viable decks this format, but here we are, another brand new strategy that we haven't seen yet. So
you were asking for it before, and now we have it. And, in both cases, actually. So
yeah, but as Ed mentioned, we got to see just a few minutes before this me against Tom reenacting what was YCS Long Beach finals, in which Simon E was competing in, unfortunately losing, but that was still an amazing event, the largest ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament of all time.
4,500 something,
yeah,
4,500 players.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
And yeah, here we are though. I didn't do a good job, I think, in cosplaying my Simon E when you know, Tom opened 3 Reckless Grid, but now we are in 2023 and Simon E is still undefeated with an 8-0 record. Both of these duelists are at the top tables and they are undefeated, so regardless, even whoever loses will advance with a pretty good record into day 2, but obviously you want to end it smoothly, 9-0, they can do it.
Yeah, no, I'm excited.
They can definitely do it.
This is an incredible matchup. Yeah. I can't wait to see what goes down here. So I think our players are now ready as they are standing by for this final round of day number 1. Let's head to the table.
And here they are. Simon did win the battle, and as you can see here, he is playing Mikanko.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit is due. This strategy was popularized by Eddeception at the last YCS, playing this Mikanko turn 1 strategy. Typically, you would assume it's like a go second sort of OTK deck, but no, incorporating some really unconventional strategies in here. The brand new Ken and Jen, as we've seen from the latest core set, is being played by Simon. That allows you to give your opponent a monster, trigger some powerful abilities, as well as link up into Geonator Transverser. The win condition based on Acid Golem, a staple in Burning Abyss 9 years ago. And we see it back here as you give it to your opponent with the Geonator Transverser, and they cannot special summon, is how this deck works. And I guess we'll see if Simon can pull it off. A singular roto. Oh, that's huge.
Main deck draw and lock.
Main deck, yeah.
Don't see it every day, but...
And by the way, Alessandro is playing Rika.
Yeah.
It's a quite a popular deck, shall we say, in Europe. It seems to be just unbelievably resilient in this circuit here. But yeah, let's see if Simon's deck can do anything through reinforcement of the army. What did he actually add with the Rhoda? I think I missed it.
I think it was either Ken.
Yeah, one of them.
One of the Jenkins?
Yeah, Jen or Ken, I think. Pretty sure. And yeah, this troll in the main deck is certainly something you don't expect to see.
Well, on Lockbird, as we mentioned a few rounds ago, for those of you tuning in here, in terms of the highest population of... that's not ideal. Oh, right.
Ooh,
okay.
Okay.
Time Wizard play here of T-set pass. That's how ritual decks kind of go. You really... Okay. Plant players are just so good. This is amazing. Draw a Lockbird into unexpected dice, special summon Lokai out of the deck here. Let's take a look at Simon's list here, see if there's any hand traps or something, because he's going to really need it.
He's going to be in trouble because
yeah.
no hand traps in the main deck.
Ah,
wow.
Yes.
No hand traps in the main deck.
Not ideal.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, he's just going to pick up the
wow.
card. It's okay.
What a start to this.
That's really unfortunate.
Well,
okay.
Well, that was short. That was short.
Yep.
That was unexpected.
What can you do? Sometimes that's
Makanko
just
best
how it
deck?
is. Absolutely. You heard it here first. And no, but jokes aside, sometimes that's how it goes. Honestly, Drawn and Lock is not something that you would expect in the main deck. We did mention that it's super popular, but that is mainly due to the side deck, not the main deck. Works out though, apparently. Just one game away from going 9-0, that is Alessandro in this future match. Honestly, good strategy. Draw plus die seems good. Yeah. Let's do it again.
Draw die, just do it again. Forehead. Should be quite simple.
Simple strategy. Humble strategy. Is this humble strategy? Humble combo?
Hopefully we'll see a humble combo in this next game here. It would be really cool to really sort of showcase for you guys to take a look at just exactly what this deck is supposed to do. It's a really, really mishmash of different archetypes. You know, using Makanko, we've got the Sinful Spoil engine as well. There's some Infernoble cards as well to be able to get you warrior searches out. Yeah, lots of good defensive cards, but not like hand traps. We're playing Triple Talons, we're playing Thrust. These are the kind of cards you would hope to have, but unfortunately, yep, Simon just didn't have any of those.
Absolutely.
And, you know, we talked about it before, sometimes just conceal your strategy. I don't think you're ever going to expect, oh yes, my opponent's on Makanko.
Yeah. However, we must say that there is one purple, as we now clearly define it, card in the side deck for Simon, which really shines in this matchup, right, Alberto? And it's a continuous drop card, that is.
Yeah, actually, one of my favorite one,
which
is their Camille one.
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I told you before, like I will play like a deck that goes set monster, set 4 pass. I mean,
okay.
I will do it. So.
Anti-spell is my favorite continuous trap.
Is it? Yeah.
If I had to pick one.
Mine might be skill drain, honestly. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Say it proud and loud. But yeah, as mentioned, he does have 3 copies of There Can Be Only One, and that card is insane against the deck. So maybe if he opens that up, we could even stop a draw plus unexpected die combo. But without further ado, they're almost done with their side deck, so let's jump back into game 2.
Well, Simon's deck does revolve around the Acid Golem interaction, but I do find it kind of strange that we actually play There Can Be Only One, because I feel like if you're going to establish that combo, then what does it really do?
Yeah.
But I guess maybe it's like a backup plan, specifically in the instances where you get drawled. Yeah, you just flip There Can Be Only One, and you're in a pretty decent spot here. So anyway, Simon is going to start up here, and well, if we activate any sort of search card, which probably is going to be likely in a ritual deck, so it'll be interesting to see if Alessandro has opened it once again. Special summon Fenrir, probably not using the... Okay, we are going to use the effect here. And this is where we have to hold and see if our opponent responds on resolution here. Adding
and it is again!
Okay!
Wow. Okay.
Troll and Lockbird, 2 games in a row on the resolution here of Fenrir. The crowd went a little bit wild there. You guys enjoy that? Yeah, Troll and Lockbird? Nice, all right. Let's see if Simon can do anything to proceed through this. I mean, it's just really hard, specifically in a deck like, you know, Rituals, that typically you have to search so much. I mean, he's got even all of these Infernoble cards, they all search.
All of them. I mean,
Sinful cards, everything, yeah. He really needs like a Thrust or Talents here. We can see him tapping on the desk. You know, usually if we're tapping, then, you know, we're coming up with something. Ooh, okay.
Okay. We take a look at the end. Oh, wow.
No, not a great hand by Alessandro.
Interesting hand here.
Yeah, so he wants to double check the the sowing text, because if you put it back, you can't just search it with Dryas, but if you don't have a way to make Dryas, then it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So just denying any sort of engine might be a good idea. And now the DD Crows are trying to think if they're good against
Yeah, exactly.
Makanko.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Weird, not a Makanko expert, but we'll see if that actually comes
I'm
up
also
here.
trying to think, what do you even see about Simon's deck? Right, only
yeah,
he only
you
Rota into what was it? Either
So I
probably
think
Gen or
he-
Can, but that's it.
Yeah.
He didn't see any other cards, so if you just thought that he would maybe just, I mean, to be fair, they're both 8-0. They probably saw each other's deck while they were next to each other for the last few rounds, so maybe he knows more than we do.
Well, if my opponent T-sets after I draw them, I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm going to keep that in. So
Oh, interesting.
takes away one of the crows here. Maybe he feels he can play through one crow, but not two. Lets him keep the sowing, but okay.
Do
All
we
right.
have an anima in the deck for Alessandro?
Alessandro running Anima? Most likely not, right?
Yeah,
The
most
plant-
likely you don't have the space.
Nope.
But
Yeah, the plant
okay.
extra deck is super
Otherwise,
tight here.
the zone positioning from Simon could have been awkward there.
Yeah, so Judge is just double checking some interactions here, so we'll continue play in just a moment, see exactly.
Yeah, in the
what is
meantime, we
going
can
on.
quickly go back to us while we wait for them to check what's going on. But yeah, right now, straight up, looking similar to game one. Obviously, a Fenrir makes a big difference here. And also, we take a look at the end from Alessandro. And that's not looking promising. Needs a top deck.
not at all.
Real
Yeah.
bad.
Well, you just need a die or a loci off the top. You know, I'm sure he'll get there. It's interesting to see just how much this plant deck has, you know, I suppose, adapted to the format. You play so much disruption and hand traps. He's opted to go with hand traps. Some people more so go in the direction of field breakers, your talents, etc., etc. So yeah, we're just going to double check exactly what's going on here as we update you as the game progresses.
Absolutely,
But,
but maybe we can quickly take a look at the deck of Simon. More specifically, for anybody who is not too familiar with it, what's the goal of the deck? There are multiple ways of playing the Makanko deck. I think he's using a very unique strategy. First of all, he's using multiple Gen and Cans, and this allows you to play 3 copies of Triple Tactic Talent and 3 copies of Trust in the main deck. It's a very unique interaction where you basically, similarly to Dark World with Ceruli, have a way that you force your opponent of activating a monster effect, although it was originally yours. And this way you can activate this powerful spell right away. But the rest of the combo involves a lot of different things, which in this case I think has a lot to do with the Isold as well.
Yeah.
Isold allows you to send multiple equip spells from the deck. And what do you guys think is typical ending field? He has a lot of different options available, right? From Appaloosa maybe to, yeah, a lot of different interactions.
yeah, I think the most important thing is trying to give your opponent the Acid Golem.
Yeah.
But yeah, lots of combo pieces there. Appaloosa, Baron, and we also see a Power 2 Braver Dragon. I haven't seen that being used as an Enfield piece for a, well, not at least at the YCS level. But yeah, it's a cool deck, you know, popularized at the last YCS in Richmond, and
Seems super
cool.
consistent.
Yeah, it would be cool to see just exactly how Simon has reiterated upon it, because I think he's taken a pretty unique developed strategy utilizing Ken and Jen from Age of Overlords, and then adding upon that with something like Infernobles, I think is a cool way to really develop the strategy, because Makanko, it's kind of like one of those strategies that sort of struggles with going first. And it's very sort of, the gimmick is that you do reflect damage when you attack into your opponent's monster. You don't take battle damage, your monster can't be destroyed by battle, deal the damage to them. So the idea is you sort of go second and wipe out your opponent's life points. But if you give your deck the ability to do that and also have a turn 1 play, then it becomes quite an all-round good deck, rather than just being strong going first or second.
And the same can be said by the 6 copies of Triple Tactics. Because again, those cards usually are really good for going second. Depending on the popularity of hand traps, they can be good going first. But when you have, can and Gen combos, then again, the deck becomes really good at going both first and second, and that's huge. Especially, when you have a 12 rounds event plus top 64, I know pretty well that you cannot rely on die rolls often, and then you need to find, some other ways. But I'm still surprised that he went with, no hand traps at all.
Yeah, I suppose like thrust and talents are kind of what you're looking for. Just using these kind of different cards to go second and then take apart your opponent's field that way. And you know, one of the sort of downsides of Thrust is that you have to set a card when you go first, but when you're playing the Ken and Gen, you give your opponent a monster, that's going to let you use that bonus effect of Thrust, which is adding it directly to your hand, and then furthering your plays depending on what you need in that current situation.
No, I think the deck is very nice, especially because, like we talked about, is how experienced players sometimes try to bring some spice, to the table.
Yeah.
And I think this deck is both consistent. He has a lot of different options, and also I think that most of the players this weekend don't really know how to play against this deck. No, so it's yeah.
Not going to be super familiar with Makanko, I think, for the average player here.
No.
I think, you know, you come into a tournament like this, huge tournament, almost 2,500 players are attending us this weekend. You're going to be pretty ready for Unchained. You're probably going to be pretty ready for Rescue Ace, Pearly, probably Tier. You play against Makanko, you're like, not sure what these cards do. So, yeah, one of the massive advantages of playing something a little bit more rogue and outside the sort of sphere of the meta. Your opponent is also going to potentially mess up against you.
And not knowing well what your card do is the main reason why even Alessandro's deck has been successful in the past. And apparently players never learn a few things because, you know, Rika has been dominating quite a bit here in Europe. And the main reason is probably that, to be fair, because I'm especially surprised in a format like this one where you see a lot of end traps around. Usually that's not something that Rika is comfortable doing, but then Alessandro is 8-0 with the deck once again. So really just 1 or 2 matches away from guaranteeing at least you know, a spot in the top 64. And what do you guys think of the deck as of today? Like, where does it stand?
Plants. Where do we begin? Where do we begin? Yeah, I find it very interesting. There's this dichotomy between Europe and North America where it just has not had any success at all. Yet for some reason in Europe, you know, it has multiple tops, multiple wins. You know, European Championship, YCSs, multiple high finishes. I'm not sure what it is. You know, maybe it's the air or something over here.
I think the reason why this deck is so successful is because with one card you still, you know, you have them all, no? We were talking about this before, how Centurion plays well to hand traps, and I think the deck does it at its best, honestly, because like still, I think after more than a year, players don't really know how to activate hand traps in the right spot. And I think this gives Rika players a huge advantage, honestly. And I think, yeah, Rika or Centurion with only one card that can combo off. So it's...
Stop the Jasmine. Well, we'll see how it fares this weekend. I think it's always in a good spot in this situation. There's so many different decks. There's so many different archetypes. I think Josh mentioned it on stream earlier today. It's a comfort pick for his deck. Sometimes when you come to a tournament like this, if you play the deck that you're comfortable with, you know that you know the inside outs of. I think you'll have a better time than trying to play something like, oh, well, Rescue Ace is perceived to be the best deck. But if you don't know all of those intricate lines, that dodge Imperm, that play through Nibiru, then you're going to mess up. And it's better to just stick with something that you know best.
Yeah, and also yesterday was, you know, having an interview with Lorenzo Muselli, who is still in the tournament, and it was telling me, yeah, I mean, I feel confident about the deck, but I really wanted to play something that can only basically combo off with one card. So, I mean, I feel him. Like, I mean, there's a lot of different options. Like, we have 10+ decks in the tournament. And I feel like that playing Rika, if you have been playing it for a while and you really know how to combo off, you know, blindfolded, I think. I mean,
that's how much some people love their deck. You know? They can do it in their sleep. So, what would you play for this event?
Oh, it's a tough question for sure. I also think that is in a spot in which you need to play, you know, decks that don't have to, you know, rely too much on how many cards they use to combo off, because there are a lot of interesting decks around, but you think you need to play. We saw it in the previous rounds often. You need your Entrops, you need your, you know, cards like Talent, and when your deck naturally requires like 3 cards or more to combo through, I don't think that's something that you can do. But maybe there is also the line from Alberto. Maybe the Labyrinth could be the way. Maybe our savior. You know, you never know. Because sometimes, again, you can take it the other way around. If you expect everyone to be playing 12 Entrops, and then outside of Ash Blossom, which obviously really hurts, the rest of them are very bad against your deck, then you're in a really good spot, and that could be the way. So if you play Labyrinth, maybe that can be. And we are seeing a lot of the top tables, so that could be an interesting way out. Otherwise, I do totally agree with you that just we already mentioned it, in this kind of events, what you're comfortable with is just the safest option. So probably whatever I would have played the most in the previous months would have been my option as well. Because you just have the natural advantage over everybody else, and then, yeah, you can't expect to learn all of the decks that we are seeing today as well as yours. So this is exactly what's happening.
And how about yourself? What would you bring?
Honestly, I think for this event, although like I love Labyrinth and I would have played it, but I really like Centurion. Like I think it has been recently released. I like the mechanic of the deck, you know, of having basically monsters as traps. Maybe that's why I will play it, you know, because you have traps in the deck still. But I mean, I liked it, so I would have played Centurion, honestly. Yeah, that's why I didn't call it when we had to pick up one of the decks to win. So, not to jinx it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You know, one-card combos is a great way to, you know,
perfect. Yeah,
solidify your chances because you're so versatile. But I think we might be okay to head back to the table now. We have resolved the dispute, so we'll jump back into the game here and continue this duel for you.
And here we are, for anyone who might have missed it or doesn't remember what was going on. We saw the entire end from Alessandro, and he's just holding into a Didicro talent and sewing at the moment. So,
yeah, if you're just joining us now, Droll and Lockbird has resolved, which has impeded Simon quite heavily here. But Triple Talents was used, putting back a copy of Didicro. So Alessandro's hand now is a Sunvine Sowing, as well as a second copy of the Crow. And another card here. Looks like we're going to go with the Dia Bellstar, sending the Watch, the Wanted from the hand to special summon itself here.
And yeah, this is Mikanko. We can remember that.
This is a Mikanko deck, by the way. So we'll see what Simon is planning from here.
Obviously still under that Droll and Lockbird, which can significantly limit its plays, but then is good enough. And here just one of the multiple cards that you can special summon with this engine that is played by so many decks at the moment.
Yeah, I think having a deck that has a weakness to a specific hand trap, something like Dimension Shifter, something like Droll, if your deck can afford to just do anything through the combo, then that's also going to be a massive plus. Obviously, Simon wasn't able to pull that off in game one, but game number 2 here, despite being on the Droll, he is trying to piece together some sort of play here, and this is an interesting card here. It is
Courageous Crimson Chevalier.
Bradamante.
Bradamante it is indeed, and here it is, also a tuner.
Yeah, level 1 tuner being used with the Rise Heart. Yeah. That has manipulated its level. Ooh, we're actually going to go for a Link play here, in fact.
Sold.
Isolde is going to be able to special summon from the deck, which does not really care about Droll and Lockbird. Summon a Warrior out. And then potentially, maybe we can still do some Ken and Jen plays, but we'll see. Will it be Knuff?
Oof.
3 cards in hand from Alessandro here, by the way, remember. So if Simon can just do anything, like, he's going to be in a really good spot here. Because Alessandro specifically needs to draw Loci or die off the top right now to be able to mount any kind of counter.
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether still that Didicro makes sense. I felt like maybe the talent could have been also another option if you feel like you set up just one destruction, you know.
Yeah, there it is. We're actually going to be sending 3 here, and I'm pretty sure that will just be the Ken and Jen engine. On top of that, you can actually trigger the Ken and Jen to discard a card from your opponent's hand, and that is going to be another card out of Alessandro's, depending on if Simon decides to go that route. Because I mean, what else would you do, right? Because you can't use the draw portion. So yeah, rip another card out the opponent's hand here. Just reading these Mikanko equips, they all have semi-relevant effects in the graveyard. No Mikankos are currently in circulation, however.
Yeah, and you can tell Simon is really thinking about this because he has to navigate through the Droll Lockbird, which might not be easy. But yeah, and Alessandro in the meantime, that Simon thinks is reading through Simon's cards. Okay.
Yeah, he's doing really well to navigate through this. Okay, he's actually going to go for the Hare, the Sword Makanko. I think this one sets from the deck. Let's just double check here. If an equip becomes equipped to this, add a Makanko, so we can't do that. Okay, interesting. Oh, all right. Thrust. Gonna set something from the deck here. We didn't really see too many relevant cards that we can go for with this, right? Okay, all right. We are gonna go for the Makanko, the singular trap card that he's playing here. It's the Makanko Spirit Walk.
Yeah.
So you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls and equip that face-up monster to a Makanko you controls an equip spell. So basically, just stealing a monster your opponent controls, equipping it onto the Hare.
But I think that kind of does it, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you normal summon or top deck the Lokai, even if it's a special summon with unexpected die, just steal it. And
the best thing is that it's a trap card, so that talent does not matter. And I think this is pretty much it. You don't really need anything else.
Yeah, especially like
exactly
with the Fenrir. You know, there's 2 lines of defense here versus an opponent having basically 1 play.
And now play is back to Alessandro. Simon knows. He knows his hand, and so he knows that he doesn't really have to commit anything else. That's it. I like it. And I don't really see any top deck that can save the situation here, unless, you know, he's playing Heart of Desires or any, you know, draw 2 kind of card.
Yeah, you really do need 2 answers to be able to push through here. Even really 3 answers you would need, and that's just not enough cards. We have math on that is not checking out for me.
Nope. But regardless, here we are gonna start things off.
Okay, Duster.
Duster.
But we don't have follow-up, that's the issue.
If only we played that Anima.
Well, he does have the sewing actually, right? But that's not gonna get too far through a Fenrir, I think. Because we did put back 1 of the crows. So Spirit Walk is eliminated. It's a very good top deck actually, and all things considered.
Actually, it's pretty good.
Still have our sewing special summon from the deck. Did we draw an Ash Blossom potentially? Is that maybe why Simon didn't let it go through? Okay, looks like it is resolving.
Yeah, because why did we get rid of the DD Crow then?
Yeah, none of his plays lost to DD Crow. He didn't really interact with the graveyard at all, so I think just letting your opponent keep the DD Crow and take away the sewing, completely denying them engine, might have been the better play here.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Okay. We're going to take 1,000 damage here, special summoning out the Lokai. Top deck Duster actually super relevant right now.
Yep.
Is he going to get back into this? I don't know. We'll see. Fenrir is going to be putting in some work here. All right, the Dryas is going to activate to search a... I think typically you do play 2 sewing, so we'll get a second one. But then you won't be able to trigger the Dryas. And you definitely don't want this to declare an attack and take any damage, because it will special summon the healer from the extra deck.
Yeah,
and that's just 2 monsters, but even there, that doesn't really get you too far, except maybe trying to roll the dice with Sylvan Dance Peon. Oh, okay, doesn't activate the effect of the Dryas, of course. So does take 24 damage from attacking into the defense position. Fenrir.
And I can just hear...
People need to stop summoning their
exactly,
monsters in defense.
Like, I was
please stop summoning your monsters in defense against Rika. Because now the Dryas gets the trigger because we've taken damage.
Yeah.
And, well, if we put it in attack mode, it would have just fell to the graveyard. But now we can access a Link 2 play, and I think what you can do here is try and go up into Sylvan Dance Peon. If we get lucky enough, you're going to be in serious trouble. No other disruption. The follow-up that Simon has is very, very good, but it's looking a little bit shaky right now because we do need to try and... Okay, the Hare does not have the protection effect of the typical lineup of Makanko. Normally you take reflected damage here. Let's see. Ah, okay, so it needs an equip card.
Okay.
Right, that's why you can simply attack over this. So no equip cards, nothing on the field here, combining to be able to do that reflect damage. So now Alessandro, main phase 2, probably wants to try and go into... I mean, I think the Sylvan, right? Because in order to get for Jasmine, you need the tribute.
We just roll, right?
Yeah. 3 plants, let's go. Princess, Medan, and Petal. Why not?
That's it. The jackpot.
Here we go.
Here we go.
All right, declare 3. Okay, no, we're not doing that. Just double checking the text of Hare here.
Probably just checking the life point count in terms of attack, but yeah, we are exactly where we left. Let's see this, Sylvan.
So mill 3 cards from the top of the deck here. I can think of a few cards that are good at that, but let's see if Alessandro can get just as lucky as he needs to be here to try and get through this one.
Could be his day. Is 8-0.
Yeah, so Simon getting a translation there on the Neuron app, which you can use for translation at events. Bringing up your phone here to check the text and, yeah, declare a number. Is there ever a reason to not just declare 3?
Rarely.
Technically, the whole concept is it stacks your deck with the Sylvan, right? That's the whole gimmick of the deck. So then, if you only want to excavate 1, I suppose, like maybe that's the logic. Sure. But in this scenario, in this modern Sun Avalon cross of Rika, you're always going to want to try and go for 3. That's not a plan, that's not a plan, that's not a plan. Misses! All 3 have been whiffed by Alessandro. That is so unfortunate. Even just 1 would have been very useful. We've given him some sort of lifeline here, but...
And now we can use the Fenrir too, right?
Did he use Fenrir at all? He didn't, right?
No, he didn't. Well,
okay, all right.
Kind of forgot. Well,
yeah, I don't think there was nothing to play around.
No, wait. No, that makes sense because he still has the talent, right? Yeah. I think he has talent in Crow in hand, so you don't use it.
Yeah, that was the last card. Yeah, so it was Crow, Talent, Duster.
Yeah. I think he has
Talent put back one of the Crows.
Yeah, so he has Talent, so that makes sense that you wouldn't use it.
Mm-hmm.
And now we do see the DD Crow used right away, and here we could use... Okay, never mind.
Yeah, using the Crow on the equip card to be able to not recycle the Hare back into the hand here.
Yeah, but then we could have used the Fenrir, but whatever.
Yeah, Fenrir probably should have been used here. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. You can wait until you go to the battle phase.
It does not, and it seems like, although Simon maybe took a little bit of a risk, we said it was going to be very tough from that point on. Yeah.
Alessandro's seen enough. Alessandro picks up his cards here. We're going to head into game number 3 here. Despite a dreadful start in game 1, Simon has managed to pull it back here in this next match.
Yeah, even in the face of another Drolok Bird, it showed us that his deck can perform quite a threatening field through it. And obviously the main actor there was his own copy of Talent, because he could get a look at his opponent. And
yeah, a bit of a strange interaction. I think, as you mentioned, it was probably better to just put back the sewing. You know, that would have prevented a lot of scary moments there, because if that Sylvan hit, he could have been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm